Welcome one, welcome all, and welcome back to the unofficial LPL English broadcast here on the LPL English Twitch and YouTube channels. My name is Yanni. I'm joined here by Jay Beto as we have the last day of play-ins. We're going to kick things off with NIP and EDG, finish off with WBG Gaming and LGD, and who knows, maybe Thunder Talk's crazy win yesterday over IG could ignite a spark in some of these teams, Jay Beto.
Yeah, they're going to need it. I think both of these matches, from a prediction standpoint, not that we're doing official predictions, but you know, I would probably say, well, my prediction would be NIP 3-1 and then maybe WBG 3-0. But don't take my word for it because I have gotten 0 out of 2 correct so far, and I feel like most people would have, especially that match 2, 3-0 from Thunder Talk, very exciting match. But yes, up first, NIP versus EDG. NIP's been a team, Yanni, that has been really exciting, fun to watch this year in Group of Sand. A lot of people didn't expect that to be the case, but they've done pretty well.
Yeah, at the start of the split, we were pretty down on them, to be honest. Everybody's like, oh, you know, this is a team that's just kind of happy to be here, happy to get games against some of the top teams. But I think NIP has proved that they belong. They can beat anybody on any given day. But the problem is they can lose to anybody any given day. And remember how important this match is. The winner of this match will not only move on to the bracket stage of playoffs, but will also be in Group Ascent for Split 3. So it's really tough because NIP played such a good split, and now they're one bad series away from making the same fate as IG. Meanwhile, for EDG, team at the start of the year considered to be potentially Group Ascent material, didn't materialize in Split 1. Last chance to try to get in Group Ascent for 2026.
Yeah, and I mean, you're saying NIP could meet IG's fate? Well, EDG could also meet Thunder Talk's fate, you know? Maybe we see another 3-0 in favor of a Group Nirvana team and go towards Group Ascend, but I think this is definitely an upward battle for EDG. Specifically, something that I kind of want to talk about is how few games Group Nirvana has played. I mean, you can just see here in the set score, 7-7 for NIP, and then only 5 total games for EDG and Group Nirvana. That's a lot less practice on stage. Whether or not that impacts these teams, hard to say. I'm sure they scrim all the time as well, but still, NIP have had a lot of games, a lot of practice as well that would be better than the practice that EDG would be getting.
Well, you'll certainly see some impact on EDG's lineup, but let's talk about NIP's lineup first and foremost. It's Hoya, it's Guan, it's Care, and then Awesome and Shuo, the Awesome Show, in the bottom lane. And I mean, it's been a pleasant surprise to see a guy like Guan, or I'm sorry, a guy like Hoya, although Guan's been good. A guy like Hoya has really come on strong. It's a guy that's been much maligned throughout his time here in the LPL, but has been trusted on some of these range top laners that have been the flavor of the meta, has dumped out tons of damage, and has really been able to stand on his own a lot of the time.
Awesome and Shuo in the bot lane as well. A lot of people's kind of underdog, dark horse favorite bot lane for Split 2. They've been playing really, really well. And then, Yanni, you and I were talking about Guwon a little bit before we went live about how this guy plays on this team, often willing to sacrifice himself for the team, plays very aggressive in team fights, and while that can end up being a negative, a lot of the time for NIP it ends up being a positive. You can see it in their wins against, I believe it was AL. Massive part of that was because of Guwon.
Yeah, it's so great because he leverages the bot lane strength to go get advantages in the early game and then pays his team back by being like, all right, well, I'm strong. I'm going to go in. I'm going to trust you guys to be able to follow up on me, and whether or not I die doesn't actually matter. You can see what we alluded to a little bit earlier, having some big wins against, you know, BLG, against AL, you know, and unfortunately for NIP, they were just short of getting in that top 4, which means they could be exiled to Group Nirvana. I mean, again, look at the playoff play-ins from Split 1. I mean, had they lost, they'd be in Nirvana, and maybe we're talking about an entirely different series.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we don't even have to imagine. We just saw IG get eliminated. Funnily enough, they nearly did last split as well, you can see here. So this time they were relegated. NIP not immune to the same fate. I don't think any of our teams are. WE definitely wasn't. That was a very, very close series. Kind of came down to the smaller gameplay. And even though I think that WBG LGD is a fairly one-sided game. It's fairly easy to call. I said the same thing about IG, and look how that ended up. So these teams need to make sure they're playing with, you know, no holds barred, very locked in, because otherwise you will be joining Invictus Gaming for Split 3.
And one thing that is very well known about these two teams today is that there are some inconsistencies in their gameplay, Jay Beto. We'll get to that a little bit later, but now let's go ahead and take a look at EDG's roster, because we do have a change in EDG's roster today. We've got ZDC, we got Xiaohao. You see Angel on your screen, but it's Xinyan playing in the mid lane today, starting, and then you've got Leave and Jue. I mean, Jay Beto, I think this is kind of wild, right? I think Angel was, you know, on the bottom half. Angel was kind of on the bottom half of mid laners in Group Nirvana, and we saw Xinyan come in and play a little bit and have a good Annie game, then a not so good game. Really not a whole lot of stage time, because especially in that 5th game of the season where, you know, there was a little bit of standings mishmash, they did go for Angel there. So we'll see what happens this time around.
Yeah, I think that it's very... it's a little bit stressful, I guess, to make a decision like this so close to playoffs, or sorry, in playoffs, I should say. And you and I were kind of talking about it, that is this the right decision? You're bringing in a brand new player that has played one best of 3 on stage in the LPL. You know, again, like you said, had a good Annie game, didn't look great on the cast, and then got subbed back out for Angel. Now in a best of 5, typically for rookies, you can see that their champ pool isn't as rock solid as some really tenured players. They've got a couple of champions that they're really good on. When those are gone, they really start to falter in the game. This is a best of 5, so there is an option to sub Xinyan back out for Angel, but is this the time to be experimenting with mid lane change-ups like EDG are? I'm not quite sure, but we'll have to see. Obviously, they're feeling confident, and if nothing else, confidence is a good sign.
Yeah, and especially because they're going up against a guy like Care, who it was also kind of near the bottom of Group Ascend's mid lane most statistical categories, but he's a guy that tends to be a playoff riser. It really shows up when the games matter the most. You can see toward the end of the season, he really started heating up. So I do wonder if we're going to see Care really kind of breathe a sigh of relief here and be like, okay, I'm going up against, you know, a younger player who is much less experienced. I'm going to go and try to feast on him. We'll see. We'll see if that's going to end up being the move here, Jay Beto, because all I know is we don't know anything for what's going to happen in Game 1. Again, a lot of deficits these teams have. As good as their play has been, we've seen them drop just as many games.
Yeah. Well, I mean, starting talking about NIP, you and I both feel as though Guwon is a very important piece to this team, playing aggressive. We've actually got some clips here that I'm going to dive into to talk about and show off some of Guwon's team fighting, if we could grab those up. I think a lot of the time, Guwon is kind of sacrificing himself for the team. So you can see Cream's Annie in the top side of this fight. Very scary position. But Huya is going to go forward and actually chunk down Cream, who's just lost his ult. He's going to flash over the wall in a moment. But look at Guwon down the bottom. He's not going to win the dragon fight, but he's confident enough that it's a go button. That's enough. Go in, get the ult, flash out. Huya flashes in. It comes off the back of Huya being a really aggressive player, and Guwon being willing to just completely sacrifice himself, which doesn't actually happen in this specific clip, but in this next one coming up, he does sacrifice himself. Guwon goes forward as pull off the Baron. This is a great TF ult to pull behind. This is also a ridiculous play from Leave. You can see all of AL's protection is gone here. No Pantheon shield, no Milio ult, no Shanks reflect. Guwon's really low, doesn't want to go into the GA, but sacrifices most of his health bar, and then Awesome just WE flashes forward into the enemy team. Guwon again being the one who's pushing forward, sacrificing his health bar, nearly goes into GA there, and Awesome is ready to back him up. I think this team is really scary when they're able to play together like that off the back of Guwon's aggressive jungle picks. Goodness.
Yeah, and again, we mentioned that he can go and get these early advantages, but one thing that EDG is really good at is disrupting a lot of early advantages. NIP have these great game plans. Xiaohao likes his aggressive early pathing. A game plan like that can absolutely disrupt Guan. We'll see what ends up happening between those two. But really, Jay Beto, it feels like these teams are almost kind of mirror images of each other, right? Because we have these top laners that are both, playing these carries. ZDZ has been put on mostly carry duty, has dealt so much damage. One of the highest damage dealing top laners, obviously, in Nirvana. Xiaohao kind of doing the same for his team. He's not really dying exactly, but he's setting up these plays. He's going with more of these strategic flanks where Guan is just kind of like the hammer, Xiaohao is more of like a scalpel, right? And then the bot lanes. The bot lanes are generally winning their lanes on both sides, generally enabling their jungler. Eventually, we're going to see Rock, unstoppable object meet unstoppable force meet unmovable object. With these bot lanes, eventually somebody is going to crack, somebody is going to break, and that's where the advantages are going to come in, and that's where one of these teams is really going to take control of this series, because we've seen them play before. We saw them play in Group Perseverance, and nobody was really able to take control there, Jay Beto.
Yeah, only, again, Group Nirvana, Group Perseverance for Split 1. Not a ton of games. 3-3 in individual game score, 1-1 in individual match score, so very close. This is a kind of NIP in the hyperbolic time chamber idea, where they've had all this time in Group Ascend to practice, to train, and EDG's been out in the real world. But that's okay. EDG can still find that rhythm that they found in Group Perseverance, hopefully do well against NIP, but it is a tough hill to climb. I think while there has been a lot of success for this team in EDG, there's also been some unhappy, I guess I'll say, happy little accidents maybe. Specifically, I want to quickly talk about, we don't have to run the clips, Shivam, but the Yunara Lulu prio for both of these teams, because it's high and they don't look very good on it. And EDG specifically picked it 3 times and haven't won a single time. Well, we do have time. Perfect.
We do.
I want to talk
Beautiful.
about Leave here. I feel bad for harping on EDG specifically, but it's both of these teams that aren't very comfortable playing this. Xiaohao goes in here. Leave initiates, both backliners, Leave and Angel, flash forward to get this kill, which means flashes down for carriers. It's not very good. Leave right here, got a slow-mo, autos the ward on the way out, and that kills him. Not the best execution of this play. And now you'd be thinking to yourself, it's just one time. It's okay. He's not going to do it again. Unfortunately, he is going to do it again. This is a Baron. When your top laner is dead, Leave has no flash, no ult, and he's walking in a straight line at an Anivia with stun, gets stunned, gets absolutely one-shot by the rest of the team. You can't be playing like this on a duo that is really, really strong. Missed a little bit of draft. By Cassiopeia first pick.
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, we're seeing that one come through for Care. No real surprise. Care really likes this champion. So seeing him lock it in is just fine. On the other side, we're going to see an Ashe Seraphine immediately go in response here for EDG.
Well, I would imagine a Lucia Milio probably going to be after this. I think super comfortable for teams in the LPL recently. You get that cleanse away from the CC. After about level 3 onwards, you can look for all-ins. It feels great. But what are we picking into the Cassiopeia? Maybe an Anivia. Something that's got some range, because Cass has super risen up in priority recently, as it's an Annie lock-in pretty early for Tsinya. And remember, this is something that he picked earlier with EDG in his first series in Game 1 and found some success on it. So going back to some comfort.
Yeah, I've noticed it struggle a little bit in lane against the Cassiopeia, so clearly picking for the team a little bit here. ZDG has gone with a very team-oriented composition. One thing to note is that Xiaohao 0-4 on this Seraphine, so we'll see if he can go and grab his first win. I'm sorry, Zhui. If he can go grab his first win on this champion. Meanwhile, second half of bans, Jarvan getting banned out. No surprise there with such immobile champions over on the side of EDG. You can't let that one go through. But I am very worried for EDG here just because of what NIP has put together. You just have this raw damage. You have the ability with the Breath of Life to cleanse any CC. They're going to have to be really on top of stacking their CC and layering it properly. Yeah,
there is potential for that. And, you know, NIP's draft is pretty close ranged. The Lucian, the Cass, and he's pretty close range too, but with the Ashe Seraphim, you can fight from range. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a Jace if we're able to get counter pick. NIP, I believe, has first pick selection, so EDG's on counter pick, so they have a potential to get a Jace last with a jungle pickup here. Pantheon is available, but globally, it's been kind of falling off in terms of actually finding value, especially into comps like NIPs, where you've got the cleanse. Lucian loves to fight you in your face, and Cass kind of loves the same thing. So Pantheon is an option, but I'm not sure if it's the best option. Lee Sin, pretty tough into the Cass, but a ton of fun.
Yep, something that is in the back pocket of Xiaohao. We'll see what he's able to do on it. It really fits the bill of what he likes to do early and go and leverage his bot lane strength, which you'll get early on, but usually on the pushback, it'll go toward Lucian Melio. But Xiaohao will be able to use that opportunity to try to do something to disrupt Yuan on the other side, who's currently hovering the Skarner, which I really like here. I think that you just get a little bit of extra lockdown. Nobody can escape the miasma with any movement abilities. You don't have any movement abilities outside of Lee Sin, so you just pluck them and bring them back to your team, and it's GG's.
I mean, the smartest pick here for Huya is probably a tank. I'm not a huge fan of the Jace blind. I think that ZDZ can easily go Yorick, Sion, Cassante, and be completely fine. It does take it away from EDG having that, you know, carry top lane with a bunch of range. But this matchup we've seen, it's a bit 50-50. We've seen Jaces get leads in the early game, but then you can't really kill the Sion. The Sion outscales you in terms of actual team value. EDG, late game, like super late game, don't have a ton of damage. It's very bursty with bit of consistent follow-up from the Ashe. NIP, however, do have a pretty good late game. They've got the Cass, they've got this big tank in Skarner. Jace scales well enough, especially with the range. And I think Lucian Melio, while typically more of a mid-game threat, does still scale fairly well, especially with the cleanse. I think that EDG need to use this mid-jungle duo really aggressively throughout the early game. I think that if Xiaohao and Xinyan can get off to a great start, find some early kills, the Annie Lee Sin kind of functions like a Wukong Annie, where the Annie is just a support, roaming around with the jungler, getting the stuns off and trying to give his jungler kills. But if NIP can, you know, weather that early game, their late game's pretty scary.
No doubt about it. They are going to be able to have the damage to kind of chew through this Sion with your Lucian, with your Cassiopeia. I think that Jace is a vital part of this composition because you've got a lot of squishy champions outside that Sion. If you're able to land these shock blasts, it's going to be a big problem. I want to see NIP get to these objectives first. I want to see them set their feet a little bit and force EDG to walk their way in, because one of the big things that they've had problems with is fighting around these dragons, that they're positioning around it, specifically Leave, but at times we've seen the entire team be disconnected. If I'm an IP, I've seen that on tape, and I really want to exploit that. Jay Beto, we're getting on to Summoner's Rift for Game 1 of the first best-of-5 series of the day. The winner will be moving on to the bracket stage. The loser will be going to Nirvana. And you can immediately make your point, because we don't have any Gios. We're at home.
We do. I'm sending them from my heart towards these teams. So
here, you want to go? You want to go? Pick a team.
Okay. I like the. I'm gonna pretend to be the JDG. You know, EDG,
Jayo,
NIP.
Here, I got it. NIP, Jayo.
All right.
Excellent.
I hope they heard. I'm not that far away.
No, you're not. You were voted most likely member of the LPL English crew to show up randomly and be spotted in the crowd. Having an initial back and forth here. We'll get the heal out of Jouet just to keep everybody upright and feeling good. So hard to try to stick damage on Emilio lane. Obviously, they're only level 1 right now, but as those levels go up, it's going to be harder and harder to move away. Awesome and Jouet.
Yeah, I want to talk about the new patch, because we've undergone a patch. We're on 2610. A couple of things you can immediately see by that. The Lee Sin priority. I actually have it right here. Let me tell you exactly what he got changed. So it's the... his shield got reduced, but he has a lower cooldown at all ranks, and he gets a shield jumping to minions and wards now, and the E... the body continues to fly, even if they die to the kick. So that's really nice. And another thing that we can immediately see is the double Doran's bow start. Extra AD from 6 to 8. Both AD carries going the Doran's bow. I think it's like, it makes the lane a lot more vulnerable because you don't have that extra health. It's a lot more fighting. It also allows you to go double adaptive instead of the attack speed on your runes, if you want, and get a little bit more damage that way. But massive change, probably not for any of our viewers at home, but for pro play specifically, is the minion aggro change. We don't have a video. It's a bit tough to find exactly how to show this off, but essentially last patch, you used to be able to auto, especially if you're a ranged minion, if you're a ranged champion, the back creeps, and it would pull them forwards and hit one minion of yours. So you could essentially set up a push towards yourself. That's been removed. You can no longer pull minion aggro by autoing a minion. It has to be an enemy champion. So, not a lot of actual impact towards... Hold on.
Whoa, hang on. Xiaohao got on top of Care. Care's an auto away from dying. The
What?
flash for flash.
What?
And he got the kill. Guan was a little late to the party. Xiaohao did connect the Q, but he will be able to ward hop over the wall. I mean, Guan was in position, but was like, well, Sinyan's not walking up, so everything's fine, and everything was not fine.
I have no idea what we are doing in mid. I was very sure that was not going to be a kill, maybe a flash burn, but...
Same.
Care kind of just lets it happen.
And he immediately just goes back. He TPs in and he said, okay, young buck, I'm just going to keep hitting you with Twin Fangs. Keep calling your jungler over.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty expensive. Lost the TP. Sinyan was able to get a base off and just walk back to lane. Care also lost flash, so is up a decent chunk of XP. That should be alleviated by collecting this wave. Yeah, not the best start to this game for NIP, as you die very early on to the Lee Sin and you lose your flash. One thing that we've been seeing across the world actually about these Lee Sins is it almost feels like people have forgotten that Lee Sin early game is really, really scary, and he can almost walk in against anyone and just fight you to the death, especially the meta junglers. And he just does that in this game too. It's been happening a lot. It happens in this game, and this can turn into a really vicious snowball where Lee Sin's up 300, he invades you again, now he's up 600. Good trade from Awesome and the Lucia Milio. They've hit that level 3 spot, so they're happy to get this pushback going.
Okay, dashing in, getting another good chunk on leave, and now Guan is in the perfect position here. He has been spotted out by that Hawk shot. He's going to get used again, but he should be able to at least cause a ruckus in this 2v1. We'll at least keep them away from the turret for the moment. So Awesome will be able to cash in on that turret candy and be able to shove that entire wave in. Now, with all this priority here, we see Guan pinging his own jungle, but EDG pinging the dragon. Looks like NIP will elect to not start up that dragon. You want to get Guan to level 6 right away, start impaling some targets.
Yep. Gotta be careful. Care has no flash, as Xiaohao hovers just out of vision, but looks like it might just be the top scuttler. This will give upgraded smite and level 6 over to Xiaohao. Guan is pretty significantly far behind that. So if NIP do go towards the dragon now, Xiaohao will have this upgraded smite plus the level 6 as it just ticks over there. TP back in from Sinyan as well with the movement speed boots. So at this fight right now, EDG are much stronger.
Yep, and Garrett doesn't have TP, so he's got to slither his way back to the lane with Guan already backing. So there could be an opportunity for EDG to decide to do the dragon if they want. Going to go and see them clear out a little bit of vision. Xiaohao is going to be very well spotted. on multiple wards for the moment. His bot lane is going to move over, going to clear out that ward, start this up. With the entire top side available for Guwon and him not at level 6, this does mean that he is just going to take that. So EDG having a nice early grip on this game, usually through Xiaohao.
Did get the upgraded smite, Guwon, but not level 6. Again, walking into a Lee Sin, pretty scary, especially when your bot lane not in a great position to walk in themselves. Damage here from the bot lane of EDG. Xiaohao's here.
Good route. Got the heal out as well. We'll see if there's any potential dive opportunity. Leave and Jue are very far away from level 6, and smart ward there, but Xiaohao is already out of there. So right now, again, this early advantage to EDG. We have a minute until these grubs come up. I'm really looking for NIP to want to fight around that, mostly because shovel some gold into Hoya, give him some side lane pressure, let him continue to do his thing. This guy has proven that he can deal damage in critical moments when his team needs him to, and he's going to need it this game with Care not doing so hot to start out early, and with Awesome and Joel going to need, or Awesome specifically, going to need a little bit of time.
I think that it might be a little scary going for the grubs against the Lee Sin Annie at this point in the game. Maybe look for a cross map. The problem is, really good wards on blue side down the bottom, or there was. There's a pink ward in there, you can see them now. So Guwon has been spotted. He was going for the cross map as the grubs were spawning, but he's spotted on the ward.
He's going to run it, leave, forces the flash out, and that means the Impale. AZZ Pickings with the culling on top of it. It's Wo who ends up nabbing the kill. The Mega Fire kick, it keeps Xiaohao away, so it is a kill for NIP, but not on who you wanted.
Yeah, I think an expected cross map, but I did not expect that Guwon was going to walk over the ward and EDG were just going to let it happen, flash late. I don't really understand. That felt like a very winning position from EDG. They probably win the 2v2 top side. Maybe Hoya can make a difference, but the grubs should be EDGs, or at least the positioning. So Guwon has to make a play bot side, but both entrances to bot side are warded. One's by a normal ward, the other by that pink that still hasn't been removed. Great ward spot. But because it's warded, you shouldn't be able to do that. But Guwon, apparently he's just invulnerable to wards. He gets over, leaves still flashes, and still dies. But should be grubs over to EDG. At least one.
Yeah, it's tough in that scenario because you've already realized that, like, all right, well, I flashed the non-ultimate ability, and now I'm close enough to get impaled. Like, what do you do at that point? I think you just kind of have to hold that flash. And another game, another criticism of the flash of the AD carry for EDG. We'll see if that becomes relevant in a later fight. These grubs going over to EDG, as mentioned, after they got on the map quickly for that one. So a big denial of Hoya. We have 2 minutes until the next dragon is up, and still awaiting Care to get that Rod of Ages. He's got his tier, he's got his Catalyst, but that's about it, bud. That's, you know, Catalyst is all fine and dandy if you're trying to cast Dazzling Aurora and Riftbound, but not so great. 9.5 minutes into the game.
Good news for NIP. They do still have the gold lead, be that quite small, and it is only one member with a gold lead on EDG's side. Guwon is coming up for the hover as Xiaohao was spotted by a ward.
Well, whether this is happening, Guwon might try to bite off a little bit more than he can chew, because guess who's coming? It's Leave and Jue. So Xiaohao says, I want this fight. We'll serve him up on a silver platter. Now Leave the arrow with the predicted flash, and there's the encore on top of it with the teammates to extend it. It's Leave getting a kill, and now Hoya is stuck. He'll flash away, desperately trying to get some help from the turret, trying to stay alive, but he gets rooted under the turret. Everybody's tanking it perfectly, and it's a double kill for Leave.
All right, well, I was talking about the good news for NIP. The news, the newspaper got wet, and it tore up, and I only can read the news about EDG. And the news is, Xiaohao's pretty good on this Lee Sin. Nice kick flash, great. Turn onto Guwon. Also Leave with a really nice arrow that predicted Guwon's flash over the wall. And nice encore laid from Jue to get those kills. Good execution on the dive afterwards as well. It's just a spree of successes for EDG. NIP not too far behind, but on these first items, on these second items, EDG with a Lee Sin Annie and this Ashe Seraphine, really scary. Awesome's just dead.
Awesome's up way too far. Xiaohao was right on top of him. You're in a 3v1, bud. You ain't living through that. Xiaohao gets his second kill of the game. EDG up 4 kills to 1, 15 seconds before the Dragon. They are running over NIP in this early game.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was talking about. Everyone just has forgotten, it seems. Nice miss. How good Lee Sin is in the early game. He's just kind of allowed to do this, and when you let him, he builds up a 1k gold lead. He has an early Sundered Sky. That means he's even more sustainable than he was with the movement and the shield beforehand. And now EDG looking at 2 Drakes. There's a TP in here from Care. That
this is an aggressive TP.
Snake.
Nobody's around. Care, what are we doing, bud? He's dead. Leave will pick up kill number 3, and it's a freebie for EDG.
Do you smell that, Yanni? Smells like IG. No, that
smells
can't
like
be.
burnt toast.
Yeah. Someone's
I don't know
cooking a
what
bit
they
too
were
hard.
cooking. Listen, what kind of snake is that? Because I know that you live down under and you've got experience with snakes.
Yeah. That's actually my favorite kind of snake. A dead one.
Jesus. We don't need to necessarily talk about animal cruelty on the broadcast.
Well, okay. It could have been roadkill. That happens all the time.
Okay, yeah, that's okay.
It was an accident, and maybe that's what we're gonna have to say that TP was, because I don't understand the idea at all.
Yeah, they not on the same page are NIP, and this is something that we said would happen with EDG, right? Is that this is a team that sometimes will show up and it'll be like, oh man, this is great. They're really in sync, and sometimes they're just not quite linked up together. We've seen NIP be a little inconsistent, but usually all together. And it just feels like they've Freaky Friday'd themselves here on a Sunday morning for me. As Joya lied in wait. Here comes Guon, but we're just going to clear out wards, and Joya and Leave will walk away. So NIP can't find anything right.
I think I was going to get... Oh, just TV bot. All right. I mean, has the Serpent's Fang. I don't know how great this is going to be into the Scion. I get the... Shielding from Scion can be really egregious and quite frustrating to play against, but I don't know. I'm really not a fan of the lethality Jace into the Scion idea. It doesn't really do a whole lot. Nice hover here from Xiaohao. We're entering this mid-game. 2 Dragons for EDG. They're in a great spot to just continue getting some items, but they don't even need to stop. 1k lead on Xiaohao, 1k lead on Leave. And Annie has been really filling this second support role in the meta recently, where you have flash if you need it to engage further, but for the most part, you just look for a stun on a target, and your carries that are the Ashe and the Lee Sin in this game do most of the work for you. Now, again, Lee Sin doesn't scale well. It's all impacted by your mechanical skill rather than how much damage a Lee Sin can do. That will fall off. Ashe and Scion, not too bad, but the later the game goes, Guwon's going to get some items. He's going to be able to tank Annie. He's going to be able to tank the Ashe stuns. Puyo's going to do plenty of damage, like you said, just not to Scion. And the Cassiopeia, when she gets this upgraded Roa and the tier finish stacking, will have a ton of time to kind of run around the fight, deny Lee Sin's angles, and do a ton of damage, maybe with a nice Petrifying Gaze, but we're a while away from that, Yanni, and right now EDG have all the driving.
Yeah, EDG are one good fight away from really putting this game out of reach. We've got Herald up. Guon gonna walk in, take a Q to the face. He's very tanky, so doesn't really have to worry too much. Here comes Halia coming down, but he's gonna be spotted out by Xiaohao. Xiaohao does a lot of damage. Guon gonna try to drive his way through. The ward hop is there. He's able to hop over the wall. A little worse for wear, and he'll end starting up the Rift Herald. So we'll see if NIP want another bite of the apple if they want to find their way in. ZDZ will be frontlining, but you see those shock blasts that we talked about going to be impactful. Leave and Joy already taking a decent amount of damage, but ZDZ trying to frontline. Care on the way. They just don't have any damage to put into the Scion right now. Herald's down about 2,000 HP. Guwon's not going to be able to get in. It's secured, and now they're going to go all in on Guwon. And when he's the only one there, he's forced to flash away. Big stun by Sinyan, but Guwon and Care will be able to walk away. A whole lot used, whole lot of nothing for NIP, but the objective secured for EDG.
Yep. I'm not quite sure when Sinyan used the Tivers. He was walking into the fight with it, like already half used, so maybe used it on the wave to help clear and then get there, so didn't have the Tiber stun, but didn't really matter. Like you mentioned, ZDZ just way too tanky. It is a bit unfortunate for EDG. I think they jumped the gun a little bit too hard on the kill on Guwon. They layered the CC in the bad way, where it overlaps and you don't fully get the long duration. So Guwon able to get out, especially with the item that I can't pronounce as passive. But it's another win for EDG. They get the Herald, they push NIP out, and I really think it's going to be a decent while before NIP can actually kill this Scion, before they can actually do enough consistent damage to, one, not die to Annie if you're Guwon, and two, get through the Sun, get through the rest of EDG. But 30 seconds on Soul Point, you don't have that long.
You could always let it go. That is a bit of a worry. You give up this third dragon, but NIP are far away from their 2-item spikes, especially when you've got double tier items on your solo laners. You really need them to go pick those up. Hoya is going to stay in range to be able to collect the local gold from that turret. It's an extra 50 in the pocket, so not too shabby there. A small gold lead for himself. EDG looking like they're going to start with the dragon. Not going to even have to use the Rift Herald, so they can save that one for later. Do some dastardly things to NIP.
Could even be a Combat Herald as NIP walk in here. Cassiopeia has TP, would need to use it kind of right now to get in, but here it comes.
Alright, awesome dashing in. Culling gonna go down. Xiaohao gonna walk at him menacingly and force him away. Here comes Kara, but better of a TP than last time. Also forced to flash away, but still got caught. Guwon's in the middle of a lot of members. Hoya off to the side, on top of Leave while Guwon's trying to tank, but Hoya is in a bit of a bad way right here. He managed to drop the hammer and get the kill, but EDG see a better deal by taking out the jungler. Now Shui gonna look, but the TP gonna be used. Hoya manages to escape. It's a 1-for-1 in the end, but EDG on Soul Point.
Alright, not too bad from NIP in terms of living. Awesome did have to use his flash to get away from the CC chain that EDG have. Feels almost like the Milio cleanse isn't enough. You know, you cleanse one thing, there's so many more that are coming at you directly after. Bit of a late TP, I feel, from Care. Maybe just really didn't want to get it cancelled on the top side, but didn't really rock up in time to have an impact on the fight. And you can't out-secure Lee Sin even if you were here. So the smite is done. Culling doesn't really get a whole lot. Care is here late, and then you can see Awesome gets cleansed, forced to flash away, still gets hit, but just manages to get away. And Hoya goes for the sacrifice play. He knows no matter what, he's dead here, even if he gets this kill. But because Guwon sacrifices himself yet again, he doesn't die. He's able to go TP himself out. So again, Guwon laying his body down on the line for his team.
Sinyan having an idea that some nefarious things are happening, so they're going to send 2 up there. There's the flash kick. Awesome served up on a silver platter, rooted in place with nowhere to go. Xiaohao wants a little bit more. Doesn't look like he'll find it against the very tanky Guwon, but a great play from the EDG jungler in a game full of them.
I looked away for half a second and Awesome was dead. Nice kick flash from Xiaohao. The Herald in mid will do a good job here, and Huya.
Oh, beautiful. They laid the trap. Sinyan got the stun, but he cannot survive the 2v1. Lee kill on the other side. Now Xiaohao is going to ride the Herald all the way over to this top side. Doesn't look like he'll be able to find anybody to cut them off.
Yep. Nice try. Maybe Hawk shot to spot their bases, but doesn't look like anything will come with that. Yeah, good catch onto Awesome. No, Herald, don't die, no. Who's going to get the gold? Hold on. There it is, plus 25. Nice, good job, Awesome.
That really needs to be plus 50. It really needs to be.
He came back and he got it.
Yeah, when things are not looking so hot for the NIP AD carry, the spot lane that's been so good throughout the split. Struggling a little bit, especially in a matchup where it's rough early but comes back a little bit later. A couple of mistakes made by him put him in an unenviable position of down about 2,000 gold to an Ashe. It's so hard to come back at that point in time. 2 minutes until the next dragon is up, but NIP might be looking for a play already as Guwon and Hoya are here. EDG will fade toward the top side because of their lack of vision bottom.
No flash available on leave, so not even a possibility to force it. Probably a little bit over the time we have on Dragon. Oh, nice.
There's the flash. Nice sidestep there by Leave. Forces out the Breath of Life from Zhuo on the root as well from Zhui. big cooldowns used.
Yeah, I'm really not a fan. I think that play went super backwards. It looked almost like Guwon was trying to hit both Leave and Jway. When he could have just hit Leave because Leave has no flash. I know Jway doesn't either, but Jway is nowhere near as important. And it's like, yeah, you're looking for a pick. Even if you got that pick, could you have done Baron? I feel like it's a bit risky. But now, you've used flash on Guwon. His ult's down for another, you know, let's say 30 seconds, 45 seconds. And Zhuo's ult's down, and that will absolutely not be up before this dragon is. So you've used significant tools in trying to find a pick that probably wasn't going to result in anything anyway. And now you're a ton weaker around this soul dragon.
You can really start to feel the desperation of NIP, really looking to make that play. You do have double tier items for the side of NIP, so they've finally gotten there. You got a 10 stack Rod of Ages for care. Looks like they might look for a play right now. They may as well attack Guwon, dump all your damage into him, force him away. Really about half HP. Xeon looking for a flank, but did get spotted out. So EDG looking healthy right now. 20 seconds until this dragon is up. It would be a Cloud Soul for them. You get some benefits with it. Jway and Leave get some big movement speed boosts. Obviously, the cooldown reduction going to be huge as well.
Yep. Guwon's already about half HP. He's the only tank, the only one who can face check this Annie. Anyone else just gets completely one-shot at this point in the game. And
well,
he kind of does
face check the Annie, but guess what? He might get one shot. That Encore is going to go wide. Guwon will stay alive. Maybe an opportunity for NIP to turn, but Guwon not feeling so hot right now. Is EDG going to try to front line? Will drop the ultimate down. Is going to manage to knock into Awesome, dealing some good damage there, but they're just playing keep away. They're just playing keep away. Xiaohao has already started the dragon. I think the answer to that question is no, Jay Beto. NIP have realized that this is a folly of an attempt. They're going to take mid-tier 1. They're going to give Cloud Soul over to EDG 23 minutes into the game.
Yeah, extremely powerful Soul, super early in the game. I think EDG can easily go towards Baron now. I mean, Hoya has a gold lead. It's significant, but it's nowhere near enough to kill this Scion with a build like this on this Jace. And NIP potentially try to fake a Baron take, but the Hawk shot... Well, now they're not faking.
Well, you have to go for it. I think you're not in a great spot. There's that Hawk shot. 10k on the Baron HP. Look how low they all are. This is a big problem. They kick ZDZ away. Guwon's trying to baby driver his way out of there. And EDG will easily push NIP off. But it's Xinyan, the rookie, looking to make a big flank play here. Still hiding out in Fog of War.
Take it. Take the Q. Oh. Very hard for NIP to walk in. I mean, the whole map is dark. They do have a ward on Baron for now, but that will get taken out probably right now. And, I mean, look at the wards. NIP have some decent ones in EDG's side of the jungle, but they have none in their own, and they have none on Baron right now. And realistically, you can't TP behind. We saw what happened earlier with Care. Hoya would be the exact same thing if he tries to TP behind as well. So now you've lost Cloud Soul. You didn't manage to pull like a tempo sneak Baron where you give Soul for Baron, which is not worth it regardless, but you didn't even get it. You got pushed away by this Scion that you absolutely cannot kill yet. We're getting some pen coming through now for NIP, but I don't think it's enough at this point in the game. And EDG still, at that strong mid game. They've got 2 items on Xiaohao working on that GA. Xinyan has 2 items to himself. And for Cassiopeia, for Lucian, I feel like you need more to really run over this game. And even then, I still don't know if you're killing this Scion.
You're really going to need to get your 3rd item ASAP. The problem is EDG know they have the rule of the roost. They're going to go start up this Baron. There are wards, so NIP is going to look to give chase, but it's rapidly dropping below 10k. ZDZ look to cause a problem for Awesome, who's got 3 items, but doesn't really do any damage. Teleport came in, 3,000 HP. Guwon gets locked up, gets kicked away, and Xiaohao is going to head back and secure the Baron. And now ZDZ with a double knock-up, that Breath of Life getting used. Cullen going to go down, but ZDZ tanking it very well, and they cannot finish off the chase because Tibbers doing a lot of damage. EDG want to look for a turn potentially. They have the Baron. They could just walk it out. Sunyan, we're going to take a flank as the teleport's coming in from this Scion. Guwon Being tagged by Zhao Hao. Will not continue the pursuit quite yet. We'll tag him up again. CDC waddling his way up. There's that encore. Doesn't land, but forces a couple flashes. One.
Well, so
trying to get out of range. Tagged up once again. And IP will be able to retreat to the former safety of that tier 2 turret as it gets knocked down.
Really nice kick from Xiao Hao. Makes the dragon secure really easily. I love Sinion's positioning because he's playing around his pink wards that are in NIP's jungle, so knows that NIP will have no idea where he comes from, and the play isn't to go for a flashy engage and, you know, potentially lose his life. It's just to stop Guwon getting in the pit. He stuns him. Xiao Hao flushes over the wall, kicks him away, Q's back. Very well played from Xiao Hao. They have the Soul, they have the Baron, and this Baron is nearly linked up with when Elder spawn, so they're going to be able to break open a lot of NIP's base, and then set up a bunch of vision, probably base, and then come back out for Elder. And NIP, it really feels like they haven't even connected to this game. They haven't really done anything.
They are participating for sure, J Meadow. But not much more than that. EDG continue to fight a war on two fronts here, on mid and bot. They're going to rip this turret apart while Hoya's getting the job done on the other side, at least trading one back. Middle inhibitor will fall. Will force NIP to need to put a little bit more attention on this mid lane as this gold lead is quickly slipping out of their grasp. It was once 2,500 gold deficit. Now it's near 5,000, and EDG show no signs of slowing down right now as the siege is on this bot tier turret. 5v5 for now. Guwon slams EDZ into the wall. He's going to ult away to be able to survive. Encore goes down only onto one. Some big tools are down. If there's ever a time for NIP to try to get in there, it's got to be now. But they just don't have the tools.
Yep. NIP for now will repel. Skarner's getting tanky enough to the point where he can get in there, get the grab onto ZDZ, and NIP do enough damage that ZDZ needs to be scared, so he's forced to use his ult defensively to get away. Xiao Hao just completed the GA, very scary. But remember, the lead is still only on Lee Sin and Ashe. And Ashe Lucian items as of right now are pretty even. It's 3 apiece, and more pieces of the 4th for Leave, but still only 3 apiece. Baron is just now worn off. And Lee Sin, like I was saying before, doesn't scale super well. This is as strong as a Lee Sin will get in this GA spike. And most of Lee Sin's late game comes from how mechanical you can be, how creative you can be on finding angles to kick people, how slippery you can be.
Leave is frontlining. Lee flashes away, and they found awesome this time around. There's an impale, but it ain't doing that much. Care trying to walk up. He gets knocked up. Hoya finally joins the fight. Care gets cleansed, uses his ultimate, desperately trying to get away from the onslaught of EDG, but ZDZ was on the back line. Hoya gets in there. He gets a kill, but he dies himself, and it's going to be a 4v2. It's just Care and Schwo. Leave with the ultimate bait. We thought maybe, just maybe, they found him, but no, they turn it around on NIP. They knew that's what they were looking for. The shove is on here. The first Nexus turret will fall. Care and Schwo can't do a darn thing to ZDZ. Second Nexus turret down. EDG, perhaps inspired by what TT did yesterday, take game 1.
Yep. It's a stomp in game 1, even. It's not even remotely close. It really felt like NIP didn't have a horse in that race at all. I think the early game for EDG is really scary with the Lee Sin Annie, but the bot lane is definitely contestable with Lucian Milia. You should be able to fight in a matchup like that. But it felt like NIP never really got to take a fight. Their strength was in bot, pushing in top. That 1k lead that Jace was able to get never really mattered, and NIP, you can run into a situation where you end up getting an early lead with something like a Lee Sin Annie and then run out of damage in the late game because you couldn't end the game fast enough. Not a problem in this game. They stack every dragon, they get the Baron, they got Herald, they got 3 grubs. They were going to get Elder as well. NIP didn't even sniff a neutral objective that game.
No, and what did we say had to happen early for NIP? They had to get into the dragons first and leverage the damage that you're going to get from Jace to poke out these champions. And that never happened because they were behind early. We talked about how NIP will sometimes come in with good game plans, but if there's an early disruption, typically in the jungle, it's a problem. There wasn't really a disruption this time around in the jungle, but it happened in the mid lane. The bot lane was bottled up, but this mid lane specifically, Care getting behind was not great. This is a matchup that you are expected to win, and typically he can link up with Guan and start making plays, and that didn't happen, Jay Beto. As we mentioned before, NIP, they've shown the ability to beat anyone. They have also shown the ability to lose to anybody, and lose to EDG. They did here in this game one. A wonderfully played game by EDG, specifically by Xiaohao. I mean, I thought Leave had a pretty okay game, but Xiaohao was just wire-to-wire great, especially at the end of that play, or end of the game, that last play, putting the exclamation point on the game, kicking awesome into the rest of his team.
Yeah, it's the two sides of the same coin, I guess. Beat BLG and AL, look completely lost against EDG, I guess. Yeah, this bot lane never really got off. Never really made it to the mid lane to get prio for their team. Never really was able to leverage a fight, even early game. And then we didn't have, obviously, enough damage to get through the late game. Very quiet game from Care and Guon as well. Great game from Xiaohao. Definitely player of the game. I could see an argument for Leave. He did a ton of damage, positioned well, but Xiaohao started that game and he ended that game.
Yeah, 100% kill participation. How could you not, right? Don't just look at the damage charts, although Leave certainly did his thing, and this is something that we talked about. I know you want to talk about this replay, because I mean, whenever you're playing in the early game and you're getting autoed like that and you see the yellow chunks in your health bar, it's bad.
You just can't be getting hit by that Q. Or playing, you need to play close to your jungler. Great Ash ult. You can't be dying like that early to a Lee Sin. He's going to gank you. It's a Lee Sin. It's not that crazy of a strategy or something to be ready for. I know that it's hard to say just all three lanes play safe, but every one of these highlights for EDG is a Xiaohao highlight. It's just him completely messing around with NIP and not having a care in the world. First blood, the kick flash onto Guon, and I imagine as we continue to go through, all these highlights are just going to be Xiaohao. This is the one that I missed because I looked away for a second. Q over the wall. Awesome caught. Using barrier. I don't know. I think NIP seem to have come into this game with the Cassiopeia first pick. They had the Lucian Milio answer to the Ashe Seraphine, and then I don't... Okay, I guess... Great ward jump. The idea there was that they think Leave's inting, but he's not. He's baiting really well, and his jungler's around the corner.
They're so used to it. They're like, that's the Leave moment right there. And EDG said, watch this. And to hit him with the Uno reverse card, right? And, if you swap the nameplates on this game for these AD carries, you'd be like, yeah, this is standard Leave gameplay. I think Awesome really had a tough time with positioning in this game. Obviously, kind of rough from the start, but... that's no excuse. You need to always be on point as an AD carry, or else you are simply going to lose games. I think one of the biggest things that this exposed, Jay Beto, is if you put Guon on a champion that's kind of going to farm till 6, does have some pre-6 gank ability, but is generally going to wait till he gets his Impale, your lanes really need to win. And they did not have that in this game. I think that NIP are probably going to draft a little bit more carefully moving forward in the series.
And I wanted to talk about... Sorry, we talked about earlier that the Lucian... the Yunara Lulu, not super comfortable for these two teams. Well, for NIP, Awesome and Zhuo have played a ton of Lucian Milio. 8 games on Lucian, this split 62.5% win rate. And Zhuo looking pretty good on most enchanters. But to look that uncomfortable in a game where you're on your most played, as it is Xiaohao, but does not scream... It's not a good sign for me, for NIP in this series.
No, not at all. I mean, luckily we're in best of 3s, so you do have... best of 5s. You got a long series ahead of you. You need 3 wins in order to get there. So, again, as we've talked about NIP, losing to anybody. EDG can kind of do the same thing. This is a team that we expected to really be the second best team in Group Nirvana, and they fell down to fourth. While they were tied in game score with a lot of these guys, they couldn't really get above 500 in game score. I believe they finished 7-7, right? This is means that you're losing 0-2 or you're playing a lot of 2-1s, Jay Beto. So this series is a matter of consistency. These teams have left their door open for opponents many times in Split 2. Who's going to consistently get the leads and keep them? In Game 1, it was EDG. We'll see if NIP is able to change their fate in Game 2. Before we go ahead and take a break, we gotta do the begging a little bit here. If you'd like to support the LPL English broadcast, you should really consider becoming a coffee member, because coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, because the vast majority of your contributions will go directly into the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a large bulk of it pays on-air talent like myself and Jay Beto, and content creators like also sometimes myself and Jay Beto. Subscribe to our coffee, which will be linked in the chat, and you'll be able to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. But that will do it for the moment. We're going to go ahead and take a break, and when we return, it'll be Game 2 between NIP and EDG. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast. As we just wrapped up Game 1 of the first best-of-5 series of the day, and EDG took a surprise win over NIP. And I think the most surprising part about it was how clinical it was, Jay Beto. I mean, EDG is a team that, even when they've gotten leads, have struggled to push them at times in the mid-game. This time around, they left no doubt we're here for the draft for Game 2.
Yep. The early cast was nice, but EDG seemed to have a good plan of shutting it down. Amazing Lee Sin game, and virtually no mistakes from EDG at all across the board. It was a great draft, and we were talking about that a little bit after the game, but it's a new game. NIP need to not have IG in their minds, and EDG need to have Thunder Talk in their minds. It's NIP back on first pick. I mean, I think you could go towards like a Jarvan early rotation. Here is an option. It might be another jungler in this Vi, but there are things up into it. The Jarvan itself, you could take a Poppy, could be quite nice, but with the Cassiopeia down and out, looks like it's going to be a Vi first.
Yeah, and they left Orianna open, so that's going to be the pickup here for EDG. And we're going to see an Ezreal come through as well. So we got a lot of good jungle options as ball carriers. The aforementioned Jarvan is one of the best ones to do it. You know, the knock wave is out because EDG banned that, and I think wisely as well. So there are certainly a couple of other options that are a little bit lower on the tiers, I think. Could always try for a Wukong, but I think this is best. Rai is going to be the lock-in for NIP. It's a champion that cares. Put a lot of time and care into it, has generally done pretty well. They're going to need a better performance out of him here in Game 2.
I didn't even see that the Orianna had gotten through. I think this top 2 from EDG is really scary. Orianna is super good. And while is weak against the Vi, the Ezreal is kind of this pseudo counter where, yes, you do get hit by the ult, but you could Arcane Shift back into your team or over a wall and put the Vi in a really bad spot. I mean, Huya picks up his Na, which has his most games this season, 8 games played, 62% win rate, and is his #1 picked all time. So a ton of comfort for Huya right now in the top lane. I think it's a good thing after that first game. You know, you pick a carry and doesn't really end up working out a ton. But EDG, they have like the flavor of their comp, but they need the bread roll, if you know what I'm saying, or they need what the comp is going with.
We have the broth.
They need the jungle.
We have the broth. We need
like
some substance. Now,
need some noodles.
What I think, yes, exactly. I like the bans coming out from EDG here, going after some of these utility picks that would really work well with what NIP is lacking. One thing that I'm interested in seeing here after this ban of the Wukong is if we're going to see an Ambessa, and if we want to try and maybe flex it. I know she's seen some nerfs. She's a good ball carrier. Would be a really good option here with that Wukong taken off the table. But that, again, that Jarvan is still available.
Is this... I'm
this
not
would be weird.
Get baited.
This would be wild.
I'm not getting baited.
Listen,
Ambessa
have some
jungle,
whimsy. Have a little bit of whimsy.
Ambessa jungle saw some nerfs, and obviously the R change is pretty scary for Ambessa players. It's a lot easier to dodge, but she did get some buffs to her Q and some damage, so... definitely a possibility. I think this EDG comp is so good. The Jarvan will mean Corki most likely going to get picked up, but not really. It's probably Corki Nami, I would assume. Otherwise, there's not really anything left up. But again, Nami's not good into Jarvan. It's not good into Bard. EDG, in my opinion, it feels like they've cooked, again, really, really highly. This is a counter pick we've seen a few times. Not a ton. But with the Vayne banned, maybe we see this. Ooh.
Oh, boy. Oh, my God. Don't do it to him. Don't hit him with the rock wave. You know what? I don't even know what the hell we're going to get at this point, Jay Beto. It is going to be the Tristana. The Tristana that is likely going to go up to the top lane here for ZDZ. Big Tristana aficionado myself. There is so much pressure on Hoya this game. Not only to be able to survive in the lane, play relatively mistake-free, be acutely aware of where Xiao Hao is going to be, but also later on, because we're looking at Vi Ultimate, we're looking at Nami Tidal Wave, but what's the big thing that's really going to change a team fight? It's going to be these Gnar ultimates, and if he's not around to make these happen, if he can't get in there because he's too weak, if he mismanages his Gnar bar, you're not going to have good, consistent fights with him, and that's why I'm worried, Jay Beto, because Hoya, when he's been put in good positions, has been able to do well. Now he's got all this pressure on him.
Yep. I think for EDG's draft, pretty squishy. So if you're in a position where you're walking in late, it can be very hard. J4, the only even pseudo frontline in this comp, and even then, he can die very quickly. He's pretty slippery, but can die. However, I think that the lanes are really, really strong. Ezreal Bard is super strong, allows for roaming. It's a great Bard game. You've got Orianna Jarvan, which is super scary, and then you've got a crazy winning top matchup. I think Ryze is going to have to do a lot in terms of roaming. I think that if Huya, like you mentioned, can live through, but it's still a really tough lane.
No doubt about it, Jay Beto. We'll see if he's going to be able to survive it. Game 2 of this best of 5 series, where the winner moves on to the bracket stage. The loser will be in Group Nirvana for Split 3. Not Group Ascend. You saw how big that was for a team like NIP.
Yep. Really
went toe-to-toe with some of the best. One thing I want to talk about is this bottom lane, right? Because Jue, they swapped him in for Perukia. Mostly because Perukia plays a lot of engage, does a lot of roaming. Jue, bit more of a lane-focused support. He's going to have to balance it hard with the Bard here, but mostly because if you leave alone, the dives are possible with the Vi, with the Corki, with the Nami. We are inverted.
Yeah, great start.
Yeah, this
matchup is
exactly
very not fun. And this is Hoya with the Doran's Helm start, so that he has some protections to try to live through the Tristana in the level 1. And he's just getting completely walked down. Yeah, not a great start for Hoya. But it's okay, because we can get some jungle intervention. We can get some Ryze roaming up to the top lane, hopefully. That'll be a while before it happens. But as long as Hoya doesn't get solo killed super early, this might be a rune mistake or a HUD mistake. His barriers used. Nice stun from Shui. But Hoya has lethal tempo on Gnar. Now, I'm not sure if this is some sauce I haven't heard of, but I don't like the smell of the sauce.
Well, I don't like the smell of what's going on here because Xiao Hao is already moving up and he knows that ward is there. It's been pinged out, so he flag and drags over the wall. Guan is going to get invaded on here because his lanes are struggling. This is what happens when you play Vi sometimes. If your lanes are not strong in the early goings, you're going to have some problems. A little bit of ants in his pants. It's going to flag and drag over the wall. Not going to be able to secure the big Krug, but we'll be able to pick up some of the smaller ones here. And he'll just speed bump Guan off level 6. It's perfect.
Yep. There's potential here to make some moves onto Hoya. Or catch Guan back as he moves over. This very big bait.
They interrupted the flag and drag. They turn around on Guan. Guan flashes over the wall. It's a flash for Flash. He's an auto away. Secured first blood. CDZ jumps on top because he wanted the second kill. And now they'll come in a second time for Hoya. And they drop the Demacian standard on his head.
Oh, baby. It's happening. Group Nirvana rising up. This isn't just one game now. This is a second game where the top side of EDG is completely steamrolling. What a start, man. Xiao Hao is popping off in this series. Not only does he find the invaders, where he should be fine with the magical journey, but it also denies Guwon from being anywhere on the map. And I know that sounds silly, but it means that Leave and Jue can play as aggressive as they need to in the bot lane. Same thing in mid. I think this is just plain and simply disrespectful from Guwon. He thinks that jungler is going for the red buff, so he's going to sneak top. But that didn't happen. He didn't see where the jungler went, and Xiao Hao was right around the corner. Great bait. ZDZ over the wall. The bomb is there. Jump over because the bomb got the reset. Yes, both EDG topside members lose Flash, but first blood and second blood over to EDG.
What a beautiful start here from EDG. It looks like they're just they're just locked in right now. And, you know, something that we talked about in Game 1 was needing these winning lanes for NIP, why they were unable to get the job done. It's kind of the same thing that here in Game 2. We didn't really talk about it, but, you know, we did say that there's so much pressure on Hoya, but this is a lane where you're going to get pushed in. Early on, Sinyan is going to be able to push in Rise because that's how the matchup works. Later on, it comes back. But that's the most important part of the game for Guan Zvi, and we're just not able to really do much right now. Still in a full all-in here. Stun's going to go down, but the bomb is going to get used. Hoya, quite tanky, even with just the helm. You can see ZDZ doing a whole lot of damage because he went back and bought boots.
Yep. Very strong start from ZDZ. And we'll have the quest progression as well, just a little bit more. Eventually, when we get that, it'll start to skyrocket in XP. The exhaust is also really scary for NIP as the dragon's been started up. There's Xiaohao and Jueya around the corner. Tsunyan coming back through lane. And that will dissuade Guan from going for anything more. Bot lane priority means EDG kind of have free reign here.
EDG just coming in with a better game plan and doing a great job of disrupting NIP. Said if you disrupt them early, it's problematic. You disrupt that jungler, and you are going to have a much easier time against NIP. And it has happened here again in Game 2. Only about a 1,500 gold lead for the moment. But again, Jay Beto, we talked about this earlier, the consistency. Can EDG continue to build leads and not open the door for NIP?
Well, this would be the first neutral objective of the series so far if NIP get this dragon. And with Xiaohao going back towards the top side of the map, it looks like this will be a dragon over. So some silver linings there. Bot lane has been pretty stable, despite playing in isolation. The same could be said for mid lane. So again, for NIP, not a bad thing. I think that this lane in bot has the potential to be much worse. You know, Porky very, very much outranged by the Ezreal. And the Orianna can also find some, you know, winning lines, get some, you know, get a CS lead, take some good trades, but still scary for the top side. 800 gold lead for ZDZ, and this is not going to get any easier at all throughout the entire game. This is one of those really cringe matchups where you lose early, you lose mid, you lose late. Like, there's just never a winning position at all in the game until you get to team fights, and then obviously you can get Mega Gnar like you were talking about in draft. But NIP are going to have to find either angles to dive or gank ZDZ, which is really hard on Tristana, or angles back in the other side of the map. However, might not be the potential if this dive pays off again.
Hoya's going to have to get that Gnar bar up real quick. It's starting to tick up. It's into the yellow. Flag and Drag missed. That's very big for Hoya, as it means he will be able to pick up these minions relatively unscathed. A gank, I guess you could say foiled. Unsuccessful.
Yeah. Bit of an unforced error there from Xiaohao. Maybe he's thinking Hoya is going to path left instead of right. But still, pretty easy survive from Hoya. It is a 1k gold lead, so that's kind of all you can say. This is just a base on a ward.
Yep, and they're going to go right after him. Shockwave forces the flash out of Guan.
Okay.
Not a great spot for him. Meanwhile, we're back up in the top lane. More auto attacks raining down. ZDZ continues to take control of the matchup. He's got over 1,000 gold lead right now. He's got his cull in his back pocket too. He's ready for a big infusion of gold a little later.
Yep. Also has the Demolish, so not something we see too often these days, but in a side lane will be very scary. So I would like to see EDG prioritize these grubs, or on the other side, NIP try to take them away as Tunyan is TPing back to the mid lane. Looks like grubs will be going over to NIP, so despite the gold lead, so far it's been a neutral objective focus game for NIP, and that is good seeing how they missed out on all of them last game, but EDG around.
Alright, we have no shockwave here. Rooted up, interrupted the flag and drag, the assault and battery. Down goes both junglers here. Now it's a 3v3 with ZDZ trying to hop around Hoya. Very close to Mega, but he gets ulted away. They find Zhuo, he hops away. Nara into the wall, going after Sinyan and taking him out. 2v2 as they've traded blows back and forth. Zhui will be able to magical journey a Zhui. Comes the ultimate from the Rise, that Realm Warp. ZDZ flashing after Care, but gets locked up, hops away, and won't be able to survive. NIP getting the better end of the deal.
It's a nice try. And flash in.
Oh!
Traded to make it a 3 for 3. So, I mean, ZDZ could have W'd away. I assume it was coming back up off cooldown, or at least flash away and kept himself alive, but instead goes in, does enough damage to Care, so that Xiaohao can clean up the kill. But what a great, like, counter-engage from Guwon to stop the flag and drag from Xiaohao. ZDZ does a ton of work, but like you were saying, Hoya needs a big game, and he comes up big in this fight, so great interrupt on this punch. And it means that Darwin will fall down, trade one for one of the junglers. ZDZ is doing as much as he possibly can, but doesn't quite have enough damage to fully chew through everybody. And Hoya, just great ult here. The Realm Warp is nice onto ZDZ as well, manages to get the kill. As we get further through this replay, this is a very aggressive angle, and look, it just has W, so definitely could have gotten away, but it does obviously allow Xiaohao to come in with his own flash, his own ult, and make it a 3 for 3.
Yeah, I'm not sure if ZDZ really had to do that. As hold on, Zhui missed his ultimate, gets Tidal Wave, gets bubbled, auto attack away. Awesome can't close it out, and leaving Zhui will survive.
Yeah, I think that with the earlier play, maybe, I'm not sure if ZDZ had a shutdown, I don't think he did, but you did give over like quite a big bounty in terms of the kill. Like Care was even before, now it's 700. Nice attempt in the bot lane from both our junglers, but just covering. Xiaohao again with a big lead, 1k on this J4. Another jungler that doesn't scale exceptionally well. I'd say a bit better than Lee Sin in terms of the fighting is a little bit easier to execute on. But throughout this mid game, already has the boots complete up against Guwon, who doesn't. They've both got first items. The J4 fighting is really scary.
He's been running around the map, causing a lot of problems. He's got that agency on that Jarvan. He's able to make some plays. NIP looking to take the second dragon of the game. It looks like EDG aren't overly interested in fighting for it here. Still surprised me a little bit. Maybe, just maybe, we'll get some action here, but the gold lead still 1,600. Won't stay that way for now. NIP will go and pick up the second dragon of the game for themselves.
Well, it's Mountain Soul, not bad. Definitely one of the strongest souls. There was a possibility there where NIP can get Ocean Soul. I think it's not very good for them at all this game. Shui spotted on the ward. This is a really sick bait, because now there's no vision at all, and it looked like to... I feel like Leave is really
he
baiting
uses
this.
his ultimate because they're like, hey, he wants to back. See, and shift forward, surprised by Guwon, but guess what? Xiaohao's here, right on top as well. Tidal Wave goes through and hits too. They're going to try to turn on to Guwon. It looks like he might be able to escape Shui in hot pursuit with the Magical Journey. The Tempered Fate forces the flash out of Guwon, so the play doesn't exactly go the way that EDG wants, but they do get a flash.
Yep, not the cleanest engage from EDG, a little bit all over the place, but nice Nara into the wall.
Yeah, this is good damage by Hoya. He's getting that good damage in right now. Throwing a bunch of rocks at ZDZ.
I really hope that's not like a visual bug and he actually did go lethal tempo now, because that's hilarious. Makes the lane like, way harder. You don't have the sustain. But yeah, nice attempt in the bot lane. I really like the bait. Very smart. You can see EDG, in my opinion, much more willing to make these risky plays. They're going for, sacrificing Leave, or, the potential of sacrificing Leave to get a winning, potentially 2v2, or sorry, 2v3 or 3v3. They're willing to take these Grubs fights very aggressively, with ZDZ's jumping in and flashing in to get his W reset and get the kill as well.
Uh-oh. Right, you can't do that. There's a Trinity Force on the side of Awesome. Big damage coming through. Xiao Hao, though, wants to continue to push forward with the rest of the team. Now Zhuo, he took a left turn, and you hit the wrong exit, buddy. I'm a New Jersey driver. I know who that is. Gets into a bit of a crash there and goes down. Oya in Mega will be able to just walk toward Guan. We'll have to hop away. Cataclysm's there, knocks him against the wall, forces the flash out. There's nobody else is around. Shockwave is there. EDG just keep attacking and don't have an off button.
This is the most unexpected play-ins I've ever seen. What is happening? ZDZ has given Huya the hands. Xiao Hao looks like he's on a different dimension to the rest of NIP. He can see the future. He knows exactly where NIP are, and every choice he makes is completely perfect. Unbelievable jungle diff so far in this series.
Ninjas are quite sneaky, but Xiao Hao is well aware of all of their tricks. Unfortunately, they might have the footy pajamas on because they are slipping and sliding and things are going real poorly for them. Here in Game 2, a shocking turn of events here, Jay Beto. A team in NIP that has been so good in Split 2. Losing Game 1, we expected them to tighten up here for Game 2. They made a little bit more plays in the early game, but right now it's looking like much of the same. Rift Herald getting started up here by EDG. No contest for NIP. They must get this third dragon here in a minute and 30 seconds. If that dragon stacking breaks, they are in big trouble.
They are in big trouble. And they have a decent scaling. Nah scales pretty well in the side lane on his own, but not against a Tristana, he doesn't. Ryze has decent scaling. Kokinami scale pretty well too, but EDG are fine. They're happy to take you late. They have a Tristana, they have an Orianna, they have an Ezreal. You're not even saved by some, you know, either imaginary or even real scaling. Like, there's no cope here. You don't outscale enemy team. It's about team fighting. And even then, you're against a Cataclysm, you're against a Shockwave. This game does not get easier at all. So, even getting this next Drake, you're still in a very stressful position. And when we were talking about NIP, that's unfortunate on the control ward, but about NIP being on the edge, they feel like they're on the edge right now because they are, after this game, if it continues going this way, on the edge of being relegated the same way IG did, and this one feels, I don't know, almost worse. NIP, the hype behind this team, Realm Warp and
Here we go. All right, there's that Realm Warp. Teleport away means that Sinyan is going to live. ZDZ hops away, but will be locked down by NIP. Awesome. Gets his first kill of the game. The pings will go onto the dragon up in 10 seconds, and IP putting themselves in a good spot.
All right. Well, Herald used in mid by EDG seems to be willing to give over this dragon. So NIP at least will collect their soul point. Warrior over the wall. Leave forced a flash. Not the cleanest from Leave.
That Leave positioning that we know and love.
4K on this dragon. Looks like it will be over to NIP. Xiao Hao might try to get in here. Bomb plan's gone. This would be psycho, by the way. This steal.
Hold on. Kara just, you didn't see him. Ezreal coming through.
Oh my god!
Xiao Hao takes it away. Gets over the wall. Uses the Cataclysm. And now he's just got to find a lifeline, a way out to escape. Flag and drag away like a smooth criminal. Breaking the hearts of NIP with that third dragon steal.
Disgusting. Disgusting gameplay from Xiao Hao in a good way. I was watching the cooldown of his flag. The second it came up, he was out. I have no idea what is happening. The NIP collapse is in full force. They are always second to make plays. They're not together. It really feels like they have no agency in this series at all. One impactful pick onto ZDZ, and yes, maybe it gives you the Drake, but that's denied as well. Xiao Hao able to get over the wall. Care has a ward. I'm not sure if he had it up at the time, but probably could have just warded the bush.
Yeah, there's no ward on Xiao Hao. They have no idea where he's at right there.
No sweeper on the dragon.
That's just lackadaisical play.
Yeah,
they're just lazy.
It's just lazy. It's just lazy is what it is. No sweeper on the ward, so Xiao Hao knows exactly the So watch the timer here. The Cataclysm is great, but Guwon punches Xiao over the wall. 2, 1, flag comes up just as the punch, he gets the buffer off. Beautiful.
And now NIP are in a world of trouble. We said when that dragon came up, they really needed it. They did everything right to go and put themselves in a position to take that dragon. Lost focus at the end and lost it. And now there's no dragon stacking. Now a Baron looms in 50 seconds with a 4,000 gold lead for EDG. Now NIP are going to need something to really turn this game around soon.
Yep, 2 items getting completed for EDG. The gold lead is very real. ZDZ being able to pick up the Vori, Tsunyan with the Chovy special, and leave on that kind of spike that both of these AD carries, like to go towards, the Trinity Force, Mana Moon. Awesome's not far behind. It is mostly this top side that is the problem. I think with this build, Tsunyan spikes earlier than Care does. You'd want, full rower and the what kind of Seraphs? You need Seraphs. But that, decent little bit away as Baroness spawns and Gilmore will be spotted. But Xiaohao's finished 2 items. ZDZ's finished 2 items. This exhaust is doing so much work for either helping ZDZ get out, helping him chase down these solo kills. I'm worried for the next full 5-on-5 because we haven't really seen a team fight. It's just kind of been picks and small skirmishes. That dragon never really happened. ZDZ got picked off and then Xiaohao stole it. I'm worried that we get to this next fight and EDG just completely walk over NIP because they have so much more damage.
I think you're right. I think one of the other big problems is one of the better plays that NIP made in this game was that Realm Warp down to the bottom side. You don't really get to do that anymore because now you're centering your plays around the Rise because he's the member that's going to be split pushing, that is going to be the most vulnerable. And, now without the ability to Realm Warp in to make a play, it's a lot harder. You saw that a couple of moments ago. Guwon walks in. There's wards everywhere. They know exactly where he is. And it is so difficult to try to make side lane plays. And if you're not able to make these side lane plays, you're just going to continue to fall further and further behind. Jay Beto. Minute and 20 seconds of this next dragon is up. It could have been Soul for NIP. Instead, they'll look for their third. Awesome gonna walk up here and do a lot of members, do a lot of damage. Here comes Sinyan. Ultimate's coming through. Flag and drag to get out. Shuo is low. Guwon is disconnected from everybody. Immediately taken out. Hoya with a good ultimate, but the shockwave lands onto 2. Sinyan, Xiaohao. No, Xiaohao can't survive, but ZDZ rifling away. There's the Realm Warp. He knocks him out. He hops after him, flashes over the wall. ZDZ, like a man possessed, making crazy plays. Will finally go down to Hoya. It's Sinyan, it's Hoya, and Hoya finally has his day. NIP get the ace off the back of the NIP top laner.
What the hell is happening in this series, Yanni? It's 9 members dead. Hoya hits an insane ult, but Sunyan does the same, and Shockwaves too. Then ZDZ is dancing on everybody. It's a bit awkward at the start here because you'd want Sunyan orb to be linked up with this engage from Xiaohao, but it's just as short and Awesome gets over the wall. He just can't quite get the shockwave in, but EDG are in a great position to kite back. Guwon goes far too deep and dies completely by himself. But Hoya with the flash ult, but then look, the shockwave on the bottom side does enough damage to Awesome. ZDZ's around there as well. Sunyan can space. Amazing cancel here from ZDZ with the flash as well. Just dodges out.
Hang on, Shotgun Baron. Shotgun Baron's been started here in the picture-in-picture. Sorry to cut you off. It's down to half HP and getting lower. Multiple 80 carries for the side of EDG. Down to 3,000 HP. Gotta find a way in. There's the tidal wave. Guwon cannot secure it. They're gonna look for Xiaohao. But look, they found the target. ZDZ goes down. EDG has to run for the hills as Hoya is lumbering forward toward them. Leaf gonna shift away. They need to find a way in, but you gotta watch for that Ori ball. It's always bad news whenever you can get hit with the shockwave. NIP do not secure the dragon. Hoya too far, gets picked off himself. Ezreal coming through makes Guwon low, and that opens the door for EDG to rotate around to this dragon if they want it.
That's insane that EDG can be like positions flipped, and NIP are so scared of the shockwave coming out of any brush. that 5 versus 3, they have to leave and let EDG walk away with the Baron for free. They do lose EDG, so I guess technically not free. But now they'll deny the soul point yet again.
And Awesome's not here. He's top.
So this is a free second dragon. I mean, it's not in the risk of threatening your own soul just yet, but EDG maintain this gold lead, and they are so damn aggressive. You let up for a second, you've lost Baron.
Yeah, this was a really shrewd call from EDG. Take a look what's going on the side lane. Yeah, it's awesome. He is getting caught out. Again, having some problems with that here, especially. Not going to mean the end of the world because there's no objectives up, but still not great, Jay Beto, and it's been tough. Again, EDG making that great call. This is a team that, again, we mentioned it, has left the door open for their opponents at times when they had leads, and right now they are making sure it is slammed shut.
This is also with a rookie mid laner. Like, in the first series we saw Sinyan in, the worry was, okay, let's hold on, ZDZ. Gets slowed,
okay,
but should
AD carries are certainly in a precarious position. Gonna get caught out here. There's the tidal wave to interrupt the jump if it was coming out. Oh! He takes the magical journey, gets the heal. The stun's there, but Hoya is unleashed. Needs the, oh my goodness, he just couldn't quite get the boomerang, but the rocket from Awesome gets the job done, and NIP will claim their kill.
Oh my god, that was a... I feel like I need some, like, Wile E. Coyote, you know, some Looney Tunes music for that chase. That seems so goofy to me, but ZDZ makes him work for it. They do find him yet again in the side lane, a little bit too far forward, but yeah, in the first series we saw Sinyan, it was an Annie game, and then the cast didn't look great. They subbed him back out. This is an Annie game, but...
Hang on. Here's a flank TP coming in for Hoya. Look at his Narbar. It's getting real close. This is Hoya's moment. He's done it before. He needs to do it again. Over the wall he goes. He slams 2. There's Karen, but the shockwave lands onto a couple.
No
John
way.
keeps them all in the cage. And EDG are able to make the great escape.
They just can't. They just keep throwing everything they have at EDG, and it's just not enough. They don't have enough damage. EDG are too tanky. The shockwaves have been excellent this game so far from Sinyan. He's found multiple great ones. That was like a peeling shockwave that ended up being layered with the Tempered Fate. NIP, I'll give them this. This game, it feels like they are really trying, and it doesn't feel super desperate. It feels like we're more playing for proactive plays, looking for engages, these TP flanks, but still EDG feel like they're one step ahead.
I mean, Jue's Tempered Fate there was perfect. It was exactly what was needed. That's been the big thing about some of these ultimates. Those shockwaves that you were talking about by Sinyan, exactly what you need when you need it. That's what it's been. And it's a big reason why EDG are up nearly 5,000 gold right now. They've kept their consistency, and IP have certainly fought back in this game. But EDG are continuing to not allow NIP a foothold back in this game. That cliff below them on the edge is crumbling steadily.
And if you fall, everyone knows where you're landing. And it's not a very comfy spot. I mean, you could probably land on top of IG. They're probably still laying down there. That might be a fairly comfy landing, but definitely not comfortable for the mental states. NIP
and it's called Group Nirvana, right? And it's like so not it's comfortable peaceful for the mental state. That's the funniest thing in the world to me. Minute and 10 seconds until this Baron. Minute 20 till this Dragon. A lot of flashes down on the side of EDG specifically. Everybody but ZDZ.
Yep. 1 gold, massive lead for Care. I do think that the way back in for NIP is through their carries. Huya's been having a really great game, but he's down a lot of gold. The CC, the setup for Huya is great, and it has been good, but we need to see more from Care, more from Awesome. They're getting to the spot now in the game where they have a lot of damage. Still need a little bit more from Care. You know, having Actualizer would be nice to complete the Rise spike, but Corki's at a really good spot. Trinity Force, Mana Moon, Collector, has the tank boots as well to survive, you know, the double 80 carry that EDG have got going on. So I think for Guwon, you just need to ult the first target. Don't go for a massive dive. I think if you do that, no one can follow and you're probably going to die like we saw last fight. Ult the first target. You have enough damage to burst down. If ZDZ walks in here, this could be a Baron. Jue would be a good pick too. Not enough to fully start a Baron.
We go. They're going to go all in on him, down to half HP. Magical Journey of the Wolf, that's not enough. ZDZ over on the backside. Xiao got to get out of there. Care about half HP. But NIP have a man advantage. Drag it up now.
Would love to see Care take a base here, TP back in, but EDG actually threatening the Baron. They did find a pick onto Shui, but it's not enough to fully start threatening a Baron or an end of their own. EDG continuing with this bait forward. Huya walks in, he will get one shot, but still NIP don't falter.
Yeah, really smart move by Huya, Zhuo, and Awesome to just push that wave. No pressure. You don't need to be dragged into the Baron game here. So it's 3 dragons to 2. NIP somehow, some way have fought to a point where in 5 minutes they could get a Mountain Soul.
Yep. I mean, you can see just how much damage the backline from NIP do. I know it's only onto Shui. He doesn't have any real tank stats. He's got a couple of leftover change tank stats from his support items, but that's the same that's going to happen to Leave. That's the same that's going to happen to Sun Yan, right? You're going to do that much damage to everyone that isn't Xiaohao, basically, because of the GA, and even them probably do enough to get through him. If NIP can find a pick, there is enough damage to chew through basically everybody on EDG. For EDG, however, it comes down to some smart warding. Because you don't have that front line that you had last game, ZDZ can't make these mistakes. Jue can't make these mistakes. A pick like that, you know, it could give over Mountain Soul, it could give over Baron if it chains into another pick. So the warding needs to be pristine. And you can see EDG doing their work here, collecting this enhanced Scuttle Crab. That'll help sweep out this last remaining ward that EDG have. And ZDZ does have his upgraded TP, so can join the Baron at any point if EDG want to pull it.
I think EDG might want to do so. I don't think you want to get yourself into another scenario where you're jockeying for position over this dragon and vision that NIP is going to have. They're going to have to be a little bit more proactive in the vision game, or they're going to have to move a little bit better as a unit. One of the things that you mentioned very early on in the draft is the only pseudo-tanky member of this team is Jarvan. There is a lot of damage. We've seen Awesome chunk people out with Q autos to half HP. They are not tanky on the side of EDG. If they're walking in blind, it's a big deal.
Look at Awesome. He's just picked up the Infinity Edge. He's 1.1k up. Guwon has his GA as well. NIP, despite being, 4.5k down, are actually in a really, really strong spot. Yeah, EDG still have a ton of damage, but NIP have a lot of their own.
Yeah, a lot of the gold lead is in this top side and in the support role, and sure, that does make a big difference for ZDZ. I mean, Xiao and Guwon are on very similar items right now. Guwon just still has the brown bag boots, but ZDZ is really where you're seeing that difference, that he's not on his Infinity Edge yet. Once he gets there, this is a big spike for EDG. I think that's the next thing that we're kind of waiting for.
Yep, leave 4 items, so 80 carries, fairly strong, or sorry, I should say bot laners. But you're right, ZDZ getting the Infinity Edge would be a massive spike, and I assume he's fairly close. On the pickaxe, up 2,500 gold, I would imagine we're fairly close there. We've still got 2 minutes on this dragon, so how do NIP want to play this? They've got some good positions around the Baron, but they definitely don't do it fast enough to pull it in EDG's face. Maybe they favor their turn with the Nami ult with Guwon going in. I think if you wait for this soul, though, you are giving ZDZ an Infinity Edge, and that's pretty scary. It's up. It feels almost like a toss-up. What does NIP want? Do they want to start a force here when maybe their positions aren't as strong as they could be? Or do you want to wait until this soul and ZDZ will become much stronger? And Sun Yan's actually not that far off of Rabadon's either.
Yeah, and do you want Care to get his actualizer, right? We're still waiting on that. Hopefully it'll be done soon with this recall. It looks like that might be the case.
That would be big.
Well, ZDZ just went back, and he did just pick up that Infinity Edge. So I assume on Sun Yan's next recall, he's going to be able to get that Rabadon's. So those are those big spikes for EDG. I think it's just going to be this wave and good. A minute until that dragon's up.
Yep, Care has the actualizer that you just pointed out. Good call on that. So this dragon is massively important. Unless we see you know, NIP give it to EDG, which I think would be pretty surprising. NIP are in a great spot right now in terms of items. This fight will most likely decide the game because unless we get 9 dead again, it'll probably lead into Baron as well. GAs on both junglers, massive items completed on everybody. Would love the Rabadons for EDG, but not quite. TP in here from Huya.
And he's a mini Gnar right now. Everybody's got flash. Keep that in mind. NIP have to defend their top laner. Imprison down. Able to flag and drag over. One, just trying to find an angle in. Not able to find it. Ezreal is coming through. In the mid lanes, we're going to jockey over wave position here. Just waiting out that Hoya shield, but now he's getting close to Mega. Dragon now spawning. EDG, bit of an inside track. They found him! Flag drag, shockwave, Awesome's out of the fight. They turn around to Zhao. Look at the tempered fate. Leave is so low. He chases too deep. He's gonna go down. Care coming out. He flashes away. Xiaohao's in trouble. Hoya running amok. And EDG's gotta run for the hills. NIP get caught, but they smack EDG in the mouth and say this soul is ours.
There is no way that NIP get away without losing a single member. The snap engage from Xiaohao was massive with the Cataclysm Shockwave combo, but the damage was just not enough. Awesome lives on 1 HP. Care goes into Zhonya's and flashes away past an ability. Sunyan is so close to picking up Rabadons, has to go for the Zhonya's to complete an item instead, so now he's even further away from Zhonya's than he was before. What a massive fight. We take a look back here. It's so fast from Xiaohao. The ball isn't on him until he goes in. Look at that damage onto Awesome, the Cataclysm, but Awesome gets away. Care lives long enough, goes into the Zhonya's as well at the last. Great tempered fate here from Zhui, but just can't get it. Care
and Leave dives that backline.
And he dies. That felt like such an important fight for EDG, not just because of the Soul and the Baron, but because they were still dictating the pace. They were still the ones who were starting the engage, like we've seen them find so much success, but NIP are ready for them this time. I mean, no Zhonya's for Care, no flash on Awesome or Care, and no barrier on Awesome. So those tools that allowed NIP to live are no longer there, but you did just give over Mountain Soul and Baron.
It may have made all of the difference, Jay Beto. Now we're waiting around to see how much of an advantage is NIP going to get. Are they going to be able to leverage this Baron into a game victory, or are we going to go to an Elder Dragon? NIP hanging tough throughout the entire game. It looked so doomed for them, but Hoya got them to where they needed to be. Does it again in this fight. NIP hesitate to say in the driver's seat, but they are certainly wrestling for control of the vehicle.
And the concern if you go to Elder is, yes, it gives you another potential angle back into this game, but the flashes will probably be up by then, 3.5 minutes. I think they'll definitely be up for Care and Awesome. So you might be running into a situation where that same thing happens again. And Sunya needs Rabadons because Care has full Zhonya's. He has the Actualizer built. Awesome just finished the Hex Optic, so he has a ton of damage plus crit working on his last crit item. So nearly 100% crit. And Sunyan is probably ages away from this Rabadons. If that isn't completed in 3 minutes, NIP are so much stronger.
I mean, he had 2 needlessly large rods, wasn't able to complete it. And that ended up being the difference maker in that fight, Jay Beto. I mean, if he's got that Rabadons, Awesome does not survive. Leave does not see the bloodlust in his eyes. Certified Leave moment out of the EDG AD carry. You live and die by the Leave sometimes. This time around, it did not work out. NIP continuing the chokehold on this game as they are pressuring multiple lanes with this Baron. Awesome's damage really starting to come through and do numbers. Hoya working down this mid-tier 2 as well. He can see the gold. It's even. It's not really going to matter at this point in the game. But now NIP are going to have a very minuscule lead for the first time in the entire game.
Yep. Leaves finished his Shojin, which is important, but my eyes are just hovering over Sunyun's items. Can he get this Rabadons? Will he have it finished? Is there enough gold? We haven't even seen a second, like, rod picked up. Okay, there's second rod. So that's 1.1k away.
2 minutes.
If he has 0 gold in hand. 2 minutes to get that much gold. Oh, I mean,
it's impossible.
Even if we're -1 cannon, even if we're nice and we say Sunyun has 500 gold, it's still a lot of gold, like 600 that he has to pick up by that time in a minute and a half. It's a tough ask.
He's giving gold to Leaf, by the way.
What for?
I'm not sure, honestly, Jay Beto. I'm not sure. I really think you need that Rabadons. I mean, if I'm Sunyun, I'm going and I'm taking my jungler's wolves. I'm taking this wave. I'm immediately heading to wolves. I'm like, guys,
not getting it.
We are putting everything on pause. Let me get my magical hat, please.
Yeah, I want to be fashionable for this fight.
It is a pretty fashionable hat.
He's got a wand, you know.
Why don't they sell those?
He's got a staff.
Why don't they sell those at large events?
Rabadons? True.
Yeah.
I would love to increase my ability power by whatever, how much.
30% of 0 is still 0, Jay Beto.
I've got some ability power.
Yeah,
surely.
okay, buddy. Yeah, sure, okay.
Yeah, not a lot. And even if I had one, I'm not increasing it by a lot, am I? But I am really surprised to see everybody on EDG except Sunyun take these waves. There will be no Rabadons. It is 30 seconds. There is no possible way. Unless he was sitting on 1,000 gold and is ready to base and get it. It's not a possibility. I feel like this is a mistake. You're not that much stronger.
What?
Meanwhile, NIP are.
All summoners are up. 20 seconds until the Elder. We're going to do it one more time, Jay Beto. Hoya teleports in. He's got this big shield. He's going to hop in. He just wants to get some Narbar on him. And look at the damage he's putting through on his Xiao. That's that lethal tempo. Hoya is going to go mega here. Is looking for an angle to put the game away without any objective fight, it looks like. But he's going to run low, and he's also going to run out of that shield. We're going to flash onto Awesome. Shockwaves there. Awesome gets away once more. They blow up Xiao Hao, but he's in Guardian Angel. Hoya into mini form now. Xiao Hao ready for maybe another engage. Guwan got tagged into GA. Another Ezreal, but it doesn't land. Care exhausted. Golden. Now Guwan looking to protect his mid laner. The flag, no drag. Leave. Looking to continue poking away with these Ezreal Qs. We have a recall in ZDZ, but you know that teleport's going to be up for him to get back in. Care flashing forward. Big shield goes down to Leave. Teleport coming in. Guwan finds Shui. They find Ori, but Leave is front to back. Oh, they blew up the Tristana. NIP do it again. They beat EDG again.
All right. I mean, Care flashes in with some damage, and it's enough. NIP with Awesome and Guwan. I cannot believe Awesome lived again. Another, that one was like double, like triple digit HP, maybe even double digit HP that Awesome lived on. If there was a Rabadons for Sunyun, he would have had the kill. But instead, Awesome lives and ends the fight at full health. That's Mountain Soul, that's Elder, and it should be Baron too. So let's take a look back. Another EQ flash here with the shockwave damage. And Awesome lives on 350 health is what he lives on there with the heal from Zhuo. So triple digit HP is very, very low. And then we like wait here for a while. Care does them damage. We're kind of poking each other out. Guwon goes into the GA, comes back out. And then Care just flashes in and says, enough is enough. I don't want to have this stalemate 50-50 anymore. Leave just arcane shifted forwards. Maybe that's the play. That's the call. I go in. It doesn't even feel like Care does enough damage. But Guwon goes in, gets the punch off, ults Sunyun, and Awesome is so healthy. This TP is pretty tragic.
That was a game 1 Care teleport out of ZDZ. Listen, he thought that fight was going to be just fine. He thought there's no way NIP are going to engage. There's no way Guwon sees a line to go take out my support and get on my mid laner and then kill me. Well, that is exactly what happened. And now NIP with the second Baron, Eldered up as well, are sieging the base of EDG. It's been a 43-minute-and-a-half affair. It ain't quite over yet, but NIP, when they were down, they were not out, and they are looking to put the exclamation point on this game and finish this one off. Nexus turrets under siege, leave down to about half HP. First turret's gonna fall. EDG gotta do something. That Rapidon's is in Sinian's back pocket. He needs to find a way to do something here. They're gonna be able to hold for the moment.
Redemption will heal them up, but the Baron Wave
Okay,
is going.
we look for Care. Care gets blown up. Here's that tidal wave. Good Sonias by Sinyan. Nahoya with the Nexus exposed. Throws them all into the Nexus. Kills everyone on EDG using their own damn Nexus. Leave will not be able to hold the line, and NIP take game 2.
Now that was a goddamn game. Give me more. What a series so far. I mean, EDG looked incredibly strong in game 1, dominated NIP, and it looked to be that this game 2, Yanni, was going to go the same way, but NIP, their carries this game bid their time. They waited. And
Beautiful.
They have so much more late game damage than they did in the last game. And a couple of fights go EDG's way. NIP get the soul eventually off of some mistakes. And I'm thinking back to Jarvan going in and stealing that Drake to deny soul point. That was a long time ago.
We thought it was cooked.
Like 2 fights back to back. Soul and Elder, I believe, that were dictated by Orianna, by Sunya not having Rabadons. That was a massive portion of time where if that item was completed, the fights will look so different. It was maybe a 10-minute period where Sunyan didn't really get that much stronger. He finished the Zhonyas, but that's not that big of a spike. When you're going that long without finishing anything, and your opponents are finishing items, I can't even begin. Like, what if he did have it? The game could have been completely different. Either way, NIP tie up the series 1-1 in a massively exciting game 2.
Living on absolute slivers was awesome. And I mean, that is such a big difference because Sinyan, I thought he played the game pretty well. I mean, he was balling the right targets. He had these good shockwaves. Just unfortunate that he did not have his item when he needed it. And one other thing that ended up being a problem for EDG was this fighting later on, this disconnection that they had at times, right? Not being on the same page. It's a problem they had throughout the split. It reared its ugly head again here late in the game. But what did we say at the start, Jay Beto? Who did we say needed to be the star for NIP? Who had the weight of the world on his shoulders? It's your top laner, Hoya, who put in an MVP performance in this game.
Oh, yeah.
I will not hear any arguments otherwise.
Yep, ridiculous. That one ult where he TP's in behind. Sunyan hit a really nice shockwave to make it a 5-for-4 with ZDZ there as well. But Huya with the ult that starts it. And then the game's over, but Huya's still got a style on them with the ult into the fountain, nearly slams them against the Nexus. I mean, they did... You know, EDG did one-shot Care, so there is a potential worry, like, okay, that's a lot of our damage gone.
It was all the
Hoya
bait.
says, no worries. No worries, guys. I got it.
You got Elder Dragon, it doesn't matter. So Elder Dragon is strong in Riftbound, and it is strong in League of Legends, my friend. As NIP even up the series at 1 apiece in a game that, as we said, we left them for dead. But let's go back to what we said at the start of the game. This series, all about consistency. Can EDG get a lead and not leave the door open for NIP? They left it just a crack. That close right there, Jay Petto. That close. And NIP managed to break the door down.
That's my kind of gold graph. I like to see that.
It's the most LPL gold graph of all time. Absolute cinema.
I mean, I hope we don't get... okay. Awesome did play really well. I don't want to say I hope we don't get. Sometimes you do just get the 80 carry boom boom damage MVP vote. Huya did so much work. I don't want to see an MVP for Awesome. He did a ton of work. Gu on the same, but Huya carried so many of those mid-game fights to keep NIP in the game. I mean, kudos to EDG. The mid-game was great. They played super solidly, but they did run into the problem that I was talking about in draft. They don't have a front line. They have one way of engaging, it was a very one-note comp, right? I am going in. We don't need to show this, guys. Come on.
We thought it was over. We thought that was it.
I did think it was over. And the Cataclysm Shockwave combo.
And then he gets out, yeah.
Doesn't do enough. Multiple times.
Twice it did not do enough. Exactly what you want. If you were to tell me, if you were to tell any pro player, any coach, you're going to get off your Jarvan Ori Shockwave combo on the AD carry in the last 2 fights of the game, you're like, fantastic, we're up 2-0 in the series. And then you get told, nah, actually you lost those fights. You're breaking out the belt. You're like, who messed up these fights?
This was such a, like,
Chad
electric fight.
This was the turnaround. Right
Holy.
Here, that's when you knew Hoya's lethal tempo that you doubted was putting in work.
Apparently. I need to have someone stat check, like, how many lethal tempo Nas have won? Is this genuinely a thing? I guess it is, because it did a ton of work late game. I would expect you would need to get the fleet footwork for lane, but anyway, we're well past lane here. Awesome and Care both live here.
Beautiful
Hoya
flash
doing
from Care
so much work in the backline, zoning away the damage all by himself. And this is another one where Awesome goes down to sub 400 HP and lives. Guwon and Xiaohao both lose their GAs. I want to see this again. What is Care actually flashing for? Because it feels like he just completely misses everything. He doesn't even do any damage, but it inspires Guwon to go in.
Yeah, I mean,
okay,
so he wanted to combo
and dies.
He wanted to combo Sunyan, and only got him with the E.
Yeah, and I guess Awesome lobs in enough poke damage from the back to do enough chip damage that Guwon goes in, and it ends up working. A pretty poor TP from ZDZ at the end there, but this is scary pick onto Care, especially with this.
I mean, Hoya's 1v3 right here.
Ooh.
Now Guwon's getting in there, but after that was, as you mentioned, a great tempered fate. But I mean, this guy was feeling himself. He knew that he was going to be the guy to carry them over the finish line. Unfortunately, picking up his 4th death there, but it was a goo to death, as Mr. Baus would say. What a phenomenal game by NIP, hanging tough till the very end. A team that is scrappy, a team that is always willing to fight, and a team that never gives up. Has some inconsistent games at times. We've already seen it through the series, but managed to weather the storm of EDG to even up the series.
And we're talking, Annie, about NIP, potentially having a collapse through this series. It looked like that was the truth. They did get some neutral objectives, and that ended up mattering a massive amount. Good.
Ethical broadcast decision. Hoya,
but
doing the most.
After the soul deny, I was like, oh man, this is... And then NIP say, no, we're not out. So I feel both teams right now at similar positions, not only because they're literally 1-1, but EDG have had a really explosive start to this series with the Game 1 stomp, the good look in the early game of Game 2 with the top dive. But NIP brought themselves back from the brink. They were staring down match point there. Very likely, if the carries of NIP and Hoya don't put on a performance like they did. I still think the jungle diff has been massive this series in favor of EDG. The early games have been in favor of EDG. So NIP have their work cut out for them. This series is not over. But NIP put up a convincing argument for more games.
Tied it 1-1 in a best of 5. Jay Beto, we are legally obligated to say the thing as casters. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a series on our hands. We're going to go to break. When we return, Game 3 draft, NIP, EDG. You won't want to miss it. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast. As we're already in the draft, this is what happens when you don't play in the stadium. Things go rapid. We got high-octane gameplay, and we got high-octane downtime, apparently, Jay Beto. Already, We're seeing Nocturne getting banned by NIP. Bit of a surprise. This is a champion that EDG typically struggle with.
All right, let's see. The EDG want to take the Karma? No, the Varus is open too. So this could be a flex. We've obviously seen a bunch of Varus top recently. I expect the Karma pickup here from Zhuo. Pairings, Caitlyn Karma, Jhin Karma. There's still a ton you can play with it.
That's not something he typically plays, Jay, but we'll see if he ends
Varus Karma.
Yeah, it's a big deal. I think this is a really nice pick from EDG, not only because of that, but it also is a takeaway from Hoya.
All right, let's see what the answer is. You're going to have something in the top lane for the potential of this Varus going into
Surely
the top.
This is a Karma, right? Surely it's Jhin Karma.
I mean, what else do you have? Like, Bard's down. You could go and engage support, but then you're giving over the Karma. I mean, maybe the idea is we give over Karma, take a Leona, a Rel for ourselves, maybe a Nautilus to preempt for that, but then you walk into something like a Braum. Instead, it'll just be the jungler taking up this Wukong. It did get buffed on this patch.
Did, but that's a really good pick into Wukong most of the time, and Karma Mantra Shield can usually give you enough speed to get away. You pick up Shurelya's as well. It feels like it's already really difficult for NIP to try to play. I think EDG have consistently had the edge in a lot of these drafts. We'll see if it turns around here in Game 3, as that Nautilus you mentioned does get locked in.
So the problem with this is, yes, it's the option into enchanters that we've seen when you're not going a ranged support of your own. It's not good into Trundle. You can block his hook with the wall, you can block him, he's really awkward, and it's a target for Shahar to subjugate, steal the prots, very easy to pick off. EDG's comp is super nice. They have either probably the most pushing bot lane you could have with the things left open that isn't, Kate Lux or Caitlyn Karma. Like, Varus Karma is an extremely pushing bot lane if you want to take the Varus bot with the lethality build. Or you've got, like, what if we take Caitlyn? We take Caitlyn, maybe take, you would need some engage, so it would have to be like Galio mid or some real cook. So that's the only concern. If you take this Varus top and take a Caitlyn, you don't really have a way of engaging other than we just run at them. For NIP, however, you do have a ton of ways of engaging. The only way you win this game is by closing the gap.
NIP not convinced that Varus is going bot lane. They banned the Senna. We saw a Sylas ban, which meant that we could have seen an Ahri, but that got banned. And now looking through the picks, it's an Aurora into an immediate Victor Renekton response. So this Varus is going to the bottom side.
Yep.
And you don't have a whole lot of CC here. We're talking Renekton stun. We're talking Victor's Gravity Well. And we're talking Chains of Corruption and Karma the Tether. These are very conditional, but if they land, it does give great ability for this Renekton and this Trundle to play. Final pick for NIP, cycling through a couple of ones here. If you go with Meatball, you're just going to lose all those stats whenever you get ulted by the Trundle. And here's the Zehen that is fallen out of the meta a bit, but is now going to be picked up by Hoya.
Yep. I think the Yorick is the worst choice. I don't think it does too well into Renekton, personally. But for NIP, they've just kind of let EDG get what they wanted, and they say, okay, we're just going to run at you all game. We have so much dive, we have so much rush comp, identity with the Wukong, with the Zehen that actually can fight against the Renekton at timers and win. You've got the Aurora for backline access and burst, and this Jhin Nautilus for a ton of front-to-back potential as well. Not a ton of consistent damage from NIP. On EDG's side, they've got range. They've got pushing bot. They've got pushing mid. They have this Trundle that needs to get activated early. Use your strong bot lane, your strong mid push to invade with the Trundle and get a good lead off to start.
This is something that they have done consistently throughout the year. Just a matter of, can they go and do it again? Can you spring Zhao Hao free? to be able to make a large impact in this early game, to really throw Guwon off. You were able to do that in game 1. It's why you held such a big lead. Weren't able to convert on it. Don't change what was a winning formula for EDG. When they win the early game, typically they're in a good spot to be able to take the rest of the game away. It didn't work out in game 2, worked out in game 1, go back to it. Summoner's Rift, game 3, 1-1 apiece.
Pretty interesting start here from Leave as a little bit of poke. It will be the poke virus with Comet, but he's started with the Doran's bow, which is pretty interesting. With this HUD, we don't get to see the what's it called? Like the adaptive force or the attack speed, if he wants to take either of those. I assume it's just double adaptive force for some more damage. But has the bow for a little bit of early trading. You know, you want to apply that passive as well as you can before you have ult. I think for NIP, the game plan is survive. You need to survive this bot lane. Good hook. Again, you lose half your HP for it, and Shui takes nothing. So you're going to need to survive this bot lane, survive any potential mid lane shenanigans, but mostly you need to survive these Trundle invades. If he gets a massive lead, you have to pay the Trundle tax when he walks in, which is, he walks in, that camp is his now. If NIP can get to later on in the game where they're not super worried about the lanes specifically, I think their team fighting is really, really strong.
Level 2 hit by NIP first, but EDG respond pretty quickly in kind. Shwo walking up, looking for any angle that he can really find. Land the hook down onto Shui, but with that shield and the movement speed means that that Deadly Flourish will not be able to land. Guwon going to walk on the bottom side here, gets spotted on this ward, and look at Xiaohao immediately walking down into his own jungle to try to protect against this.
Yep, you can see Guwon going for the ward. In fact, Xiaohao looks like he might want to go across. That little delay is actually going to give Guwon the Gromp. Now run headfirst into an angry troll. He's scared. I guess there is a roam from bot, but this is a really good sign from NIP. Because of Guwon's early pathing, yes, it is on a ward, but it forces EDG's bot lane to play back when they should be playing up because it's Varus Karma. And then Xiaohao doesn't get to do anything in this game. He doesn't get to invade. He doesn't get to, you know, fight Wukong 1v1, which he would love to do. And he even gets invaded.
Standing there, not so menacingly. Not exactly what you were looking for. I want to go and highlight some of these top lane picks because we saw a bit of a different look here from both of these guys, to be honest, in this game. You know, we really think of what both of these guys have picked as like, oh, you know, a couple of stock standard, but this time they kind of break the mold from their usual pickups.
Oh. I think Shui might be dead off of that hook if that hit. Doesn't even flash, doesn't even heal for the movement speed, just genuinely sidesteps it. Nice schmoves. Xiaohao looking for a Raptors invade.
Guwon going to be there to snuff it out. He is level 4 to Xiaohao's level 3.
That is a bit scary.
It's not great. Bit of a weird start for Xiaohao. I mean, he's, you know, one camp down essentially now, and I mean, that was that where he just looked at Guwon was confusing and really out of character for him, to be honest.
To be fair, though, to NIP, they haven't been dove yet. In fact, they're even winning the early game in terms of jungle. That's something that hasn't happened this series so far. So, upward signs. Nice hook again, but Joy will lose half his HP for it.
I thought he was going to lose a little bit more, but Leave elected to hit awesome with the arrow as opposed to Shuo.
Yeah. I'm actually really... Okay, so maybe it's not the lethality build, because... No, but he has tier. I have no idea. Oh, you know what it is? No, wait, I actually don't know. I thought it was going to be an item. He's got tier, but he's also got a bow. So it's like tier is building into Mana Moon. The bow is building into some kind of on-hit attack item. So you know, normally you would go like a Ghost Blade. Opportunity's been removed, so you can't go that first. Maybe a Hubris, or I would not even hate to see like the Cyclo Sword. I think Varus can proc that pretty well once you get the enhanced ability, but the bow having some attack here, I'll have to see what he ends up building into.
Big lead here for the EDG bot lane as they get a good shove, crash that wave, take this dragon. A little bit behind the pace. Guan is more than happy with that. We're really waiting for him to hit level 6, get that Cyclone. That's where he's really going to start making plays. First dragon of the game going over to EDG. Next objective going to be these grubs in about 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yep.
Both of these top laners known split pushers, but I always worry about giving grubs over to a team with Trundle on it because he can immediately just shift gears and start splitting.
This is the quietest early game we've seen in this series so far, which is kind of crazy to say because we're 6 minutes in and there's already been a dragon taken. That was practically on spawn. I'm going to stop looking at Leave's items because I don't like where this is going.
Listen, he doesn't want to hit hard, but he wants to hit fast.
But he also wants a tier. So he's building both builds at once. Anyway, like I said, I'm going to stop looking for a while and maybe I'll check back in a little bit later and
maybe when you're a little bit more pleased, yeah.
Yeah, maybe we won't be. Maybe we'll look back in a while and be upset or confused. Sometimes, you look at pro builds and I'm like, I genuinely have no idea what's going on, and then it works. Like lethal tempo Gnar.
Listen, I will never doubt Hoya again. Catch me building or getting lethal tempo on Gnar. My next game that I play Gnar, I ain't playing Gnar for a while. I'm a dirty Varus top player. A minute until these grubs are up. Guan now level 6. Has a beat on Xiaohao for the moment in terms of level, but Xiaohao now just ticking 6, so that immediate window, not going to do too much of it. Just waiting for NIP to find a way into some of these skirmishes, get that Cyclone down, and use their superior damage to go and win a fight.
Yenny, you were saying before, let's go on. Go for a bit of a lane gank here, see if this pays off. But you were saying that you're a Jersey driver. Now, I've only been to New York and Brooklyn once. The driving was insane. It was... I can't even imagine doing that. Like, there's no real ridiculously stressful driving in Australia. I mean, Melbourne driving, if anyone's a knower, that sucks because they just have different, laws about turning in certain lanes. But other than that, you guys have, multi-lane highways all over the country. I can't even imagine doing that.
Oh, listen, man, it's not too bad at all. I mean, listen, New York driving never once intimidated me. New York parking really, really stinks. That's the part that I hate the most. ZDZ perhaps getting engaged on with Zhuo having a really nice roam here. Hoya looking to get his passive stacks all the way up, and he will. So even if he goes down, he'll be just fine. The Grim Deliverance, the knock-up with the Cyclone is there, and it's first blood going over to Hoya. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Awesome will flash away, and the arrow from Leave rings true.
All right, great cross map. I think ZDZ is saying to himself, why is Zhuo here? But ends up getting a kill in top, but because Zhuo goes top, that leaves Awesome way too vulnerable. So it's a 500 gold lead for Hoya plus these grubs, and a 500 gold lead for Leave plus the dragon earlier. So still very even game. He's a player who we've had a lot of conversations about on the broadcast in previous times. Is this a... It is.
Oh, this is a beauty. A beauty of a play onto Awesome. You might lose the grubs for it, but it's another arrow through the heart of Awesome.
Some Legolas aim right there. Shoots him from the far back. Kind of crazy that in that movie, imagine you're an orc, right? And there's an elf and a dwarf, and they're like killing your friends, and then they're counting for every kill. I don't know if you've seen. I hope you've seen Lord of the Rings, or this reference is gonna completely fall flat.
I'm gonna be honest. I did not enjoy Lord of the Rings.
What? Okay, hold on. I was gonna say you have homework if you haven't seen it. You didn't enjoy it. Pause the game right now. This is a.
I play like Magic the Gathering. Like I think high fantasy is pretty cool. Dude, I just didn't enjoy it. I know Rafa might be watching and he's like, oh no, Jay Veno made a Lord of the Rings reference. And Yanni's gonna have to out himself as somebody who doesn't enjoy Lord of the Rings.
Or like, what is it specifically?
I just didn't like the pacing. It was really slow. I was kind of bored through most of it, to be quite honest with you. I'm not a guy who needs, like, rah-rah action. I appreciate a good story like the one that EDG and NIP are telling right now, but I need a little bit.
Unfortunately, Annie, I do see you differently now.
Shame.
Maybe, you know what? Maybe based, because that's a crazy opinion to say in front of, like, thousands of people. So, you know, maybe I have more respect for you, but at the same time, it's like, ooh. Because I personally think that it's, like, the best trilogy of all time. Some of the best film ever made. Again, you're entitled to your opinion. It's wrong, but you are entitled to it.
These teams have played against each other twice before this match. Maybe this could be the new best trilogy of all time, Jay Beto. Remember, these guys were knotted up at 3 games apiece, 1-1 overall. Saw Zhao get spotted out on that savvy ward right at the lane by NIP, so they're well aware that he's down here, and they are just wasting this Trundle's time right now. The dragon is up, but NIP looking to move. Kara's going to have the first move. Sinyan going to spot him out. And Guan will make his way down. Maybe we'll see a 3v3 in a moment.
Yep. Remember NIP. Hold on.
They're just walking up to Awesome. Awesome's trying to put on his dancing shoes. The knockup's on the lead. He's reloading. Oh, it ends up being a 1-for-1. But guess what? Not for much longer because the turnaround's here for EDG. Care went back to lane. Guan knows his goose is cooked. And Shuo hooks the turret, but gets stunned. And Shui with the auto attack on the way out gets it done. EDG break this early game open.
Yep. Great roam from this rookie. And you can see the early game potential from a Trundle, but Sunyan being there is massive. I was going to say that NIP, you got to be careful because they're the ones with the engage potential. EDG, the way they start team fights is more or less, I run at you in a straight line, maybe Chains of Corruption as a TP, and actually, we're not done.
Hang on. Hoya's on his way in. Gonna get him off this dragon. 3,000 HP, and EDG have realized that they can't do it. They tried to get greedy when the turn was not theirs, and NIP will be able to get the second dragon of the game.
Taken down.
Maybe they did it. 75 gold for the dragon. Nice. We love that. All right.
That's like the personal gold, right? Is that everyone? Does everyone get 75, or is it just the killer?
It's just the killer for that one. We used
too much,
to give gold out on dragons.
Yeah.
In fact,
like
that's the only
better.
thing that dragon used to do.
So
it was really
Shiv
annoying.
Varus,
Okay.
which is the new on-hit build, if I'm not mistaken. But he's got Comet and Tier and movement speed boots, which tells me that I don't know what's going on. I hope this is an on-purpose cook. Like, we're going to go Shiv for wave clear for auto attacks through the early game, maybe, and then pivot into later on, like, you know, rested little lethality build, maybe even sell a Shiv later. That would be cool. If this is an accident, yeah, that's all I'm going to say about that. But
hey, listen, you shamed Hoya. You shamed Hoya in game 1, all right?
I did.
Leave is currently 3-1. You stop doubting. You stop doubting the LPL decisions that are made. Remember,
I mean,
crazy is our game.
Did fully carry that game, like with the lethal tempo alone. So maybe this Shiv is gonna do some massive work.
Oh, wait. Remember, Shiv grants on hit. You're just gonna tag everybody with your W. You're gonna just deal a little bit of increased damage to everybody in these team fights. Okay, I can see it. We'll see. We'll see how effective it actually is as the game goes on. Herald's up in about a minute, and that's where we could see our first bit of effectiveness out of the Shiv from Leave. Care really getting taken to school by Sinyan. There's the pillar. He'll hop over it, gets slowed up. We'll be able to survive without too much of an issue. Meanwhile, Hoya on the wrong side of the turret here, but ZDZ knows that's not the fight he wants to take, especially with Hoya having not only the Trinity Force, but the Bramble Vest on top.
I guess my concern is that sometimes in these early fights, you're only really getting off 1 or 2 abilities. You know, you're ulting someone, bursting them down. But I can definitely see the potential. See what Leave can do with this build. He is really far ahead, as all in top.
Hoya got stunned up. ZDZ's away from his turret, so Hoya's going to flash on him. Got that Dominus out. Hoya just trying to get his passive all the way stacked up. And the rest of EDG is here to spoil the party. The revive is there for Hoya, the Grim Deliverance for the buffer, but he's going to get rooted up by the Karma. And heck, even Xiaohao is here too. They said, we'll take our top objective, and we'll take the other top objective too. Herald going to be started up by them.
That's no fun, man. I was locked in for the 1v1. Oh, ZDZ, watch out, he's got ult, but oh, Hoya. Watch out, ZDZ's got ult, but then Hoya's got res, and oh my goodness, the flash, and then the entire EDG roster shows up. So, I don't know, I was really excited.
He used the item that brings his entire team upstairs.
He did. I hate that. I hate when my enemies build that in ranked. I can't seem to find it in my item store. No matter what I do, my teammates don't come to my lane. But EDG do. Give a kill over to Sinyan. Evens up the lane. They get the Herald in back pocket, so they break open the tier 1 in top for that, and they can use the Herald somewhere else. It is Infernal Soul, which is pretty scary, especially with the range that EDG have. It also helps with the burst of NIP. I mean, Infernal Soul is just a really fun soul. Everybody knows that.
Oh yeah. Everybody loves doing damage, Javid, though.
It do be fun. Is this all time?
I think this is the... I think it is. I think it is all time, to be honest, because I'm like, that's certainly not what we had lined up after. Are we counting these games? No, we're not counting these games. That has to be all time. Well, we're going after Leave here. He's able to sidestep, lands the Chains of Corruption over Guon. Not going to be too much more. We see NIP starting to get a little antsy. This is something that we've seen happen to them before, Jay Beto, and they're really starting to feel like they're reaching a little bit here. This is now the third straight game where at the 15, 16, 17-minute mark, they're down a decent amount of gold.
It's just asking questions as well. Most of the gold is on Leave. And by most, I mean literally all, because the Karma gold doesn't matter. Guwon and Huya pulling it back a little bit. So good to see the top side of NAP actually doing well this game, as opposed to the last two, where EDG have been on top. But yeah, NAP just asking questions, seeing if EDG have the answers. This time they do, you know, Leave respects and flashes. That'll be down. Very immobile, the Varus, but Dragon's up. Sharehouse sniffing out a bit of these wards, clearing them out. EDG have Prior in their lane, so they're around this Dragon first.
Turret gonna go down. Hoya managing to chop his way toward it. The Dragon will go over to EDG, 2-1. Not too bad so far. Again, you're just trying to build up to that Infernal Soul, and you've got a lot of scaling here. You know, that Victor is big scaling champions. And is about to have the scaling spoiled potentially, although Xiaohao is going to come through and they're going to try to turn this around onto Guon right now. Very low. The knockup is there to try to interrupt it, but he goes down regardless, and NIP can't find anything.
I gotta respect both top laners TPing in there, but yeah, it's still Trundle tax time. If he's there, he ults you, you die. Herald's used here. This will very easily break this tower. He's actually going to do the drive past early. Get a crash on this inner turret. And
knockup's there. They just want more. Yeah, EDG consistently trying to get more and squeeze more out of this play. Got the Dragon. Don't get more damage on this turret. And the gold lead that was 1.5k is now increased to 3,000. EDG really putting the foot on the gas.
This is an interesting TP here from Care. He's actually going sort of behind Leave. See if he can find an angle. Remember, Leave no flash, but Leave playing it pretty smart, positioning around his jungler so that he can get a base off. This is 3 games in a row where EDG have had winning early games. I know that mostly it was the top side in game 1 and game 2, mostly game 2. This time it's not, but it is Leave with this big lead, showing off why everyone fears this Varus, as Care takes a pretty decent chunk, but doesn't get hit by the Chains of Corruption, so won't die. I had flash as well, so that was a little closer. Probably ends up fine regardless, but yeah, the game's slowed down again. We had pretty interesting couple of fights, and then we're already 20 minutes into this game. 3 dragons, 2-7, a bit of a gold lead, but nothing really has broken the game open yet. This gold lead is big, but if Leave dies, which is very possible, because remember, there's a lot of catch, there's a lot of dive. Leave doesn't have Edge of Night yet, so he is very vulnerable, especially when his flash is down like now. So this gold lead could evaporate very quickly if Leave gets caught.
Remember, he does have a tendency to not be in the right place at the right time and get himself picked off. So we'll see if that comes into play here in Game 3. J-Beto, feels like the third time that I'm seeing a very similar score. EDG 7 kills, NIP 2, 3. At one point they had 4 in Game 2. But it's been relatively the same. EDG have been really in control of these early games, and NIP have consistently been on the back foot. And I don't really think they have the scaling in this particular game compared to EDG. They're going to try to make a catch play onto Xiaohao here. Teleports are coming through, but Kara doesn't really have the damage for right now. The shielding is there, and now we're going to look for the turnaround. Sinyan going to go in, but Guan's going to go after him, and now is split off from the rest of his team as Zhuo got caught out. It's a disaster play for NIP. They may have realized that they have nothing here in this third game, and EDG will start the Baron.
Kara's behind them. 3 alive. Maybe a potential to try to stop this Baron. There is enough damage from Awesome and Hoya, but this Baron feels already gone.
Awesome. Care. Hoya trying to get in, but Hoya's down to half HP. Xiaohao getting very low, but ZDZ just trying to attract some attention. Sinyan trying to just keep them at arm's length, and the Baron will be secured for EDG. A now 4,000 gold lead. J-Beto, this Game 3 is looking much like Game 1 did.
Yeah, I know that the Varus range is really hard to deal with, but if NIP feel like they're running out of time, I don't know if I agree with them. Wukong scales well, and will start doing better into Trundle as he becomes tankier, and has a much easier time closing the gap onto things like Victor and onto Varus Karma. If Care can approach from a smart angle, he'll do a ton of damage and one-shot the backline. Awesome's got range. Zhuo's got a bunch of catch potential. I think this NIP team comp is fine to play for dragons and get items, but instead, NIP feel like they need to look for an aggressive play, and the instant TP from Sinyan, who's had a pretty decent series despite this being his 2nd ever LPL game. What is this? This is his 5th ever individual game in the LPL, so he's playing really well despite all that. And NIP, on that chase, after Guwon's used his tools, used his ult, they kind of just fall apart. This is Infernal Soul Point going over to EDG. There can't possibly be a contest. You can't walk in to a comp like this. So NIP, now you are running out of time. You've given Baron over. You've given Infernal Soul over. The gold lead's grown to 4.5k now. I feel like we're back at Game 1.
This is all EDG do with the Baron. Not all hope is lost. Problem is they got 1 minute and 20 seconds left in a big wave forming down on this bottom side with multiple members coming in to make sure that this turret is secured. So EDG playing the map quite well at this point of the game. J-Beto, nearly 5,000 gold, and it's time for Trundle to start whacking away at those turrets. Awesome is going to root them up, but they just don't have any follow-up for the moment here. Nothing NIP can really do to stop the onslaught of EDG. Cares on a side lane, desperately trying to get some gold into himself. He's just doesn't have any damage in his build right now, and with all the armor that's being built over on the side of EDG, he's got to be the guy to do the damage.
And 1,000 of this gold lead is on a Karma, and having items on Karma early is nice, getting these early spikes, but that gold lead doesn't really mean anything. It's a 2,000 gold lead on Leave, and close to 1,000 on Xiaohao. And that's decent. But there will be a time where we get to a similar position as last game. There isn't as much damage for NIP, but there's enough. Jin, as he scales, gets an absurd amount of AD and can do ridiculous damage. Care can do the same level of output, does have the Shadow Flame now. And Guwon, again, has a great matchup into champions like Victor Varus, because you can catch them so easily, you can gap close so easily. I feel like there's a world in which, because Varus doesn't have Edge of Night, and there's not a ton to protect him, if Leave dies, as Guwon might be doing right now, should have Trickster Spirit, get over the wall. Or the Warrior Trickster, I can't even remember what the name is. Something, he's tricky. But I think if Leave dies, EDG are still in a really uncomfortable position.
See, here's where we differ, Jay Beto. I don't think so. I think that EDG have plenty of damage elsewhere, plenty of utility coming out of the Karma to be able to deal with that sort of thing. Maybe right now, if it happened, it's not great because Sinyan just on these 2 burn items, so you're looking to get just a lot of rotations in. But once he picks up his 3rd item is where you're going to be like, okay, it doesn't matter that our Varus is dead. Our Victor is just going to be able to take over a fight because EDG can just buy so much space for him.
Well, we'll have to see how these team fights go. It's going to come down to execution, right? If Leaf does die, if Sinyan dies, then we're in a really uncomfortable position for EDG. But if this backline can stay alive, if the frontline can continue moving forward, providing space, it's going to be really hard for NIP to play their fights out. There is still that gold lead, and there is still the threat of this Infernal Soul. If that ends up going over to EDG, NIP's chances in this game become much, much slimmer. One of, if not the strongest souls. I would say definitely the most impactful team fighting soul in terms of raw output, just because it makes you do more damage, especially the individual Infernal Drakes giving you the % damage increase, the % ADAP. So very impactful on champions such as Victor and Varus. But there is this time, we have a minute until Baron, we have a minute and a half until this soul. Awesome would love to finish this Infinity Edge. 3 items on Jin would be lovely. I assume he's, what is it? It's like 1,300, maybe more, after BF Sword. So he's got quite a bit of gold to pick up. But like last game for Tsunyan, Awesome needs this spike. It would be massive for the team fights and for this game.
Jay Beto, I regret to inform you, I think it's more like 2250 with only a BF Sword. Because you gotta build the pickaxe and you gotta build a crit cloak. So we'll see if he's got that much in the inventory. It's certainly possible, especially with the fact that he's got 300 CS right now.
Can I get a discount?
You might just pick up the regular components. You can get cash back, but you can't get a discount. He's not going to be able to finish that off.
This is 625.
He is,
yes,
just a little bit of gold away. Now, will NIP properly play around this and say, hey, give me everything. Give everything into your AD carry, and you hope that EDG does not start the dragon. The problem is, I think you're priced in.
That's my wave. I think he absolutely could have given that over, but says, no, it's mine. There's not enough time either way to get one wave in base. Unless Awesome has it right now, and even then, the Infernal Soul is spawning. Care is disconnected.
Okay, they're going to go all in on CDZ here, but he's going to get a stun off on Awesome. That Redemption did a lot of damage. Here comes Guwon with a bit of a flank. They find ZDZ. Hoya stunned up. Also going to get rooted, and his passive fell off.
Wow.
Leave recognized it and takes him out.
Yep. Great patience from Leave. Top lane, 1-for-1.
Round 2. Care wants to go in. Goes to the other side. Back and forth. Flashes away. Still alive, but look at the side and Xiao Hao. Sinyan makes Care die. Awesome can only run and gets chopped as Xiao Hao takes a bite out of crime. EDG get the ace, and they are divided on what they want to do here. And it looks like they will take the soul and call it a day.
Yeah, it's the 1-for-1 and then a poor execution from Care. Didn't hit any of his abilities. Awesome just doesn't do enough damage at this point in the game. They can't touch Leave. And Xiao Hao is just running everybody down. Now has a 2,000 gold lead for himself. That wasn't there before, but it is now. What else is here is this Infernal Soul and most likely Baron. And there was a massive gold lead and the Soul and the Baron last game, but I don't think there's enough damage to really get through EDG this game for an IP. CDZ does a decent amount of work. Really smart patience from Hoya. From Leave to kill Hoya here. But Guwon uses the Cyclone way too early. Doesn't hit anybody. That's worn off now. And instead of maybe playing this slow, kiting back, letting his support base, Care goes in, misses his E here, then hits the wall, then hits the, not the best execution from Care, leaving Sunyan untouched. Guwon gets chased out by Xiao Hao. Really well played from EDG. They don't let anything NIP does catch them off guard. And this is going to be 10,000 gold very quickly. The Infernal Soul, which is much stronger, plus this Baron. I think this game is pretty much over.
Just no damage on the side of NIP. Care and Awesome just don't have anything in the tank. Guon unable to get ahead. Hoya had that one play up top that it looked like he was going to be able to get a kill, and they just get shut down by EDG working as a unit. EDG have played better as a team this entire series so far. We're going to go in on Sinyan. There's that Cyclone, second one coming through. They're able to pick him off with a big shutdown. They're going to look for ZDZ. ZDZ slicing and dicing. Able to get out the back door, but now there's Liu Xiaohao and Shui. There's that Grim Deliverance as Hoya's continuing to frontline. He got that passive off. Kara desperately trying to catch up. Fourth shot hits Jue, gets him very low, but the turnaround is here. Hoya flashes forward, gets the kill. They found the knockup. Hang on, wait just a minute, Wait. NIP fight back from way back in their base, and they get an ace.
What? Is there enough time to end? Look at the wave in bot side. I don't think there is, but still, let's get to alleviate all 10,000 of the gold lead in one fight. They have Baron, Infernal Soul, and a 10,000 gold lead. And NIP are able to find a catch onto Sunyan, and the fight is beautiful. There's definitely not enough time to end the game, but the gold lead is completely gone. A great ult from Zhuo. Guon's around the corner, and this time the Cyclone goes to perfect use. Sunyan dies instantly. That's a 1k shutdown. And I'm thinking here, surely there's not enough damage that NIP can get through. Surely EDG have enough damage, but it's actually not hitting. Leave is not hitting anybody. Xiaohao is not hitting anybody. This time the res goes off. This fourth shot, one shot Shui from half HP. And Hoya with the beautiful flash pull past Xiaohao. What a turnaround! Again, I had just finished saying I didn't think it was possible.
I just finished saying that EDG's been the better team in all these games, and I honestly think that's still true, but NIP, as we said in Game 2, have plenty of fight left in them. Now all of a sudden we got a game on our hands once again here, Jay Beto. That gold has been evened up. Guess what? Kares finished his Rabadons. He does have damage now. Zhuo is forced to flash away. Awesome. Now at 100% crit, he's going to start dealing some serious damage. Now you have to really be careful. Again, consistency is the key. Can you get your leads, and can you keep them? EDG's been able to get them, but so far they have shown, not only in Game 2, but out here in Game 3, that they have struggled to keep them.
That's a great gold lead. We've seen 2 of these now. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this Varus build. I understand the Shiv, but the Shojin, not typically what he's building. I would really love into a comp like this, the Edge of Night. I think it's really good. There are catch tools, but not too many. But this is turning into another Hoya MVP performance. If NIP walk away with this series, I know that's a far away right now, but he would absolutely be getting player of the series from me. A 3,000 individual gold lead. He's got 4 completed items, plus this Bramble Vest. EDG do still have Infernal Soul, which is a large portion. So this is Gathering Storm, is why they're showing this. It's double adaptive force, which is normally what you go on Jhin anyway. But it's Gathering Storm Jhin, which is pretty normal, meaning that the longer this game goes, the more AD Awesome is going to get. And Jins normally have a ton of AD anyway, but with Gathering Storm, if the game goes 40 or 50 minutes, he's going to have a ton. Elder in 1 minute though, and Summoner spells all around except for Hoya's are available. Guon has the GA massive pickup before this fight.
Remember, Jay Beto, the winner not only goes into the bracket stage, but locks Group Ascend for Split 3. The loser will go down to Group Nirvana. And with the way that these games have been so back and forth and a lot of inconsistency, you really need to win Game 2 here. Guon's been caught. Knockups are there. Hang on, the turnaround, Shuo goes down.
Oh!
Guwan's in GA, and they're so healthy on the side of EDG. Guwan flashes away, but he goes down. EDG may have just stamped their mark here on game 3. Care being chased down, goes between worlds, able to escape for the moment, but Xiaohao knows he's sniffing him out. He knows he's around here somewhere. Care able to sneak out the back door, but that's neither here nor there, because it's a 5v3, Jay Beto. This Elder's up in 10 seconds, but I think EDG are trying to end the game.
Yep. Awesome has flash barrier and ult, so might be able to do something, but Can needs to get back quick. He has done so. Xiaohao can't believe he didn't die there. One wave to play on, the wave's dead. This second wave here coming in, but the respawn timers are low enough that EDG feel dissuaded from this. Now, Elder is up, yes, but it's 15 seconds on the Baron. Guwan is about the same amount of time, and IP need to be careful as they walk in, but they can't give over this Elder.
Big damage from Leave. Putting himself in a spot to do more poke, but also putting himself in a spot to potentially be caught out. Elder then started up, about 10k HP, steadily dropping. Guwan leaving the base. Hoya's gonna slide over the wall. 6,000, 5,000, 4,000, 3,000, lower and lower it goes. Grim Deliverance lands. It's secured by EDG. Hoya trying to get his passive, but he's blasted away by the Dragon's Breath. Awesome is being run at by Xiaohao and company. Guwan with the turnaround, but he watches his 80 carry fall as Guwan will fall all the same. Care trying to run for the hills. A triple kill for Leave as he's ready to leave game 3 with the second win for EDG under his belt. Care getting run down the invisible pillar. The bird is enough.
And EDG will move in another convincing fashion, albeit some slip-ups, to series point, to ascend point, and to playoffs point on the back of Leave and Xiaohao once again.
These games have been insane, Jay Beto. It's a 2-1 lead for EDG. Everybody thought NIP was going to come in and clean it up. I picked NIP to win. Internally, when we were doing our story meetings, we had some conversations on what we thought. I did say that this would be the second closest match in the play-ins. I did not think it was going to go 5. I did not think that by game 4, EDG would have a 2-1 lead, but here we are.
I mean, I said on the podcast that this was like the second easiest. This is
I heard.
NIP are going to 3-0.
I was listening while I was at work today.
And obviously not. I will say, like I said earlier, I have gotten all my predictions wrong so far. And this would be the third one incorrect if... I'm not counting series score, but this would be the third one wrong. So a really good start to my predictions of the LPL. But a great game from EDG. The stumble around that siege, not pretty.
Happened again.
But other than that, pretty clean game. Xiaohao on this Trundle looked great. Leave looked unstoppable. I was concerned about the build. And I think that there is a possibility that you get caught over and over again, being immobile, having no flash down at times. But EDG protected Leave, and he never died.
Yeah, I think he died maybe once this game. He positioned generally pretty well. I had a lot of good poke. Thought he played a great game. Jay Beto, do you think it's player of the game worthy?
Oh, it's a tough one.
I agree.
I think there's, like, my arguments for Leave would be his positioning. Played really well. Like, we've seen this player over-aggressive at times. And I don't think that happened this game. My arguments for Jungle are that after the early skirmishing where, you know, that level 1 where Xiaohao was behind, he ended up pulling it all the way back. Great cross-mapping, dictating the pace, some great pillars. I think it's a leave for me, though. I don't think that the Trundle was impactful enough to warrant... I think the cook with the build was nice, even though I was a bit confused. Positioning was great. Got caught out around, you know, where the entire team got caught around, but the rest of Leave's gameplay was great. It's always good to be reminded why Varus is permanently banned.
It's always good to see Varus do good things coming out of the bottom lane, too. Again, this is, you know, a pick that we've often seen in the top lane. As it turns out, Varus Karma pretty good. Again, we had a lot of questions about the draft. Just felt like EDG has continued to have better drafts than NIP. Again, they've been getting these early leads, but again, they haven't been able to hold them, right? We've seen it in game 1, you've seen it in game 2, and you saw it in game 3 right here, Jay Beto. This series is certainly not over yet. Sometimes in a 2-1, you're like, you kind of know what's going to happen. But not with this series. It could legitimately go either way. But NIP are going to have to get their butts in gear real soon. You can't have another lifeless early game like that, especially for a team that comes in with such good plans most of the time and such a good early proactive strategy. And it feels like they're just kind of hampering themselves and playing a style that is not really theirs.
Yeah, there's also still maintained a very big jungle gap. It's not even really remotely close. Xiaohao is kind of just playing on Guwon. Again, the damage doesn't really show that, but that's a jungler's life in pro play. But yeah, Guwon just shut out of every game. He can't do anything. Had one good ult again, where NIP found their one fight win, and you can see it in the gold graph right there. But at the end of the day, that ended up just being a blip in the radar of EDG's win here. I think Sunyan is putting on a statement series. Not in terms
100%.
of carry, like I'm the best player in the world right now, but as a rookie who we were questioning, why is he here still? You know, is this the right player? The answer right now has been absolutely yes. There is a big difference in impact in the mid lane as well, and I think that Xiaohao is a part of that in giving Sunyan leads and allowing him to fight really well, but Sunyan's been playing lane really well, been playing fights really well. EDG look hot.
Yeah, they are so good right now. And, you know, everybody's just playing really well, right? We normally have things to say about, you know, Leave's positioning, right? We normally have things to say about ZDZ not really making an impact, and though we haven't had to say any of those things. I think that EDG as a team have played really well today, and if they do end up winning the series, it's going to be damn well deserved, Jay Beto. I mean, this was a team that like we just said, we did not think, most of us at least, that we're going to go through, and they are one game away from doing it against an NIP team that has taken series off of every single one of the top 4 teams in Group Ascent. BLG lost 2 series in the entirety of Split 2, and one of them was the NIP, and NIP, that cliff crumbling more and more, smaller and smaller, and they are about to fall, and they don't have anything to save them.
Yeah, no room for mistakes from now on. I mean, giving over the Varus and the Karma was definitely a choice. And, I mean, that if you're in a position where you cannot play the Karma and you're forced into Nautilus, who didn't look good this game, you need to be banning the Karma. You can't be giving it over. It's not an option. The lane is too unplayable, especially with a Trundle when you're just buffing him. I was a bit surprised that NIP decided to completely, like, I mean, the game is over, but they didn't wait. It was go over the wall, let's fight now. I get it, there's nothing you can do. I was expecting maybe to wait for Guwon to take a fight in a brush, maybe. Either way, EDG looking really good. If NIP have anything up their sleeve, now's the time to bring it out, because you're looking through the tunnel and you can see the words Nirvana, and IG is slumped on the side right next to the door. This would be a very crazy spree of upsets. It would be 2 in a row of Group Ascend teams getting demoted after a split that NIP had a decent split. This was not a team that anyone is saying looks like they need to be in Group Nirvana. The only team who that was being said about made it in so far.
Yeah, man, a really crazy turn of events that happened there. And again, we said it at the top of the broadcast, perhaps Thunder Talk winning over IG maybe inspired the troops of Group Nirvana, right? Maybe they're just like, hey, if Thunder Talk can 3-0 IG, I mean, we can win 3 games against NIP. Leave getting the job done here.
Yep.
A huge game for him. He has only ever been on 2 organizations ever, NIP and EDG. took it to his former team here in Game 3 and has put his current team on match point.
32% damage percent, not bad.
Not bad at all.
Really well played. I feel like the bot lane from EDG has been pretty solid so far throughout this series. Yeah, NIP need to find something. Whether it's leave open some of the things you've been banning, take their first pick, get a solid pick, or play something really experimental. Take like red side draft, take counter pick. Like let EDG walk into a trap that you've set up, get some good counter picks. I think it has to be with Hoya. I think Hoya has to pick up the slack where his team is dropping. And in that game too, it felt like he did a lot of that. His best champion being Nah and Renekton, like the two most played, now being gone. Not that comforting of an idea, but that's the life of a best of 5. NIP scraping the barrel here. They need to do something.
The Scion is gone, the Jace is gone, the Varus is gone. Very quickly, Hoya is running out of good picks to be able to help his team. The engine of NIP has completely seized in this series. Awesome and Zhuo are the ones who get it going early that allow Guan to do these things, to run amok around the map, but that has not happened. Awesome and Zhuo have not been winning the lane. They have been struggling. There's a big reason why NIP is in the spot they are in, J-Better. They, as you said, have to figure something out. They're going to go back to the drawing board while we take a break. Could be the final game of the first series of the day. EDG, 1 win away from Group Ascend in the play-ins. We'll see if NIP can force Game 5. Game 4 draft coming at you after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast here on the LPL English Twitch and YouTube channels as EDG, a surprising 2-1 lead over NIP. In every game, EDG has been ahead. This could have very well been a 3-0, Jay Beto, but back and forth we've gone in Game 2 and Game 3. NIP's last chance. They need to force Game 5 or you're getting sent down to Nirvana after you just worked through Perseverance, got to Ascend, had by all accounts really good split. This would be an incredible upset. I mean, would you say this would be the biggest upset because of the way NIP has looked? I know that we got Weibo and LGD a little bit later, and we think that EDG, bit of a better team than LGD, but would you consider this the biggest upset if EDG get it done?
Well, I think it depends on the fashion. If Game 3 looks like the rest, yes. But even if it goes EDG's way and the next two games are more like Game 2, I think the ThunderTalks 3-0 is probably more impressive. Like, what is even, like...
The 3-0 is far more impressive. Yeah, nobody predicted them to win, but... Oh no, I think NIP has been a much better team than IG, and I think ThunderTalk are a little bit better than people gave them credit for. Certainly wasn't expecting the 3-0, but that's neither here nor there, Jay Beto. Game 4, Fearless, losing a lot of champion picks, and we're already seeing a lot of junglers taken out of the pool.
Yep, NIP on the first pick, so hoping to get a selection for themselves. I mean, Nefiri was banned by EDG... NIP last game, so maybe this is a Guwon Nefiri first pick slammer. See what NIP, what kind of direction they want to go, whether it's a jungle, could be, you know, Caitlyn for some lane priority, or if you want to go some scaling, there's that option too, but it is looking like a Guwon Nefiri slammer.
Do it. This guy has been so good on this champion. Backs against the wall. You need to force Game 5, put Guwon on Nefiri, and let the rest be what it be, Jay Beto.
All right, well, this is a bit of a statement from Guwon. I think Xiaohao's been really giving him the hands this series.
Absolutely.
Kind of walking all over Guwon. So for Guwon to first pick this Nefiri on, you know, B1 technically. Rumble's been let through, of course. So ZDZ will swipe that up for himself. Do you want to go a jungle answer? Do you want to go a mid laner here? Looks like, at least from the hovering, it's going to be carry jungle versus carry jungle. Instead, it's the Pantheon to roam up to this Rumble. Could just be Caitlyn Lux. Could just be Caitlyn Nico. Yeah. Lock in a really strong bot lane.
Remember what happened the last time Guwon's Nefiri took on a Pantheon? It was Monkey, and he put him in the dirt. He left this man homeless, nowhere to go, and the global strategy of Team WE had fallen apart. So NIP, as you mentioned, going to go with that strong bot lane. This is something that they sorely needed because they have been getting that work from Leave and Jue. For as much as Xiaohao has done to Guwon, Leave and Jue have done about the same to Awesome and Zhuo. And if they can't win with this lane, I don't know if they're going to win with any of them. Cassante ban coming through, not only good into Rumble, but that leaves out some of the major Hoya picks. Nar's gone, Renekton's gone, Rumble's gone, Sion's gone, Jace is gone, Cassante, the Varus. What do you have? We need Hoya to really dig even deeper than he already has with his champion picks in the split. And if things go well for NIP, he might have to do it again.
Camille support ban here, actually, from NIP. So this is a really precarious situation EDG are in. If Ziggs goes bot, and you pick a engage support or even a range to live through this bot lane, what are you picking mid? Because no Tristana. There's no Yone that's been banned. What else AD do we have in mid? Are we going back and playing Corki in mid? If it's Ziggs in mid, what are we picking into this bot lane duo that lives? There's no Ashe, there's no Jhin, there's no Ezreal, there's no Varus. You're, in my opinion, in a really big corner here. Maokai support might be the option here, unless it's Pantheon support with the Ziggs and a Maokai jungle angle. But then still, what are we picking in mid? Looks like it might be this engage, support Leona.
This makes
Gonna
sense.
save mid for last pick, counter pick, so we can at least see the matchup. But now the question is it a Galio? I think this is a great Galio game, if Huya can play the Galio. So that would make sense. Anivia is an answer into Rumble, but his Anivia this split so far has been not super successful. Might just end up having to be the Ornn, so we need a ton of magic damage coming from Care in this mid lane.
Do we? We have plenty of magic damage elsewhere. You've got the Ziggs, you've got the Rumble. Oh, I'm sorry. Said Care. I misheard you. I thought you said Sinian for some reason. Listen, it is early where I'm at, and I had a full work day today. We have Taliyah being hovered out here, and it is going to be locked in. So we've got some semi-global here coming out for Care. If you front to back, it should be pretty okay. Wait a minute. Is this Vayne bot lane?
Mid. And it's
this was surely it would have to be, right? There's no way you're putting Vayne bot lane into a Kate Lux. That is just asinine, right?
Yeah, you'd lose the game. That's not possible. It has to be Vayne into Ornn, Rumble into mid against the Taliyah. Oh baby, EDG. I said NIP needed to have something up their sleeve. They do bring out the Caitlyn Lux that we've been seeing come back and the Nefiri, but EDG taking a book out of Gen G, taking a page out of Gen G's book. With this Rumble mid lane and the Vayne top swap.
They may have just taken the whole damn book, Jay Beto, to be quite honest with you. All right, this is big. Clearly, you know a little bit more ball than I do with this Rumble mid. What are you thinking of when you think of this matchup up against the Taliyah, but also having to deal with the pressure that Guwan's Nefiri can put down? What does Sinian need to succeed?
So you're pretty tanky on the pick by itself. So there's that. But you have so much wave clear that you can kind of just do whatever you want and roam around, and eventually you'll be able to just solo kill the Taliyah on your own. Mostly, though, this lane is, like, this swap is to get the Vayne into the Ornn, because that's so much more winning. And now, again, NIP in the top lane are in an uncomfortable position. I think Guwan has to go completely nuclear this game alongside his bot lane if NIP have any chance of winning this series. This game.
This is the pick to do it on, Jay Beto. This Nefiri that he's been so good on, has been able to dictate tempo on. You've got the strong bot lane like you've wanted. We talked about at the end of Game 3. This is exactly what NIP needs to succeed. This is the bread and butter that has been so good for them throughout the split. They have finally drafted it for themselves. If you can't get it done here, you're not going to get it done anywhere, and you deserve Group Nirvana. Game 4 starting now.
Alright. A little bit of some early chunk damage, but won't mean a whole lot. See these runes of the Rumble mid. Pretty normal. Aggressive runes, Scorch, and the Axiom, whatever it's called, the one that makes you do more damage with your ult. And some Resolve first wind. Sorry, second wind. First wind? I mean, there was a first wind. Definitely not in the rune page, but there once was a first wind.
Was?
Well, the name Second Wind indicates that there was a first wind, you know?
Thought that's what you meant. I was like, I don't know, Jay Beto. I've been playing League since 2012. And I never heard of no first wind. Yeah, I'm an unk. I'm an unk, brother. Very, very old. That's why I was momentarily confused in the draft. So,
we spoke last game about the whole Lord of the Rings thing. I don't want to rehash that. But is there anything more I need to know about you? You know, like I feel... I don't know. I don't trust you anymore.
I mean, I'm not allowed in Australia.
That is true. We've spoken about this before.
Oh, yeah. Because that's the easiest thing to talk about because you're Australian. That one's not my fault.
No.
Seeing Zhao Hao start to walk around here. It was a good ward by Awesome and Zhuo. But a flash could really ruin it already.
Spotted.
Net used, heal as well as he pokes his head.
Yep. I mean, the Kate Lux lanes all the time, dictated by how long Caitlyn Lux can be left alone. And that ward will thwart the first gank. Means that Guwan also now pathing down to the bot side will be spotted on this ward. So this could allow Xiaohao to just go for top camps, but no, he's pathing back down to bot to cover, and there's
he hopped over the wall
from the Ziggs.
All right, this could go really bad. Guan took a turret shot. They have no idea that Xiao is coming down. And Jue is way too bold to be walking up like that without Guan knowing something's up. He's forced to flash away.
It's a great cover, but I think that if Guan had based... maybe the NIP don't know that the ward's there, but if he had walked over the ward and then based and then gone topside, he could have done his entire topside and then maybe invaded and got a camp lead, but instead... You end up, this is the last time Rumble mid was played in the LPL specifically, 1900 days ago. RNG vs ES. Both teams don't exist anymore.
Damn. I mean, you're right. Why'd you have to put it like that?
Sometimes you just gotta, gotta rip the band-aid off.
That is true.
Fact though. 2021.
Yeah, that's a long time now. I mean, I initially thought that wasn't that long ago, but... Man, that 1900 days really puts it in perspective, man. That is, the lost years for various reasons.
Yeah, that's true. Know. I think there was one the other day that was like 4,000 days. It was like 2015 or something. Something hadn't been picked since that might have been in the LCK. I can't remember, but I remember seeing that. I might have
remembered that game.
And thinking, what?
Yeah, exactly. Go on finishing up these Krugs up on the top side here. Looks like he's going to head into his red buff next. Xiao had picked up the Scuttle Crab is moving into his topside jungle, so a little bit of a delay on these junglers after the bot lane scuffle, we'll call it. Does mean that Xiao could take him a little bit longer to get to level 6. So any speed bump like that for those kind of champions is always welcome. CDZ will not take a turret shot as he wisely walks out. So far, so calm for this early game, but awesome. He's already built a 300 gold lead over lead.
So essentially, this comp in teamfights is going to function as if Rumble was top and Ziggs was mid, because if you get through the lanes, you've got an engage with the Pantheon and the Leona, you've got, range with the Ziggs as a mage, and then you've got this ADC, like late game hyper carry in Vayne. But the lanes themselves feel very awkward because, you've got Rumble mid into Talia, you've got the Vayne into the Ornn, which is very difficult for the Ornn to play, as any top lane player will tell you. In fact, it's so difficult that he's gotten not first strike, the book, Unsealed Spellbook, to swap over and be more impactful in the team fights. Doesn't want to have, or has no possible chance of stacking Grasp. The other runes aren't very impactful. Guan again hovering down the bot side to allow Awesome and Zhuo to play isolated, as he hovers mid for a gank, but there is a ward, so Xinyan should be fine here. Dragon being started up by Guan should be taken uncontested.
It's a smart move by Hoya. You gotta give it a shot. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. So leveraging this early power, as you just mentioned, of the spot lane to go secure this dragon. Now, one thing I do want to mention is that even though the comp is going to function very similarly, even though we have some members out of position, I think it's going to be a little bit harder for Rumble to complete his role quest. I mean, you aren't really dealing nearly as much damage because you are this melee into the range.
Yep. Has a decent amount of poke with the E, but yeah, absolutely. Talia can be pretty oppressive, especially when she gets points in Q. For at least chipping down health bars. I think that both teams have superb late game. Ornn scales incredibly well. Nefiri scales really well. Caitlyn's got a really scary late game, and Talia, when she gets like the cooldowns, you can just permanently cast Q. Also pretty good late game. However, enemy team has really good engage, and then a Ziggs Rumble Vayne. So this is going to come down to execution for sure. How this mid game goes, if any leads go one way or the other. How big a lead can Awesome and Zhuo get through this early game before, the Caitlyn inevitable fall off in the mid game before she re-peaks back in the mid game. I like how Leave has picked the ward to teleport to and not the tower. Was that like an on-purpose decision, or maybe it was because of the trap?
Could be because of the trap, could be just because it might have been closer to his cursor at the time. True. Efficiency is really important, J Beto. 40 seconds until these grubs are up. With a Ziggs on your team, you're going to be doing a lot of sieging. With a Caitlyn Lux, you're also going to be doing a lot of sieging. You already see the pings headed up there. J Beto, it looks like we might see fireworks around the grubs in 25 seconds.
yeah, you can really see how much NIP value these grubs sending their bot lane. Last year and the year before, we saw a ton of lane swaps, and I know that this is a matchup that you would have lane swapped away from, and why we didn't see any Vayne really for those 2 years, and now we're seeing more of it because you want to stay in lane. This is not to avoid the lane as much, it's to get the grubs, like you were talking about. This is a really important grubs. In fact, we might even see a like 8-minute 5v5 because of how important the grubs are this game.
I think we're going to be seeing it, Jay Better. We got a lot of good team fight ultimates over on the side of NIP. On a seismic shove. Sinyan going to be targeted out. Lux ultimate coming through. He goes down. It's first blood over to the Lux. Carrot desperately trying to get away from Dway. Backside of the fight. Hoya has kept Xiao Hao at bay. Leave not really doing a whole lot, but the bouncing bomb lands on Carrot. Way's got to flash away. Hoya with a big knockup, and ZDZ's trying to cook in the middle of the fight now, but there's a lot of members near him. Gets the condemn. Forces the cleanse. Looking for a little bit more. Rough and tumbling around. Carrot gets hit by the bouncing bomb, and Leave is able to get the kill on the way out. Ace in the hole. Didn't quite get anything more. Seeing some recalls, and in the end, Jay Beto, a lot of damage traded out, but a 1-for-1, and the grubs are all still there.
Yeah, excellent fight start from NIP with Hoya in the bush. Great CC, layering from Care, and Guwon can do so much damage. Zhuo layers in the final spark as well. But NIP don't have quite enough damage to fully kill ZDZ and avert the range that Leave has. Guwon just gets one grub, be able to hop out of there as ZDZ has come back, and Shui has also come back. So 2 grubs to EDG, NIP got 1. They also got the first dragon before that, but really it's the lead on ZDZ that's the thing keeping EDG happy about this position.
I don't know, Jay Beto. I think they're very happy about the fact that that fight was a 1-for-1, and they took 2 grubs to deny 3 grubs from this Caitlyn Lux that is, you know, usually a terror that goes and takes out the turret and then moves into mid lane. I think that's absolutely huge to slow down what this NIP comp wants to do.
Guwon found his blast cone, that's okay. Hovering here. Potential dive timer for Xiao Hao to be there. Obviously, we know he isn't. Also taking a... Did he flash? Did he fat finger his flash?
He definitely did. He definitely did. Oh no.
That's
really bad. Huge. That, I mean...
He saw it too. I'm pretty sure ZDZ saw it too.
Typically, you get nerves when you're playing on stage. You're playing at the facility right now. I mean, that is
maybe
tough.
Someone pressed it.
I wonder if it's gonna matter.
For him.
Somebody pressed it for him?
Yeah, one of the coaches came over and was like, haha, look at this, and then just pressed F.
Dude, you must flash right here.
That's pretty awful. But
secured here for NIP. I mean, they could be relevant for this dragon that's going to be up in 5 seconds.
Yeah, let's hope that that flash doesn't matter for Guwon, because not really a whole lot to say about it. He just accidentally flashed while basing in a brush. Didn't even, you know, fail flash or anything. Just a clean and simple fat finger. That's what it looks like, at least. Caitlyn around a dragon first is always a good sign. Doesn't have a great trap wall. EDG looking to walk in.
It's Young trying to get in as well. The blast plant should be able to reposition the rest of NIP over. Dragon will be secured by NIP. Guwon taking a half HP, but no worse for wear. And they're not really missing that flash too much right about now.
Yeah. This should mean that the flash doesn't really matter that much, as that was kind of the important fight that needed to happen. EDG don't feel comfortable. I guess Ornn has the TP, aware that Hoya can pull it at any point, and ZDZ would need to get, like, most likely under tower to get condemn off to cancel the TP, and then maybe you're in a risk of getting all in on, you know, the other side. I was a bit surprised, to be honest. EDG don't try to go in for more, because Mega Inferno Bomb and Pantheon Q Smite, like, if you can sync up the damage there, is a ton of secure potential. And NIP weren't even really in a great position to protect Guwon if that did happen. Xiao Hao goes for a little chickens invades. He's a little hungry, gets some nuggets. I'm hungry too, to be honest. Chicken nuggets sounds pretty good.
Yes. Gonna be able to secure all that. NIP gonna send their bot lane up top to try to slow the onslaught of this Vayne, who's nearly 1,000 gold up. Just a couple of moments ago, Awesome was down in gold to leave. Now, Awesome did complete his bot lane quest, and that's the difference. Hold on, Kara's getting a full engage on. They throw everything at him and make it look easy.
Yeah, sometimes the kitchen sink works. Maybe a little too much, but get the kill. And Xiaohao gets out for free. It's a very nice punish onto Care, who still has no flash. It's coming up pretty soon. So, obviously have that timed to perfection. Guwon's flash is coming up in about another minute and a half, maybe. So, yeah, that flash will, fortunately for NIP, not get punished. First item's getting completed pretty much across the board. This is the Cyclo Sword that I was talking about. Now, does the extra damage on abilities as well, and I will check. I believe it also had changes. So it got a price increase of 100 gold on this patch, but obviously not enough to pull it away from being strong. Care actually hovering with Dro behind. He's on a flank here. Guwon's here too. There's a 4-man dive.
Oh yeah, you have to make something happen at this point. Guwon going to be spotted out by this ward. So NIP are just going to work on this turret. But their early game has not gone according to plan, J-Beno. Care died twice, obviously in that fight, but then that play they made mid. Awesome and Dro, again, once Leave completes his quest, that gold lead is going to be evened up again. This Caitlyn Lux has not had the intended effect that you were looking for. We have a root down, Call the Forge God coming in as well. They're looking for Shui, who flashes over the wall. Hoya going to front line a little bit, but he's going to charge out of there and be condemned a little bit further as well. 45 seconds until the Herald, but means that EDG can recall and get back out on the map.
Yep, Call the Forge God will be down though, but Shui has no flash, so potential angle for a catch, as the Mega Inferno Bomb will be used on the top side to clear out the wave, and Xinyan will be pushing down the bottom lane. He does have TP, so again, this functions almost identically to how it would in top.
Nobody's answering.
Yeah, this is going to go for pretty much for free with those 2 grubs, maybe on the next wave. As like you said, no one is answering. And with Care basing, maybe he has boots finished here. NIP aren't even in a great position to start up this Herald, whereas EDG are. There's a TP from Care now to the bot lane, so Xinyan can just easily TP to mid lane or to top if he needs to, or he could even just walk his way to the Herald, take a numbers advantageous fight, and then TP down bot if he needs to.
Big chunk coming out, forces the exhaust out of Hoya. Remember, he's got Summoner Spellbook. Teleport coming in from Xinyan. He's going to try to join for this Herald fight. 6,000 HP and getting lower. Care's on the way. Does have that Weaver's Wall available. Seeing a teleport coming from Hoya. 3,000 HP, getting lower. Secured by EDG. Shui got locked up. Are they going to find anything more? Final Spark coming through, not a whole lot of damage. Shui going to get targeted out. The Hound's Pursuit. They get the kill that they're looking for. Will NIP be able to find more? Not looking likely.
Xiaohao stuck under this tower, but should be able to get escorted out with his team. I mean, that's the punish on the no flash on Leona. So well played. NIP rock up a little bit late for the Herald, but they do end up getting the kill. And some base cancels here. If NIP can now transition this over towards the Dragon, they'll have good position around this Soul Point, but a little bit slow. EDG are already out back on the map. And again, Pantheon Q Smite, very hard to secure against.
NIP got that first turret. Was looking unlikely that they would. But now at this point in the game, 16.5 minutes in, they're not down 1,500 gold. The gold is even. They were down about 1,000, but they've been able to pull it back. So good on NIP here. They've wrestled positioning back for this Dragon. I think EDG are ready to commit to a full fight. We're going to see the Herald get dropped down. You have to be very aware of these bouncing bombs from Leave. If you land a couple of them, the damage will stack up pretty quickly.
Yep, could be a combat Herald. Will flash in.
Xiaohao goes in. Kara getting tagged up by that Equalizer. I knew about, we'll call it 70% HP. Awesome. Got chunked a little bit too. This Herald is not going to get a charge off. EDG do have positioning on the Dragon. It appears they have started up, and now Leave continuing to throw these bouncing bombs, really just looking for Hoya for the moment. NIP have decided that they might not be too interested. They're going to clear the wave. Awesome has no net, and now they're going to head down here. So the Dragon still really healthy. All the
Hey.
Forge God coming through. Knocks up 3 members. Final Spark is there. CDZ off on the side, looking for Karen for Zhuo. Karen goes down. Zhuo's going to be the next target. Awesome flashes, cleanses away, but is on the outskirts of the fight. It's Hoya and Guwon who have to do something. Guwon looking for Sinian. Big damage in, but he's chunked low and goes down. It's Awesome and Hoya. It's a double kill for ZDZ. Make it a triple kill for ZDZ as EDG put an exclamation point on the fight. The Dragon is theirs. The stacking broken.
Yep, NIP around the Dragon first. With the Herald usage in mid and the all-in onto Care. Means that EDG get positions around the Dragon. Hoya swapped over to Smite.
All right, let's see if Hoya can sneak this one away. Never mind, I said it was secured. But no, Hoya makes the big play to steal it away. And NIP are now on Soul Point.
Hell yeah, baby. Jungling on. Outsmites Pantheon 2 with a 600 smite. That's absurd. Did Xiaohao not have his? Why didn't he smite? Anyway. So NIP need to force this to get positions back into the Dragon, but ZDZ unchecked in the backline does so much damage. Great flash, dodges away from the shove, kills Zhuo. The health that Zhuo is at when he dies, like, that is a lot of damage, a lot of burst. Ends up getting a triple kill towards the end here. I thought it was maybe going to be more, but ends up not being. And then Huya, let's have a look. So the smite is down. Xiaohao doesn't have it at the time. Maybe it was just up or not up. I assume it must not have been up because they went to turn onto Huya. Really nice smite. That puts NIP on Soul Point.
This is very much unlike the situation that happened to NIP earlier where it was, you know, lackadaisical play on the side of NIP to allow Xiaohao to get a steal. This time around, I think it's just, you kind of forgot that Hoya could go and do that with the Summoner Spellbook.
Yeah. I will say, feel really bad for Hoya because people like Leave, Xiaohao, Awesome have 2 items, and Hoya doesn't even have 1 completed item. I know the reason for why he does because of his build
He's got the
path.
holy trinity of items.
Yeah, but
He's got your health, he's got your armor, he's got your MR. What more do you want, Jay Beto?
and a little bit of burn to back it up.
Yes,
But,
sir.
yeah, pretty miserable position for this Ornn to be in. He's just summoned a spellbook. It's actually crazy that he gets the most value he possibly can get in a really weak position where, like, he doesn't have a tanky rune, he doesn't have any completed items, he just has spellbook and he gets 100% value out of it. CDC still with this massive lead, most of the gold lead, in fact, for EDG, a little bit on Sun Yan in this mid lane. Guwon around the corner looking for a bait.
While Hoya has a problem with his items, he's got a problem in the top lane with ZDZ. ZDZ currently in a 3v1, but he manages to lift. The turnaround is here, so is Xiaohao. Leave from downtown helps, and ZDZ and the rest of EDG lay waste to NIP in the top side.
I mean, that's going to be Baron, most likely. Guwon is very low. Looks like ZDZ is basing. He does have the free teleport. So in a position where NIP think they have the catch, but it's actually EDG that have a bait set up. Again, NIP have Soul Point. You don't need to be doing this. They feel the need to try to find a pick onto ZDZ. Awesome does a lot of damage, but he's bumped in.
Leave! What a play! The satchel charge was damn perfect. Guwon looking to slide in. Final spark goes through. Guwon wants to keep this leash. Certainly not. Karen teleported in. Hang on.
Okay.
NIP are going to hop out. Baron will reset. So EDG get another kill. But the Baron does not go down, Jay Beto. A minute and 30 seconds for a date with Destiny, perhaps. NIP need the soul.
Yeah, they do. Guwon heals up enough. Keb TP's back onto the map, and Hoya, while he didn't TP himself, but he did have TP. So EDG get a bit scared there. Good sacrifice. Caitlyn walks up. Awesome dies. It looks bad, but ends up being exactly what NIP need. Just enough time for EDG to pull off of the Baron. Guwon nearly gets caught, but has his dash back up in time, or his jump, I guess, back up in time to get over the wall. 50 seconds on this soul for NIP. They are down Flash on Guwon, on Awesome and Huya, although those flashes are about to tick up, but they need position around the Dragon. Now they could choose to give it and threaten the Baron, sweep out some vision. They don't do it incredibly fast, and I think this is scary because of the Mega Inferno Bomb, the Equalizer, and again, the Pantheon, who has a really good Q Smite. Huya can't swap over to Spellbook to get a higher Smite. Care on the split push, but NIP now stuck under their tower. No player anywhere.
Final Spark going to be used to help clear out that wave. 10 seconds until this Dragon is up, Jay Beto. ZDZ, 2,500 gold lead on his lane opponent, is most of EDG's lead right now. But if there's anything that we know, it's that EDG has had moments where they have spontaneously combusted and have put themselves in not so great of a spot. NIP wisely realizing that Caitlyn is in the middle of her power trough. You do not want to try to fight or force anything. They will take a turret on the top side. The gold lead will shrink to about 2,000, give or take a couple hundred. And for the moment, EDG break the stacking. We'll go at it in 5 more minutes.
Yep, conservative decision. Have the option to maybe threaten the Baron, but again, there's so many tools at EDG's disposal that can make the fight impossible, can cost NIP to give over the Dragon, that can make EDG's chase onto NIP after the Baron's been taken. Very scary. So it'll just be the Dragon given over. It's only 1 to EDG, NIP choosing to, like you say, try to avoid the lack in power that Awesome is at right now. 4 items, Caitlyn would be great. I don't know if we're going to get there in time for this next Dragon, but 3 would still be nice, and positions around this next Dragon. Huya also starting to work on these upgraded items. Giving over an Infinity Edge would be great. Upgrading the Blackfire Torch would be great, and upgrading this Cyclo Sword would be really nice too. Sure has the Mikhails, which is also a really great pickup. This is what we saw from Kerio, who played the Lux recently. Instead of going like a mage Lux build, you go full support Shirelias, you go the Mikhails. The damage doesn't matter anymore. It's the route you're playing for, the vision with E, and then this support build.
Mikhail's so important. Awesome could be in a little bit of trouble. Force the flash away. Mega Inferno Bomb gets him low. Forces the heal out of Zhuo as EDG force down mid and get a lot of summoners for it.
Yeah, that's on leaves 3 item spike. They say we send it now. Awesome loses flash, and I think that if he had cleansed and not flashed, he would have died to the damage that comes out from the Solar Flare plus the Mega Inferno Bomb. So good choice to flash. But leave with that gold lead, utilizing it well. Is the upgraded Infinity Edge, so that's a pretty decent boon for Awesome. Looks like NIP actually are around this Baron, setting up a bait. They're not on it. Wanting EDG to walk in though.
NIP have to be real careful. 2.5 minutes until this next Dragon is up. You gotta hold out till then, and then that's when you can make your decision. Remember, if they lose here, not only will they not go into the bracket stage, which would be incredible to not have them after the split 2 that they had, but they will also be sent to Group Nirvana to live out the rest of 2026. Be a horrific result for a team that has played so well, that has taken some of the best teams that we have to offer here in the LPL to the limit. But big credit to EDG, because this is a team that we said, sometimes they just don't play as a team. Half the time, they'll have a good fight as a team, and half the time they won't. And they have played so well today. They have played to their peak today of what this team could be. You bring in the backup mid laner, Sinyan, who takes the place of Angel. He's given this team a shot in the arm. You can see that they're just playing better with him today.
Yeah, and he's confident enough to pick up the Rumble mid lane in a game 4 of a best of 5. And so far, hasn't looked too bad on it. You know, not outstanding in terms of carry, but the ults have been okay. The lane was fine. All you really need from this point onwards is, you know, he has good items. 1 Equalizer on top of a Leona stun, on top of a Pantheon stun. and that person is, you know, half HP, maybe more. That's all Sinyan needs to do. Play this team fight really well. Don't get caught by the lack of range he has. All right, we're back here again. 50 seconds on this Soul for NIP. Awesome has 3 items. Everyone else on NIP only have 2, but relative strength to EDG. Despite the gold lead, Awesome is in a good spot. Not that far off of leave and pretty much on par with ZDZ as well.
The biggest problem is that Awesome has no flash right now, Jay Beto. That is the big deal. That is something that NIP need to heavily consider because they are one bad fight away from being sent to Group Nirvana. If EDG win the next fight, it could be another game where it's out of reach. We have seen EDG get these leads and be unable to close the door, Jay Beto. In Game 2, NIP busted the door down. In Game 3, EDG was able to stave them off. One more time, they are trying, and NIP is trying to keep their foot in the door.
Well, again, it's going to be another give. So this is more time for NIP to get Adam Shaw, but it's also more time for EDG to get theirs. You know, again, Vayne scales really well. Ziggs does the same. More tankiness for the Pantheon, who's going to get a GA. So it's a double-edged sword. Giving like these objectives, you also end up giving the individual stats of the Drakes over. So it's not just, oh, we're at Soul Point, we can just give Drakes infinitely until we're ready to fight. Or at least until the enemy is at Soul Point. Like, you don't want to be there. You don't want to be in a situation like that. As ZDZ
walking up.
No flash.
He's flashless.
I think he thought there were more people in that brush because I don't think you need to flash that at all. I think you can tank it and then just walk away. I don't think the Care has enough damage to one-shot you.
Heck, if that's me, I'm saying I'll take this fight. That's fine. I'm a 3-item Vayne. Now am I going to get Guand on? Perhaps. You know, perhaps that would be a bit of an issue. But for right now, no issues other than a flash down. I do wonder if this means that that's NIP's go button for the next dragon. 4 minutes. So this flash should theoretically still be down, Jay Beto.
Yep. Not a lot of catch, though, for this Vayne specifically. Guon can go in with his R. Obviously, that's not CC.
Yeah, Lux root.
So you're relying on... Yeah, but you're relying on like hitting it freehand, essentially. There's no setup that's guaranteed onto the Vayne who's dashing around invisible. There's no Nautilus. There's no Alistar who's going to let you hit a really nice combo. There's no Rel who can flash Magnet Storm. So it's a little bit harder to catch ZDZ as here comes Pantheon ult.
Pantheon ult, the trap is there. Mega Inferno Bomb does so much damage. Awesome! Desperately trying to get away, but Taser takes him down. EDG hit their go button, and it works this time. They get a kill, and they're going to look to Siege. Forge God knocks up 2 members. Final Spark as well. They're going to just muscle down the turret without any minions, Jay Beto. They do not care.
Yep.
They have Leave's ability to take it out. Big because Awesome will respawn with no summoners for the dragon fight.
You can see how this kind of becomes a dive comp with Ziggs. Because his ult goes so far, the Ziggs Rumble can both participate in Pantheons going in. Oftentimes, when you've got like an immobile mage and a mobile top laner, well, I guess it's a mid laner this time, but an immobile bruiser, I'll say, and Pantheon does what, like, Sherhad does what he just did. The jungler just dies, and there's no follow-up. We see it all the time. But with Rumble Ziggs, that doesn't matter because their ults go so far, especially Leave on this Ziggs. So Awesome catches all that damage with both summoners, barely lives, and then Sinyan flashes forward with with Q and E, and ends up taking him down. Not only that, but Cares flashes down as well. Yes, EDG spent some of theirs, but I think that when NIP need to be keeping range, their flashes are way more valuable.
This is true, but for this next dragon fight, Jay Beto, they will not be up. Again, EDG has had the penchant for having leads, not being able to keep them. Guan has been oddly silent throughout this mid-game. Seems like his effectiveness is waning. They're going to look for Sinyan. He's going to go golden, but now the turnaround is there. The equalizer to keep him alive. Final Spark, not doing enough damage. Shui is going to slow him up with that ultimate. Awesome took a big Mega Inferno Bomb. ZDZ drops his ultimate down. He's looking for a potential flank. In goes Pantheon, but is taken away. Awesome survives the spear to the back. NIP trying to absorb the engage, but Care gets taken out. We're seeing a teleport immediately go into the top lane. This might be EDG's moment to start the Baron.
It feels over. Like, this game feels over. NIP can't live through the onslaught of EDG. Every fight is NIP running away as fast as they possibly can. This is the last chance NIP have. If they can secure this Baron.
This is so risky to do a Baron when it's 5v4. They have found Shui, 6,000 HP. NIP may have found the angles. And then gonna block that ace in the hole. 4,000 HP and dropping. Maybe NIP want to take a bite of the Baron apple, but both teams will back off. 30 seconds until the Dragon is up. Shui is not there to provide vision right now. Kara's up in 7 seconds. NIP, we're going to have an opportunity to set up first.
All right. I mean, like you said, this will let NIP in first. The Shui won't be up until as the Dragon spawns, and Kara's up now with TP. That Phantom Veil will really help. But the issue is that Leaf has his ult up again. Xinyan has his ult up again. I don't see a world in which Awesome with no flash can survive this fight.
He's gonna have to try, and you see he's already dealing some damage. Dragon has been started. 5,000 HP and dropping. Care with the Weaver's Wall. Xiao gonna be targeted out. He is close to dying. Still alive. Secured by NIP. They took it, they stole, they took the soul. They get one kill. ZDZ looking to end this game right here, but he gets caught by a seismic shove. Swoku on a Care, still alive. So is Hoya. Double kill for ZDZ, but he goes down. Shui dies to a root. 2v2. NIP get the job done. They got the soul, Jay Beto. They are still in this game.
They are. I mean, that's massive. Slowing down everybody, the ability haste you get from the individual Drakes, a big boon for NIP. That was a chaotic fight. The wall was really well placed. But after the soul goes down, ZDZ nearly gets into a really, really scary position here. So we'll look back. The wall is great. Shui arrives just in time to flank around. Like, this positioning is great. Awesome ends up dying on the bottom side of this fight. Great secure from Guwon. ZDZ is just spacing enough to avoid all this damage, but as Shui goes in, ZDZ has the potential here to really destroy everybody. Has to knock Guwon away, but just goes too far forward that Guwon can do enough damage, so ZDZ falls. It's a bloody fight. 3 for 3, but the soul does go for NIP.
3,000 gold lead for EDG still, and yet NIP still fighting, still kicking with everything that they're worth, which earlier in the series, and many times during the series, wasn't all that much. Jay Beto, 35.5 minutes in, and now you've got the poke coming through with the Hextech Soul on top of it. Anytime Zhuo hits somebody with a Lucent Singularity, that E, it's going to deal some damage. They are so close to getting relegated. And yet, they are still alive. And I'm feeling good about their chances here, Jay Beto. We'll see if they're able to bring it home.
Yep, they need another fight like they had last time. If you're letting Awesome catch these ults.
Throw everything at Leave down to below half HP, but still alive for the moment. Awesome also looking a little worse for wear here. Siege is there, but Leave can just hit from so far away. Has his teleport as well, so no real danger here.
Okay, so if Leave gets his Rabadons, it's getting scary again. Awesome just can't seem to get away from these ults. Even with like his net, even with Flash, he can't seem to get away. But we have gone over that part. Okay, another Gathering Storm game. So this is really important. Awesome's on 4 items now. With Gathering Storm, if he can get to 6 items plus boots, he will one-shot everybody because there's no real tank. There is a Leona, Pantheon can put up a shield, sure, but Awesome is going to become the main character of NIP's draft. He will do so much damage eventually, but so will Leave. Leave has Rabadon soon. He might also have Gathering Storm on his Comet, on his Sorcery Tree. But if Awesome can't stop getting hit by these Mega Inferno bombs, the fights are still going to look really hard.
What's a fella to do? He can't just get a third summoner spell, Jay Beto. I mean, I don't know what you want from him.
Someone spare him a third summoner spell, please. He needs 2 flashes. What's that? ARAM Mayhem or Arena Augment? Flashy, where you get 3 charges of flash?
Yeah, it's the ARAM Mayhem one. Certainly does. Not all the CS in the world will be able to get him there, although he is farming up a storm right now in an effort to get himself situated with his items. We have 2 minutes until another Elder, Jay Beto. How many Elders have we seen this series?
I think if you're NIP, too many. Definitely unhappy about how that last one went.
I think if you're both teams, honestly, a little too many. I don't know if I ever really want to see an Elder. Because it means
They're going for the TP. They're going for the TP. They're going to kill this.
Leave.
No,
they didn't
make it.
Away. It was so close. I like the look there. They did not get a Xiaohua. One auto attack from Awesome does nearly half of his HP. This is the part of the game that you were worried about if you're EDG. Letting NIP get to this point, again, the door has just continuously been open, and NIP are busting it down. Here's NIP. Call the Forge God coming through as they're looking for more. ZDZ's gone golden. ZDZ on the side, looking for care. Pushed him in the ultimate, but they found ZDZ on the backside. Oh, they Awesome netted into a bad spot. And all of a sudden, things are falling apart for NIP. Final Spark coming through. Go on trying to escape. He'll be able to hop out of there, but a huge fight for EDG.
That might be it. ZDZ might have just done enough. He goes into the backline and completely destroys everybody. Creates chaos around the fight, and then the range damage from EDG goes in. Hoya hasn't based yet. He's trying to hold the waves.
Yeah, there's one cannon
cannon's
left.
Enough though.
Guwan's got to smite it. Guwan's got to get in there and smite it. They're going to final spark it. It's still alive. First turret's falling. The TP is going to land. Ultimate down on Obsidian. Here we go. Next is exposed. This is the chance. EDG, ZDC, exhausted, still alive, goes down. Oh my goodness. They try to end the game, and they can't, Jay Beto. EDG stumbles at the finish. Quadra kill for Guwan.
Oh my god. Huya doesn't have TP, so the game isn't over. But maybe it is 40 seconds on everybody. There is a TP. Kaz going for it.
They're trying to end the game right now, Jay Beto. EDG desperately wanted to end the game. NIP held the line, defended hard, got the exhaust, and may have just got the job done. The inhibitor is still alive, but it's falling. Shui is up. Shui in a dream against a huge wave and 3 members of NIP. He's on top of Care, but it just doesn't matter, Jay Beto. He doesn't have the time to stall for lead. The second Nexus turret has fallen. They call the Forge God just for show and throwing it into the base. Somehow, some way, NIP force game 5.
Take me to Silver Scrapes, baby. Oh my god. I thought that was it. I thought EDG, they take down Awesome. What an amazing flank from ZDZ. And Huya's getting the wave. There's one cannon. Guwan quadra kill at the end. And the wave in top is set up so the game ends on the spot. What a start to our Sunday.
Dude, you are kidding me right now, Jay Beto. I can't believe that we've gone to game 5. I really thought they had it. And they just got too aggressive. But I think they knew you're playing with fire if you just allow them, hey, one more fight. You allow NIP one more fight. You're playing with fire. They saw the opportunity to go and try to end the game. They took an opportunity to go end the game. And they were so damn close, Jay Beto, but they could not get it done. Again, they left the door open just a crack and NIP busted down.
The ninjas, they're ready. If you you close your eyes for 1 second, they're behind you.
They're not sneaking in. They're going forward. This is exactly what's happening. Oh my goodness. How did this game happen this way? I'm knocking my camera all over the place, man. We are going to game 5 in a series where, frankly, NIP is down 4-0.
Yeah. EDG just cannot close these games out, and that one felt done. What, a 4 or 5v3 at the end? And one of them's an Ornn, and Guwan just kills everybody in front of the Nexus and exposed the Nexus too. Unbelievable clutch from the NIP side. Unbelievable.
Oh my goodness, dude. I don't even who do you give MVP to, right? Like
To us.
Yes, honestly. I mean, to everybody watching as well. Y'all are the real MVP for, I mean, y'all are getting a treat with this series. Listen, it might not be the cleanest League of Legends you've ever seen, but it's fun. And remember, League of Legends is a game and it's meant to be fun. And if you ain't enjoying this, I don't know what the hell you're going to enjoy in your life. Jay Beto, MVP talks. Is it?
For me?
all right. Maybe, dude, I don't know. I think
it's between Guwon or Awesome. Awesome did a lot of carrying towards getting NIP back in the game, but again, he died and Guwon quadra-killed it. I feel like it's got to be Guwon.
I feel like it has to be too, because in some of these fights, he was just doing ridiculous amounts of damage. There is a bit of a worry here, Jay Beto. NIP did not execute their comp well. Like, they did not. They did not get the Kate Lux going. You obviously had the deficit in the top lane. That's not Hoya's fault. Absolved of blame. Care did not have a great game either. But this was the game where NIP was like, we've drafted our strong lanes. We got our jungler on his best champion. This is the game where we go and smack EDG in the mouth, right? And what did it result in? At 16 and a half minutes, when they're typically down 1,500 gold in this series, the gold was even. They should have been up 1,500 to 2,000 gold. And they weren't. And that's what really concerns me. You know what else is really concerning, Jay Beto? What the hell do these guys have in their back pockets now? Because we have 4 games of Fearless. That's 40 champions gone.
Man, Leave did so much. Every Mega and look at that gold graph, dude.
Again, the most LPL gold graph of all time. Jay Beto, you've been here long enough to know.
Holy Jesus. It's awesome. NIP end up getting the Hextech Soul, which, you know, it doesn't even feel like at the time it's doing enough to really pull NIP back into the conversation. ZDZ feels untouchable, leaves ult, so just destroying Awesome. That fight, to me, was the end. And they can't end the game.
It should have been over. It should have been over. For all intents and purposes, we knew. We were like, yep, that's it, man. And you know what? Credit to Hoya for what he did. Pulling the wave was actually relevant there. It was huge. And then he just got back in time. It was absolutely perfect. Oh my goodness. Listen, Guwon's got 100% KP.
That's unbelievable. That's ridiculous.
It just has to be him. Hoya did so much this game too, though, especially for the situation he was in. I don't know, man. You could give MVP to anybody. Honestly, you can give MVP to Exhaust. Yeah, it's got to be Hoya and his Exhaust, right? He exhausted ZDZ, and that was the difference. That was the difference in auto attacks.
I'm giving MVP to
Summoner
Unsealed Spellbook. Yeah, Unsealed Spellbook.
It used to be hella OP, and now it's only somewhat OP.
You know what?
Just give it to Hoya. Just give it to Hoya because
Hoya's
done so much this series.
This series has been unbelievable. I mean, he did this. There must have been no smite.
I forgot about that.
This was a long game. It's been a long series, to be fair. A lot of trying to find picks. A lot of mistakes from both teams. NIP making majority of those mistakes until the very end. And sometimes it's that last mistake that really costs you. Awesome. Not even in the center of these bombs. If he's ever actually in the center of these bombs, he dies instantly. But this is where, to me, the game was done. Because there is nothing NIP can do. They are constantly running away. This is the fight that gave NIP Soul after they picked Shui, who made a mistake around Baron that was directly after that play. Really good smite from Guwon. And then the following fight was also incredibly close. And Guwon sacrifices himself yet again in a team fight to take down ZDZ so that his team can go even in the fight, because ZDZ continues to pop off if he doesn't die here.
Yeah.
I want to see this last fight. I want to see this push. So this is an attempt in mid.
This
ZDZ
is it.
goes
This
in
is
and
it.
look, he like insects. Look, he flash condemns Awesome into his team.
Okay. I thought maybe he netted the wrong way. No, that's just a great play by ZDZ. I mean, here we go. Here's the end. This minion
One
is
minion.
still alive. A teleport is coming in. This minion is still alive. It is now dead, but the turrets are down. So
That's one.
So Hoya just knocks up everybody and then immediately exhausts ZDZ.
Yep.
And Sinian can't get in because he drops the volcanic shard. I can't remember what the name of the actual ability is. In between the turrets and then body blocks the other spot. So Sinian can't even get in with overheated auto attacks. Holy, that was... If there was ever as much skill expression as you could express on an Ornn, it was probably in that fight.
Yep. Well played. I think Hoya's done his work in this series so far. I still personally think you got to give it to Guon for quadra killing at the end. Also, that Smite's like secure at Sol, very impactful, very important. I did say in draft that I wanted to see a lot out of Guon. He needs to kind of have a nuclear game. And through the majority of the early game, it was a bit quiet. Really came alive the longer the game went on. But I think that NIP, it's a hard call for anyone because nobody had a perfect game for NIP that game.
No. But you know what? Sometimes, Jay Beto, you just do what needs to be done. It's Hoya getting the MVP. Doesn't matter that he's down 2,500 gold. You know what matters is that NIP has another W in the win column, Jay Beto. Somehow, some way, despite all odds, with EDG playing 99% of these games better, NIP has tied up the series. And with that, I think a well-earned break for the both of us. Cue up Silver Scrapes! Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast. We're not even done the first. There's a whole second series, guys. Weibo versus LGD is going to be coming up after this, but we have gone to Game 5, the two best words in League Esports. NIP and EDG will do the dance one more time. Remember what's at stake. The winner not only goes into the bracket stage, but is also going to be in Group Ascent for Split 3. We saw how good that was for NIP as a team and how well they did and the kind of pedestal that we put them on. But in this series, they have consistently been outmatched by EDG, but somehow, some way, through sheer grit and determination, they find themselves in the 5th game to try to keep their spot.
And in Game 5, where do you go in the draft? I mean, we've already seen
what the hell do you have left?
Creativity with the Rumble mid, the Fury getting pulled out by Guwon, quadra kills at the end of Game 4. Now in Game 5, so much is down. This is where things really get exciting, and where, if there was a series to determine which team truly belongs in Group Ascend, it is this one. There is
Game
no
5
at the end.
Game 5 is where boys become men, Jay Beto. So you mentioned draft. Senna's still open for leave.
It is.
We'll see if this thing gets through the draft. What does Hoya have left? Pulled out the Ornn? As Cassante got banned? The cupboards are getting bare, Jay Beto. One player that I really want to talk about, because we have heaped praise and praise on Hoya, who has really consistently been the best player in this series for the side of NIP. Care is a guy who is typically in best of 5s, risen to the occasion and played well. Today, he has not, but he can erase everything that happened in the first 4 games with one good game here in Game 5. Here's the draft. Twisted Fate, Azir, Yone, all gone, aiming at Care. Couple of jungle picks aimed at Xiaohao, as well as that Lulu, are off the board. And now, will Senna be locked in for lead?
Akali is also really good here because of the Lulu ban. Wouldn't hate to see that. Locking Akali in. The Maokai hover. This is kind of where we get to with junglers. You know, we bring back out the Maokai, the Sejuani. Wouldn't be shocked to see Guwon go towards that. As in terms of AD junglers, there aren't really any left. Xinzao's banned. Nocturne's banned. Could take the Ambessa there. But I think that this is just a really solid top lane pick. Again, not a ton left open that can actually play into the Ambessa. Like, we're looking at Jax, maybe a tank, but there's none left. You know, Shogath.
Please, please. Yes!
All right.
I get to cast a Game 5 Thresh. It's my favorite champion. I literally almost only play this guy. My Thresh statue that I have is downstairs. It's not here right now, but I know damn hard there's a couple AD carries that are very difficult to hook, Smolder being one of them at times. We'll see what the options are as you're cycling through. Listen, I think it's just the right move for Leave. You put him on his best champion, and you get the job done. Jax is going to be the lock-in here. Could go top, could go jungle. But Thresh is a champion that can peel him away pretty easily in a fight.
So the worry now is that if you take your ADC, you're going to get supports banned away. I think, you know, Yanni, my favorite champion is, at least in ADC, is Aphelios. Shall we handshake deal Aphelios Thresh? Potentially?
Oh, man.
Yuumi?
Okay.
Are we doing
if
this?
You lock Yuumi. So if you lock Yuumi here, I think that... Oh my god. You can even see the casters are like, guys, come on, what happened here? I was going to say, if you locked Yuumi, you really cut yourself off of a lot of AD carry picks. Yeah. Going into the second half of bans? That seems not great.
It feels really funny to me that we were talking about earlier, you know, Lulu being something that neither of these teams play. Haven't seen it, to my recollection. I don't know.
No, I mean, they have had some rough games on it. Now the jury is still out on what's going to get selected. We'll see if that Maokai does end up coming through, because the Maokai for EDG, or sorry, the Maokai could have been a big takeaway from
Yep.
from NIP, because it is something that Guan has historically played.
Need like the fearless bands all there, just so I can
Well, they'll be up in a second.
read through what we have.
Yeah,
Hopefully not too long of a delay.
Yeah, we are missing a lot of stuff now. Jay Beto, I think that, personally, I think Game 5 is where you bust out some of the weird jungle tech. If the draft resumes with a lot of the picks that we had, unlikely we're going to see too many weird stuff, but I think that that's where you can get a lot of edges. If you're pulling out, you know, if you're saving it for your last pick and you notice, well, Lilia seems really good here, right? Or Kindred's really good here. Or a Diana or something like that, and really catch the enemy team by surprise. I always think that is a good spot to use it. We'll see. We know that Guan has had an affinity for Shyvana.
Production, my goat.
Okay, what do we get
We went
here?
back and we got the fearless bands up.
Production
for
picked
us.
up our fearless bands for our color caster.
So
hard to remember all 40 champions, guys. Let's be honest.
yeah, it's pretty tough. Plus the bands of Game 5 as well. So I'm going to go ahead and just say we've got the first two of both. Ambessa Thresh, Maokai Jax. We'll leave it at that. The Jax is a flex. The Ambessa is a flex as well. Actually, so is the Maokai, right? They can go top, jungle. Some of them can go support. The Thresh is obviously the one that's the most important here.
Hey, that could go top lane.
Maybe. What are we thinking? Yeah, it's crit. Oh, we're back. All right. Thank you, production.
Bands are the same. Bands are the same.
So far, the
Maokai
start's
is
the
going to
same
be
too.
locked in. I assume, as you mentioned, that the Yuumi is where we're going to be hung up. These lock-ins are here. Okay, it looks like the Jax was the mispick here, and it's going to be Zeri Yuumi. This makes a lot more sense. This is probably why the Yuumi was not locked in at the time. This is a really excellent bot lane to play into a Thresh. There's only one target that you can hit, and Zeri can get mighty slippery.
Yep. I mean, I could see Jinx. Jinx Thresh here is really nice into the Zeri Yuumi. It reminds me of, I believe, 2025 MSI. T1 Gen G, and Gen G picked the Zeri Yuumi against the Jinx, but it will be this Aphelios. So we get a handshake deal combo. Aphelios Thresh versus Zeri Yunara. Around it, let's hope. So this should lock the Maokai into jungle, unless we're getting a Maokai top situation. Jax is going to be banned. Makes sense. It's pretty decent into the Ambessa. I think Poppy is pretty good into the Ambessa as well. Something that could absolutely provide space for a Zeri Yuumi. Sylas is a great ban too, taking it away from the Maokai. Could also be like maybe a Malphite.
It's also something Kara plays, right? That's Sylas. So that's going to be off the board, and a lot of his champions that he normally goes after are not available. That Ahri, if it doesn't get banned here, is still something that he could pick up, one of his wheelhouse champions. Again, we're really looking for Kara to have a strong game here. He has struggled throughout the series, but again, one performance in Game 5 can right all the wrongs, rewrite the story.
All right, what's it going to be? Final ban here for EDG. Thinking maybe top lane ban could be nice, or you could ban away that Ahri like you were talking about. It's actually a jungle ban towards this Kiana. So this is EDG saying we're confident the Ambessa is going towards the top lane. Where are we going to go here? Is this a jungle pickup? You've seen what you're against. You could even go like an Ivern and just try to buff the Aphelios even more. Not something that's super popular around the world globally, and it doesn't really feel like Guwon style to me. It will just be that Ahri you were talking about, saving the jungle / top flex and counterpick till last.
What's your pick here? What are you pairing up with it? I think that you could have a nifty little reset comp going on here, right? And you could go Viego, and you could just be like, Ahri Viego is going to be our battery in the mid game. We're going to let our Aphelios get to the late game and hopefully cause a ruckus. Interested to see what our pick is going to be here. Right now, the Mel is the hover. This would be a really nice pick. It will be locked in. Having that rebuttal The hook is sometimes not so good, but the rebuttal for the charm, certainly great.
Okay. With the Gasante in the top lane, I would imagine Huya's going to take the Ambessa. Pretty good matchup for the Ambessa, especially with the max health Q damage buffs that have been on this patch. But either way, last pick here. It's either a top lane or a jungle. I think looks like you picked it pretty well here. Could be this Viego.
It could be either some of his favorites.
We've seen the Shyvana in the past. All these are exciting. Pick one of them.
I have no idea what they're going to do.
Oh.
It's going to be this Shyvana. Rafa has been very vocal about disliking Guwon Shyvana. I think, in fact, the last time that Guwon played Shyvana, he said, don't let this man touch Shyvana again. And here we are in Game 5. You could have the strong mid-jungle duo. He throws down the gauntlet and says, give me my Shyvana.
2 late-game hyperscalers with supports that are classic with them by them side, and then a team comp around both teams, hyper carries that are designed to provide space to set up. You've got the Mel and the Ahri for CC and range damage. You've got the Shyvana Fear engage. You've got the Maokai ult for engage, and then 2 top laners that like to fight and set up. And this game is going to be about our carries. It's Game 5, Yanni. What a team comp. And one of these teams is going to be going to Group Nirvana after this. One of them is going to be going to Group Ascend.
Not only that, but an entire playoffs ahead of them where the possibilities could quite literally be endless, Jay Beto. But as you said, the burden is going to be on Awesome, and it's going to be on Leave. These guys who are some of the best damage dealers in their roles, in their respective groups. Leave against his former team. Aphelios, one of his personal picks that he's been so good on, hasn't busted it out too much this year. Game 5 to go to Group Ascend or to go back down to Nirvana. It goes to Awesome. And Leave is on this Zeri. That is cold. We'll see what happens.
All right, I've seen there's a segment about this Cassante Doran shield, Doran's helm start, where he has like a ridiculous level 1. He's got like 850 HP, 41 armor, 40 MR, I believe is what it is. Maybe it's a little more or less HP, but I think the resists are correct. Xiaohou will actually be spotted on this invade. And with the ping, looks like there is a Thresh around.
I love this. You can get away with this as Thresh. All right on top of Xiaohou here. The Flay is there too. It's just going to speed bump him a little bit. As Guwon heads down, this does mean that Awesome will be forced off this wave just a little bit. The shield's doing a lot right there, so you lose out on that priority that you have with the green gun early.
Yep. I feel it's a bit of a weird champion when it comes to Prio early because he doesn't have an ability, but obviously does have that extra range with Calibrum at level 1. Nice flick back.
Yep, good Flay. Zhuo is still level 1 for the moment, though. So he's not going to get much more. You've got a little bit better combat summoners over on the side of EDG. Keep that in mind, because both AD carries have to go cleanse in this game. But Yuumi gets to cheat on having that flash. You take it away, you got the heal, you got the exhaust. EDG, well-placed ward. Guwon will not do anything further. They already pinged him out, too. They knew that he was on those Krugs. They have this man downloaded early.
Yep. Looks like Guwon going for an invade here, potentially. Or maybe just pinging out and then deciding to go towards the top side. Not super sure where he wants to go. And will actually be spotted on this ward. That's not very positive for the NIP side. Obviously, they don't know that that ward is there. They can assume, since Xiaohou did invade earlier. Now, Rafa has already begun crashing out in our Discord about potential Guwon builds, so I will be paying much attention to that, as NIP should be paying attention to where the enemy jungler is.
Oh, there's Xiaohou. Leave is going to Jet Set Radio, super skate over the wall. Gets Zhuo quite low. No heal left there either. The Xinyan and Care will continue to do battle in the mid lane.
Yep. Maokai kind of got hit pretty hard by the changes to Phase Rush, which is obviously not called Phase Rush anymore. And that has been buffed on this patch, but obviously you can see Xiaohao does not have it. So end up going with the first strike, which is, you know, not ideal. It might help a little bit, but one of the reasons why Maokai not played a ton is because of, you know, this right now. I'm not super comfortable with runes. It's been the AP, like full AP Maokai build for a while now. To see what Xiaohao goes, but yeah, not the most comfortable start in terms of runes. Both AD carries with the Doran's bow. Start, again, that was buffed on this patch as Xiaohao is in this brush here.
For a lane gank, Zhuo has no idea. Hook does not land, and they get right on top of Zhuo, trying to root and keep Leave away. Flash for flash, and the last bit is gonna go through and get a kill for Zhuo.
Well, at least for NIP, you can say thank God it wasn't onto Zeri, or you'll be seeing certified Zeri moment much quicker. Still a first blood, still flash off of Zhuo, but Leave losing his flash means that he's a little bit more vulnerable. And again, wasn't the kill over to this Zeri with Zhuo basing. Awesome should be able to get this push out, and Guwon did invade the Raptors, I believe. So, gold lead, pretty decent XP lead as well. We'll hit 6 first, as long as no other shenanigans go on. But yeah, EDG, a team that have made quite a few roster changes in recent times, swapping out the support. Zhuo being under the spotlight for that decision, and now recently Xinyan in the mid lane, who has been putting on a pretty good show this series so far.
He has been exactly what EDG has needed, where Angel had struggled throughout most of the split. EDG determined it was time for a change, even with just the 2-game sample size. And it is paying off in spades right now. They have gone to Game 5 against NIP, a series that maybe they should have already won, but they will take being in this spot all the same. We saw a couple moments ago Zhuo throw a hook over at Leave. Did not land. It is so hard. You only have one target, which means that there's half the mistakes that can happen. This Prowling projectile's gonna do a lot. Flash onto Awesome here, but Xinyan gets the move first. Hook's gonna go down. Big damage onto Xiaohao here. Who's gonna get the kill? Somebody's gotta get it. It's Awesome getting 1, but it's 2 on the back end for EDG.
Yep, EDG way too tanky. The roam from mid, you had to know that was coming. Xinyan was missing. Care should have called that, hey guys, the Mel is on her way down and I can't stop her. But no, it's 2 kills over for EDG. Awesome does end up managing to pick up 1, and still pretty lucky, Leave hasn't been able to pick up a kill of his own. There is a 1k gold lead overall, however. Kind of pieces around, you know, Xiaohao with a 200, Xinyan with a 400, and again, still that 400 from Zhuo earlier. So not in a position where you need to be seriously worrying about it, but that fight didn't look pretty for NIP.
Care's got to get his button gear, man. He is down 400 gold. He's down CS. He's down a half a level. And Xinyan was the one who moved first against the Aria champion, known for the mobility and the ability to just move around the map, to shove and roam. We really need him to do something if NIP want a chance to win this game. They went ahead and they took the first dragon of the game, despite that first fight not going their way. But Jay Beto, once again, we are seeing EDG teetering around a 1,500 gold lead. Half of the time, it's been at the 15-minute mark. Now it's at the 7-minute mark. This game certainly trending like many of the others.
Yep, another game with EDG finding success in the early game. And if you take this series as gospel, that means nothing. But obviously, we know that that's not the case, especially when there's a Zeri in the game. Only a small lead for the Zeri individually. But these item spikes can be really important for Zeri now on level 6, which is a very strong spike, especially when Zhuo gets to level 6 as well. The potential of the all-in is quite threatening. Now, NIP do have ways of landing onto Zeri. They're not guaranteed, but essentially once she's hit by one, you can pretty much chain the others. I know there is a cleanse there as well, and most likely there will be a Mikkel's. Nice flush over the wall. Okay, that'll just be the ult. Interesting. Well, just the jump over the wall from Zhuo, the Lantern, and just the leave ultimate. Doesn't have flash, so... Oh, hang on. Here's the Maokai ult. Nice little Lantern again to get Awesome out. Here's Guan again.
Hold on, that hook lands. Good play as well. Guan over the top. Xiaohao will go down. It's Guan getting that kill. Nothing more that Leave and Zhui can do.
I mean, we would have liked to be giving these kills over to our AD carries that are hyperscaling and are going to carry the game individually for either team. Awesome already has one, but again, probably could have given that kill over. No cleanse now on Zeri. Just kind of the spot I was talking about. Here's flash back up now. But before Mikhail's is done, with no cleanse, Zeri has to play pretty close to the wall, at least back. So, decent attempt. Good regank from Guwan. Keeps this game close.
NIP doing everything they can to find a way back into this one. You know, they've been able to do so. Many of these other games, Grubs are going to be taken here by Guan. Should be no contest, so should allow some time when Hoya is able to get opportunities to split push to really do some damage. If Awesome is able to get to a turret with that white gun, that Crescendum, will be able to shred the turrets. And there's one thing to keep in mind. Things have settled, and IP have solidified themselves early. See if they're going to be able to continue to hold pace right now.
Okay, another Raptors invade coming through, but Xiaohao's here. Care can roam, and like you said, Ari does a pretty good job of roaming. Care does have 900 smite. I believe he picked that up. Okay.
We're flashing after Sinyan because he used his rebuttal, and he will not get the golden eclipse off. It's Guan with kill number 2.
Really nice pathing from Guwan. This has been a series that Xiaohao has kind of been all over Guwan in terms of pathing, early aggression. And yes, Guwan did well on the Nefiri, got that quadra kill at the end, but these early games have been going all Xiaohao's way. Guwan back-to-back really effective ganks there. Xinyan walks back towards Care, but then ends up falling down still. It's only resulting in a gold lead for Guwan, as Xinyan did not flash. So, see what Guwan can do on his Shyvana. I believe the only person who is actually favoring to play the Shyvana jungle, and there's been some Shyvana top, but the only person I can think of who actually likes picking this Shyvana is its first item, Hex Plate. Well, I'm going to have to check in as we go with Rafa and how he feels about these items.
Well, he said it's got to be Triforce or Shojin Rush, and that ain't it. We'll see. I mean, Hexblade is a good item, right? You are going to get a lot of use out of that when you use your Dragon's Descent. So maybe Guan is cooking here. We will see what happens. Awesome has gone back, and he's picked up his first item. It's a Storm Razor. Leave also has his Hexblade in the bag, as some of these first items are getting done. Yep. Dragon coming up right now. We'll see who's going to opt into it. NIP looking for a clean sweep of early objectives. But Xiaohao is immediately going to start it, but look at NIP on the minimap descending immediately.
Yep. As a TP comes in here too. Double TP actually. Both top laners joining, but the bot lanes are separated down the bottom side.
Here we go. This is going to be our first big fight of the game. Charm goes wide. ZDZ's got this big shield. Hoya is trying to muscle his way in, trying to get to Leave. Here we go, Dragon's Descent. Leave gets targeted out. They throw everything at him, but he goes over the wall, and he's quite healthy. Awesome's got red white, and you know he's ready to fight. There's a kill. Awesome looking for a little bit more. Golden Eclipse gets them low, but does not quite close anything out. It's a 4v4 for the moment. Jungler, support down. Hoya forced a flash out of the back of the pit. In all of that, EDG managed to secure the Dragon, so Xiaohao did his job.
All right. Well, that was another kitchen sink approach in which Leave doesn't have to cleanse or flash or really worry about his health.
Awesome.
Awesome is just dead.
Awesome, he's dead! He's dead!
What are we doing?
Awesome and Leave have traded places in this series. Jay Beto, something that we have admonished Lee for all split is befalling Awesome at this time when it matters the most. Sinyan getting kill number 2, finishing his first item now.
And this won't really result in, like, because it's not Leave getting a kill, but the lead for Leave is building up. He has 4 assists, which is something. He's got the CS lead, and he's got Cull, which is 1 minion away. He's going to be, you know, what, 800 gold up with no kills, which is not the position you want to be in. I think that Awesome played that fight pretty well. You know, kept distance, really tried to play with the chakrams, a crescendum, but couldn't quite do enough damage. I think ZDZ ulting Zhuo over the wall kept him alive and denied Awesome getting that kill. Okay, hold on.
They pinged him out. They pinged him out. They know he's there. The hook is going to go wide. You're going to have to lantern his way out.
Oh,
Awesome has green-white guns. It's not perfect here. But Zhuo really needs to start landing these hooks.
Yep. There's the Cull finish. The CS is building. It's a 1k lead for Zeri. And you can already kind of see why EDG, Leave and Zhui wanted to go for this bot lane. There isn't really, again, any guaranteed engage on the Zeri. There's no Alistar. There's no Nautilus. There's no Vi. It's really hard to genuinely, you know, no Pantheon, to genuinely lock down this area. And that's why the Fearless Best of Fives become so important when, like, drafting-wise, because as those picks get removed from the pool, picks like Zeri, Yuumi rise up in priority a ton more. Yes, Cleanse is down, but I guarantee you Zhui is going, Mikhail's next, and Lee's going to be even safer.
Herald is up. Already seeing some pings on it by EDG. Meanwhile, Guan hovering around this top side. There's no cleanse on Leave, so maybe they'll go for another gank with that Dragon's Descent. Teleport going to be used by Kara to get him into the mid lane here as we're looking for another fight here, Jay Beto. Xiaohao moving, making his way into the river, clearing out a ward. Crab is going to go down. That's over to Guan. We're going to go back into the Herald. Sinyan over on the top side, but he's going to look to regroup with the rest of his team as Leave is doing some good damage to Guan and Zhuo. Kara is tanking the Herald right now. Moonlight Vigil only lands on the Sinyan. He will get rooted up, but there's no follow-up. NIP recognizing without that they cannot fight, so they will back off.
Yep, that's kind of the only guaranteed engage. If you can get an auto on Leave, if you can get the ult off on Leave, which is not guaranteed, but oh, Kara might be dead.
Kara.
No ult commit from Sinyan, not enough damage, but EDG in a position to kind of do whatever they want. Leave is dangling himself out as bait and is playing incredibly well. I think if Guan goes in, this is a questionable decision.
All right, he will give it a look, but he will not go for it. EDG still have about 1,000 gold lead. A minute until the third dragon of the game is up, Jay Beto. Yep. I don't know about you, but this game certainly feels different than the first 4.
It feels to me that, like, the game in general is very close, on a knife's edge, right? If Aphelios can get like a triple kill, blows open, you know, then the game will favor NIP. If one more fight goes EDG's way, Leave's gonna probably start pulling away too far. But right now, the game isn't quite at that point just yet. It's probably the closest early game we've had in terms of, like, Huya has a lead, Guan has a lead, and then in the other side, Sinyan and Leave have a lead. Leave's lead being 1,000 gold is pretty scary for NIP. If Awesome can maintain good guns around these fights, which he's got now, so this is going to change to red-white in a second. This fight is definitely playable, but with no TP on Care, he'd have to play through the bot side. Leave is just doing whatever he wants.
If Gerald dropped down on the mid lane here, looking to leverage it for this dragon, you have all this control. Charge is going to go in. Only one brick left. Zhuo got caught. That's big damage. Heal going to have to be used. You can see this damage coming out from this Mel so much right now.
Yep, and with no AP in Guan's build, the range damage isn't really a ton. It's mostly in his Q. He really needs to be in there hitting. And that's pretty tough against this Zeri, especially with the Mel in pocket. So it looks like to me, as long as this root doesn't hit, but Care does have ult and flash, so...
It does! It does land! It's big damage, but no Golden Eclipse. It's not going to be enough.
Commit.
Meanwhile, EDG go and take their second dragon of the game. It's the third dragon overall. And right now, they are doing whatever they want. NIP have closed this gold gap significantly, but we need to see them spike in the mid game here. We need Care to do something to try to break this game open for NIP. We need Zhuo to start landing these hooks.
Guwon's building up a pretty decent lead. In fact, it's above the lead Leave has. But I don't know if a Shyvana with a lead does as much as a Zeri does with a lead. Now Leave on 2 items. Very scary, and will continue to get scarier as the game continues on. Awesome's done a good job of keeping himself alive in this game, of spacing, as there is quite a decent amount of range with the Yuumi poke, with the Mel poke, with the fish from Maokai, the fishing, I should say, from Maokai. As something is going to have to happen here to stop Leave from being in this position to do whatever he wants, because Huya walks in, Leaves isn't afraid. Guwon ults him, he's not afraid, cleanses back up, flashes back up. Look, he's just dancing around 4 members.
He's speed skating on him. I mean, this is what we said in the draft, right? Especially having this Thresh into a Zeri. She is very hard to lock down. She gets a bunch of extra movement speed, and it just makes her harder to actually hit with a hook. You can try and predict all you want, but it's going to be hard. But the walls are starting to close in. Teleports are coming in as well. Leave immediately turns this around on NIP and forces them away. And now they're going to look to chase down Hoya. Sinyan very fast. Flash for flash. Slows up Hoya. Public execution. But he's caught in the middle of a 4v1. Tries to get to a lantern. He does. The Golden Eclipse will not kill the Mel. Daughter Mel, not enough to take out Ambessa.
I mean, NIP are trying, but they just cannot touch Leave. They literally cannot hit him with anything that isn't an auto attack, and the only person that can auto attack the Zeri is Awesome, and he probably dies. I'm surprised at the LDR second item. I get there's a Cassante, but still. Zeri did get some buffs on this patch. The Q base damage increased, and attack speed conversion to AD increased, so just Q doing more damage. And then the R overcharge duration increased, so the R lasts for longer. Previously in patches, we saw the Zeri kind of get a rework where she does less damage, but she is much faster. And you can really see how much it's paying off in this game specifically. NIP cannot touch Leave.
They threw everything they had at him, and he still has both summoners up, J-Ben. This is very tough to watch for NIP. They are desperate to make a play, and they are unable to find anything on Leave. And if you ain't finding anything on Leave, what's the point? He's just going to be able to take over these fights. Hell yeah, he's able to take over these fights anyway. They go in on him. He drops his ultimate, that lightning crash, and then all of a sudden, NIP's got to run for the hills. They're going to need to find a new approach.
I will say, we did get the golden stamp of approval from Rafa Builds. He said,
does it even matter?
Hexplate Trojan is acceptable. So, that is what Guwon's built. Guwon has the 1,000 gold lead, the only real gold lead for his team. And is this build with this champion enough to carry the game against this Zeri, where we've seen Guwon really try to land onto Leave, and so far it hasn't worked. Even the times that the ult is connected and the fear has gone off, Leave's able to cleanse, and we're getting closer and closer to a potential Mikhail's getting built for Leave, and that's when this becomes even harder.
He has not gotten any help from his support. He has not gotten any help from his mid laner. That needs to change. If NIP want to win this game, Care and Zhuo need to start landing their skill shots, need to throw everything they have at Leave to try and take this guy out. 30 seconds until the next dragon. It would be soul point for EDG if they pick it up. Remember, it's a Hextech soul. Any of the poke that they can throw at, it's the prowling projectile from Shui. Anything that Sinyan's got. Any Q from Leave that ends up catching a stray on somebody is going to slow them and deal significant damage, and EDG would love to see some slow targets.
Yeah, so cringe with the Maokai saplings. You're already slow from them, then it like chains your team, it slows you even more. I'm getting really concerned because not only is the soul great for slowing, but it kind of acts like an inverted, this is just really frustrating, an inverted Cloud Soul where instead of speeding you up at speed, it slows them down. But Leave's already so fast with the Yuumi and the changes to Zeri that any damage, he can just catch you. There's no running away now either. So not only is he dancing all over you, but there's no possible way for you to get away either. See NIP kind of fainting a Baron potential. You know, there is a good amount of damage with Aphelios, and I'm sure with this build, Guwon does decent damage with his auto attacks to the Baron if he ults it, but EDG in the most commanding spot, despite NIP actually the ones with the gold lead.
Yeah, EDG have realized that they can just chill out. They can hang out, have a good time. Late game Mel can be a bit of a terror. These saplings are only going to get stronger once you finish a second magic damage item. I don't particularly like this build out of Maokai. I think it makes it a little bit too squishy. But what does that matter when they are running away from your ultimate because you've got this monster in your AD carry role with a cat on top of him. And nothing in the world that can slow him down.
It does make you squishy, but it makes your E's do so much damage, and especially with the Hextech Soul, that can be really cringe. Leave finishing up his 3 items, he's going to have so much damage, and it's only going to be continuing to get worse. We are right around the corner from a certified Zeri moment. I'm surprised EDG haven't taken the fight around this dragon. I think they're significantly stronger, and yet EDG are letting NIP get gold. So Awesome is still a ways away from his Infinity Edge, but that means that EDG are also delaying their own soul. So that means that
they don't feel pressured. They're okay with what's going on here. I mean, Leave has this lead. NIP has not shown an ability to go kill Leave yet. So they're cool with whatever's going on here. Now Kara's looking for an angle perhaps here. I like it. Here we go. Land that charm. He hits it, but there's no follow-up. They finally had a good beat on it, but where's Guwon? Where's Zhuo?
Well, Mikhail's is finished, Yanni. They can't kill him at all anymore. That's it. Their time has run up.
All right, you're going to need to find a way in. Guwon. All right, Leave hopped over the wall, but Kara is a little low on HP. Zhuo was going to eat this sapling as well. It's going to do big damage, take him to near half HP. And now you're just slowly bleeding out, Jay Beto.
All right, well, TV back in here from Care to join as the dragon is being started up. It's so hard to walk into these saplings, especially when they do AP damage. Zeri has ult in 5 seconds.
You gotta find something. Hoya trying to look for a way in as well on the flank, but ZDZ and the rest of EDG are pushing up. Leave is frontlining. He just doesn't care right now. He is okay with what's going on. And Mikhail's is still on cooldown, half of its cooldown. Hook not gonna land, lightning crash. Will take a full ultimate for the face from Awesome. And he continues to push forward on NIP. Guwon has to ult away defensively. The slow's there. Leave smells blood in the water. He finds one. He finds 2. He's finding them all. Finally shut down. But Guwon has to contend with Xiaohao and a cat on top of him. Guwon will be able to walk away. But Leave hit the go button and goes 2 for 1.
That is insane aggression from Leave. NIP still have the gold lead. It's actually building, but this game feels so unplayable, so hard for NIP to do anything. Leave just doesn't care. He dodges the hook, ults Zhuo, and Mikhail's is already down. He cleanses the root, and then ends up flashing in to continue going so that he can do more damage. Flashes the charm from Care. Ridiculous aggression from Leave. Ends up getting a double kill. If he had his team closer, this might have been a quadra kill. But he's basically 2v4ing them with Zway by his side. I'm really worried for NIP. The third dragon was never taken, and NIP actually going to pick it up themselves, which is pretty questionable to me. I don't know. I thought they had done it, to be honest.
Hang on. They're going to go right after Awesome. He's going to get a lantern. He will be able to survive. This is going to force dueling TPs out. Public execution, but Hoya doesn't go anywhere. He's got to get back to Guan quick. And EDG looking to cut off the rest of NIP. Kara trying to do what he can, but the inside track is for EDG, which means they're going to get some time on this turret. And with that play, you lose an angle potentially on the lead. He doesn't have summoners right now. This is NIP's best opportunity to try and find him again.
All right. See how much damage Leave does with his ult, with not only the Hex Plate, but also the Fiend Hunter Bolt. It's nearly one-shots Awesome, who didn't have summoners. If that Lantern wasn't there, he was dead. Now, this Baron very well could be getting done, but no, it's just a bait from EDG. Good blue orb from Awesome. Let's spot that out, but great vision control from EDG. They really can do whatever they want. And when this Infinity Edge gets finished for Leave, okay, Awesome has his done, great. When Leave gets his Infinity Edge, I think the game is just done. Unless we find a way to actually kill Leave in a really crucial moment, you know, maybe around Baron, or if NIP continue to get Drake stacks. If Leave continues to play how he has been, NIP cannot do anything.
Every moment is crucial now, Jay Beto. We're cresting to the 30-minute mark. Any kill can result in a Baron attempt. Leave walking forward, drops the ultimate down just for a little bit of damage. Now he might be looking for Hoya. CDC off to the side with the all-out. Guwan's got to ult defensively. Leave wants a little bit more. Root's going to go down on the carrot. Big damage. He's going to be forced to ult away. First ult, second ult, 2 charges down. Awesome getting tagged up, knocked up. What a play by CDC! And EDG find the pick.
Leave just doesn't care. He's in the face of 4 people dashing in and ulting, and they can't stop him from killing their entire team. He's up 2,500 gold. Everyone else on EDG except for Shui is down gold.
Oh, what
significant
a
amounts of gold.
Ooh,
Can't nearly gets one shot there. The Baron's getting done, Yanni.
All right, EDG is on the way to take this down. NIP trying to find a way in. It's going to be tough. Teleport coming in, 8,000 HP. There is an opportunity here for NIP. They're going to get a 5v4 around the Baron, which is about as good as you can ask for. Zhuo hooks himself. Charm goes wide. They're going to look for CDC, but look who it is over the wall. It's Leave, the terror, known as Leave, imposing his will on this game. Hoya on the backside will fall. EDG might start up on the Baron again. No, Leave once more. He gets hooked. Moonlight Vigil walking forward, still healthy. Maybe gonna try to find Awesome. Takes him to about half. Leave goes in. Leave goes down. Big mistake. Guwan tried to clean up on the backside. Zhao Hao's very low, but Guwan's in a 4v, making a 3v1. And now he's got to run for the hills because CDC and the Cat are coming to take him down. Ace for EDG.
Leave oversteps and dies, and that will mean that there's no Baron. But it's crazy that that's what Leave has to do to lose the fight. He needs to just stand in front of them for 30 seconds straight, and he just picked up an Infinity Edge 2. I think EDG can just go straight back to the Baron when everyone spawns and do it again, because I genuinely do not see a way. Leave he just does whatever he wants. Hooked, he doesn't care. Cleanse. He's just taking everything, and he's killing them all.
A little too far that time. Leave gets punished big time as Awesome picks up the kill. This fight was so close to being salvaged here by NIP. Unable to do so. It is an ace for EDG. But this is not the end of the world. The problem is Leave's flash is up. His lead has gotten larger. Look at the gold differential, but his cleanse is down. There are still opportunities for NIP to make something happen. That Infinity Edge is done, but he's not at 100% crit yet.
Yeah. Yep. He isn't at 100% crit. I am genuinely concerned, though, that the next fight, Leave is just going to R-flash in and one-shot everybody. I feel like Awesome has the potential to do enough damage if the game goes late enough. But No one can catch Leave. This would be a big mistake. No cleanse. Or no Mikhail, sorry. And that's no cleanse as well.
Okay.
The dragon's up.
Okay, EDG gonna start up this dragon. It's Xiaohao. No, he threw a sapling on it, maybe. Decided to go. He's looking for a flank here, and Awesome has no idea he's gonna get that lantern out. Good lantern from Zhuo. That is a big cooldown used. NIP are gonna head back to the Baron, clear this
Big
vision.
TP.
Now we have a teleport coming in. They are going to start the Baron. NIP have started the Baron, but it looks like they may have pulled off for the moment. No, it is still aggroed. They are still trying to take this down. They are trying to force EDG's hand. Awesome is stuck in the pit. Guwon drops his ultimate down. They are looking to force this one down. Guwon is all on care on the backside. Look at who they found. They found Leave. Leave is still alive. Somehow Baron went over to EDG. Hoya trying to frontline ball. Awesome is healthy.
Wait.
A couple of kills going over to NIP. They may have lost the Baron, but they won the fight.
All right, well, they're going to get Soul Point, but EDG did steal the Baron. This game is neck and neck. You lose Baron, a great fight from NIP though. Guwon needs to ult to dodge the poke from Leave. That's how much he values his HP, and there's no flash. So it'll be Soul Point for NIP. The Hextech Soul does matter in this game for NIP specifically, because obviously you're denying it, but it'll slow
flank.
Leave down. Now again, Guwon has to dodge the extendo beam to keep his HP high. Care with a great engage into the back climb alongside the Mbessa engaging, but there's still just not enough damage. Great smite steal from Xiaohao to give his team the Baron. If Guwon had gotten the Baron and then we were in this position here, much scarier for EDG, because NIP would get Soul Point. They'd be able to get a ton more gold on Awesome with the Baron, and then use the Baron to get into a good position for the next dragon. But instead, it is 5 completed items, full crit, and probably a GA to finish, I would imagine, for Leave. Awesome has just finished his 4 items, so he has 100% crit. Oh boy.
Hoya got caught out. Public execution is used, but he gets run down. A rare mistake from Hoya in this series. Not going to amount to all too much. It does mean that EDG have some purchase on the bot side of this map.
Leave is nearly up 4,000 gold. This is a minus 1,000 Baron too, and Leave is still up 4,000 gold. He'll get it after this tower too. Unbelievable performance on the Zeri. A great angle in draft as well, and the team comes surrounding it. But Leave has just not even needed it. He's just played like this by himself. NIP have shown in that last fight, I think, that they can win fights. There is a good amount of damage, and Care can find these flanks and win these fights. But if you can't find amazing flanks like that, if Leave's just running at you in a straight line, and Awesome has bad guns now.
It's not over yet, Jay Beto. Root on to Leave. See if they take the angle they want. His flash is down. Dragon up in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. One of the big issues that has plagued Leave throughout this season has been his positioning issues. He has been pretty darn good in this game. But as we know, things can go bad in an instant. They might go here. Teleports are coming in. Leave gets the cleanse in the middle of everybody. So much damage.
Jesus!
And he survives NIP's onslaught and will continue with the rest of his team. Awesome will fall. ZDZ gets to the backside and is looking for Care. Playing away, but Zhuo will meet an untimely end. The push is in. The minions are here. Did you hear about it? EDG is going to group ascent after pulling off an improbable upset against NIP, and it's led by Leave and his superior AD carry play.
Leave picks up his team and puts everyone on his back. That is one of the most ridiculous 1v9s I've seen in a long time. This guy's just better. His play is perfect, his position was perfect, his movement was perfect, and he just destroys you. What do you do?
They could not get to this guy. And when they finally say, this is what we want, he's got no flash, they had backed off. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter, Jay Beto. They went after him, and Leave said, swap places with me real quick. Catch this L, see you in Nirvana. Bozos got the job done. Wow. What a game. What a series. EDG taking a 3-2 victory. Almost probably more exciting than the 3-2 we had yesterday, Jay Beto. Wow.
That was, yes, I agree. That was a long series. That was an exciting series. And after our game one, it had the potential to really not be. EDG looked better in game one. And then we continued to have a ridiculously exciting series. Is that enough for a series MVP? It's definitely MVP of this game. I don't know about series. Leave did do really well on the virus as well. Unbelievable.
Phenomenal. Absolute cinema, Jay Beto. There is no other way to put it, my friend. An incredible victory here today by EDG. They earned every bit of this win.
Wow. Wow. I mean, NIP was a team that has been so exciting this year for a lot of people, or at least in Split 2. Coming in to Group Ascend and getting some really crazy upsets, and EDG come forward and say, nah, I'd win though. And they did.
And when they did, Jay Beto, this was a team that, remember, at the start of the year, people thought, hey, this team could go make Group Ascend. This is a good, solid team. The development of Perukia, right? Angel played so well in 2025. Perukia is out, right? And then you're in the split. You're in Split 2. You go 7-7. You finish 3-2. You have a bunch of 2-1s. You drop a bunch of games that you shouldn't have. And people had soured on EDG. People had thought that this series was definitely going to go to NIP. And today EDG came in with a mission, and they righted all of their wrongs. Every little bit of study that went into looking at these two teams, Jay Beto, I saw a different team today in EDG. While they weren't able to close the door on a couple of games because of some similar mistakes, they played as a team today. And that is the biggest difference between today and their prior matches.
Yep. An outstanding performance from Xiaohao throughout this series. A ton of amazing games. Leave, it's across the board, played really well, which is, not necessarily what I would have expected. If someone had asked me before this series started, where do you think the biggest deficit is going to be, I would have said the bot lane. Awesome and Zhuo look insane. I know plenty of people had them pretty high in All-Pro. It looked great in Split 2. And yet Leave and Zhuo just looked insane today. And sometimes that's all it takes. For an important series like this, ridiculous amount of damage from Leave compared to the rest of the game. But
MVP,
sometimes
no
that's
question.
all it takes.
MVP, no question. Jay Beto, this was the third chance that EDG had to qualify into Group Ascend. They were previously 0-2 and 1-6 in games. Well, that game score not looking that much better. That match score, all it takes is one to get you into Group Ascend. And for NIP, this means that all the hard work that they put in this split, all of the tough times, but all the great games that they had, and the times they looked like world beaters, when it came down to it, they were truly a team that could beat anybody on any given day and lose to anybody on any given day. And now they have to go back down to Group Nirvana. This is a team that we maybe thought was a dark horse in these playoffs, and the horse has been scratched from the race.
This is also a continuation of I have 0 predictions correct so far. So if that tells you anything, LGD are winning next series, but
I'm
yeah,
1-2 myself. I ain't doing that much better.
Not too many people are predicting these results, to be honest. This is probably NIP's best fight this game. Oh, sorry, this is not the one I'm thinking of. The other Baron is the one I'm thinking of, where they're able to get Baron. Oh, sorry, they lose Baron, actually, but they kill 2, nearly kill Leave as well. What do you do? This guy is in front of your entire team, and you can't stop him.
He's just frontlining, Jay Beto. And they had no answer. So many times, he just struck fear into their hearts with a simple stare. They were paralyzed. They were like, how do we play against this guy? And they had no answers. The only times that they were able to get on Leave was right here, a very well-played flank by Care. The best play he made all game. And if that Baron was secured by NIP, as you said, could have been talking about an entirely different game, but Leave still manages to live here. That's the best fight that they got. It's a fight where you kill 2 and Leave still alive. Look, these are 2 teleports coming in. And they still just can't kill this guy.
He's actually just... It's really hard to see here, but he is genuinely dodging everything. He is dodging so much. He is healing. He is doing damage at the same time. It's
underrated. Xiaohao, underrated. Great ultimate. It locked up. It locked up awesome on the backside. That he could not join the play because of that, and that was also a big difference. That's the one thing that you'll always see. 80 carries, they're always getting all the glory, Jay Beto.
Oh, I
Xiaohao definitely deserves his shout for what he did in that fight.
I would say for me, series MVP, Xiaohao. That game is definitely Leave. That was ridiculous. But yeah, sometimes you see a team kind of send everything onto one person because they're getting desperate, and it doesn't land. It looks awkward, and it fails. But this time, that's not at all what's happening. Leave is just genuinely dancing all over their heads, and they can't hit him. They're trying, and they're doing pretty well. Hitting with CC Cleanse, hitting with Mikhail's. Oh, he's dashed over the wall. We can't hit him. There's great drafting, great pick from EDG. I feel like EDG had good drafting the entire series, to be honest. But that is an amazing performance. Congratulations to EDG. It's going to be exciting to watch them in Group Ascend and see how they do with their brothers Thunder Talk.
Yeah, we have 2 changes. That's insane, Jay Beto. Absolutely crazy. And Leave hopefully going to get his well-deserved MVP because he went up toe-to-toe against his former team. No love lost. Got it done. Has only been a part of 2 organizations ever. And after this one, NIP might try to strike his name from the record and be like, we do not claim this man. What we do claim is that this broadcast was very tough, very tiring. But it's not over yet. It's over for me and Jay Beto. Right? Because we still have one more match, guys. We have Weibo Gaming versus LGD. Bloxer and Grapes are going to take you through that one. Thank you all so much for being here for the first set. We hope you enjoyed. We hope the second set is just as good as the first. We're going to take a short break while we do the caster swap. Don't go anywhere. Bloxer and Grapes will take you through the final series of the play-ins.
I don't know how we're going to cap off that one, but we got our final series of the day here, and the final series of the LPL Split 2 play-in stage. It is Weibo Gaming going up against LGD Gaming, as we have continuously said. Winner going on to the postseason, loser back into Nirvana for Split 3. My name is Graves, joined alongside Bloxer for this one. Bloxer, we've been pretty in agreement on what we think this series is going to look like, but judging by how the rest of the series have gone here in this play-in stage, I don't think any of our predictions are necessarily going to be up to snuff for this one.
No, absolutely not. I mean, I think there was a real feeling that the only team that really had a chance of getting out was going to be LNG. And they end up not managing to beat out a WE that had looked so very bad throughout the split. Then you get the massive Thunder Talk upset, and of course the banger that we just watched. There is a general feeling, as you said, that this is probably going to be the least competitive of the four series. Anything could happen, though.
I think many people might have said that Thunder Talk IG would have been the least competitive, and look what happened. It actually wasn't competitive, but it was a 3-0 for our Group Nirvana team. But let's take a look now at our starting lineups going into this one, starting off with Weibo Gaming. This team obviously has had their ups and downs, but they have won their last 3 series, all with their new support in the Hank.
Yeah, exactly. Things have been looking a little bit better overall for them. That 3-game win streak has been really nice to see, and it really did feel like they needed to change things around. Hung was just not doing his thing particularly well. This has really been a team where you've had a lot of excitement in the jungle specifically, some pretty big pop-off moments from Elk in moments, but their laning phase hasn't looked that great, even alongside the Hank, so that's definitely something to watch.
It's been the top side of the map that really has been showing up. Jeje looking very good in their wins, and Xiaohu, especially over these last few series, really starting to look in form. And for this Weibo team, over the last 2 years, it's always been a story of slow starts into big finishes. That was a similar situation as to what happened last split when they ended up top 3 after split number 1. They finished 6th place here in Group Ascend this split. But things are starting to look up, right? They're going on their win streak. They're bringing in this new roster. Maybe there's an opportunity, Bloxer, like we have seen over these past few years, for Weibo to make another late season surge.
Exactly. This team really feels like they need to ramp their way up into the later stages. They always have this weird, not working early stages. Their players don't seem to be playing very well. The macro's not particularly good across the map. The team fighting is a little bit weird. And then you get halfway through into the second round robin, and all of a sudden things just start to look so much better for this squad. Like I said, that's kind of happening so far in this series. And of all the teams to have drawn out of Group Nirvana, this was probably going to be their best matchup overall. They've got some lanes that they're really going to be able to win through, and they've got a bot lane that they don't have to be so worried about over on the side of LGD, which has been one of the weaker overall parts of Weibo. So again, if you're thinking about Weibo as a team that loves to ramp, the fact that they get to play in this matchup here in the play-ins, potentially keep that ramping power going and slingshot themselves into the playoffs, that could be pretty fun for them.
And Weibo have historically had a very good time in this play-in stage, specifically dating back to last year. Now the roster mostly different. Only Xiaohu is a leftover from that 2025 team. But when they have played against teams from Group Nirvana, they have swept them in every single time they have been in this position. Another situation where they're going to be up against the Group Nirvana team, this time in LGD. Will they be able to do it this time again? We shall see. Not necessarily going to be smooth sailing for them based on our results from the other teams that have been coming through in Group Ascend.
Yeah, I mean, talking about how good Weibo have been during their play-in stage is kind of, half a dozen of one, 12 of the other, right? Because, hey, they're doing really well in the play-in stage, but they're in the play-in stage constantly. This is not a team that manages to just never play in the play-in stage, right? This is not a top esports, a BLG and AL, who are just always in that top lane. They don't have to be playing against any of these other teams from Group Nirvana, but at least if you're going to get yourself into Group Nirvana, then you're going to do very well, and as we've been saying with a ramping team, maybe this is preferable for their overall playstyle.
Yeah, Weibo, despite their inconsistencies here in the LPL, always able to have pretty consistent results eventually in the domestic stage. You always see them in the top 5, top 6 of the LPL and making a decent number of internationals. That has not been the case for their opponent today in LGD, at least in this decade. Taking a look at their roster right now, they have made a couple of big changes going into this split, most notably bringing in Bertle up to the top side of the map, returning here to LGD where he was back in 2024. But Bloxer, over the last few years, it has been nothing but disappointing seasons for LGD. In fact, the last time that they made it into a top 8 in the LPL was back in 2020 in the summer split, when they eventually made it to the World Championships. Since then, in this decade, no higher finish than 9th to 10th. They can have a chance to break that here if they pull off yet another upset in the play-in stage.
Yeah, I mean, overall, last year they finished a combined 12th place, which is tied with all of the other teams that managed to get themselves no championship points whatsoever from all 3 of the splits. And you can see here, despite the fact that there are some ups and downs, the ups are still not within the top 8. They're still not getting you any championship points. They're not looking towards qualification for Worlds. Really, this has been a journey of just trying to get things together, moving about rosters sort of a couple pieces at a time in a lot of situations, full overhauls occasionally, and yet nothing has really been able to work out for them overall. It does feel like this is one of their best looks so far, though. Like you said, a little bit of a change coming into this split, and all of a sudden, with Bertle up in the top lane, things feeling a lot better.
Yeah, have an opportunity now to maybe take a bit of a stride. I think a lot of people going into the season saw this LGD team as one that probably was not going to go very far, even maybe being at risk of being relegated out of the league, finishing in the bottom 2 of Group Nirvana. But they actually had a very strong start to the season, taking games off of teams like ThunderTalk and teams like EDG, and now having a position to be one best of 5 away from making it into the postseason. We're getting into the draft of game number 1. LGD starting off on the blue side, but Weibo, having first selection from Group Ascend, will be getting first pick.
Alrighty, and something that we've been looking at a lot throughout today have been these first picks. Actually, Weibo just going to be slamming theirs in straight away, taking that Annie for Zhao, who's something he's been playing a lot of. For LGD, they love to get themselves a strong bot lane if they can grab it early on. With the Ashe Seraphine available, that could be something they look to just take quickly, because this bot lane is the place, if you're going to beat Weibo, that you really want to be looking.
Absolutely. It's immediate slam, though, of the Ashe Seraphine for Xiaoya and YCX. Very powerful bot lane duo, but Elk and the Hank have had pretty good answers into it, whether it is the Lucian Milio or things like the Jhin Karma. Karma's banned away, which means they're going to go with option A. Hey, this is actually a bot lane, Bloxer, that can get priority and can be powerful in the 2v2.
It can, but it's a pretty tough lane overall for you to be able to play. All of the slows that come through from that Ashe Seraphine means that actually closing the distance and dealing enough damage can be really tricky. You're going to need some jungle intervention if you really want to make this bot lane work. We'll see what it is that JJ is going to pick up for himself. For LGD, it looks like they're also going to be just trying to pick themselves something up nice and stable right here for Tangyuan, something that he's, again, played a decent amount of and has found some pretty good success versus these group Nirvana mid laners. Specifically, I really like the way that Tangyuan and Hung can work together, get involved in a lot of these other lanes, and just really try to work as a duo to then influence the top lane, somewhere that they've found a lot of success.
Yeah, Tangyuan 2-0 on the Akali so far. The top side of the map certainly has been the shining point of, honestly, both of these teams this season, which is why we think this matchup could be decently exciting, even though the players on Weibo are so much more veteran, so much more experienced, and potentially just have the overall advantage in many people's minds. The way that LGD have been playing, though, in Group Nirvana maybe speaks otherwise. As we headed to the second phase of the draft, Lee Sin banned away from Jeje, champion that he is always super comfortable on. We expect the jungle pools to be pinched on both sides right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now for LGD, they've got themselves a composition where you can play pretty heavily around your bot side. You've got some great pick potential that you could potentially play around as well if they want to pair it upside along something like the Pantheon to give them those extra levels of globals to work around. That could be really fun. For Weibo, again, some level of pick potential if you want to just blow somebody up through this Annie, but they really need themselves some frontline to be able to buy space for this Lucian right here.
See a little more range potentially on this team as well. Trundle taken away from Hung. Wonder if Zika's pool gets targeted at all. You know, you typically think of Zika as being a big carry player throughout his career, but actually really has been finding his own, niche in the tank category, specifically on the Scion. So not surprised to see that one banned away by LGD. And trying to get Bertle a little bit of a more stable matchup to play into.
Exactly, if you are Bertle right here, you don't want to be dealing with this Scion. It just can shut down so much of what it is that he likes to play. He's been specifically great on the Rumble, something he's been going back to time and time again. The Nahu also looking pretty good for him. Final ban coming on through right here. Weibo really taking their time with this one, expecting it to be potentially another jungle ban. No, instead they see that the Rumble could potentially be really nice alongside this combo. Lock somebody down, chuck down that ulti, so they take that one away.
Surprised to not see Xin Zhao taken away in this second phase. Typically something that really goes well alongside the Ashe Seraphine. But maybe LGD have other ideas as they're hovering on Nefiri for now. A lot of options that Hung could end up going for. Xin Zhao typically is the top of the tier list, but priorities might have shifted heading into this Knights Rivals phase. It will be a lot of shuffling back and forth, but we're going to end up with the Nefiri here for Hung, I believe.
Okay, I mean, I agree that I think the Xin Zhao would have been really nice right here, especially into the Lucian. He opens up with that ulti, and you can just say no with your own ulti straight back, but instead they're going to look for something a little bit more aggressive. This tells me LGD, they want to be playing more towards this early game as much as possible, don't want to be letting Weibo get into the later stages. They want to punish this Lucian, this Milio. They are going to lock themselves in the Jarvan right here, our Weibo, so that is some nice engage that they really did need. And the Renekton too, again, it's a couple champions though that are going to need to get very up close and personal to the LGD members, and with all of the slows, with the Seraphine ulti as well to potentially turn you back away, this could end up being a little bit tricky to execute for Weibo.
Definitely feels like a Weibo composition, though, especially into a Nirvana team.
Yeah,
they have had a lot of history going up into these play-in stages, and perhaps they feel confident enough that they can just hands-check their opponents to death. Final pick for Bertle, going to be his Gnar, one of the most played champions that he has had in his very short stint on LGD Gaming. Going to be a pretty standard matchup into the Renekton, so nothing super surprising there, but I think LGD overall got a lot blockster out of what they wanted here in this first game draft.
Absolutely, I'd say so, right? They really like this Ashe Seraphine. It's one of the strongest bot lane combos that we've had in the entire game for a while. One of the highest priorities that people have been going for. But the fact that you also get Bertle on something really comfortable. The only thing that's a little bit out of left field, potentially, is going to be this Nefiri, but it's not something that we haven't seen him play before, right? That is something you can play around. The composition overall really wants to get things rolling at that first item spike. Once you get one item going, start looking to pick people off, using these ultis as effectively as possible. You want to see LGD trying to get ahead as much as they can during the early game, but the same can be said for Weibo, specifically this bot lane. If the Lucian falls behind, it feels so rough to try to play, but this is a really tough bot lane for it to try to crack, so I expect a lot of these junglers down in the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, these junglers both going to have to be incredibly active in this early game. For Hung, the Nefiri really likes to snowball, and for Weibo, the Jarvan for Jeje wants to get his lanes ahead as fast as possible. And we'll see if it will be a possibility here for Weibo Gaming to continue their winning ways in the play-in stage. They have been hot here with the Hank subbing into the support role. They are looking to make it back into the LPL playoffs and try to make a run back towards a top 3 spot. As for LGD, potentially wading into uncharted territory. They have not finished in the top 8 since 2020. Will that happen today? We shall find out as we head on to the Rift for game number 1.
Unfortunately, no Gyos to be getting all excited about. These play-ins obviously being played online, but still very excited to be jumping on into this one. And if any of the previous 3 series in this play-ins have been any indication of what's to come, this should still be an absolute banger between these two teams. As we've been saying, right, a lot of early game focus, a lot of bot lane focus potentially coming on through. As we're expecting then, both of the junglers will be starting towards the top side of the map, although I'm not sure if we're expecting to see a level 4, level 3 gank coming on through. You probably want to be first clearing, then getting back out onto the map. Depends on if somebody's overstepping a little bit in the bot lane.
It's like not much of that so far, as both bot lanes know their junglers are on the way sooner rather than later. Interesting to see that Elk and the Hank go for the Lucian Milio lane as opposed to something a little bit more safe, but perhaps a little bit more confidence going up against a group Nirvana opponent. They are going to get shoved in just because of the presence of that Ashe Seraphine early on, but it really will be up to Elk to make some big plays here in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, right now, you're just going to be looking to push this bot lane in as much as possible. Anytime one of these slows lands, it's very tricky for Elk to get away. You can see he's having to play pretty far back, and this is going to continue at least until we get some jungle intervention, or maybe a little bit of a first item coming on through. For the minute, though, we watch as these junglers continue their way down towards the bottom side of the map. We're not really expecting to see too much jungle intervention into the top or the mid lane, unless somebody's stepping too far forwards, but we are expecting these mid laners to roam around and move out from this mid lane as quickly as possible.
More trading down here in the bottom side as well. Elk with the Cozy Campfire able to rather safe for himself as our junglers are finishing off their first clears. I want to talk about the mid laners for a second as well, Bloxer, because Xiaohu and Tongyuan, they have not played against each other in a full best of 5, and if you are a true LPL fan, you might know that they both have played on RNG. Xiaohu, obviously, the long-time veteran over on that squad who won 3 MSI titles, but Tongyuan immediately replaced him and did not have as much success, obviously, on that team. But since coming over to LGD, he has actually looked a lot better, and so this is why we're pretty excited about what this mid matchup has in store.
Absolutely. I mean, Tongyuan during split number 1, I thought was one of the better looking mid laners that we had for Group Nirvana. Obviously, it doesn't end up fully working out for them in the end, but was able to play pretty good overall. And it's kind of been the same thing for Xiaohu, where his highlights are so incredibly good, but for the most part has been having a bit of a weird up and down split. JJ Zika, these have been really stable lanes for Weibo, where Xiaohu, in the later stages, has been able to really become that for his team as well, and that has been really good to see. I think that's a big part of why Weibo were able to step up and start winning as many games towards the end of the split as they were.
Absolutely. I mean, Xiaohu, as much as we've criticized him here on LPL English over these past 2 years on Weibo, really had looked better over these last few weeks, looking like that spring tiger that he made a name for himself for when he was on teams like RNG in the past, whether it was in the mid lane or the top lane. It was always the story of how RNG was able to do well in the spring season, do well at MSI, win those titles, but never make it towards the end of the year. Didn't even see them get really that far last year in 2025, so maybe this is the time where the spring jump up in power will really come to fruition for Xiaohu.
Absolutely, and we can only hope that for Weibo. Of course, if you're LGD, you're hoping that that is not going to be coming on through, and that Tongjuan's going to be able to step out to the top of this matchup. For the minute, kind of just getting bullied around by the Annie early on, as you would expect to happen. Has gone towards the electrocute, so is trying to go for these slightly more aggressive trades, but so far is going to be down by about 10 CS, having to teleport back into the lane right now, and this is the joy of having the Annie, right? You could just neutralize any of these potentially more aggressive lane matchups, and then you give your team so much in terms of that aggression that can come on through at the beginning of team fights, locking people down.
Oh, and early on, Weibo really exerting their power in the early game. Elk forcing the flash out of Xiaoyar early. The Ultra Mega Fire Kick actually lands on a YCX, forces another Summoner spell out of the Seraphine. So not only are Weibo having leads in the top and the mid lane in terms of CS, they just forced a couple of major Summoner spells off of this Ashe Seraph.
The fact that the Seraphine now doesn't have Flash is going to leave YCX incredibly vulnerable to just repeats of the exact same thing right here. That being said, Elk does have to expend his Flash for that play, so once we tick over to these level 6s that should be coming through relatively soon, that's going to leave Elk under some extra threat, and if we do end up getting to see some sort of gank down into the bottom lane, again, Illusion without Flash, still not one of the most immobile champions, but it is going to be a little bit more of a risky situation. I'm going to recognize all of this happening and just start up this Hextech Drake. No real response, you have to imagine. JJ is in the area, but this one already falling very low. We'll see if they're going to be able to walk out cleanly.
Seen some crazy steals in the playing stage so far. He's gonna get another one as JJ flashes into the pit and takes the dragon down. Cataclysm forward onto both flashless bottom laners, and Xiaohu has come to make him pay. Lands the Incinerate and picks up first blood for the Weibros.
Oh, and the LGD just weren't quick enough to be able to take that one down. Didn't quite have enough damage available to them at this point, and just walking in, stealing that one away. And the fact that you're able to just steal that one straight out from under your opponent's noses is massive. YCX dying as well. They're giving that kill over to Xiaohu. We're just talking about how much better he's been looking, and on this Annie getting some early power into the back pocket, nothing to sniff about either.
A great start for our Group Ascend representatives. Weibo have seen the struggles of their fellow Ascend counterparts so far over these past 2 days. Nirvana has had the edge in game score 8-5 at this point. Weibo trying to even that count up if they could pick up a 3-0 here today, but LGD looking to maybe make it a little bit more in their favor as they're now heavily trading on the Weibo bottom lane. Elk has to use the Relentless Pursuit to get away, but the CS advantage is still in their favor, and they're going to have this wave crashing towards them momentarily.
I mean, once you get a little bit of a trade going, if you can walk towards Elk, have these trades be a little bit more extended, that's where things are going to go slightly better. This, I mean, you've got to stop JJ from being able to get in way sooner. The thing is, JJ was able to tick over to that. Oh my god, they live in the bot lane. Holy.
Yeah, we got to go back to live here.
Yeah, staring on into the picture-in-picture as Elk took so much damage right there. No flash, no barrier, so he's incredibly vulnerable. Still sticking around, both junglers as well coalescing in the bot lane.
Elk and the Hank were really hoping to catch that cannon wave, but I just don't think they have the health bars to do so. Jeje instead going to try to capture as much experience as he can while his bot lane goes back to base. Hung able to harass a little bit, but doesn't want to stay in that area too long, knowing that Xiaohu also has push. Instead, maybe making the play for the Annie, but he is spotted on a ward.
I mean, this is what you really need to be doing at this point. Once the Neferi ticks over to that level 6, you need to be getting involved in these lanes as possible, and just unfortunately wasn't quite able to find what he was looking for down in the bottom side of the map, and everybody just heads straight back to their jungling. The fact that this has been a pretty slow-paced early game overall really is benefiting onto Weibo. They're able to delay things a little bit, and once they get these first item spikes coming through, where their Lucian's online, where their Annie's online, things are going to be looking really good. Can't forget as well, JJ getting that first item will give him so much extra ability to be able to frontline, and up by about 1,200 gold and that first Hextech Drake, Weibo in a very comfortable position in this first game.
Yeah, I mean, we said it in the draft, right? Whoever gets that first item power spike, whoever is able to get to that mid game a little bit earlier, it's going to have a huge advantage. And so for the CS numbers and just the early kill that went over to Xiaohu, certainly favoring Weibo Gaming. So a lot of time for LGD to kind of ramp up. Ashe Seraphine definitely scales very well into the late game, although they also have a good mid game spike. Now Hong's made his way down towards the bottom side of the map. Grubs are up, but neither jungler really seems too interested in it.
No, and as we had talked about during the draft phase, right, bot lane going to be the big focus for both of these teams. Both junglers continuing to hang around in the lane. And unfortunately, stepping a little bit too far forwards before the wards were cleared out, so he gets spotted. Means that Weibo's bot lane at least know that he is in the area. Both junglers, though, are now going to take those resets, and you can see Tangyeon already setting a little bit of vision up around these grubs. It looks like that is something that LGD are going to be focusing in on. They've got some decent push in the top lane to play around as well, so the grubs should be theirs if they want to move towards them.
Yeah, it looks like both junglers are going to be there, but Bertle with push able to arrive first for LGD. Likely will be able to at least get a couple of these, but Jeje is around and has his smite. Make it a 1 for 2 if he wanted to go in, but because the numbers just aren't on his side, the waves aren't looking too good. It looks like LGD going to have these pretty easily at this point.
And now you're going to get this rotation coming through from Zika. I'm going to try to finish this one up.
Yep, 43!
Oh,
He got it!
okay.
Oh, Zika,
okay.
he could have queued a little bit later and secured that one for himself, but now it's 3-0 in the Grubs department for LGD. Meanwhile, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow landed onto Elk. Not going to be too much in terms of retaliatory damage, but that's a big win for the top side of the map. Hung able to secure all 3 of those Void Grubs.
Absolutely it is, and this is a situation actually where grabbing all 3 of the Void Grubs is going to be really nice. You've got yourself a Na'Vi, you've got yourself an Akali, 2 champions that are very good at going to push in through these side lanes, so then being able to take down towers a little bit quicker is going to be a really nice benefit for LGD if they're able to get themselves into a position to be split pushing, so we'll have to keep tracking onto that one. Once again though, things go back to our even lane state. The next Drake has spawned. It is going to be a Cloud Drake, so not the most enticing necessarily, but with all of this bot lane focus going on, you have to imagine we're going to get ourselves another skirmisher in the area pretty soon.
Yeah, JJ able to steal that one, maybe in a bit of a better position to start this dragon this time for Weibo, who are starting to hit those one item spikes. The Thunder Sky here for the Jarvan. Annie for Xiao, who now has the Rocket Belt. Essence Reaver for Elk. Take a look at the other side for LGD. They do not have any of those items completed. That is the power of that 1.1k gold lead that our Group Ascend representatives currently possess.
I'm just about going to be able to grab himself that Eclipse, so is now in a good position to skirmish, but like you said, it's just a little bit behind on that timer, means he has to recall, and you are just going to be able to start up and most likely finish this Drake right here for Weibo. 2 Drakes for them, so the Drake stacking coming on through. And this is exactly what they wanted. With all of this bot lane focus that they have been trying to play around, the fact that it works out for them, and they're able to grab themselves these early couple of Drakes is a really big boon, and it means that this bot side continues to be something they can play towards. The response from LGD looks like they're just going to collapse onto Zika top lane.
Zika, he clears the entire wave, which means that Bertle's going to have to go in raw, pops the Gnar, still should be able to get it done in a 4v1 situation. There's a good chance by Zika to try and make sure there was no minions underneath the tower, but it was not enough as LGD equalized the kill score.
It's about the best read that you can get right here from LGD, looking to play towards the top side. JJ jumping in.
Very aggressive flag and drag forward. He's going to get hit up by the Encore and really taken low at this point. Not enough damage for Hung, though, to finish him off. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow does not connect. And so Hung should just be able to get away with this red buff. A couple of plates being traded on the top side of the map as well. But Elk's getting the same amount down on the bottom side, Bloxer, and there's no bot lane quests finally completed. Finally, actually, those do end up going down. But Weibo's going to be pretty happy with how that specific sequence ended up going.
Indeed, things at least looking good for Weibo for the minute. They do get a teleport off down to the bot lane to LGD to stop the tower from going down. Still, the same going to happen in the top lane, and nobody's going to be able to pick up first tower right this second. Birdle going to chase Elk down, about to go Mega.
Who actually does land that hyper proc is Mega, lands the stun with a wallop, but Elk pops the barrier. Birdle had his flash, but looks like he just didn't want to fully commit. Back comes through here for Elk. Actually ends up canceling it because he knows that Jejet's now in the area as well. Birdle now has to flash away. A nice job by Jejet to keep his bot laner in a good position in this game.
And that's really just a misread right here out of Birdle. Should have known that you would have had friends coming down towards the bottom side of the map. Your team had taken over the top side once again, and everybody was going to be heading back down towards the bottom side of the map. So just loses out on his flash for no particularly good reason. The fact that you get the barrier out of Elk is something, but Elk doesn't have to blow the flash in that situation, which would have been the bigger benefit overall. So things remaining at about the 1k gold lead. And now Jahu coming down to the bottom lane. Yep, Myrtle just going to have to run away. At this point, now with the Rocket Bell completed, the Annie dealing some decent damage, we've got ourselves a little while until the next big objective is going to spawn. The Herald coming through in about a minute's time.
For now, looks like both of our bot lanes have made their way mid. Elk and the Hank able to generate a bit of a CS lead, partially through the help of Jejet down on the bottom side. Xiaohu making a play towards Tang Yuan in the bottom lane. Stunned up by the Tibbers, but Tang Yuan has the Shroud, which means he should be able to live. Does come at the cost of that first tower, which goes the way of Weibo on the bottom side.
This is really impressive right here from Weibo, because they do have a pretty short-range composition overall. We'll see how they're going to be able to execute that during the team fights, but just in terms of taking away these towers, it's still going to be quite tricky for them to step up and grab all those turret plating, so all that alone time Elk got in the bot lane really paying dividends right now, and 20 seconds until the Rift Tower comes up. If Weibo are able to grab that, again, that's going to really help them with what could potentially be a pretty tricky objective game for them later on.
Take a look at the clock now at 15 minutes. Back starting to come through. For the bottom lane for Weibo Gaming, Elk and the Hank, since they have really joined together, the first 15 minutes of the game have been their worst. They've combined 6 and 15 kills and death ratio, negative 500 in terms of the goal difference of 15. But they've still actually won all the series, part of it through really good team fighting from Elk. And you take a look now, Weibo's bot lane does have an advantage now in gold, so this is a very good situation for them. However, a team fighter on the Rift Herald might be able to stymie that now, as Tang Yuan goes forward, immediately has to use the perfect execution to get on out. Birdle looking for a little bit more. They actually pressure Weibo away from the Herald pit and allow for Hung to secure it with a smite.
Oh, that was risky right there out of Tang Yuan, but one of the joys of the Akali, the Shroud, all of the movement abilities that you have, and he's able to just draw enough attention away from the pit. Instantly going to be popped down is this Rift Herald heading into the mid lane, teleport coming in as well, but this tower may well just go straight down. Not quite going to have enough damage. Yeah, he's able to stop that one from coming through. I do like the decision right here out of LGD, though. You've already got yourself a good chunk of plating off of the top lane, the bot lane towers, and really mid lane is the one you're most interested in cracking open.
Should go down sooner rather than later, potentially around this next dragon. I would have maybe preferred LGD to hold the Herald until the Drake spawn. They desperately need to get into that pit early for the way their composition wants to function, and also for them to try to make sure that Weibo is unable to secure soul point for themselves. Chemtech Soul, not the biggest deal in the world, but you want to make sure that Weibo don't just get it for free.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can stop this from happening, it will definitely be a benefit. You can see once again LGD just hunting around this mid lane. Hung really trying to get himself involved in this game a little bit more than he has already. And JJ stepping up right now. There's a lot of darkness coming on through LGD. They've been able to set themselves up well into this river, but clearly needing a couple of resets. YCX going to head back to base and sprint his way back out because the Drake has now spawned, and both teams positioning over mid lane control for the minute.
Yep, and Elk using the culling. This is classic Lucian gameplay. Use that ultimate to gain mid-prio when Xiaoyu is already down to 30% HP. Gonna make this dragon fight near impossible, as Weibo now will have full control of the pit.
Okay, some pretty big damage coming on through, but this is a lot of ultis now blown.
Yeah, Enchanted Crystal Arrow will land onto the Milio. The Hank going to actually save the Breath of Life because he does not feel he's in danger. Dragon at 3,000 HP. Nar goes in onto the Renekton, and in goes Tangyuan. Zika out of position and gets taken down. 4v5 on the map right now, as Xiaoyu is still at a healthy position. JJ secures the Dragon, so it's sole point, but it'll come at the cost of a team fight win going to LGD. They already have picked up 2 kills and could look for 3rds, even 4th, as Hung dashes forward, forces JJ to flag and drag defensively. Tangyuan still on the hunt, but they won't be able to find anything more. At the end of the day, it's a 2-for-0 in favor of LGD, but Weibo do get that coveted 3rd Drake.
Yeah, the Drake is going to be something for Weibo to potentially build around, but they lose out onto all of that gold lead that they had made for themselves. They've also lost a ton of flashes off of key members. Elk no longer got that flash. JJ2 having to use that one to try to limp back away. And this could be critical now because we've still got more things coming up pretty soon. 2 minutes until the Baron is going to spawn. You lose your mid lane tower as well. All of a sudden, LGD find themselves 1.5k in the advantage.
Oh no, Bloxer. I feel us going into the Twilight Zone once again. This has just been the story of the play-in stage this weekend. A wild 4 series, and this one looking to deliver all the same.
Yeah, so far, Weibo not dominating in the way you would have overall expected. And I really like this decision-making right here out of LGD. They sit back, they don't over-aggress until the moment at which Zika oversteps. And talking of Zika overstepping...
Yeah, might have another one here. Call the pack issued onto the Renekton, forces him to flash away, but that might not even be enough. Hung jumps forward, and Bertle secures the kill. The top side of the map for LGD is popping off here early on.
Those stacks coming through doing massive damage. Xiaoyu, though, needing to dodge away, is going to be able to get back YCX in the area. And once again, Elk trying to dump damage onto Xiaoyu, gets some in, but doesn't blow any summoner spells away from his opponent. And even with a little bit of rotation towards the top side, Tangyuan should still be fine. Again, the Akali going to be very slippery. And look what's happening down in the bottom side of the map. This is the problem with losing out onto your top laner right now. That split pushing we'd been talking about earlier, and even all 3 of those grubs that went over to LGD, just fueling this push coming through from Bertle.
2-0 and 2 on the Gnar. It was looking a little rough at the start of the laning phase, but thanks to the help of Hung, maybe Tangyuan pitching in as well, they've been able to get this Gnar in a very good position. Bloxer and Bertle, one of the shining lights of LGD all season long, could be in a good position to carry this game. Who's not right now with Xiao, who has to already flash away from the Akali, who was looking to threaten with that public execution, but JJ here to respond. Takes Hung down. It's a big shutdown over to the J4. Teleport comes in. It will be from Bertle, but it will be too late. Right at the 20-minute mark, so LGD want to make sure they have position around the top side, but another kill goes the way of Weibo Gaming.
And the fact that you blow that teleport right there to get to a play that has already fizzled out is going to be pretty unfortunate. It's going to stop a lot of that split pushing from being quite as effective as LGD would have wanted. Of course, they've still got a teleport available on Tangyuan, so they can now send him down to the bottom side as well. Sit around the top side with Bertle. We'll see how long they're going to spend just pushing through these side lanes. Obviously, the Baron is now up and available, but neither of these teams really going to be looking to just steal this one away suddenly. Not got the fastest Baron takes available. Instead, if you can find a pick for LGD, that's the way to kick things off. These Enchanted Crystal Arrows have been landing during team fights, but not so much during the plays beforehand where you could maybe pick someone off and get yourself a 4v5.
Yeah, the picks are good when you have this Ashe Seraphine combination. The long range engages from both of the ultimates down here can be followed up very easily by Hung, who can just jump in with that ulti of his own. But also, the 5v5 is not bad for LGD either, right? Especially if Bertle's able to get online, if Tangyuan's able to find a good flank. LGD are feeling very confident about where their composition is at in this game right now.
Absolutely, they have done really well to get themselves back from what was a little bit of an early game deficit, and yeah, we were saying how they don't necessarily have the fastest 5-man take, but while Tangyuan sat down on the bottom side of the map, gonna look to try and steal this one away. JJ will spot this one out, and no harm, no foul, can just head up back towards the mid lane, back towards the top side, keep pushing things out as Elk gets a little bit caught right here.
Force issue the culling. Call the pack comes out from Hung again, but he gets chunked down to half HP already. JJ flag and drags over, make sure there's no further aggression. Couple big cooldowns utilized there for LGD, and the Dragon, that will be the soul for Weibo, is spawning in 40 seconds.
fact that you now don't have yourself that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, it went wide during the beginnings of that play, could potentially cost them right here as Tangyuan as well, getting forced back.
Weibo looking very aggressive right now. Nice job by Hung to throw out a couple of Qs, force Elk back a little bit. But it will be the Dragon spawning still in 20 seconds. Weibo do not want to give up their control of this mid lane.
No, absolutely not. With the Soul coming up, this is a critical fight right here for Weibo. All of those previous losses does leave them in a little bit of a gold deficit, but in terms of the items, the majority of champions having those 2 items to play around for Weibo, they're in a good spot to step up right here.
Bertle is Mega Gnar right now. If Weibo can wait this out, they'll be in a really good position to try to secure the soul. But now it's LGD that hold control over the bottom side river. Target will immediately be the Mega Gnar, as Elka's going to dash forward again and actually just end up wasting that cooldown. Bertle will be exhausted for the next 30 seconds or so. Means that Weibo might have an opportunity to strike now. The problem is they don't have a ton of super easy to click engage unless Xiaohu's able to find a really nice anti-stun, but the vision in the bottom river still belongs to LGD. Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes out. It hits onto Xiaohu, but the Breath of Life will keep him up and healthy as mid lane will once again be pushed in, and the Dragon is now started by Bertle.
And you can just keep drawing the members over in towards this darkness right here. LGD got positioning around this bush, and they are not giving it up. The poke isn't massive coming out of LGD, but it is enough to make them quite scared to step up, and Bertle has now got himself that rage back up again. Goes Mega. Not sure if he's going to be able to find an angle right now, though.
It's been a two-step tango around this Dragon. They both know how critical this fight will be. In goes the Mega Gnar, 2-man stun, including Wanta Jeje. Hung picks up the first kill, a second onto the Hank, another 2 for nothing for LGD, and they'll deny the soul for now.
Oh my god, right there, YCX setting things up with the Encore and allowing Bertle to get that Flash Gnar off into the wall. They deny the soul away from Weibo, and they get themselves a couple of kills in the process right now. You've got yourself no jungler for 20 seconds, and LGD heading up towards the Baron.
LGD looking to do the rest of their Nirvana representatives proud. They watched Thunder Talk, they watched Edward Gaming, and they want to join the party. They start up the Baron. Jeje still dead for the next 5 seconds, so Weibo going to try to fight this one 3v5 to get LGD away from the big purple worm. Tangyuan comes in with a teleport, looking to jump over the wall as Elk has been really out of position at this point. A full combo will connect onto the Akali, but a nice stun from Xiao, who's going to save Elk's life for now. He's ending up living, but Tangyuan ends up finishing the job before flashing on out. Baron secured by LGD, and they'll get out without losing a single player.
Only one member gonna fall in the initial engage, but still LGD, they want more. Okay, the Mega Fire Kick just gonna stop Hung from being able to jump in any further. There was a potential flank coming through from Zika. You could see Weibo desperately wanting to pick up some kills and take the Baron buff away from these LGD members, but now they're gonna have Baron to be dealing with. 5,000 gold, the advantage right here for LGD, and it's coming through. They're gonna get third items completed very soon on some of these key members.
Remember how this game started? It was Weibo smashing LGD in all 3 lanes. Jeje having a good early game as well. But since then, LGD have dominated these fights specifically around these neutral objectives. Sure, they have given up the soul point to Weibo because of their weak early game, but they don't care really about that at this point. They were able to deny the soul, pick up the Baron, and now really try to hammer home this gold lead for the next few minutes.
Absolutely, I mean, Hung going to be able to pick himself up that Serpent's Fang, really useful into a composition with as much shielding as Weibo has. You can see these Baron empowered minions and the grubs that they were able to get earlier, just making light work of this tower. Bot lane tier 2 tower should fall. Bertle, he's okay, just able to turn around and walk this one out.
Zika, he's just trying to go forward, but forward will be his demise. Xiaoya ends up picking up the kill with the Ranger's focus, and LGD get another kill for free.
Teleport back in coming through from Bertle, and you already had all of this push coming through from Tangyuan up in the top side of the map. Things are falling apart right here for Weibo, and we thought that this was going to be the most one-sided of all 3 of the games, all 4 of the games we've had. But so far, LGD, they are threatening to win game 1.
I think if you asked a lot of us here on the LPL English broadcast who was going to win this series, You see a single person pick LGD to take it all and go into the playoffs, but that is looking like a real possibility at this point, as they have just made Weibo look silly over the first 26.5 minutes of this game. L chunk down to half as the inhibitor towers are now the target here for LGD. They have the Baron buff for another 40 seconds, and Tongyeon's able to pick up the first tier 3 up on the top side of the map. L dashes forward, not able to find anything more, but it will allow for Xiaoya and Hung to go for a little bit on the bottom side now. Weibo have been split up, and that is not how their composition really wants to function right now, Blockster, but they are not forced to do anything at this point. Tongyeon able to clear that top lane inhibitor, and LGD are getting everything that they want off of this Baron power play.
Absolutely, they are. Baron and Power Cannon in room right here, going to be able to take down this tier 3 tower in the bot side as well. And like you said, Weibo, they really need their champions together right now, and instead,
just stepping
dead.
too far forward, takes an arrow straight to the dome, and Xiaoya is able to pick up kill number 2 for himself. A 4v5 on the map for the next 40 seconds, and the map right now only consists of Weibo Gaming's base, as LGD have taken everything else except it. The Baron buff has now expired, but 3 inhibitors are going to go down at the cost of it. One of the most valuable Baron power plays I've ever seen.
Absolutely, they can just keep pushing on right here as well with this lower range composition that really struggles with the wave clearance stepping up right now.
Oh,
Weibo, they
he's
might
going
just be
for a
done.
2-man Gnar into Weibo's own Nexus. The bot laners just get instantly deleted. The Cataclysm won't do anything as the Nexus is now exposed. We are not in the Twilight Zone just yet, but the sun is starting to set in game number 1. LGD pulling off the upset, and they open this series with a bang.
Great. What is happening? What is going on? There's
I don't
no
know.
way. There's no way.
I'm really at a loss for words right now. We went in saying, look, we're making jokes like, man, all the other series are going to be so fun, so competitive, and then there's going to be Weibo LGD.
Yeah.
And right now, it's looking competitive or non-competitive on LGD's side. Weibo.
Yeah.
What's going on, man?
Yeah. I mean, I was worried about this composition coming out of Weibo. It was pretty short-ranged. They had a bot lane they really wanted to make work early on, but into an Ashe Seraphine that's very good at neutralizing things out. And we just didn't see JJ getting involved early game enough, right? He doesn't get into the bot lane that much. He's able to get that good steal away onto the Drake. That's nice. That's something to potentially play around. But they never then try to repeat any of that. And I think the biggest issue with this entire game is that I never see Xiaohu actually flash forwards and get somebody full comboed and they just die. You know, you never see Weibo full index into picking somebody off with their blow up onto one person and then make the rest of the team fight work. Instead, they're trying to make these team fights work in a far more split and just far more open situation, and it takes a lot longer. And over the course of a long team fight, you're allowing Birdle to get multiple rounds of spells. If you're allowing Xiaoya to just sit and hit the entire fight. Sorry, Hang to just do his thing the entire time. I mean, it was really impressive overall from LGD. But Weibo, what was that?
The early game looked good, and then nothing else looked good after that. It seemed like just the way that Weibo played those team fights just was not it. The way they weren't able to control positioning at the right time. They burned a lot of stuff probably a little bit prematurely, and it really came down to that soul fight at that point, Bloxer, and for Weibo, they didn't get the dragon. It felt like they were going to be really in a bad spot, and man, they just end up falling flat, and that is really disappointing for a team that we thought was heating up over the last few weeks. They started off the season 2-6 in Group Ascent. We were like, oh man, Weibo's really off to a slow start. 4-2 in their last 6 series entering Knights Rivals, and right now they're down a game to LGD.
So LGD, right? Like, as much as LGD came out of this split as the 3rd place team in Group Nirvana, I would pretty solidly put them as the 4th best team coming out. I think the EDG probably deserve to be the 3rd best after that loss at the end to Thundertop, right? And LGD, they had shown us some decent stuff towards the start of the split, but they lost everything towards the end of the split. They win versus OMG and EDG to kick things off, but then they lose 3 on the bounce to Ultra Prime, Thundertalk, they beat Thundertalk, and then they lose to LN. Like, this was not a team that's doing particularly well coming out of the back end of the split. The complete opposite, really, of what was happening here for Weibo.
really questioning what's going on here. The top side of the map, we're going to have to focus on that a little bit more going into game 2, because Bertle and Zika both were, high points for their respective teams in the back half of the season. And Bertle just absolutely dominated Zika in this one. He got a little bit of help from his jungler in the early game. A little bit of help from the bot lane too, who ended up doing a 4-man rotation up to the top side of the map. But once he got that early kill, Bloxer, it was just non-stop for Bertle.
Yeah.
He was able to time his Narbars actually pretty well, ending up actually, basically hitting ultimates in every single one of those crucial team fights.
And I mean, Gnar can be a pretty telegraphed champion. The sort of champion where you're like, we know what's happening. The Narbar is up. And Weibo, they didn't do a particularly great job of playing around the Narbar, but at the same time, Bertle just didn't let them. He was sitting off-screen in a lot of situations. In that final fight where he manages to find that big Gnar, he flashes over the wall in order to make that happen, and comes from off-screen to be able to catch people off guard. Just really well played, and Bertle is most definitely my vote for the MVP of this game. He was incredible in every single one of these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to agree. I think everyone really played well on LGD's side, but Bertle really shining, hitting some incredible ultimates in this game. And as for Weibo, just not a lot of answers. It feels like a very different team than what we were able to see in the last half of the regular season. I think, to be fair, some of the series that they did play were very close and very weird ones, right? Like the WE series that they basically almost got 3-0'd in, ended up winning 2-1. Technically, that's a win in their book, right? But some of the same mistakes that we saw from them at the start of the year, just not being able to be on the same page, combined with the fact that, the champion pools weren't necessarily looking good for them either here. Kind of surprised to see Elk on the Lucian after all the struggles that they've had in the laning phase, but that's where we're at right now, and Weibo really going to have to find an opportunity to adjust, because very quickly this series could get out of hand.
Absolutely it can, and I think about Weibo as a very much momentum-based team. They can come back after things start going wrong for them, but when they get rolling, they are very good to be able to just keep things going, keep the momentum high, maybe lose one or two things, having a bit of a Weibo moment, but starting out with a loss right here to a Group Nirvana team, that's not particularly fun. As we said, they'd been able to 3-0 in all of their previous matchups versus Group Nirvana teams, and I think this opens up a very interesting conversation as to whether or not it is that the mid to bottom end of Group Ascent are getting worse, or if Group Nirvana's overall quality is going up. And I gotta say, I think that it's a little bit of both, but I do think these Group Nirvana teams are looking so much better than they did previously.
It felt like there was a decent amount of parity in Group Ascend. Even teams like WE were taking games against the top teams. We saw NIP obviously pull off major upsets. Weibo even winning series against teams like JDG and TS. So that was, to my knowledge, all that we needed to see that maybe Nirvana, at least some of these top teams, were going to have easy times, but that clearly has not been the case. We are guaranteed at this point, by the end of today, to have Nirvana teams winning more total games overall than Ascend teams. That is just mind-boggling at this point. Weibo going to have to at least make it a little bit closer if they want to win this series and stay in the playoff race, but man, the LPL just never seems to match your expectations. We should know better. This is our second year doing this thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yep. As we said, Bertle was absolutely going to be the MVP of this game. He was really solid for his team throughout the entirety of that game. Finding big ultis, was also just laning pretty well. Yes, he falls behind a little bit early on, but then he's able to do really well for himself. And what I was most impressed with was his split pushing. He never got caught on any of those split pushes. He was constantly threatening towers, the tier 2 towers, the tier 3 towers, both top and bot side, but didn't get caught out, which we see from a lot of top laners. Even the top tier of top laners from Group Ascent still get caught on their split pushes, so it's really nice to see him working those lanes as well as he did, and just putting somewhat match pressure onto Weibo.
Bertle, the new addition to this LGD team going to Split 2, ends up coming up huge for them as they get a big win over the Group Ascend reps in Weibo Gaming. That's going to be it for our coverage of game number 1. We'll see if Weibo even things up once we come back from this short break on LPL English. Back here on LPL English, where Nirvana is really starting to feel like eternal bliss. LGD getting a Game 1 win over Weibo to kick off our final best of 5 of Knights Rivals 2026 Spring. Bloxer, it's been a long time coming for LGD. They have not made playoffs in over a year. However, the last time that they did, 2 familiar faces were on that team. That's Bertel and Xiaoya, and they both had pretty good games.
Yeah, they have been looking really good so far during this split, and it's been great to see this team beginning to find its footing a little bit, although, like we were saying, right, their end of the split wasn't necessarily quite so good. If they're able to do this right now, if they're able to come through and win this series, what a massive moment for Group Nirvana fans, but for LGD specifically. Like you said, making it all the way into the playoffs, potentially getting themselves a playoff matchup versus one of the other teams that we have seen over in Group Nirvana that have come in on up. You've got a real chance here to actually win a playoff series.
And you saw actually in the post-game of Game 1, LGD, that was, I believe, their 1,000th game win or something like that. They are a really storied organization in the LPL. They have the 6th most wins all time in Chinese League of Legends history. You think about some of the big teams of the day with players like Imp, and then you go back to the Peanut in the 2020 roster when they made it to Worlds. Like, a lot of legends have gone through this organization, and they've not found that same level of success over the last few years. Bertel and Xiaoya, the 2 cores that made it into the playoffs before, going to try to do it again here as we get ready for our game number 2 draft. Weibo actually end up selecting a blue side first, and LGD get their go of second pick.
Indeed they do, and straight away Weibo going to slam themselves this Vi, something that we've been seeing quite a lot coming through out of JJ, one of his most played champions, and something that he looked really good on, like to pair it up alongside some very aggressive laning picks to be able to find themselves as many potential early kills as possible. So the response out of LGD just going to be this Rise locked in right here for Tongyuan. Again, another champion he's really liked, and they like to pair that up alongside, again, heavy roaming as much as possible. With the Nocturne banned away, the next big pick there would end up being the Pantheon, although it's something that's kind of been falling off in priority a little bit recently.
Looks like instead maybe just want to give some power over to the solo lanes that, specifically for Bertel, able to really perform in that first game. The Rumble was banned against him in the second phase of Game 1, so they want to make sure that Weibo don't have the opportunity to do that. Selected here on 1-2.
Indeed they do, and so back over to Weibo, who again, like we said, like to grab themselves playing lanes that they can potentially play around. I've really liked the Cassiopeia into this matchup, so unfortunately that one is going to be taken off of the board. The response instead potentially going towards the top side. We talked about how Zika had been playing more Sion than almost anybody else and finding some great success on this champion, and they're going to lock themselves in the Ahri. So we've got yourself the beginnings of a really nice pick composition. You can just go towards one of these squishier members, blow them up, but you've also got that really nice front line coming through from the Sion. I like this early draft from Weibo.
Ahri, always a signature mid-jungle duo. Not only is this something that Xiaohu can certainly pilot well, a takeaway from Tongyuan, one of his best champions throughout his young career, which started off on RNG, just the same as his opponent here in this game. Final pick of the first phase, going to be Trundle, going into the jungle. Always a good pickup when you're up against a Scion. That Subjugate just does so much to negate the ability of this hard frontline tank.
And this is just such a great champion for stopping a lot of these big engages from coming on through. Yes, of course, Xiaohu and Zika are going to be, Xiaohu and JJ are going to be able to jump through the pillar, but that slow can be so annoying, and it's a great way of stopping Zika from being able to get involved with this Sion. You can just put the pillar down if he's ever ulting on in, stop him dead in his tracks, but also, people really underestimate just how strong this Trundle can be at lane ganking, at being able to get involved in these lanes. And with a bot lane focus that we're kind of still expecting, I don't think either of these teams are going to be moving too far away from this bot lane focus that they had in the previous game. This can be a really nice option that forces Weibo to really respect what they're playing down in the bottom lane and pick themselves something that can sit a little bit further back or potentially has a little bit of extra mobility.
Fascinated to see what Elk and the Hank go for, because they actually did okay, I guess, in the early game, but it never really felt like the Lucian and Milio combo was able to deliver in the back end of the team fights. What Weibo have been able to do very well is not necessarily put Elk in positions to succeed in lane, but to instead succeed in team fights. Things like the Ezreal really having good opportunities on throughout the last few weeks. What happened in game number 1, so maybe an opportunity to do that here in game 2. A lot of support spanned away here in this second phase, and Bloxer, for a rookie support like the Hank, this could certainly be a bit of an issue.
Yeah, he's had his pull taken out quite a lot right here. Something they do then like to potentially look towards is just going for something like the Lulu, if you can grab that one for yourselves, which gives you a little bit of extra flexibility. You can go quite aggressive with it. It also helps with the fact you don't really have a tank. If not, you could just go for something tanky here potentially. They are going to lock themselves in the Corki, right? So they're going to give that counter pick over, like you said, to YCX, and pretty interesting to be going towards the support as that counter.
Yeah, especially because you generally would see just the Nami get locked in, so maybe a handshake here, Corki Nami against the Yunara Lulu. Lulu also, surprisingly, not taken away amidst the boatload of bans in the support category. And Yunara, one of Elk's most played this split. So that's going to be the 2v2 decision. Again, not something that does super well in lane, but will be able to perform once we get into team fights.
Indeed, it will, and I really like what Weibo have drafted for themselves. They've got some really good front line, plenty of tankiness to potentially be able to play around, and this is the sort of game that Elk is unlocked. As we've been saying, right, they don't necessarily have the best team fighting ability, but that's okay. Even, the best laning ability. Even if you're gonna lane a little bit worse, then all of a sudden get involved in these team fights. You're really set up for success right here as Elk. Over on the side of LGD, a far more mobile composition, right? We'll see what they're able to do with Tangyuan and Hung to be able to get involved in these other lanes. I'd like to see some focus down on the bottom side of the map once again, though, to try to put Elk further behind and ensure that he's not going to be able to arrive to these team fights feeling good and able to take over.
I mean, this is pretty much a stock standard Weibo composition, something that they have really found success on throughout split number 2 in Group Ascend. However, this Trundle for Hung really scares me for Weibo. The amount of disruption it's going to be able to provide to the backline with that Pillar of Ice, specifically onto Elk, who really needs to be mobile in these games, and also the Subjugate onto the Scion, is certainly a very powerful selection for LGD, who are looking to go up 2-0 against Weibo Gaming. They already made sure Weibo lost their first ever game to a Nirvana opponent. Want to make it double or nothing, take themselves to an early series point, whereas Weibo want to try to even up our series and get themselves back into postseason contention.
We've already seen some crazy upsets coming on through. The one Nirvana team not to make it out so far is the best team from Group Nirvana, LNG, falling to a WE 3-2 in what was a crazy series overall. Group Nirvana, they're doing themselves proud at the moment, and LGD, they're looking to continue this one.
We head on to the Rift. Weibo really want to avoid having the funniest thing of all time happen to them. They do not want to be embarrassed like they did, or like some of their peers ended up getting, like Invictus Gaming
IG,
and
man.
like
IG. Look,
Yeah,
at least
if you're being
NIP put up
compared
a
to
fight.
IG in this current state, not a great sign. I'm going to say it.
No, absolutely not. And without any real confirmation of what it is that the two groups will look like next split, if indeed we do continue on with the Group Ascend and the Group Nirvana format, it is a really scary time right now to be losing to one of these Group Nirvana teams. You can see, like you said, it is going to be an overall win for the Group Nirvana teams. Crazy, completely different to what we have seen in any of the previous matchups between the two groups.
Yeah, this is entering this series. Now it's 5-9, as our producer Shivam is able to demonstrate here. LGD continuing to push the pace. You see Hung going for an early invade onto the topside jungle of Jeje, who is going for a full clear starting bottom, so he's going to have no idea that this is happening. I don't know 100% if that ward spotted him that was placed by Xiaohu in the early game. If it is not, it's going to be a rude awakening here for this Vi in a couple of minutes.
Absolutely it is, and I mean, the Vi doesn't have the fastest early clear coming on through, so we'll just now be heading back up towards that top side of the jungle. Be interesting to see if this...
lane. It would be
doesn't
bad.
know.
Oh no, he's done. He
doesn't know.
This is bad.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to lose out onto so much, and especially right now where he's going to go for these wolves, doesn't know that anything is up yet.
Oh, well, now he definitely knows. And now he knows that Hung is here as well. Lands the chop. It's going to steal away a lot of AD. The Pillar of Ice is going to slow JJ down as well. We have Tang Yuan also in the area, so Jeje's going to have to just use that Vault Breaker to go over the wall and seed his entire topside jungle to Trundle. Hung is having a great start to this series.
This is wonderful right here out of Hung, and particularly devastating for a Vi who is so reliant on that level 6 for making these ganks work, for being able to be effective during these team fights. Now getting put so far behind, and you can see JJ gonna head back to base, come back out again, and head towards the top side of the map. There is nothing for you here, JJ, and also walking straight over that ward, gonna give lots of information over to LGD as well, and Hung is more than happy to go and try fight him for this Scuttle Crab.
Trading in the bot lane. Elk not actually level 3, just dinging it now.
Oh, it's miserable.
And JJ's going to try to go for the crab, but Hung is just sitting right there menacingly, making sure that this Vi has no opportunity to get towards that crab. So another secure here for the Trundle, who's already off to a 2-camp lead, and there's nothing else really for JJ to do except to retreat down to the bottom side, pick up a crab or two, and go about the rest of his day.
Now you do get the reset coming on through from Hung. We'll see if he's going to head straight back to base and sprint down into the bottom side of the map. With the push available to the bot lane of Weibo, it did potentially open up JJ to go and try steal some things away, but he doesn't feel comfortable. He thinks he's going to get collapsed upon, and he's likely right. You could already see Tangyuan beginning to think about moving away, and this has put JJ so far behind in this game on a champion that cannot afford to fall behind early.
Big thing about Vi is you want to get level 6 as fast as possible. You're already decelerated with having your entire quadrant taken away and not being able to get any camps on the other side in response. And so JJ going to take a long time to have that ulti available. Meanwhile, Hung is well on his way. And speaking of champions with strong ultimates, this Subjugate is going to make things even harder in any 1v1 duel that this Trundle runs into.
Exactly, you're just in such a bad position right here as JJ, and that's going to have some wide-ranging consequences on this game. Like you said, the Vi, all about getting that level 6, but that doesn't just impact onto the Vi. That's going to really hurt who you can go pair up alongside. The whole reason you pick yourself this Ahri is because the Ahri Vi is such a strong combo for picking people off, finding ways to roam around the rest of the map. If JJ's falling behind, that's going to hurt what Xiaohu can do and keep him just locked in this mid lane matchup for a lot longer. Not a matchup that he's going to be particularly comfortable in. You can see Tangyuan's had the absolute run of the lane, as you would expect from this matchup early on, to the point where right now the Hank is in the mid lane to just sort of help out, have a wander around, see if there's anything to potentially play around. And even up in the top side where Birdo was able to just get so much damage down onto the Scion, there's no real lanes for JJ to get involved in to try to make up for all of the camps and the XP that he's lost.
Yeah, really big jungle diff at this point. Also a lead in the top lane for Birdo, who had, again, a Pog-worthy performance in Game 1. The one change that LGD made from their 13th place finish in Split 1 to potentially a top 8 finish if things continue to go their way in Split 2 was swapping out Stasa for Birdo, and the results certainly have looked much better. Birdo leading a lot of categories. He was personally my Nirvana All-Pro top laner, and this series, at least so far, Blockster is showing why.
He's been so incredibly good and deserves a lot of praise. A lot of the wins that LGD were able to get were because of him, and he wasn't a big part of their losses either. Unfortunately for Sasa, yeah, just a much better upgrade coming through for LGD, and you can see just how much of a difference it has made. They were languishing around the middle previously, and all of a sudden exploding out onto the map right here versus Weibo once again. See, JJ is over the wall, only level 5. Same thing for Hung, so he's not been able to upgrade that either. Isn't going to go over the wall, isn't going to try steal away like he did in the previous game. And this Scuttle Crab should get level 6 right here for Hung.
Yeah, the jungle is certainly where we are focusing our attention because it has been a masterclass for Hung, a player who was relegated out of the league just a year ago in this specific tournament, in this specific split. Him and Tangyuan were the two teams, RNG and OMG, that ended up getting, knocked out, finishing bottom 2 in Nirvana and not playing at all in Split 3. But now both of them here on LGD. They'll have a much better performance so far, looking for even more success in the remainder of this best of 5. You see that level 6 advantage already belonging to Hung as he uses the pillar to force JJ into a tough spot. YCX lands a double bubble, but won't be able to follow up. And so Hung will end up just continuing to terrorize the jungle of JJ and Weibo Gaming.
Indeed they will, and as that was all happening, we heard that ulti coming off in the top lane from Zika, again just having to use it defensively to try to get away, and Birdo has just been all over him in this lane matchup. This is the problem, right? As JJ, you've got no lanes to really play around, you're not winning anywhere, and then all of your camps are being stolen away. I love this game plan from LGD, because a lot of what happens for Weibo happens through JJ, and to have him behind, to have him put in such a tough position early on, is just slowing down this Weibo composition that really wanted a stable early game They're all about getting through this early game with some stability and then trying to pump as much gold into Elk later on to help him carry.
And to be fair, in that realm, they're not doing too bad overall, right? Elk is able to have a bit of a lead here in the CS department. Xiaoyu and YCX haven't been able to really utilize the Korkinami dual power just yet, but the rest of the map certainly not looking as good, and so Elk will certainly have his work cut out for him. Going to have to be the primary damage dealer once we get to these later game fights.
Absolutely, and at least this bot lane has so far been looking pretty dang good. No real massive threats coming on through. Nobody looking like they're about to get taken out from Weibo's side, but without any help really from their jungler, they've not been able to push the pace of the game forwards any. Small CS lead, but nothing to really write home about. Instead, we'll turn our focus up towards the top side of the map where the grubs are spawning. And again, you'd really love to grab these grubs right here from LGD. JJ looking like he wants to try steal at least one of these away.
He has his ultimate now, and his flash. Generally in these situations, you're able to at least get one, but Hung is just so powerful. Maybe JJ doesn't feel like it's worth it. 2 grubs already secured. Hung still has his flash. He didn't even use it earlier on. JJ's trying to get a cheeky smite. Doesn't end up securing it. And so it will be Hung still getting all 3 of the grubs. And now Tangyuan is here as well. Top laner's duking out on the top side of your screen. So now Hung looks like he's going to have to eventually burn the flash as Season 6 comes out. Charm comes forward. Xiaohu looking to make the play, but Hung is still healing up with the subjugate and will not go down. First blood secured. Here for the rise. They're going to get Xiaohu as well. It's a disaster for Weibo Gaming in the top side river. Bertle and Zika going to duke it up, but no kills happening there. It's just going to be a 2-for-0 for your Nirvana reps. Now in the bottom lane, Elk and Xiaoya duking it out. Elk already transcends. He flashes over the Frost Bomb. One more water from Xiaoya, going to finish it off. What is happening here today? LGD are up 3-0.
That's going to be 3 quick kills right here for LGD, exploding out onto the map all across the board, and things just looking so right for the Group Nirvana representatives today. A beautiful tidal wave right there from YCX keeps multiple members alive, and the fact that the subjugate was doing so much for Hung's ability to survive there is massive. Everything going right for LGD, and Weibo are just collapsing in front of us.
Taking a look at this, I mean, JJ, questionable to go for this. You got to go in earlier, I think, at this point. He was, I think, waiting for Xiaohu to join alongside the Hank. And they pulled the trigger eventually, but at that point, LGD know what's going on.
Yeah, and I mean, this charm does nearly ruin everything, right? The charm landing really well on the Hung, but the healing coming through. I mean, insane healing from YCX happening, the tidal wave, again, like I said, really nice to come through, and the fact that he just about lives through this entire play. Now, this we didn't see originally. This is happening to begin with, whilst we're watching this top lane fight. I mean, it's just a stats check. But Xiaoyu hits every single one of these rockets. If he misses one of those rockets, it doesn't come on through. If he doesn't get that auto attack off right there because he loses vision onto Elk as well, that doesn't end up happening. So real knife's edge kind of play.
Typically, I'd follow up with like an analytical point. Bloxer, I really don't know what to say. This is against every expectation in the book. Weibo Gaming finished top 3 in the league last year. They ended up beating teams like anyone's legend. To get into, you know, the top 3 of the league, they took series off of top esports. They 2-0'd them in the regular season. And now they're here.
Crazy. Indeed, they are. And looking like LGD going to continue to try to keep the pace of this game high, looking to just take away this Drake. A little bit of a death brush being set up, but I don't think Tangyuan is going to fall for it, not without some backup at least. Yeah, there's nothing JJ can do, and that's just going to be another Drake going over to LGD. And Weibo continue the collapse. I mean, we saw earlier on... Oh, hang on.
JJ, Vault Breaker's over the wall, but immediately just meets a Trundle. That's an immediate flash to get away from the Troll King. Hung has a completed Triforce, and JJ's got a tunnel and a couple of swords.
And this is the thing, right? As soon as you start to fall behind on the Vi, you are just so much more useless than a Trundle is going to be. And Trundle with Trinity Force will just rip your head off at this point. First items coming through onto multiple of these key members for LGD. The bot lane is still working towards theirs, but coming through pretty soon. Xiaoya could potentially be under some pretty big threat. He's probably just dead.
Weibo all-inning on to just getting a play, getting some gold into Elk, and they do so successfully. You might notice, Bloxer, that was similar play to what LGD did in Game 1 to get themselves back into the game. We'll see if Weibo will be just as lucky.
Indeed we will. Over on the other side of the map though, Buddle going to be able to grab himself a couple of turret plates. I like the way that LGD are constantly just finding things on the other side of the map. We saw it in the previous game, and we're seeing it now. They're never just allowing things to happen to them on one side and not trading over on the other. Buddle specifically has been a big part of that. That's a big part of why he was so good on the Gnar in the previous game. And if they're able to keep this one up, it just stops Weibo from being able to get themselves fully back into this game. They were able to cut down that gold lead by just a little bit, and to be fair to Weibo, even with them being delayed, they are still getting close enough to hitting these item spikes, right? 2 items completed is where Weibo's composition is really going to be coming online. That's the point at which your Yunara can start really doing damage. It's the point at which your Vi should be able to at least contribute, but things have just been delayed that little bit, and it is hurting getting this full composition online.
Delayed that a lot a bit, man. Let's be real. JJ is 40 CS down.
Hella delayed.
In the jungle.
Hella delayed.
That's a full clear and a half. That's 1.5 full clears that he is down right now to Hung, who dings level 10 before JJ hits 9. An absolute masterclass, as we have said, in the jungle position. Hung's Trundle, we talked about at the start of the draft, was going to be a problem in the late game. We didn't necessarily think of how powerful it was going to be in the early game. Certainly that's delivering as well.
Absolutely, and if you cast your mind back to earlier on in the split where we saw the circle of results completed when WE were able to pick up that win versus IG.
Hold on.
I didn't.
Let's say the real name.
Look, the LPL calls it the circle of results. Okay.
Nope. I'm not gonna let you get past this.
The circle of suck was completed.
There we go. Yes.
When WE were able to beat IG. At this point, do we have a full circle of results?
We
Completed,
very much
including Group Nirvana? This is crazy.
So basically, Ultra Prime are better than BLG, is what we're saying here on the LPL English broadcast. You can take
look,
that full
we
take
don't make the rules.
all the way through, post it on all the social media that you want. That is our belief here, by everybody on the broadcast team.
Clearly, it didn't matter who we were going to eliminate at the end of this split. Whoever came out of Group Nirvana was going to be able to do very well. Now, it's just very funny to see. I mean, this is a Weibo that beat TES 2-0, so there really are some results going on. Zhao, who now potentially under threat, is just going to get pillared back.
Gets Rune Prison, but does have the Spirit Rush. Realm Warp's going to get both the mid jungler away for LGD, right as the Rift Herald spawns. So a couple of big cooldowns used by LGD, but they're still alive and still able to contest this objective.
You can see the split push still coming on through from Birdle. He has his teleport back up very soon, couple of seconds until that one is going to be available. And he's already making his way back up towards this Rift Herald, looking like LGD wanting to fight.
Hung gets bursted out a little bit, but he's going to be just fine. Still has that subjugate available as the Rift Herald will now be chomped down by him. Dika does land a fully charged decimating smash on the YCX, but there is no follow-up onto the Nami. LGD controlling that top side of the map. They have Xiaohu for Weibo pushing on the bottom side, so they are ceding control of Shelly for now to get a little bit of gold into their mid laner's pocket.
Yeah, but that's potentially going to be risky if you end up losing this top lane tower, as Tanjuan can head up towards there. YCX just going to be able to flash himself away, and it is going to be the Rift Herald secured by Hung. LGD, overall, you're going to be happy with that one, right? You went for the objective, you're going to be able to pick it up for yourself, and with Birdle able to teleport himself. Sorry, just walk back down towards the bottom side of the map. As long as he doesn't die right here, as there are some pings, and JJ and the Hank are on the way.
Doesn't know he's on vision. Yep. Going to be taken out immediately. Jeje with that cease and desist, this time able to use it successfully. You're hoping to see a good play out of the Viari earlier than 16 minutes, but we'll take it at this point.
It's just something, and getting that gold is going to be massive, especially now that you've already got yourself that first item completed. This is the point at which this Vi is going to be getting online, and with that death down on the bottom side of the map, it is going to be this Drake picked up right here for Weibo. Very important, they're going to be able to snap that Drake stacking streak away from LGD, although you can see the Hung trying to get back
Hung, he's running in there, could be soul point, has the subjugate. Jeje uses the vault breaker to just try to knock up Hung, who's now stuck.
Oh, he steals it!
But he still gets the dragon. 3-0 in that department. Over to LGD. Rift Herald has been popped. They want to use it in a combat fashion as Elk is already tunked very, very low. And LGD able to secure the objective and look for even more. Trundle is sending that Herald straight into the mid lane tier 1.
And they're not going to be able to use it for the full engage, but still Birdle is here and has the ulti available. There goes the equalizer. That's going to push everybody away from Weibo. That's the tier 1 tower picked up. And LGD, they get away with murder right there.
I don't know how JJ missed that smite. It was a 3v1. Hung just ran right in there, said thank you very much, and walked right out. that should be illegal in most most provinces in the country of China, but somehow it was legal here on the Summoner's Rift.
I mean, absolutely criminal to be able to get away with that one right there from LGD. They are just playing so much better. I think more than anything, it feels like LGD are playing with a lot more confidence than Weibo are able to. You saw a lot of hesitation in the first game from JJ, not looking to get a lot of these big ganks off, despite having a very gank-heavy champion in the Jarvan. Same sort of thing in the Vi, although of course you have to give a lot of praise over to LGD for getting in JJ's face and making it so it was a lot harder for him to play the early game. But still, once he ticked over to that level 10, we only saw the first attempt at this Vi-Ahri combo a couple of seconds ago down in the bottom lane, and they don't even manage to secure the Drake afterwards.
So now it's LGD with Soul Point. Don't want to bring up too many parallels here, Bloxer, but it does feel similar to game number 1 in terms of where the gold was at and where the dragons were at this point.
Yes.
Weibo maybe have a comeback in their works. They're going to get this tier 1 tower on the bottom side, their first of the game. Elk has to be the big player to do that. He's the only one on his team with a gold lead. He has the Fiend Hunter bolts completed. The question is, will that be enough in 3 minutes time when the eventual Soul Drake spawns?
Exactly, as we've been talking about, right, this is going to be on Elk's head. This is a composition that is built to give him the best possible chance of being able to win for his team, but with his mid and his jungle not doing so well, and the tankiness from Zika coming on slower than you would have overall wanted to see, it is a lot harder for him to be in a good spot. Yes, at least he has got these first couple of items completed. This is the point at which he can begin to compete. He really needs that third item to come on through, either the Hexopics or that Infinity Edge, depending on what you're feeling in the moment, to really be able to fully do that damage. It is 3 items for Weibo where they're really going to be able to play, and at this point, with the speed at which Weibo are accumulating gold, that's still going to be a good 5 minutes in the future, 6 minutes or so.
Oh man, I don't know how Weibo are going to come back from this one. Elk's going to have to do some miracle work. I mean, he is, I think in many people's minds, one of the best bot laners that we have in the world, taking BLG back in the day to numerous international appearances, numerous international championships, specifically at MSI last year, or sorry, or you know, I think at MSI a couple years ago, I should say. But not necessarily looking up to snuff, especially with the Hank slotting back in. Remember, their laning phase hadn't been good, but Elk's team fighting still shines. Going to see a lot of that team fighting here, as Weibo's still trying to pick up some gold across the map. His top lane tier 1 turret place, but it's going to come at the cost of Bertle getting a tier 1 of his own down in the bottom side.
This is the thing with all of those grubs picked up earlier on from LGD. Once again, their split pushing has just looked better. I'm gonna be jumped on right here, but the pillar just gonna create a ton of slows, and there's no real way to be able to get on top of this Trundle at this point. Quite survivable at this point in the game, and Weibo, it feels like they're just floundering. They don't really know where they can send their members. They're trying to get as much gold into Elk's back pocket as possible, and he's been able to keep farming in the mid lane, so things are slowly accumulating, but LGD, they're able to step up right here.
Steps really far forward. I don't know if the subject is going to save him from this one. He's taking very low and will not go down. The healing is enough from him and the Nami to keep the Trundle alive, as it's Jeje who's now on the gray screen for the next 30 seconds.
And that's crazy right there. Like I said, way too far forwards he was, but in the end, Subjugate just coming on through, and so much help as well from YCX. Bertle teleports in, drops that ulti down, and that cuts a huge chunk of damage out of the Weibo members. Still, they're going to be looking to jump on in and get involved. Can't avoid playing for this Baron.
Yeah, Weibo gonna have to try to get out of here in a 4v5. Elk already chunked to half, and he does not have his Transcendence. A near impossible fight that LGD are gonna have to withstand. Tong Yuan gets slowed down. The Baron's at 2,000 HP. The smite should get secured for Hung, and he gets a big heal from his passive. They immediately turn on to Zika, and Xiaoya gets the final blow. Flash forward from Bertle to finish the job. They get Elk slowed down with the pillar, and Tong Yuan flashes after him. The Essence Flux takes him down, and that is another 3 kills plus the Baron for LGD.
And LGD are well and truly in control of this game, nearly 5,000 gold up, and you can really feel it in these team fights, the way that they're able to just step up with so much confidence. Full reset's going to be coming back on through, and now you've still got Soul to be able to grab for yourselves as well. JJ is back up and available, but with only 2 members alive, this should be the Drake picked up nice and easily for LGD. The Baron, the Soul, and then they're going to be looking at the game.
Soul just a signature on the dotted line at this point. Jeje running towards it at this point, but the damage might just be too much. Might just have to go for it, go for the full flip. JJ, he's gonna have to maybe go over the wall blind at this point? No, Dragon just going to go over. That is Ocean Soul at 22 minutes plus a Baron buff for LGD, who are looking to go up 2-0 over Weibo in this Knights Rivals series.
And as you said, right, things were feeling pretty similar to what had happened in the previous game. The key difference being, I think this composition right here out of LGD is a lot better, and they're just playing with so much more confidence than we saw Weibo able to execute with in the previous game. Hong is so happy to just keep sprinting at his opponents, whereas JJ doesn't feel confident to try and go steal things away. Now you've got these Baron-empowered minions pouring in towards you, and you're just desperately trying to find a charm potentially to kick off a fight from Weibo, but it's just not happening.
Desperation seemingly starting to seep into the minds of Weibo Gaming. They finished top 3 a split ago and are now looking at Group Nirvana. If the series continues to go this way, Baron buff available for the next minute. They're able to get a tier 2 tower down in the bottom lane, have Tongyuan pushing down mid. Pick up a couple of plates here immediately with the Crystalline Overgrowth, but Xiaoya and LGD can continue to push down here on this bottom side. They have abandoned Elk on Weibo to make sure that they could get some resets in, but it'll come at the cost of a little bit more damage onto that tower.
And I really like the way that this play is happening right now. Tongyuan just going to keep pushing on through in the mid lane. This bot lane tower going to get threatened on. There goes the Equalizer. Big chunk of damage lands.
Oh, but in goes Zika, looking for the play, even though the rest of his team's already been chunked out. He has to flash away. The Subjugate is just melting the Scion at this point. He's down to 300 HP and forced to head back to base. Inhibitor broken open. The base exposed for Weibo.
This is the sort of composition out of Weibo that really couldn't afford to fall behind early, and we saw that happen. And now LGD, they're playing the map so well, the kind of macro that we don't necessarily think of when we imagine the way that Group Nirvana teams play. Looking really good. I love Tongyuan left in the mid lane because he can always just teleport over with that ulti. Now you continue to look to press on forwards. This tower's going to go down as well, and the damage landing anyway.
Jeja's going to go down as well before the tower even falls. Zika, the next target, as LGD are on an absolute rampage in game number 2. They are holding no prisoners. They are taking blood at every turn. And they're going to continue their push with the Baron buff even expire. They don't care about that. They want this 2-0 lead.
Absolutely, they do. Teleport coming back in as well, and you've got yourself a pretty decently sized minion wave coming through in the mid lane. You do obviously still have 3 available members. Elk, everything has got to be on him right now to be able to save this game.
Hank already getting chunked down as it's 5 members of LGD into the base of Weibo and only 3 on their opposition side. Elk and Xiaohu able to clear the wave out, but there's another batch of supers coming in through the bottom lane. A respawn has come through. JJ's going to have to pull the trigger at some point, or the Nexus Towers will just be shredded. Both of them going to go down nearly simultaneously. The go button has to be pushed. It's going to be JJ looking for Xiaoya, but he's not even going to take a single modicum of health in his favor. They take down YCX. In goes Hung. Takes another kill onto Xiaohu, and the Nexus will certainly go down. Upset City is brewing here in Knights Rivals as LGD are up 2-0 over Weibo.
They're going to end this game with a over 10,000 gold lead. Complete and utter domination there, Graves. I mean, a crazy game from LGD in which they have a plan and they execute on it immediately. And that's a big, big benefit for this team. When we think about Group Nirvana teams, they often fight messy, they don't necessarily play the map very well, even if the individual players are quite strong in certain instances, sometimes the teams just don't play as well together. That is not the case right here, and what Hung was able to do to JJ early on, holy, that was so mean, and JJ never recovered.
Minute 1, I mean, that was just jungle diff. Two words to describe that game, just like the 2 games that LGD have right now. Hung is my player of the game immediately. His trundle pathing in the early game absolutely just destroyed any chances of Weibo taking that one. JJ was out of it from minute 1. The Vi is certainly a pick boxer that you say needs to get active on the map, needs to hit level 6 first. And Hung made sure that didn't happen.
Nope. It was always going to be a pretty tough composition to play out overall. I like the composition in and of itself, but specifically into what it was that LGD had, you've got a lot of no-buns, a lot of people that could just stop you from sprinting straight at you. The pillar was the big one, but YCX really shouldn't be ignored throughout that game as well. A ton of really nice tidal waves to snap any of the potential engages in half that were attempted out of Weibo, although, to be fair, Weibo really weren't playing as aggressive as they needed to make this work. And the fact that the Vi falls behind early, just, as we said, wide-ranging consequences throughout the entire game. Zika was never able to be tanky either because the Subjugate was just ruining him every single time, and I'm glad that we got to see a couple flashy moments out of Tangyuan and Xiaoya, because otherwise it was just going to be Hung and Birdle taking over that entire game and taking all of the spotlight.
Yeah, I mean, really everyone, again, coming to play once more. Elk and the Hank had another decent showing, but the team fighting phase never got around because Weibo were already down 4,000 gold and their jungler was basically a cannon minion. Like, there was nothing that their team was going to be able to do. And Weibo's got to lock in right now. I know they had a slow start to the regular season. They were on the upward trend. We know what this team can look like when they are at their peak. They took games off Top Esports. They took a series off of JDG. They swept Ninjas in Pajamas in one of the last series of their regular season. Even with this new roster, it just is not looking the same at this point.
This is not an LPL goal graph. This is a team starts winning and keeps winning. This is a crazy early look out of LGD that they're then able to just keep playing through. And I love looking at the damaged graph right here, because Xiaoya, it's not necessarily a particularly easy game for him, right? You have to step quite far forwards to be able to deal a lot of your damage in a lot of situations. And anytime that there's an Ahri on the other side, you've got to be very careful to not step a little bit too far forwards, take a charm to the face, and just die. And he was able to toe that line beautifully. Same thing with Birdle, always able to just step up, and he was playing incredibly aggressive. He was really unlocked by how well it was that Hung was playing, because there was so much focus having to be put onto this Trundle that all of a sudden there's a rumble in the backline and there's really nothing you can do.
Take a look at some of these highlights. Again, just questionable decision-making overall by Weibo. Just very slow to make this play. Vi Ahri has to be something that you immediately snap upon, and LGD had 6 or 7 business days to figure out what exactly was going on, and they've responded incredibly well here.
Yeah, they bring Tangyuan and YCX over immediately. It's, again, a really good tidal wave out of YCX to snap that engage in half. If that doesn't happen, that play, it's so early on in the game. If you get a couple of kills over onto the Vi, if you don't survive right there as Hung, this game could be completely different. Instead, we live in this world where it was just all coming up LGD. In all of these very close moments, we are seeing individual mechanical outplays. And that's another thing you don't expect right here. You expect the Group Ascend teams to have the better players. But the fact that you're seeing Elk getting 1v1'd in that situation is crazy, and Xiaoya really just stepping up to the plate. Yeah,
Xiaoya really performing well on this Corki as well, got targeted many times, had some help from YCX. Birdle on the Rumble, able to one-shot Xiaohu here basically on his own, and then take, again, just like in these fights, the amount of pressure that Hung is able to exert, not just in the early game, but also in the later stages, was just really something to behold. Some more of these fights here. Tangyuan, I mean, we're just shouting out every player at this point for LGD.
Great. They all
because
great.
It has not been like any avenue of resistance for Weibo. No. Both games so far have ended in less than 30 minutes. We are in stomp territory right now.
Absolutely. And there was a real worry coming into this after that first win right here for LGD, where it's like, are we going to end up with 2 5-game series? This is going to be a full 10-game day. Well, currently it does not look to be the case. It looks like Weibo are going to get destroyed, and they really need to go back to the drawing board. They have got to change something going into this next couple of games, because getting 3-0'd, if you're IG, it's very, very embarrassing by Thunder Talk. If you're Weibo, I think it's somehow even more embarrassing to get 3-0'd, because Weibo looked better than IG did during the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to Invictus Gaming, the roster that they ended up putting together, not exactly what they had in mind, right? The mid lane situation with Rookie, Renard, and Ya, kind of some shuffling around there. Weibo made the immediate choice after Split 1 to get rid of Arha, bring in Hong. That doesn't work out, so now they're scrambling. This is entirely a self-inflicted problem that they have put onto themselves. This is a team that was designed to compete for internationals. They've got Elk, who was maybe the biggest free agent of the entire offseason. And now they are staring down Group Nirvana. Take a look at our player of the game for this one. Would be very surprised if it was not Hung on the Trundle, as I believe we can switch over to that momentarily. But yeah, for LGD, a really impressive showing, and for Weibo, man, a lot of questions as to what is next.
Yeah, no real need to look at this. Everybody knew that it was going to be hung off the back of that one. A truly incredible game from him right there. A well-deserved MVP. And I love that we're getting MVPs onto lots of different people right now, you know? As we've been saying, we're shouting out everybody because nobody is being the weak link at the moment. This is an LGD that are firing on all cylinders and looking to complete what has been, I think, the most insane, crazy, and entertaining play-ins that we have ever seen.
Yeah, the Knights Rivals certainly living up to the hype as we have even an entire playoff bracket left to wrap up Split 2 of LPL English after this, but still some series left to play here. Weibo are down, but they are not out. The path to a potential reverse sweep will start in game number 3, which is coming up right after this short break on LPL English. Welcome back to LPL English, where LGD, our third team from Group Nirvana to potentially punch their ticket to playoffs. Something that we have never seen in the history of the play-in stages in the LPL. Grapes and Blocks are here to take you through Game 3, and Weibo Gaming are reeling at this point. They lost 2 straight games in under 30 minutes, and Bloxer, they gotta get going right here and right now.
Yeah, they do. I mean, there's a very real possibility that the best team from Group Nirvana, LNG, are going to be the only one to fail to get out of this play-in stage. Truly an incredible play-ins this has been. This Knights Road has been insane the whole way through, and at this point, LGD one single game away. They've got 3 more shots to be able to do it in, but at the moment, I don't know that Weibo's even going to send us to a game number 4.
Not looking like it, and so trends continue. Big reason as to what this has been doing is the mid lane here. Between Xiaohu and Tang Yuan, again, this is their first best of 5 that they have played against as mid laners that were formerly on RNG. Look at all the success that Xiaohu has had as a part of that now defunct organization, winning 3 MSI titles. But after he left to go over to Weibo, it was Tang Yuan who stepped in his place. He's been not performing super well for the team. But now on LGD, he's looking pretty good. And this, again, the first best of 5 between these 2 players. Right now, it is Tang Yuan favored, which is very against the legacy of this historic franchise.
No, not what you would have been expecting at all in this situation, and the fact that Tang Yuan's been able to really step up in such a fun way, we'll see if he's going to be able to be the main guy in this game. We've had a main guy performance out of Bertle and Hung in this one. Anybody else is able to fully take over, but we'll be honest, LGD, they've been in the favorite position across the board. Weibo, they have to completely flip the script right here.
Weibo, I should say, once again picking first pick in this draft. LGD, actually, Weibo going second pick. Now that I'm taking another look at it here, LGD opting towards the blue side, as Weibo looking to try to maybe spice things up. Got to get a counter pick somewhere. Maybe it's the mid lane, maybe it's the top lane. But neither of those players, Zika and Xiaohu, have been performing up to our expectations, as they really have been looking much, much better going into this playoffs over those last few matches of the regular season.
Absolutely, and right now for Weibo, I just want some winning lanes out of them. I think winning lanes are going to be the most important thing possible, because they've just been losing out in every single lane, and it's been not allowing JJ to get involved anywhere.
A lot of junglers still available that can potentially accomplish that feat, but it looks like LGD at this point going to lock in the Jace in the jungle role. Takeaway from Zika, also a takeaway from Jeje, who played it in their last series against JD Gaming. Potentially have some flexibility. Tang Yuan on the Jace, certainly something that he has had experience on in the past as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and for right now, for Weibo, again, like we've been saying, we really want something that they can play aggressively throughout the early stages of the game. There's tons of the top tier of junglers still available. The Lee Sin would be the most aggressive of any of those pickups. I'd be surprised if you want to lock that in right at the very beginning, and instead, Weibo are going to pivot, get themselves the Ezreal, the Bard, one of those bot lanes that's super safe, can get quite aggressive, but also just unlocks the Hank to not just have to sit in this bot lane as he has been doing quite a lot of so far, and just go match up alongside JJ, get involved in these other lanes, exert pressure elsewhere, and hopefully not just get them run over like they have been in these previous games.
Okay, the Ezreal Bard has had some success for Weibo. This was more along the lines of what we were seeing that worked well for them when the Hank has subbed in, right? Get them onto team fighting players, don't have to focus on them dominating the early game, mostly just helping Elk get to his godlike team fighting in the later stages. Bot lane likely to be finished up for LGD on this 2-3, and it is a big slam of the gauntlet. MF Nautilus to go up against this Ezreal Bard. Cassante for Zika as we head into the second phase of bans.
Yeah, I was going to say, when LGD picked themselves that Nautilus, it was always going to be something very aggressive down in the bot lane. They love pairing up alongside either this Misfortune, as they've gone for today, or they've even paired up alongside the Draven. I think that would have been a little bit too rich, even for the way they've been playing so far. So instead, it is just going to be a ton of just wombo combo damage available to you, but with the Jace picked up as well, you've also got that poke potential to be playing with. It gives you some range, which is really helpful into the Ezreal. Obviously the Ezreal going to give a ton of poke damage over to this Weibo comp, and with the Cassante, you've got the beginnings of a nice front-to-back teamfight composition, sort of composition that Weibo have shown us great success on previously. They're going to very much need themselves a control mage into the mid lane to really play around, in terms of what Xiaohu has really liked to pick up for himself. A lot of those top tier champions have now gone. It'd be interesting to see if he's going to be able to pick up something like the Azir as kind of the remaining top champion in his pool.
Azir and Aurora, I suppose. You know, he hasn't had too much success on the Aurora this split, but historically been one of his more comfortable champions with his time on Weibo Gaming. A lot of junglers being focused down here. Lee Sin and Pantheon taken away from Jeje, so looks like they are still respecting the former world champion. Xin Zhao, though, still available and still one of the top tier junglers on this current patch.
And I think this is a bit of a mistake right here out of LGD to not ban away this Xin Zhao. It's one of the best pickups into this Misfortune because she ults and you say, no, I don't care. And we saw it a ton at the end of last split where both the Misfortune and the Xin Zhao were really high priority. It just wasn't working out whenever you left this champion up and available, so LGD, they're going to have to find a way to work around that. At the moment, looks like they were thinking about potentially grabbing themselves something like the Azir or the Victor. Instead, they're just going to pick up something for Birdle up in the top lane. It is going to be the Yorick. He played it once. I don't think it was a win for them, though.
It's something that, you know, will do well into the Cassante, though. A little bit better than maybe the Jace. Now, this is a very interesting final pickup. Will this Jace be going to the jungle for Hung or to the mid lane for Tongyuan? Diana Hover doesn't really answer that question, if I'm being completely honest. Still a lot of different directions this can go. The Galio certainly maybe a little bit more certain about where we will be taking these players. Hung going to be manning the Jace and Tongyuan on a playmaking mid laner.
Yeah, you've got a real front-to-back look right here coming out from Weibo. They're going to need a little bit of extra engage that's non-committal, which will really help them out. They've obviously got the Tempered Fate, but it will be great to have something else out of the mid lane. I think the Talia makes a lot of sense in this situation, alongside the Bard too. You've got a great 3-man roaming squad to get around the map. Instead, they're going to take a little bit of a different approach. As we said, one of the other pickups that we've seen Xiaohu go towards quite a lot is this Aurora. But the Aurora into the Galio, it's a pretty tough look overall. It's unlikely that you're going to be able to get that much going into the mid lane. Same kind of thing expected up in the top lane too. And Weibo, we asked for winning lanes. Maybe they can get something going bot lane.
Yeah, Xiaohu locking in comfort, I guess. You're really going to have to make something happen in the first couple of levels before Tongyuan gets that shield of Duran, gets a lot of those extra resistances, the magic damage shield. Maybe instead just playing for later on, where the Between Worlds will be very useful in some of these, I would imagine, rather scrappy team fights, right? Where you have Jace flying in, MF ultimates being blocked here by the Crescent Guard. LGD really want to play front to back. I feel like Weibo have a little bit more dive in their kit that ends up actually potentially paying off for them.
Yeah, if they're able to get some big dive into the backline out of Xiaohu once he gets 2 items, that's going to be really big. And they do once again have a composition that spikes pretty dang hard on 1 item. You get that initial item coming through for Elk, for Jeje. Now you're able to unlock and really go and try to compete into your opponents. But we've been saying that for 3 games in a row at this point, and in the previous 2 it did not work out. Weibo, they've shown that JJ just doesn't want to step up. He doesn't want to be aggressive enough and really try to make the most of his early ganking champions. He's going to have to change that in this game, because if LGD are allowed a chill early game to get those first couple of items going and then into these team fights unleash, they're going to be in a really nice spot.
Obviously, Alex Ezreal, a signature pick for him, but eyes have to also be on Xiaohu, taking on his former protege in the mid lane, Tongyuan. Complete clean sweep in the works. The Spring Tiger of Weibo Gaming is going to have to wake up and start their path towards a reverse sweep.
Let's have a look at what's happening during this early pathing, as if JJ gets bullied around in the early game once again, this is likely to be a 3-0. Instead, looking like everybody's just going to be starting on opposite sides of the map right now. And I do really like the fact that you're just looking to get as aggressive as possible from Weibo. Play into that, lean into that. Don't be sitting back too much early on, because as they get later on into the game, things are still going to be working out for them. This Cassante getting tankier and tankier, right? The Ezreal hitting harder and harder. And there's a real band of time for LGD, about 3 items, where this composition fully comes online and you can look to blow people up. But before that and after that, not going to be as strong.
With the runes as well. Interesting to see the Storm Raider surge onto Tongyuan on the Galio. Obviously, Phase Rush is very popular on this champion, but you'd imagine this means a little bit more damage going to be in Tongyuan's build this time around, because you have to hit that 25% HP threshold to unlock the bonus movement speed. So maybe that means a little bit, less defensive abilities available for LGD. Something that may be helpful to a player like Xiao.
Indeed, and if he's able to really make that work for his squad, that's what I'm saying, right? Just desperately trying to get something going overall. Having a look at these individual lane matchups, kind of as we're expecting at the moment. LGD, they've got winning lane up in the top side. They've got a neutralized lane in the mid lane. As much as Tonguon's going to get pushed around a little bit earlier on, very unlikely to die with the Galio. Plenty of mobility, plenty of tankiness even early on. And so if you want to get involved in one of these lanes, it's really going to have to be bot lane for JJ. With both junglers starting towards the top side of the map and heading on down, we could potentially see something happen, but there's a push coming through already, and it really makes it quite tricky to try to step up.
Trading again. This is another time where the Hank hits level 3 before Elk does. I'm interested to see how that ends up happening. The mid lane have Hangyuan landing a taunt onto Xiaohu. Not going to find too much extra damage. Just going to be full clears for these junglers before eventually heading over both to the bot side scuttle.
They are, and we'll see if there's going to be any decision to try go get involved from Hung. I'm going to be very surprised to actually end up seeing that happening. Instead, should just be the resets coming on through, and the bot lane Scuttle Crab will be picked up right here for JJ. That's nice, gives you a little bit of extra survivability when you're pushing so far forwards. The bit of extra vision is going to be lovely.
Yeah, so JJ gets their first. Hey, it's a better start than game 1, or game 2. We can say that for sure.
It's pretty hard to have a worse start early on.
Yeah, well, we'll see what JJ is able to do the rest of the way in this early to mid game, which Weibo certainly have struggled in, specifically in that last game. It seemed like the individual farm leads were working in their favor, just not this time around. YCX appears for a second up in the mid lane, but not going to find anything onto the Aurora.
But both of the junglers are going to be working towards this top lane, topside Scuttle Crab. With the slight push coming through from Tonguon, he might be able to move a little bit earlier on, but both mid laners are going to show face. I'm going to be able to pick this one up, so no double Scuttle Crab coming on over. Things continue to be nice and even so far, and you could feel a little bit of the trepidation coming through from Weibo, right? They've put themselves in a really awkward position. You don't want to be down 2 games to a team that everybody assumes was beneath you, Xiaoya.
Pop goes. Counter spells already. YCX flashes over to just land that root onto Elk. Elk flashes forward, not able to take down the MF. That would have been a crucial 2v2 kill in the early game, but it's going to be LGD's bot lane that gets out with their lives.
Still, you blow the flash and the barrier away from Xiaoya in a situation where Elk is just going to be able to keep peppering him through with those Qs, make him suffer during the early laning phase. You can already see about a 10 CS coming on through, and that's not going to get too much better as we go on. This bottom lane might end up needing a little bit of jungle intervention. Of course, the Jace, not one of the best ganking junglers that you have available.
Definitely not in the early game, but again, you know what the power of Jace. Once we get that item, first item, locked in, maybe the hubris here for Hung. So you already have the Serrated Dirk in inventory. He's walking down towards the bottom side as LGD, again, with that 2-0 lead, looking to do something that they have not done in a while, and that is to make it to top 8, and also just to win a play-in series. The last time that happened was, again, back in summer of 2024. This is, it's back-to-back losses in this Knights Rivals / play-in stage for them in 2025. Maybe makes a difference here. Xiaoya maybe is in some trouble. There's a nice magical journey coming through from the Hank. They're going to get first blood over to Elk.
And this is what we really wanted to see, right? As we talked about, the bot lane was most likely going to be the best place to be looking for some ganks, and that's just a mistake right there out of Xiaoya. Already blew his flash and his barrier in the previous play. No right to be stepping up to the wave like he did. Doesn't look like that's going to turn straight on into a Drake, however, as you do have Hung in the bottom side of the map, and with some decent pressure still happening in the mid lane. JJ not feeling comfortable to step straight up to this one. Xiaoya going to return back to the lane, and we'll see if we do end up with a skirmish, as the Chemtech Drake is available and could potentially be enticing.
Damage onto YCX. First Dragon not started up by JJ just yet. Weibo certainly feel they're posturing for it. Nice trading here for Bertle up on the top side. Again, a winning matchup for the York. You're going to get a lot of push with these ghouls on the top side. Zika is going to have to eventually just burn the all out to try to force this York out of lane. But that hasn't happened just yet. That means that this top laner for LGD that has performed so well this series so far is going to continue to add to his already 15 CS lead.
Things are just gonna keep on as they are for the minute. We're really waiting on that first item coming on through to really accelerate the pace of this game, to get Hung online, to get JJ online, to really unlock these junglers into being as aggressive as possible. And as we've been saying, right, it's the 1-2 item spike that really helps out LGD. So they would love to get an early kill if at all possible right here. He's going to be hunting for JJ, but he has some support in the area and might just be caught out himself.
They just charge forward. Hung able to get out by stealing away the red buff, so a win for him, but it comes at the expense of his flash. Might end up becoming valuable for this grub fight that will be made at, at the ready in the next minute or so.
So far, we've seen all of the grubs going over to LGD. They've been all over those. Tangyuan takes a big chunk of damage here.
Between worlds for Xiao, who's looking for the solo bolo. In goes the hero's entrance, and the hero this time is Hung, who is just in ulti range for the Galio to escape.
Oh, a bit of a hero's exit right there, necessary to keep Tangyuan alive. This is the thing, the second that Xiaohu does have that ulti, he can all of a sudden threaten on forwards. Xiaoyu again taking a huge chunk of damage, is going to survive this initial engage, and is the bullet time to just give a little bit of a tickle back towards Elk. As you can see, tons of pings coming on down towards this Drake, who will be started up by JJ, but LGD are bringing all of their members to the area.
An aggressive play by the Weibo bottom lane, but now Elk is out of mana, not going to really be a factor around this dragon. Doesn't look like Hung will be either. He's more focused on clearing out his jungle camps on the bottom side. Red buff into Krugs into probably head back to base combo, while the first dragon should go over to Weibo in this one.
Yeah, potentially if Tangyuan did have that hero's entrance available to him still, if you hadn't have just taken a huge chunk of damage off of Xiaoyu, you could have looked to compete onto this one, but instead, everybody just going to back off, and Weibo looking to do the exact same thing once again.
Another great magical journey from the Hank, followed up by the Crescent Guard of Jeje. Xiaoyu gets hit by the wind, becomes lightning, but nothing will become more of it in the bottom side. Top lane fighting between Zika and Bertle. All out comes out from the Cassante, able to potentially find a solo kill. Nice splash away from the Pathmaker, and the Intopo strikes. And so Bertle will not go down, while Hung is able to claim all 3 of these grubs.
The bot side of the map, a real focus point right here for Weibo, whereas LGD playing around the top side as much as possible. As we've been saying, all 3 grubs going to go over for the 3rd game in a row, and this is an even better game for it, right? Anytime you've got yourself that Galio and that Yorick, 2 champions that are really going to love sitting in the side lane and then joining up with the rest of the team. So this is a big benefit, and LGD, they're taking these grubs when it makes sense for them, right? When Weibo are not putting any real focus onto it themselves, but Weibo obviously making something happen down in the bottom lane, and the fact that so far you've been able to get a kill onto Elk, and more importantly, Xiaoyu has had his flash down every single time. It's just putting so much extra pressure onto this bottom side, and it's allowing Elk to play very calm and collected. He's very close to picking up that first item now, where he's truly unlocked.
Yeah, but looks like Xiaoyu has other ideas than to just fight Elk all the time, maybe making a play towards Zika. We saw it work for LGD in game number 1, and this Cassante no longer has an ultimate at his disposal. Jeje and the Hank are on the way, so should not be a kill onto the big tank. Bullet time comes out, able to be E'd away from by Zika. Should be able to survive and clear this rest of the wave out. Interestingly enough, LGD once again going for this play without any of their quests completed, so they're going to be delayed a little bit while Elk picks up a lot of gold on the bottom lane.
Absolutely he does. At least he's not going to be able to pick up this full tower as Bertle heads down into the bottom side of the map, and you can see the power of this MF still strong enough to be pushing the members of Weibo away. They don't feel comfortable to get them off of this tower, and the pressure will just continue. So far, this game is dead on even though. LGD Weibo not being able to distinguish each other throughout the early game, and that definitely feels like a benefit to Weibo. Their composition scales really nicely on into the later stages of the game, and the fact that they're doing so much better early on than they did in the previous game adds a lot of confidence.
Will that confidence be enough though? Hung in the jungle position. He hasn't done too much in terms of ganking, but he has racked up a nice farm advantage, getting close to level 9 at this point. On the other side, Jeje hasn't been able to accomplish too much other than burning a lot of summoner spells onto Xiaoyu. Summoner spells are nice, but you want to eventually capitalize those into kills. It has resulted in Elk picking up about a gold lead of about 1,000 or so. Not necessarily the full lead that Weibo would want at this point, although I would say they scale pretty well into the late game as well.
Absolutely they do, but still, getting this early lead is really helpful. Elk is now going to come back out of base with that Trinity Force completed. He's also been stacking his tier very quickly as well, so he's put himself in a very strong spot to hit that 2-item spike and really burst out onto the map. But even just having this first item completed right here for Elk and for Xiaohu makes the skirmishing power of Weibo so much
Nice hook by
stronger.
YCX. It finds Xiaohu, even though he uses the jump to try to escape the Tempered Fate, only going to have Xiaohu thinking about how he got caught out by Hung to get the first kill over to LGD.
Oh, just talking about how it's great for him to have that first item, but going down straight after, not really going to give you any benefit. And now Hung stealing things away from JJ once again, going to take the entire set of chickens. And this is just why it's so great to be able to take down this mid lane. It allows you to step up into the jungle a little bit more, steal things away, and just delay, again, what Weibo are trying to put together for themselves. Not really a kill at a particularly important time, a minute until we're going to get the next Drake spawning. With Weibo picking the first one of those up, they're not even worrying too much about giving another one over to LGD. But still, picking up that gold, grabbing a little bit of extra momentum right here for LGD is nice.
Very much so. LGD on the board now and getting closer and closer to eventually that 2-item power spike that we were saying they could be very strong at a potential 5v5. I think after that, you're really looking at split pushing here for the side of Bertle on this Yorick and just allowing your MF to clear out as many of these waves as possible. You have the second dragon of the game spawning in 30 seconds. Right now, Weibo in a good position to try to contest it. Not Zika though, he's getting pushed out once again by the Maiden of Bertle.
Yeah, I mean, the Maiden at this point, pretty strong. Oh. Okay, YCX needed a little bit of a flash to be able to get away from that play, and now JJ stepping up, but you can see LGD bringing a lot of members over, potentially looking to fight right here. The Drake spawns as well. Top laners have teleport for Zika, not yet for Bertle, so you could have a little bit of a numbers advantage right here for Weibo too.
No flash on support for LGD. Every other summoner spell, though, is available as Weibo start up their second dragon. Looks like no contest will be the call. LGD feeling confident in their ability to pick up gold on other sides of the map, and they will give up a 2-0 lead in the Drake department.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, right, Bertle's teleport has just come back up and available, but he's obviously going to be a lot less important to a team fight than having the Cassante jump on in would be. It makes sense to just delay that one, not really try to play it too aggressively. And you can see the teleport now going to be used out of Zika back into the top lane, so he's not really looking to move around the rest of the map. Instead, you have to imagine that Bertle's going to keep trying to push through this lane, or potentially could even just swap down to the bottom side of the map once again.
Really looking for this one is YCX and Hung. The Hank has to use a Tempered Fate. A dis-synergy with the True Shot Barrage. Not going to matter in terms of helping the escape, but certainly would have liked to have a little bit of extra DPS and have the health bars lower on LGD's side. A teleport is coming in from Bertle, maybe a little bit too far forward, but he's got a big shield with the TP buff, and he's going to land a taunt onto JJ. Force the Zins out a flash away, and he dies to the Shock Blast all the same. 45 on the map right now for LGD. Bertle is taken very low. Hero's Entrance going to try to shield people up as the all-out comes forward on to YCX. Not going to be a kill though, as Zika will fall to Hung, and it's happening again. Bloxer, a 2-for-0 for LGD.
And they're just going to keep rolling on forwards into this mid lane. Very low health bars now onto Hank, and the remaining members just about going to be able to mount a defense onto this tower, but Hung still hunting, looking for an acceleration shot blast.
Snipe him?
Lands it. Oh, okay. That was close right there.
So another 2 kills going over to LGD, and even though this early game looked pretty good for Weibo, they were able to get a kill onto Elk. The rest of the map not looking so lucky. Hung is now 2,000 gold ahead of JJ, and it definitely showed as we take a look at this replay.
I thought that the Crescent Guard was going to do what it does, right? Just blocks all of the damage out of Xiaoya, but it doesn't matter because between Tangyuan and Bertle, and even Hung to some extent, he's just able to blow up JJ. And now the rest of this team fight is very easy. Hero's Entrance as well, very well timed to keep Bertle alive, although I think he would have just been able to limp away anyway. And if you're able to keep replicating this out of LGD, this game could well be their 3rd victory and sees them straight on into the playoffs.
They're able to hit a lot of gold into the jungler's hands. LGD looking to do what they have not done in over a half-decade. That is to make top 8 in an LPL split. Zika trying to say otherwise, going for the all-out onto Bertle. The Antofo strike will not be dodged this time, and a big kill for the Weibo top laner to get themselves back into this game.
And this is the thing, right? As much as this split push is going to be massive out of Birdle, in the 1v1, all of a sudden, Zika going to be in a much better spot to be able to just play aggressive. And picking up that solo kill right there, it's going to force Hung up towards the top side of the map, take him away from clearing out all of his camps. Unfortunately for Weibo, they don't have JJ in the area to potentially try to steal away the Herald, instead looking bot lane.
Tong Yuan able to taunt down Xiaohu. He is very tanky now with that Hollow Radiance, specifically against these two champions that are in his lane. So, not going to be a threat to be Dovin. Rift Herald is now available. Hung certainly would like to take it, and with this Xin Zhao on the bot side of the map, should be easy pickings.
Indeed it should, and just once again, right, anytime that you find a play out of Weibo, they don't really seem to be able to capitalize on it in the same way that LGD have been able to. I'm really impressed with the macro that they have exhibited so far. Still, that being said, Weibo are now going to send multiple members on over, and we could well have another one of these big skirmishing fights.
True Shot Barrage chunks Hung down. This could be Weibo's opportunity to get back into this game. Tempered Fate will stall the taking of the Herald, but Jeje might have actually wanted to take it down a little bit faster. He's stuck in the pit, and he gets taken down by Xiaoyu with a double shot. Hook lands onto the Aurora as well. The Herald gets secured by LGD as they continue to get that snowball rolling in this decisive Game 3.
Massive depth charge right there, just keeps members in range of that bullet time, and Xiaoyu able to make it work away from the Xin Zhao. The fact that you're now able to grab yourself a couple more kills and the Rift Herald is massive for LGD as they continue accelerating the pace of this game. They're very close to getting these 2 items completed onto all of these key members. The peak of the power of this composition is well within reach, and they are beginning to pull away from Weibo.
Look at this replay here. Hung starting this one off. It looked like a good fight. Another questionable Tempered Fate from Hung. Jeje looked like he wanted to get in that pit and try to steal this one quickly.
Yeah, but he's just mistimed, and with the Tempered Fate coming on through, no way to be able to. Depth charge was massive right here out of YCX. It keeps Elk inside of the bullet time for so long that he's never able to get away, never able to deal his damage, and just has to run. Now you're going to get the Rift Herald put down into the mid lane, as well as the push from LGD's top player in the bot side. They are just taking gold all across this map.
Certainly a difficult prospect to be down in Group Nirvana for an entire split. You play way less matches than your Ascend counterparts, but there's always the hope, the expectation that at the end of the split, you get a singular best of 5 to prove your worth, to get yourself into playoffs, to get that top 8 spot. And it feels like, Bloxer, this weekend, those Nirvana teams really took that to heart. They have put up an absolute fight in every single one of these best of 5s. None of them winning less than 2 games against their counterparts that were perceived to be much better than them.
Absolutely, and it's just so nice to see when things have been so one-sided.
The Hank is the dead. Oh no,
yeah,
Hung
Hank is
just one-shot that man.
I mean, he eviscerated him right there. I mean, that's what you can do with Ioma's and Cyclo Sword. Just so powerful at this point, and this is what is reflected in this 4,000 gold lead. The fact that you could just individually blow somebody up. And Hank just going to go back to Great Screen Simulator. Now JJ potentially being hunted for as well. He's fully on vision right now.
It's a huge shock blast. Nice crescent guard to get away from the Two of the Skies, but only going to aid in his retreat away from this Jace jungle, which has become so terrifying here in this game. 4 kills already for Hung, outplaying JJ, who has been one of Weibo's best performers all season long.
JJ just hasn't been able to get anything going at all throughout this game, and it means that even if Weibo were able to get through this series, that they were able to win themselves and get into playoffs, I think other teams from those playoffs will be really looking at JJ as a weak link all of a sudden, which, like you said, is really counter to how things have been so far. So we've got the Baron up and available at this point in the game, and for LGD, with the peak of their power really showing right now, this is where you want to be pushing the pace of the game forward as much as possible, really exerting your presence onto the map. We're seeing that with Hung stepping up into his opponent's jungles, but you want to be doing that overall, and especially if Weibo want to step a little bit too far forwards to keep getting vision onto this Baron, that's a great chance to be able to pick somebody off once again, and then potentially start the Baron for yourselves.
Baron has spawned, and you can see Elk just throwing out those True Shot barrages. He can't walk further than his own Raptor Pit at this point because of all of the priority that his team has lost while he has just been forced to watch 1-0 and 0 hasn't really been a factor in the remainder of these team fights. Who has been a factor is Tangyuan in the mid lane on this Galio, looking for a near solo kill onto Xiao, who forces the ulti, and Xiao, who will go between worlds and get out of there. But now the tier 2 turret bot lane should become an issue. Nice buffer from Elk to get away from the dredge line, and Zika has now arrived to the fight.
Good pressure coming on through. You can see multiple members of Weibo looking desperately to try to find a way back on into this game, but oh my lord, Hung just doing so much damage at this point, taking huge chunks out of the Hank right now. And Xiao returns back to the bot lane, full health again. And LGD, they just keep the pressure up high. They recognize that they are in an incredibly strong spot right now. 2 items in inventory pretty much across the board, and this jungle is not Weibo's.
Nowhere is Weibo's at this point. They're going to have to come back not only from a 2-0 deficit, but for a 5,000 gold lead at the 22-minute mark of this game, and they have a huge flank coming in from Bertle onto the Yorick, forces a flash immediately onto Elk, and the teleport has come in from Xiao to try to retaliate. True Shot Barrage takes Bertle low, and he won't go down, but Hong will! That is a big kill onto the big carry for LGD, and Weibo going to try to claw back into this team fight. Bullet time comes out. Xiao, who takes the flash away. A big double stun comes forward, and the rookie, the Hank, comes up clutch in the mid lane. They'll end up taking down Tangyuan. The kill goes over to the Aurora. It's an ace for nothing. 5-0 as Weibo claimed the Baron.
Bertle thinks that he's playing a big, strong, scary champion rather than the Yorick right here, and just gets bursted down. It baits the remaining members of his team a little bit too far forwards, and Hung also pops a massive team fight right here from Weibo. They're going to get themselves the Baron, and all of a sudden they stabilize in a game that looked like it was slipping straight away from them.
The first Baron buff of this series for your Group Ascend representatives, and it starts with this aggressive flank from Bertle.
I mean, Bertle, what are we doing here, right? Yes, the Yorick has a little bit of survivability at this point with the Maiden up and available, and it does split the members of Weibo, but he just doesn't have the follow-up at this point in the game. You don't end up getting this big ulti in the front till way too late from Tangyuan as well, and by that point Hung has already died, like you said, a huge chunk of the damage, and then look, watch this from the Hank. Beautiful right there with the double stun. If he doesn't land that, there's a chance that the rest of this fight is going to work out, but as soon as he lands that double stun, everybody goes down, and the ace comes on through.
And Elk played this beautifully on the back end as well. We were waiting for him to have his moment to show up as the superstar AD carry, the best bot laner of Split 1, and he dealt the most damage in that 5-0 team fight. Baron buff now in the hands of a Weibo Gaming. Dragon up in 20 seconds. They'll try to use this mid lane priority with the empowered minions to get good work-ins around that bot side river.
After that fight, the 5k gold lead was evaporating in front of LGD's eyes, and Weibo, what they've done with it is get themselves onto those 2 item spikes that they desperately needed. 3 items, in fact, for Elk. He is so incredibly strong right now, and like you said, we've had a lot of criticism for him throughout this series, but he is well and truly in position to carry his team.
Dragon gonna get started up by Weibo. We'll see if LGD want to contest. Obviously, the last team fight did not go very well. And extra money has been put into Weibo Gaming's pocket. Shock Blast lands onto the Hank. Bertle throws over the E. The Dark Procession not finding anything. This might get secured by a Jejet. Now goes Xiaohu in a 1v3. Between worlds onto YCX. The weirding takes him down to 30%. JJ trying to finish the job. And Elk does with a Mystic Shot. 1-0 already in the mid lane for Weibo, as they'll be pushing down mid with Soul Point.
Here we go, Weibo finally getting their teeth into this series and pushing forwards right now. Only got minions to play around in this mid lane right now, but with the low health bars, low mana coming on through from the LGD members, they're still just going to be able to keep on pressing forwards. Bertle summons the Maiden in, gives them a little bit of extra support, and it's just going to have to be the bullet time coming on through from Xiaoya to try to cut through these minions. The Baron empowered cannon minion, though, still doing work onto this tower. It won't quite be able to take down this mid lane tier 2, but LGD, they are scrambling to try to get back into this one.
And normally you look at a Baron buff without having a inhibitor turret or even a tier 2 turret taken down, and you're like, man, that kind of sucked. But for Weibo, the position that they were in previously, down 5,000 gold to LGD, this is a big win on their part. They're able to stabilize the game, get themselves a 3rd dragon, and sure, they don't even break open a tier 2 turret, but they're still feeling much better than they were a few minutes ago.
Absolutely, and the fact that you've just got these items coming through from Weibo as well, spent so long desperately trying to scrape together enough gold across the lanes to be able to keep up with the purchasing power that LGD had. That 5k gold lead was doing so much for LGD with a composition that really can't afford to fall behind, that's very squishy overall, doesn't have that much that can just step up and not worry about getting bursted straight down by the JJs, the Xiaohus, and the Elks of the world, things are pretty risky. What they're also kind of lacking is this non-committal engage. You have to send a lot of people very far forwards. If you're not landing all of that poke first from Hung, things are going to be very tricky going on forwards.
Ooh. When he does land it, though, I mean, my goodness,
it hurts
it's
so
definitely
bad.
coming to play.
Yes.
The Endless Hunger Omnivamp for Elk is going to help him a little bit, but right now, this poke damage from the Jace is still massive. He still has a 3,000 gold lead over JJ, who's still working towards that third item Guardian Angel, but right now, who needs Guardian Angel is Elk in the mid lane as he's just eating these shock blasts left, right, and center.
And he's got plenty of healing to be able to get himself back up to full as whoa, deep teleport coming up through.
Zika gonna just be in a 1v4 immediately, uses the Pathmaker Unstoppable to get out of there. A questionable decision without any major objectives available, and Weibo really weren't in a great position to do much with it. They will take the positioning power at the very least.
Yeah, a bit of an odd one. Like you said, no real big objective to play around. If there was a Drake spawning in 30 seconds time, that would be awesome to be able to break away LGD's line and make it so they have to step back. Instead, they just kind of use this ability for nothing, and obviously teleport will take a while to come back up again. Still, Elk's going to be able to complete a 4th item now. He is incredibly strong at this point in the game, and as we've seen, he's pretty squishy, taking a lot from the Shock Blast, but when he sits and is able to just deal his damage in these team fights, absolute massive carry right here for Weibo.
We don't have comms available here in our LPL broadcast, but I'd imagine what's going on right now is these teams saying, okay, game is pretty close right now. We got a Dragon in minute 45. Don't do anything stupid before that, right? Weibo gonna want to make sure they secure Soul Point. LGD probably still feels decent in these team fights, with Hong being in such a powerful position and the bullet time still being able to do some work. Imagine not much is going to happen before then. Xiaohu able to dash on out of there to get away from the threat of the Galio.
See both teams posturing heavily around this Baron. 40 seconds until it's going to come up onto the Rift. And right now, Weibo got a little bit of extra push coming on through. Looks like they're going to be able to grab this Scuttle Crab.
Temper Fade onto YCX, and 2 teleports will come in, both from the mid laners, formerly of RNG, now of the opposite sides of the Rift. Between Worlds comes forward. Xiaohu looking to try to one-shot Xiaoya, nearly does it, but the Hank about to nearly do the deed as well. His Xiaoya is still alive. He's at 1 HP. Finally, Zika will end up finishing the job. YCX the next target. JJ ends up getting Tongyon on the back end, and it's a 4v2 on the map for Weibo Gaming. They'll get a knockup onto Bertle. Magical Journey goes forward from the Hank. There'll be a double kill in for the Yorick, but only Hung remains on the other side.
You've still got Hung available, so going straight towards this Baron could still be potentially a little bit risky. I don't think they're going to mind, though, heading straight on over. You can see Hung even taking a decent chunk away by that True Shot Barrage. This should just be the Baron going straight on over to Weibo Gaming, and it looks like they have finally woken up. The Tiger has awoken, and things looking up for the Group Ascend team.
Yeah, maybe they're on American time.
Clearly.
Sun's starting to rise here, starting to rise for Weibo as well.
This is just unfortunate right here on YCX. Gets himself pretty badly caught, and then Weibo throws everything in the kitchen sink trying to kill Xiaoya. I mean, the Between Worlds instantly taking the majority of the health away from Xiaoya. As actually we jump on into the picture-in-picture where Hung trying desperately to run for his life. He will live, but that does mean he has given up positioning around this Drake.
Yep, the second Baron in the hands of Weibo, and that means they'll have good positioning for this eventual Infernal Soul if they can take it down. Talking about Blast Cones over the wall, LGD knows they need to try to stop this or the game will just end. Jeje going to try to secure this Smite. Does have the 3 Talon Strike, uses another Tongue on the Crescent Guard as well. Bertle trying to zone Xiaohu up on the back end, on the bottom side of your screen. Hook lands on to the Hank. Between Worlds finds all 4. Xiaohu looking to try to eviscerate him.
He doesn't get him!
One shot on his own self. It's going to be the all-out coming forward from Zika. They'll be able to take down Tongyon, but the fight is certainly not over just yet. In goes Hong, but he goes to the skies and to the grave. Zika finishes off the fight. It's an ace for Weibo. Screw the soul. They're going for the end.
It's going to be a quadra kill in the end for Elk, and they are pushing straight on forward. Still got a little bit left of this Baron buff, and things are going to calm down right here. We are going to get a game number 4 between LGD and Weibo Gaming. LGD with the composition just didn't work out for them, and one fight where they get caught out gives all of the momentum over.
Hold on. We saw this happen in our last series, Bloxer.
Okay, that's
Death timers
true,
are
that's true.
ticking. It's 10 seconds on Xiaoya, 4 on YCX, and
They're
Weibo
not gonna
decide
do
they
it.
do not want to play
Okay.
victim to a second straight base defense in the Knights Rivals Day on LPL English. They will instead retreat to the Dragon. They already have the soul, I should say, so they're going to back away with a big lead opened up for themselves.
And they are correct to do this, right? I think they potentially could have ended the game right there, but there's no reason to throw it all away. Like I said, Soul already completed. They've got themselves the Baron falling off relatively soon, right? They've got a little while to just head back to base, spend a bit more gold, and spend gold they do. The tracking coming on through an Elk. Now with so many items, but we are going to jump into a pause, unfortunately.
Just when things were getting good, man, for Weibo. Oh, no. Hopefully everything's alright and we'll be back in the game shortly, but things turned on its head a little bit. It was a 5,000 gold lead for Bloxer for LGD about 20 minutes into that one. And Weibo said, we're done losing, at least for now.
Yeah, indeed, and the fact that they were able to pull this one back so well is really impressive, but with a composition I really liked overall. I think we're getting to see time and time again why it is that you don't want to give the Xinjiao over to a team when you want to pick yourself up this misfortune. They could have very easily banned it away, right? You knew you had the misfortune and you knew that your opponents like to be able to play the Xinjiao. Just pops the ult in, it doesn't matter. You're not able to play the rest of these team fights. To be fair though, it's not just on Xiaoya in this game. I mean, everybody from Weibo seems to have really woken up. Specifically, Xiaohu is playing super aggressively right now on this Aurora, and it's just sending Xiaoya spread to the four corners. He can't sit and hit in any real situation.
Yeah, and we said the team fighting for Weibo might not be the most traditional, but it will be disruptive in the full 5v5, and that's exactly what we have seen. Cassante diving the backline, JJ doing the same, and then you just have Elk jumping all over the place, being basically impossible to catch on this Ezreal. He has had a really great last few minutes, as you mentioned, a quadra kill around that soul fight at the Dragon. And this is the Elk that we have been hoping to see all day long. The big carry, ADC for Weibo, who put the team on his back to a top 3 finish, now just trying to get to the top 4 of this Knights Rivals tournament by winning this series.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, this pause, I mean, how are these players feeling right now? Because for LGD, you are so close to being able to complete this incredible sweep of games and take Weibo out, but you've got a composition that just isn't firing on all cylinders right now. Birdle just isn't strong enough to be able to step up right here on the Yorick. It's the big problem I have with the Yorick. It needs a lot of help early on, and then if it doesn't get super far ahead, you're not particularly tanky, you don't deal that much damage overall. Your split push is still pretty good, but that's not enough to rely on at this level of competition when your opponents could communicate effectively and not just allow a Yorick to take 4 towers like you experience in your solo queue games. You can't even talk to each other during pauses either. You're sat there in silence as well. It's just such a rough situation. Man,
yeah, and just a reminder for everybody as well. We're playing online for Knights Rivals. I think we'll be back in studio for once we get into the deep rounds of the LPL playoffs. And so that could mean always tech issues maybe take a little bit longer to try to solve with the referees not necessarily being on site. Hopefully we have this issue resolved soon. And as you mentioned, the Weibo team maybe wants to keep themselves going with this momentum. The pause hopefully doesn't, end up hurting any of that here in this game.
Yes. Yeah, very much so. I mean, if you're just joining us right now, we don't have any information about why the pause is, unfortunately. We'll get back in nice and quickly. But this is a game that Weibo absolutely should win. They're up by a huge chunk of gold. I think it's nearing a 10,000 mark at this point. They've gotten themselves 2 Barons in this game. They are up by Soul as well. And we're threatening onto the Nexus, decided not to overpush and instead have taken some resets, which makes a lot of sense in this situation for them. And for LGD, they've kind of got nothing really to play around. They need a pop-off performance to come through from somebody, but nobody's been able to step up to the plate quite yet in this one.
Not just yet. I mean, we've seen Hung have some good early game skirmishes and snowball his lead into a lot, but it can't just be the Jace. Other players are going to have to contribute as well. Tongyamon on the Galio, not a ton of damage. Yorick for Bertle, really mostly focused on split pushing. It's been Xiaoya on the MF that really needs to be able to contribute to some of the damage. And as you mentioned a couple of minutes ago when we were discussing how these team fights have been going, Bloxer, the disruption for Weibo makes it so difficult for Xiaoya to play the game.
Yeah, exactly. Xiaoya just isn't able to play because as soon as he tries to set up and deal damage, either you end up with that Crescent Guard coming up and Now you can't deal any damage to one of the key members you need to be killing, or you end up with the Between Worlds being popped and you're just getting jumped on by an Aurora, and at this point, you're doing so much damage now. You have to be so careful to position correctly, and I just don't know how you square positioning in a way that doesn't get you killed with positioning in a way that allows you to deal damage as Xiaoya. I don't know that there's an actual place in any of these team fights for both of those things to happen at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's definitely looking not good for LGD. I think overall in the series, though, they're still feeling pretty confident, right? The fact that each of these 2 games that they won were so one-sided, and this one is the longest game that we have played so far, certainly a good sign for them. They've been able to get out to those mid-game leads, and Weibo specifically have been able to lock in those team fighting fundamentals, that the experience level that you get with some of these players coming in, like Zika, like Elk, like Xiao, who has been a part of the competitive scene for over a decade at this point. That's where that really ends up shining, in these like clutch moments. That's what Weibo's been able to do really well, at least so far in this game.
I mean, we can talk about it, right? If Weibo are able to win this game and start waking back up, as we've been saying, start building some momentum back through, a reverse sweep right here would be insane. It would be insane that they'd even need to do it to win versus LGD, but it would be such a great cap-off to what has been an insane Knights Rivals in general.
I saw JJ's name on the bottom ticker. Likely a tech issue with him. Hopefully that gets resolved soon. But for now, still just waiting out game number 3 between Weibo and LGD. It's been a crazy weekend so far, Bloxer. 2 of our 3 Nirvana teams end up advancing. The one that doesn't is LNG against the 1-13 team WE. And LGD look like they're right on the doorstep as well, albeit maybe not in this game.
No, not quite in this one. Again, I'll keep coming back to it. I don't love the draft in this game out of LGD. I think they left themselves with a lot to do early on, and as much as they did do it, the second that somebody gets caught a little bit too far out of position, it kind of just tanks them in that situation, which is always unfortunate, and hopefully we will get back into this game to see how this one resolves. If it does end up being a Weibo win as it looks like, I don't think that's particularly indicative of the fact that Weibo are going to be able to come back and win this series. Maybe they have fully woken up, and as we've been saying, but LGD have just looked far more dominant, and the fact that even in this game they were able to get themselves about a 5k gold lead really gives me quite a lot of faith in this team going forwards to be able to complete this massive upset versus a Group of 10 team.
Yeah, again, the best finish that most of these players have ended up having is top 10. They have not been, specifically Bertel and Xiaoya here in the LPL, above a top 8 finish in the league. Say the same for players like YCX, who have been a part of LGD their entire careers, hung on Team WE in the past, then over to OMG, and then finally here. And even Xiaoya, who, again, bit of a franchise player here at this point, and Tang Yuan, formerly of RNG. When you compare the experience levels of these 2 teams, it's very different, and LGD have the chance to almost usurp some of these titans that have been to Worlds in the past, to have all this awesome experience, previously.
And I mean, it's all about setting your expectations right here. I think LGD coming into this split, at least looking from the outside in, I would have been very happy with them just making top 4 and then getting eviscerated by a Group of 10 team. And I don't know that ownership would really have been thinking that much beyond, right? That's what has usually happened to all of these Group Nirvana teams. They don't do very well once they get into the top 4 spots, but you at least then get to play the next split. So that is what you would have really been looking towards for them. And the fact that they are so close to going in is awesome.
Yes, I see League of Legends. We're back into things. 31 minutes in. Again, the longest game of this series so far. Certainly not of the day, though. As that series that went before us, EDG and IP, they had some long bangers. This might be another one in the works.
Absolutely it is, and as you saw along the bottom of the screen, JJ had a little bit of a technical issue. Hopefully that one has been resolved as we head back out onto the Rift. Again, another just quick recap coming on through. Only 30 seconds left on this Baron and buff. More importantly, right, we've got 4 minutes until the Elder is going to be up and available. For Weibo, they win one more fight, and they are not going to need the Elder to close this game out.
Yeah, it could just be one more team fight here. They have a giant wave on this top lane. Gonna tear down the tier 1 nearly instantaneously, and they have Zika pushing down mid at the same time. The waves will coalesce around the tier 3 turrets, and Tang Yuan, who is pushing bot, will have to go for a reset.
4 seconds until we have the Baron buff fall off, so Oh.
A huge chunk of damage. Lands onto Xiaoya already, and Hung gets one shot right after the Tempered Fate. Fed Jace is gone, and Weibo once again have a numbers advantage. JJ lands a knockup onto the Nautilus and takes him down. Zika taken very low, but Tang Yuan gonna be the next target here for Weibo Gaming. Elk lands the final kill, and it's only 2 members of LGD to try to defend the base.
And they're just going to be able to take down these inhibitor towers so incredibly quickly. Xiaoye is really going to have to be on him if he wants any hope of keeping this game going. Very unlikely to be able to do so. The Maiden is going to fall. Pops the ulti just to be able to clear out the wave, but I don't know how much that's really going to buy you any time as Elk hits these towers like a truck.
2 ranged minions here still. Xiaoya has to flash away. Jeje looking for the MF. Pops the barrier. Not going to be enough. The True Shot barrage comes down from Elk. The game will end and the series will not. Weibo force a game 4.
There we go. Weibo finally show us that they have arrived. They are playing the game, you know, plug in the monitors and the keyboards and bring us through what is a pretty big banger of a game, back and forth overall, but 1-1 team fight during the mid-game, and Weibo never looked back.
They played that game from 20 minutes on beautifully. Exceptional team fights, exactly what we wanted to see. The Hank had some questionable Bard plays, but it feels like he's starting to learn how to mesh with this experienced roster. Those Tempered Fates, those double stuns at the very end of those team fights ended up becoming crucial, allowing specifically for Elk to have an MVP-worthy game.
Yeah, absolutely, and it really is good that we get another game, right? Nobody wants the 3-0s as much as it's more exciting when the 3-0 is from the team that you're not expecting to do well and it's a bit of an upset. I love that we get to at least go to a game number 4. Weibo have shown us some fight back, and for LGD, just not a good game, not a good draft overall, and the execution of it was fine, but the problems compositionally really rose up during the mid to late game, and they just really couldn't get through the front line. They didn't have enough damage when they were able to try to land a little bit through. Not ideal from them, and I think a pretty easy game to take, ball up, throw away, and just focus on the next one.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have those games. LGD certainly had some of them in their history throughout Group Nirvana.
Yeah.
Remember, they were a team that did not have a ton of expectations going into the split. They finished bottom 2 in their bottom group in split number 1. But then they got off to a bit of a hot start and kept things going to get to a 3-2 record and now get themselves to here. So they've faced adversity this season before. This group of 5, even with Bertle, have been down and now are looking to try to come back or rebound here from this one game. But for Weibo, they finally got a little bit of that old magic, and that's exactly what they've been looking for.
Whatever happens now, they will not have had as embarrassing a Knights rivals as IG had, right? That's not the bar you want to be looking towards, but as fans, as spectators, we're always going to rank who had the worst look, and IG now solidify their spot as the worst Group Ascend team in this Knights rivals. A truly insane thing to really be looking at, and I wonder if we're going to end up with the sort of full look of all of the results that we could really have ended up having, right? We've had games go all the way to 5, we've had the 3-0, obviously, in the Thunder Talk and IG matchup. Will this one end right here at 4?
LGD would certainly like that, but it's going to have to come with some big changes going into this next one. Stopping Elk is going to be, I think, the big thing on everybody's minds. LGD was able to really make this superstar player obsolete in those first 2 games based off of their play, specifically from the top side of the map. Didn't end up carrying to that same degree, even though Hung had a great game on the Jace jungle. Not a ton of setup, not a ton of engage, specifically compared to the other champions that Hung was playing in this series. So
yeah,
maybe just getting some more playmaking out of the jungle position could be what LGD need.
Absolutely, because you've once again seen that JJ is not particularly aggressive early on. Even right here on the Xin Zhao was quite slow to really get off of the ground, but once he did get going, things were looking a heck of a lot better, and you can see it in the goal graph, right? LGD were really building towards something, but they had their 2-item power spike. They weren't really going to get that much stronger overall, and all of a sudden, Weibo were able to grab a couple of items into their back pockets, and things flipped on their head. Elk specifically had an incredible game, as you said, right? It should be the MVP for him in this one. He was awesome, 9-0-8, the overall scoreline for him, but I don't think we could really ignore what it was that Xiaohu was able to do, because those between worlds, even if he didn't end up getting a lot of kills overall, were massive for destabilizing what LGD wanted to do.
Yeah, they never really got their full-on, team fight with the Galio, the Nautilus, the MF. Sure, the Yorick doesn't necessarily fit into that category, but really for Weibo, started here on the top side of the map. Zika able to get this solo kill, finally breaking out in this series that he's been harassed by Bertle all day long.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, and the fact that he was able to fight back right here is going to be pretty big, and obviously we've got to remember, right, this is going to be a fearless best of 5, so we are losing a lot of the top tier of champions, a lot of the most comfortable champions for all of these guys, and the amount of games that you end up playing in Group Nirvana is so much less, and it means that you just ended up playing a lot less champions overall. So how much is LGD particularly well versed in playing at this point? When you have a flick through at just how many games on different champions you had, there's always about 3 or 4 less champions for these Group Nirvana teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think when I was looking through prep and stuff like that, no champion by any of these players has really played more than twice, and they still had less experience or less of a pool than Weibo did, just because of the sheer number of games that were played.
Yeah. The most was 3, and that was only by a couple of people. There were 3 Rumbles for Bertle, there was 3 Skarners for Hung, so that could potentially be something fun, and then 3 of the Lucian, I think it was, for Xiaoya. The most played champions for the other guys were 7 or 8 coming through for the teams in Group Ascend, and they still played more champions, like you said. So it's just a much smaller pool that you've had to play, that you've been forced to play, and as we get deeper on into these best of 5s, I do wonder how much that is going to affect these teams that have had less practice, that have had less game time on these big picks, that just haven't been forced to play as many games. Group Nirvana is brutal. You get 1 round robin with less teams, and then you're done.
But you get that one decisive series against a Group Ascend team. That's how high pressure these Knights rivals are. You know, Split 1 was a little bit different with our format being like a double elimination, but this just really adds to the stakes. It doesn't matter how bad you do, as long as you sneak into this Knights Rivals event, you too could make it into the playoff stage. We saw it happen with Thunder Talk, we saw it happen just a few hours ago with Edward Gaming. LGD going to try to do the same, but Weibo putting a stop to that at least for now.
Absolutely they do. So looking on forwards into this next game. For LGD, they just need something that I think plays a little bit more proactively early on, and they just needed something a little bit tankier overall to be able to give them a true frontliner, because Bertle and Tangyuan, it just really didn't work out. I put a lot of the blame really on the Yorick. Obviously, we can't now see the Yorick again, but we really are getting into the depths of these champion pools, so for them, they're going to be reaching into stuff we haven't really seen so far. For Weibo, I love it. I love the fact that they had something that a really strong identity. You knew who they were going to play around. It was Elk, and in this game, they were actually able to make that work by not having JJ bullied around during the early game.
Yeah, JJ finally was able to play League of Legends this time around in the early game. Even though he got put pretty far behind, at least he was able to clear his own jungle, get out of the map, make proactive plays alongside the rest of his team, which is exactly the facilitating role that he needs to be in for Weibo to continue to perform in this series and to get themselves into playoffs where they finished 3rd just a split ago.
Yeah.
That's how crazy this is. They're going to need a reverse sweep to at least even get back into the top 8 at this point. LGD going to look to put a stop to that as we head to a break in a few short minutes. We're waiting for our player of the game right now. Boxer, I think it'll be probably Elk.
I'd give it to Elk in this situation. I think he was really popping off right here, and it's particularly nice considering how much he was struggling in the previous couple of games, specifically that Yunara game. They put so much on him to try get him to carry the game, and he was just never able to unlock. Totally not the case in this game.
Yeah, well done to the Weibo bottom laner. Finally breaking out here in this 3rd game of Knights Rivals. Our final series of the day is going to go on just a little bit longer. Heading to a short break. When we come back, we'll see a game number 4 between Weibo and LGD on LPL English. Back here on LPL English for game number 4 of our final series of Knights Rivals. It's been an incredible weekend of Chinese League of Legends, and the playoffs are just beginning. Here on LPL English next Friday, we'll be seeing our upper quarterfinals, some of which might be including these teams right here, Weibo Gaming or LGD. Weibo starting the slow, methodical path, Bloxer, to a reverse sweep, but LGD still in the driver's seat and looking to pull off something they have not done in a while, which is to make it out of a play-in stage.
Exactly. They are really looking to just flip the script on what has been a pretty mid couple of years for them. Some high highs-ish, and some very low lows of splits that just did not go well. Bringing Birdle in has really changed things up for them. Bringing Birdle back has really changed things up for them, and it's great to see them really being able to step into their own here. Win or lose right now, I've got to be very impressed with LGD. But I'll be honest, I feel like they've still got the momentum. Even though that previous game was won by Weibo, they won the first two so convincingly, and they still had themselves a decent lead in that previous game. They just didn't have the sort of composition that could really make the most of it.
Certainly so. Will they be able to hold on to that lead in Game 4? We shall see. It looks like LGD once again opting for second pick. We've really been flip-flopping on these first selections over the last few games. Weibo gonna get onto blue side and for first pick, so we'll get traditional drafting setup going into game number 4. A lot of those power picks like the Orianna still taken away, and the Karma, an early Twisted Fate pickup here for Zika. For Xiaohu, maybe a flex pick available.
Indeed, I really like the fact that they can grab this one nice and early, like you said, can potentially move around. For LGD, as we've been saying, right, there's a lot of champions that they just haven't had to play throughout a very condensed split overall. The Caitlyn would be something that they were able to pick up for themselves previously. They like to pair it up pretty aggressively down in the bottom side of the map if they want to grab this one. And it also just gives you a potentially winning lane to really try to play around, something that LGD have really liked. Winning bot lane, early aggression has been the name of the game for them in those wins. The Lee Sin would certainly fit that trend. It's very risky to go for that this early though.
I would be very excited to see it locked in, and it is Jeje historically awesome on this champion, but Hung is going to try to pick it up and try to rip his style a little bit here in this game 4 to send his team into the playoffs. Absolutely
he is. I really do like that in this situation. I think that it's going to put you in a pretty good spot, and that's the Rek'Sai coming on through. Okay. Rek'Sai.
Wow, and that was a very quick 2-3. I thought maybe it was like a bug or something. No, we just got the full top side on for Weibo.
Full-blown gonna be going for this one, so you are expecting that to be the Jax in the top lane, and for that to actually be a jungle Rek'Sai. Jungle Rek'Sai's not been particularly popular for a while. We've only really seen it in the top side.
I will say, there's still the potential for some flexibility here. If you want to send the Jax into the jungle, preferable matchup is available for the Rek'Sai top, and I think that could be a factor here with this Poppy getting locked in, most likely for Hung, but there is still some weird things, or sorry, most likely for Birdle, I should say. Still some weird things that could happen, though, clearly, on the flex pick side as we head into the second phase of bans.
Oh yeah, to be honest, I don't even really mind this Poppy going down into the bottom lane alongside this Caitlyn. It doesn't give you quite as much early aggression as the Caitlyn does really want, but it can snap a lot of the potential engage options the Weibo may be looking at off, and it also is just another good, nice tanky thing that can pair up alongside well with this Lee Sin. So we do jump into this second round of bans coming on through. The Jhin going to be taken off of the board. I don't mind that one. For this Weibo composition, you've got a lot that's looking to jump very far forwards. It really depends on if Weibo want to full commit to this aggressive composition, or if they think they need themselves something that can sit a little bit further back, survive from a little bit further away. Overall, the Jhin would fit into that second category, of course.
It's like not going to be available for Elk. It was something that they've been playing alongside the Hank a lot so far in their short time together as a part of the Weibo Gaming bot lane duo. Still some more bans to go to, as the bot lane maybe has all been selected here for LGD, depending on where that Poppy goes. The Kog'Maw ban is interesting. Don't believe that's something we've seen from Elk yet this season, so maybe LGD worried about a hyper carry down there in the bottom lane.
could potentially be, and the hyper carries are often the pickups as we get later on into these rounds of drafts. Still do have things like the Aphelios up and available, the Jinx too, if you potentially want to go towards something like that. For right now, you're really just looking to round this out with something strong on into the mid lane, as we've been talking about, right? The Victors and the Azirs have both been very strong, but so far absent during the early rounds of this series. Could well be picking up one of those right now.
Yeah, I think a mid lane selection makes sense here. Leave Weibo to the last pick to have them decide where exactly this Rek'Sai and Jax are going. Looks like they're going to keep the flexibility, though, because that is an Anivia, another champion that can flex into 3 different roles. And I have no idea what LGD are cooking. It is certainly something, though.
Indeed it is, and as you can see, we're talking a little bit in the break about how you could potentially look to go on towards one of these AP carries down on the bottom side of the map. That Ziggs could well end up being our ADC in this game, something that the Caitlyn does struggle with a little bit. If you can constantly be landing those bouncing bombs, that can be really aggressive right now. We'll see what the final lock-in will be from Weibo. Again, the flexibility so incredibly high right now. None of these champions actually locked into a specific lane.
No way, right? Oh my god! A Camille? In this economy?
Is this
Weibo Gaming is cooking, and we haven't even gotten to Game 5 of Fearless yet. Will this be the Hank, or will we see even crazier stuff happening?
I've seen a Camille support recently. It wasn't in the LPL, so I'm always on high alert when we see these things picked up, and right now, genuinely, this entire composition out of Weibo could kind of go anywhere. Oh no. Nope, I agree with you. I agree with you, Grapes, and that shaking of your head in that situation. It is going to be the Elise locked in alongside this Caitlyn, so you are looking to get uber aggressive down in the bottom side of the map. That should then put the Poppy into the top lane, and we will get some confirmation over on the Weibo side of where they are putting everything. It looks like it is going to be the Camille bot lane.
I wouldn't oppose a swap between Zika and Jeje. Jax into Poppy seems very difficult for the most part, but looks like they're going to roll with this here. A Kate Elite spot lane, and Yanni is not here to cast it. He has already went to bed after casting that crazy 5-game series. This is something that he always pushes for because you can just skill check your opposition in the 2v2. And you think of somebody like Camille, really forced to dive forward onto players in the bottom lane with a hookshot. YCX is going to have an easy target with the cocoons if those abilities do not land for the Hank.
And I like that you say dive, because I think diving is going to be the name of the game in this situation. Obviously, anytime you've got the Elise, that's one of the big powers of it, is to be able to just put as much dive pressure down onto the bot lane as possible. And with Elise in, that's a great dive pairing. This bot lane should be under massive threat. But like I said, the rest of the lanes are also going to be interesting. And it is going to be that Jax into Poppy matchup up in the top lane. That could be somewhere to potentially draw these junglers. I think these junglers have got a feast whichever lane they potentially want to look at.
Yeah, things are very volatile here, which is certainly going to be a good story for the junglers. The matchup has so far favored Hung from Nirvana. Jeje, the former world champion, the veteran, gonna have to step up for Weibo if they want to force silver scrapes.
And in we jump into a crazy draft. Rek'Sai in the jungle right here. We only saw Rek'Sai top lane throughout the split proper, so that is very interesting to see this one locked into the jungle right here. The Twisted Fate mid lane into the Anivia, that's a little bit more standard at least. We could talk about that one. Is going to be the Spellbook coming on through from Xiaohu, so he's looking to get as much impact across as many different lanes as possible, and he can also just play so much more aggressive with those combat summoners in lane as well, potentially looking to just egg that Anivia as quickly as possible.
We'll say, at this point, both teams don't have the greatest late game team fighting, right? Like the full DPS, not
late game
completely there.
What do you mean
it's all
late
about
game?
The early game, right? The first 5 minutes are going to decide what happens here on this game.
Oh yeah. These teams do not really care about the late games, right? There's a couple champions that do better as we get later on into the game, right? Your Poppy will get tanky, your Jax can start ripping people's heads off. You know, there's places, as more and more items come through onto Elk, he's going to feel stronger and stronger, but for the most part, it's just all about this early game, and as much aggression as you can put down as possible. See, Hank immediately going to jump on forwards, takes a decent chunk of trading back, and I find it very interesting in this situation that JJ has started down on the bottom side of the map, because we're really expecting these bot sides, once again, these bot lanes, to be the main focus for both of these junglers, the real explosive place to be.
Yeah, unless JJ goes straight to the bottom lane after this, which maybe he's looking towards. He's pathing down there right now. It's actually going to be a level 3 here for JJ after clearing the bottom side river. Maybe looking for an invade instead as he uses the burrow to get over the wall.
He's going to be spotted whilst doing this, though. Unless he hugs the wall. No, he is going to be spotted, but still, does that help?
Oh, the flash hook shot onto Xiaoya. Gonna be able to land the satchel charge in the backwards direction. The Hank taken very low. The Ignite is ticking. YCX should be able to take him down, but JJ flashes forward with the chomp to pick up first the blood. A 1-for-0, but here comes Hung. Uses the Sonic Wave, and the Resonating Strike will find its mark onto the Ziggs. JJ
YCX.
not able to take down YCX yet until he finally uses that final Q in the burrowed form to make it a 2-for-2 overall. Both junglers on the run. An explosive start to game number 4.
But in the end, it's going to be Weibo that come out on top of this one, as Birdle has to be very careful, is just going to be able to get away with his TP available. He's able to TP back, comes back into the lane, and picks up this entire minion wave. Isn't going to lose out like Xiaoya did in this situation. The kills end up going over onto the junglers, and JJ going to be very happy to have these early 2 kills. Same thing for Hung, though. Both junglers picking up the kills is going to accelerate the pace of this game.
That's exactly what we were expecting this first 5 minutes to bring the fireworks, and they absolutely did. We were questioning if JJ was going to path topside, but that is not the plan for him. But going for an immediate gank, gets 2 kills for himself in this potentially elimination match. Now YCX could be in some trouble. The satchel sends YCX back. With Hung in the area, not going to be too much else.
No, and everybody's just going to head back and keep on with their clearing. JJ has to still clear his top side camps after all of the shenanigans down in the bottom side of the map, so he has put himself a little bit far behind when it comes to the clear. Obviously not going to mind too much with those 2 kills he was able to pick up. And the Rek'Sai is going to be really interesting in this game. We see the Rek'Sai top lane a lot as a response to these matchups where you can just sustain your way through. The healing that you get from just jumping up, hitting somebody, getting that rage up, going back underneath the ground. Really, really strong, especially into things like the Ambessa. That's what we saw as a big counter at the beginning of last year. But it continues to be something that floats around on the edges of play. In the jungle, far more about getting as aggressive as possible early on. You still can do plenty of healing for yourself later, but really, if you begin to fall behind, you provide a little bit of a knock-up, but not that much. Of course, the exact same thing can be said about Hung right here on the Lee Sin.
And you saw in the lower third that popped up just a little bit ago, the first Rek'Sai jungle in the LPL since 2024 summer, when Tian played on top esports the first time. So it's been a while since this pickup has been in the jungle position. Hank goes forward with the hook shot. Nice job by YCX to repel away, prevent that knockup, and make Camille take a couple turret shots.
Yeah, that was really well timed right there. Good to see. And we will continue to focus mostly on this bottom side of the map as the most explosive place to be. Obviously, we've got a Drake spawning pretty soon as well. And it's going to be Hexdrake, a great individual Drake to be able to pick up. And JJ just off the back of a base, same thing with Hung. Both of these junglers, once again, going to be pathing down towards the bottom side of the map. Despite the fact they don't really have too many things to pick up there, they really are looking to compete over this Drake, potentially look for some more kills as well.
We do have the Crab coming up in less than a minute. The second respawns potentially in the near future. JJ and the Hank on a bit of a roam squad together in the bottom side of the map. The top laners will do good as well, both of them hitting level 6. Actually, Zika issues the ulti first, as full control of the bottom lane also belongs to Weibo.
Indeed, it does, and that means they're going to be able to push their way up towards this Drake as well. Unlikely that LGD are just going to be able to start this one up for free. Just clearing out a little bit of vision for the moment, but with everybody heading back towards the lanes, they are going to drag this one out of the pit. No, instead, just going to take themselves this Scuttle Grab. This may well take him over to level 6. Nope, not quite for him at this point. So it's not going to be with ultis that they're competing for this Drake, but all of the members of Weibo just headed up towards the top side of the map, looking to steal away a couple camps.
So LGD going to get this first dragon of the game. They got first Drake in both of their wins, or actually just their second win in game number 2. And they're looking to do, again, something that they have not done since 2024. Win a play-in series. They've been in 3 of them in the last few years. A 4-8 overall record in terms of game score. Now up to, what is it now, 6-9. So they're continue to push the pace here. They got eliminated at this stage in 2 of the 3 splits in 2025. Going to look to try to avoid that same fate today.
Indeed they are, and so far looking okay for them. You know, a couple of wins under the back pocket, but Weibo having themselves a decent early game. I like the fact that LGG were able to grab themselves the Drake in the bot lane. This is why you pick yourself such an aggressive bot side such as the Caitlyn. and the Elise. You want that bot lane pressure, you want to be picking up as many Drakes as possible, and with a bot lane like this, you can't afford to fall behind. We may talk about junglers who are kind of useless if they fall behind. Well, the peak of that is definitely the Elise, and an Elise support that's fallen behind. I mean, do you provide anything to your team at all? You have one Cocoon. Is there anything else that you're really good at?
I was going to say, you got one ability. That's
Yeah.
probably it. Yeah, so the laning power hasn't necessarily been there for Xiaoya and YCX just yet. Again, this is a bot lane duo that has been playing together for a number of years. Despite LGD's struggles, they have remained consistent down there, so they have a lot of synergy, as opposed to Elk and the Hank playing in only their third competitive series as a 2v2 unit. Maybe that will end up impactful when the bot lane pairings get a little wacky, like you see here on your screen. The Hank down to 60% HP, not going to be taking it any further down. So the bot lane staying even, which is a good thing if you're Weibo.
Oh, Zika, okay.
Burns the ultimate here, and Bertle's gonna kind of just keep the wave in this position. Always a good thing for the Poppy. Make sure that Zika has a long lane to play out of. He's gonna have to base, teleport back, and it results in Hung being able to secure these grubs once again. LGD really able to dominate the top side of the map, something that we haven't necessarily expected going into this series.
No, indeed, and Weibo, they are sending a couple of members over to try to compete. The first two are probably going to go down to LGD, but can you get anything back up and available? Gold card is procced.
Yeah, but Xiaohu gonna get burned right into the wall! Bertle with the heroic charge, able to secure the kill in the skirmish, and the Keeper's verdict sends away the Rek'Sai. An incredible job by LGD's top laner to secure the grub fight for his team.
Really, really nice right there from Bertle to just land that last shot. And the kill as well going to go over to him. Now just keeping this pressure up in the mid lane, although the Hank looking to go in.
Yeah, continuing to push the pace here. The satchel charge ends up sending Tang Yuan away, and he has 200 HP and still the egg in his passive available. Jeje once more on the hunt. Will they be able to find the target? Bouncing bomb doesn't connect. Tang Yuan flashes away. And that's all that Weibo will get.
Still, that's pretty big, not having the flash available on such a squishy champion, and that is the joy of having the Camille support. You can just roam around the map so effectively, you can gank people from really weird angles. That's another thing that's brilliant about the Rek'Sai, is the weird angles that people are not used to playing around for the ganks. Paired up alongside the Camille, these two can make some ganks happen in really fun and interesting ways. We'll see if we end up getting Weibo joining up between their support and their jungler. Until then, though, things are pretty even overall with just that Drake and a couple of grubs separating out LGD. They're going to be happy with the way that this early game has gone. Across the top side of the map, they still really need to get more going for Xiaoya.
Not just yet, though. It's remaining even with Elk, who now has a Luden's Echo already in his inventory. And Elk sees the opposing composition and might get a little nervous. You might remember at Worlds last year on BLG, facing off against G2 Esports, who had this Poppy Anivia combo. Just seeing that stun into the wall refreshed my memory on that. But that is how G2 was able to prevail over BLG just a year ago. And so Elk certainly remembers that at this point.
Oh yeah. And the flash wallbang is something that's usually a little bit harder to land. It takes some mispositioning from your opponents. Well, in this situation, when you can create the terrain from Tang Yuan, it opens up this many different angles. Tang Yuan as well also going to be able to grab himself his Rod of Ages, so he'll be stacking that one up. And so far is in a decent position overall, hasn't had to get too aggressive. CS gaps, not really massive anywhere. Zika with a little bit of one going on so far, but Bertle's not going to mind that one too much. He's working towards some very tanky items for himself, looking to be that frontliner that this LGD composition really needs.
Yeah, Bertle's going to be pretty big. I mean, he's down in CS. That's kind of how the early parts of this matchup goes, but you play this champ in this way for what it can do in the mid-game portion. You can see an easy interact there, using the heroic charge to get away from the counter-strike. Foolproof every time just because of the cooldown of those two abilities. And then you always have the steadfast presence. If a big jump comes through, Bertle going to continue to be massive like we saw in that last fight around the grubs.
And yeah, the Keeper's verdict is the big thing right here as well. Being able to split up this composition out of Weibo will be massive, because in the straight-up front-to-back team fights, you're in a pretty good spot as LGD overall, but if you can split it up, things are going to be a heck of a lot easier, especially we saw in the previous game.
Oh, the Hank jumps over the wall, does not find a stun with a hook shot, but will be able to issue the ulti on the Hung, who's taken low. There's the Void Rush from Jeje flashing forward, but he's very in the weeds, still able to take down his opposing jungler, and able to escape with his life with the dragon up.
There we go, Stridebreaker in inventory and more than enough damage available to JJ. This is exactly what you want to see from a Rek'Sai player, and he's going to be able to head straight onto this Drake and pick it up for his team. LGD just stepping a little bit too far forwards, not recognizing the fact that you've got so much ability to jump over the walls as Weibo that your backline is never going to be safe. Hung just did not have the survivability available to him at that point in the game. Things just beginning to slip away from LGD just a little bit. With the composition so hyper-focused on getting its bot and jungle going early on, these couple of kills, these couple of skirmishes that have gone wrong for LGD could have wide-ranging impacts on the rest of this game.
Take a look at JJ now on the bottom of your screen. Really starting to come alive in this series after Hung had such a good start to this best of 5. The Rek'Sai, bit of a pocket pick, nothing that we really expected coming in. If anything, we were thinking the Lee Sin could go into Weibo's hands, but instead it's Hung who plays it and JJ, who has a lot of experience on this pick, that knows the correct answer into it.
Absolutely, he does. Yeah, levels coming through as well. And now, with about a minute and a bit until we get the next big objective available on the top side of the map, we'll see how much we're going to get people moving around these lanes, as Tangyuan has had to flee from this bot lane where he just... Sorry, Xiaoya has had to flee from this bot lane where he just wasn't really getting anything going. Instead, going to be laning into Xiao, who still has to sit so far back though, and this is not what you wanted out of your Caitlyn early.
Xiao, who forced to stay mid for now, his mid lane quest not yet completed. We haven't seen much of a use of that Destiny Gate just yet. Maybe, as I say that, top bottom lane could be where that ends up happening. JJ gets his burrow cancelled as the wall will shut him down. Nicely done by Tangyuan to get back on the board for LGD.
Tangyuan playing exactly how you would have wanted him to right here. Xiaoya also stepping up very aggressively into Xiao, who without that gold card available isn't particularly worried, and he knows all of the people down on the bottom side of the map have taken focus away from him. Right now LGD were pushing down through the bottom side of the map, didn't decide to go for any sort of dive. Without a Drake available instead, rotation coming up towards the mid lane.
Oh, Xiaohu would have died if that Q hit from Hung. Instead, just going to be a little bit of plating given over to Xiaoya. Not much else. Again, Xiaohu on this Twisted Fate has not really contributed too much in terms of his ultimate ability to roam around the map.
No, indeed, has just kind of been sat in this mid lane, not really getting involved elsewhere, and we'll see if that's going to change. You've got yourself a hyper-mobile composition that wants to be all over the map all of the time, and so far, it hasn't really been happening. Right now, JJ going to be looking for a gank onto Birdle, and the Hank as well over the wall. Doesn't look like they're quite going to be able to get there in time, though.
It seems like they were worried that LGD had reinforcements coming. They were partially right, but they were not nearly as close as they might have anticipated. Preyseeker does find Birdle, so it cancels his back with the Rift Herald now spawning in 5 seconds. Birdle has his teleport, would have likely used it to get back to the fight, but instead we'll have to stick here and watch this cannon wave to make sure it gets cleared out.
Is just about going to be able to do that and heads back to base. Like you said, teleport available to him, likely to try jump back into the lane. We've got Tangyuan and Xiaohu down on the bottom side of the map. TP's available, and obviously as well with that ulti for Xiaohu. And the amount of vision in the area too. Weibo have this area lit up like a Christmas tree. They're not going to be surprised by any flanks. LGD now stepping up to try to get themselves a little bit more vision, clear out some of their opponents.
Teleport coming in early from Tangyuan. They think that this is going to be a big fight around the Herald. Shelly has been reset, but LGD immediately started back up. Destiny Gate not issued just yet, and a teleport is in the waits for Zika. Finally going to be issued, but it might be a little bit too late. The objective surely just going to go down. It is getting burned by the Glacial Storm, and Hung secures it with a smite. Weibo might try to look for a fight afterwards, but they don't seem like in a great position. They are fumbling. They are waiting, and now they get cocooned. Elk has to flash away. YCX uses the repel to survive. Another wallbang comes forward, and the Hank will go down. LGD with the first blood in this team fight, and they also have the Herald in their hands.
Oh, that was really clean right there out of Tangyuan. He has been amazing right now with the walls. It looks like they're not stopping yet.
Go forward under Tangyuan, the wall once again blocking his escape. The Anivia still has the egg, I'm pretty sure, so even if they completed that dive, would have had a whole lot more work to do. Mid lane tier 1, still going to be the focus here for Weibo, even though they lost their support. The wave clear is just too good on LGD's side.
That's going to be a kill picked up, and the Rift Herald. We'll see where the Rift Herald is going to put down. Hung has picked that one up for himself. The mid lane tower pretty low at this point, could potentially look to just sort of break that one down fully. But with all the time we spent in the top side, 30 seconds now until the Drake is going to spawn. And in that previous team fight, Hank using his flash, he's now going to be pretty vulnerable, not going to be able to get into the backline anywhere near as easily. Whereas on the other side of things, everything is available for LGD. They're in a good spot to fight here.
Gets hit by the cocoon, immediately followed up by the stun from
my.
Tangyuan. Zika's in a lot of trouble. Nicely done by Jeje to get in range for the leap strike. Help the Jacks not go down. Still a small gold lead here for Weibo, but it is evaporating quick. LGD just feel like they have a ton of control in this game right now.
Because Tangyuan is playing so well. Every single time he steps up, the wall is perfect. It's allowing Birdle to hit his spells. It's allowing far easier cocoons to come through from YCX as well. And you saw with that play down in the bottom lane how miserable it can be once you get caught by that first piece of CC. The chain is incredibly strong out of LGD. They're going to grab themselves the Drake. They're also going to grab this bot lane tower, opening things up for any remaining Drakes coming on through, making these potential flanks as well that you might want to be looking for from Birdle or from Hung that much easier to find.
Papa Herald in mid. Breaks this base open right as they take their second dragon. Elk has to do a lot of work to clear this wave out. YCX proto belts forward, but does not find the cocoon stun. Super Mega Death Bomb finds the middle here. Doesn't find too much else other than that. LGD creeping back into the swing of things, and Weibo starting to lose ground. Their momentum is fading.
With the composition that LGD needed to get things going for early, that's really going to spike at that 2-item mark. Once you get 2 items onto your Lee Sin, onto your Caitlyn, that's where you're going to have a real big bit of power coming on through. Things looking really good for LGD. For Weibo, they've got some pretty decent late game scaling as well, and a second item completed onto Xiaohu just now means that they have some decent damage to try to play around. Xiaohu's been able to play very well in this game so far, 7 stacks as well on his Rod of Ages, so getting close with that one too. But it just isn't working out at the moment. Every time they try to step forwards, a wall ends up appearing behind them. Right now, though, they've got the majority of their flashes available. Just the bot side don't have the flashes. You've really got to keep track of the flashes through this game, because Tangyuan, if you don't have your flash available, will make you pay.
Combos, the composition, just so well thought out by LGD. They have so much ability to pick people off, and once the picks happen, the follow-up damage and the crowd control and everything is just so good. Speaking of picks, it looks like YCX is going to try to be picked off here by the Hank. The Hextech Ultimatum ends up locking him down, and the Spider Queen is dead for the next 20.
And this is the problem, right, with the Elise. So squishy, gets caught out and just evaporates straight off of the Rift. Now, this timing isn't necessarily the most impactful, right? 15 seconds until the Baron is up and available, but that's really not going to do anything too much. And YCX didn't end up using any summoner spells or anything of any real importance during that fight. So it's a nice pickup from Weibo, but it's not going to do that much to give them some momentum back into this game. What would be good is picking themselves up this Baron. Right now, they've got themselves a ton of control over the vision on the top side of the map. That's what had lured YCX in to try clear that out. And if they can potentially keep setting up these sorts of traps, that would be really nice to see.
Elk's starting to hurt a little bit. Has the Rocket Belt just for a little bit extra survivability, but 2 items is 2 items nonetheless. He's going to have to do a lot of damage. Remember, no traditional marksman on Weibo's side, so Elk going to have to do a lot of magic damage with these bouncing bombs and the like. Cocoon finds the Hank. No follow-up, though. No dragon to fight over at this point, so it looks like we're staying chill for the time being.
Absolutely, and YCX, once again, going to try to step into the top side of the map and clear out a little bit of the vision that has come on through. Right now, just some standard 1-3-1 laning happening. Everybody trying to potentially find a little bit of a pick, and YCX goes in, lands the cocoon!
Gets stunned up, YCX answers right back in nearly the same place he got caught out a couple of minutes ago. Both supports ended up being aggressive, but those come at a cost as the Baron is now available for LGD.
That's why you go the Rocket Belt right here for YCX, that little bit of extra range to be able to land that cocoon, really nice. And this is a slightly more critical timing for your support to go down, with the Baron more firmly available. Still, neither of these teams going to snap engage onto this one, you have to imagine. So it's just going to be a trade of supports and nothing much more.
It's been slow but fast all at the same time here in this game 4 blocks here. It feels like each team is very quickly moving their chess pieces around the map, but nothing really has been captured. Just a couple of pawns here and there, waiting for the endgame sequence, and we're quite a far ways from it. Weibo, I think they would really be advantaged by being able to secure a dragon or two here. This Infernal is going to be so deadly on LGD's side. Getting the soul for yourself is going to allow you to have a good avenue to scale into that late game when you have things like the Jax and the Ziggs at full power.
Absolutely, but at the moment they would be walking into a lot of darkness, which is always going to be a bit scary. Of course, having yourself that Destiny will open things up just a little bit. You've got Xiaohu and Birdle up in the top lane right now, duking it out a little bit, jockeying for position, but both with teleports available to get back down towards the plays.
Xiaohu really tickling Birdle at this point. He's just ignoring the damage that the Weibo mid laner issues. So he can just clear out this wave and be in a great position himself. Dragon available in 10. We see Zika pushing on the bottom side, but gets pushed out by Tang Yuan. Teleport coming into the mid lane for Xiaohu. Weibo knows that this fight is important, so they're going to try to set up as soon as possible. The Hank gets hit up by that Sonic Wave. The Resonating Strike might have been baited by the hook shot, though. And the Lee Sin does get stunned by the gold card. The zone potential, though, from LGD is still massive as they start up the Drake.
A little bit of flank right here, Destiny, just to spot out where all of the members are. If you're going to go for this Weibo, you have to do it now.
Oh, the wall is buying so much space. Cocoon, it lands onto Xiaohu, but the Hank is trying to disrupt things with a Hex-Tech ultimatum of his own. He immediately gets one shot, but so does YCX. Both supports out of the picture, and the Keeper's Verdict looking for a target ends up getting cancelled. That'll be back up momentarily as Weibo now have control of the river.
I mean, yeah, this is now really hard to step up into right here for LGD. They're going to try anyway. Tang Yuan can put the wall down as well. We've seen this combo work multiple times.
Sonic Wave connects. There's the wall bang. This time they found a crucial target. It is Xiaohu, and the Twisted Fate is down. But Birdle will be traded back. Another 1-for-1, but the health bars are much more on Weibo's side. Be Tang Yuan forced to go back to base. Hung looking for a steal. The bouncing bomb pops the egg. And that will be all she wrote for this fight around the dragon. Hung trying to find a miracle steal, but Jeje evens up the count at 2.
And this is the problem, right, with this composition out of LGD. Whenever you want to burst somebody down, people have to go leaping on forwards, and we see when Hung jumps forwards, he has most of his health taken away. Same thing for Birdle. Everybody rotating now up towards the top side of the map. Respawns coming on through as well. Gold being spent. And now we can see 2 items coming through for the majority of these carries. 3 items now completed for Xiaohu. He is doing work, but we'll have a look back at this one and just watch. Every single time that somebody steps a bit too far forwards and gets caught, you have to leap at them. And it leaves you
really
in a
nice
pretty
satchel charge from Elf
position.
as well.
The satchel charge into Hex-Tech ultimatum to just disrupt and blow the members of LGD apart from each other was massive right there. If you're able to keep replicating that, that's huge.
Some of the synergy here with this Ziggs Camille bottom lane. Unorthodox, but potentially effective in this game 4. Weibo need to keep their season alive by taking this game, forcing a game 5, but they have a long ways to go as we hit the 25-minute mark of this one. Mid lane tier 1 still not taken by the Weibros. They won't be able to do it anytime soon.
No, I mean, this game really feels like it stalled out a little bit for LGD. They were beginning to put some momentum together, but Weibo looking to reverse sweep right here, pulling it on back. 2,000 gold. As we said, right, that's mainly reflected at the moment in the top lane and in the mid lane. Mid lane going to be far more impactful. 3 items completed for Xiaohu. If he's able to catch somebody out on a side lane with that Destiny, that could potentially be a quick kill coming on through. If not, the poke is still massive for them during these team fights.
They're going to have to rely on Elk getting close to that Shadow Flame as well. So speaking of poke, he's going to really start to pack a punch. Gold cards from Xiaohu now with the Rapid Fire Cannon going to hurt as well. Mid lane is just a absolute battlefield. It's like we're playing trench warfare here between LGD and Weibo. Neither side giving an inch at this point in the game.
Absolutely not, because giving an inch could well lose you this game. Xiaohu just constantly threatening, stepping up with the gold card, and the battle over the mid lane continues. You can see the top laners currently duking it out down in the bottom side of the map. 2 teleports available for everybody who has them right now. And in terms of summoner spells, up for a lot of the key members, but Tang Yuan, no egg now, no flash, he is incredibly vulnerable.
Definitely is. At least for the next couple of minutes until that passive comes back up. Baron always a bit of a scare, but Weibo again don't have a primary marksman. They're going to rely on a Ziggs to do most of this damage to the major objective. That is not necessarily a winning formula. This might be, though. The Hank on a massive flank. Again, looking to try to find this eggless Anivia. Tang Yuan does sniff things out. and will back away, but this Camille is still off of vision and now might get collapsed on. This bush is a very dangerous spot for him to be. He uses the hook shot to escape and everybody is out with their lives.
Okay, this one really does feel like it's on the knife's edge right now, Graves. One big fight for LGD could completely crack this open, but if things continue as they stand and Elk gets stronger and Zhao who gets stronger, things are going to get harder and harder to play, right? YCX really falling off at this point. So is the Caitlyn. You really need to now get to that full build to really be doing your damage in the same way that this Ziggs can, and yep, that's a good show of how much damage the Ziggs can do. Mega Inferno Bomb definitely hurting at this point.
Will it be enough, though? It feels like neither of these teams are fully committed to a 5v5. That is not how these compositions like to function. LGD looking for picks. Weibo the same, potentially out of side lanes, but because of how powerful this mid lane tier 1 has been, Weibo specifically really have been unable to fully play to their strengths of having Xiaohu roam across the map just because there's not a lot of room to play with.
Yeah, absolutely. They just don't quite have that same level of flexibility. Pushing cores into the jungle is that much riskier at the moment for Weibo, and again, it's another part of why things have been stalling out just a little bit for both of these teams. Next Drake going to be spawning in 45 seconds time. You've got the majority of flashes back up and available onto these key carries, key ultis as well on both teams. For the egg, not available right here for Tangyuan, so he is going to be so much more vulnerable than he was in the previous team fight.
Full card lands onto Hung. Uses the safeguard to get back towards the safety of his tier 1 once again. Feels like Bloxer. We've been going back and forth, not a ton happening, except for the fact that the dragon is now once again available. Weibo won the fight last time around. Will it happen again?
Yeah, they're going to be looking to show off a repeat performance, and you can see that just the amount of poke that can come through from this Weibo composition is miserable. Shadow Flame completed for Elk, and so he could just keep stepping up, keep hurting his opponents, and already the health bar is taking decent chunks before this teamfight even starts.
Feel the tension right now. You can cut it with a knife. Zika doesn't have a knife. He has a staff, and he's using it to try to burn down this Infernal Dragon. And LGD don't, but they're getting bursted down by the poke that exists from Elk. The Mega Inferno Bomb will once again pop the passive onto Tangyuan, and this will be the dragon secured by Weibo Gaming, and LGD could do nothing about it.
And I don't know what you can do at this point as LGD. Stepping up is just almost impossible as Elk deals so much damage. The poke coming on through. Lucky that Tangyuan was just about to able to have that egg back up and available after the previous team fight. Otherwise, he would have been going down to that Mega Inferno Bomb.
Oh, another soul point secured by Weibo. Feels like we've been in this situation before, though, Bloxer. 2,000 gold lead soul point, even in our last series between NIP and EDG. That certainly did not mean squat when it came to who was in advantage and who was going to end up taking down the enemy nexus.
It is very true, but I do worry about this LGD composition, right? You pick yourself this Caitlyn Elise to win the laning phase, and they weren't really able to do that, and they haven't been able to keep going on that path particularly either. Same thing with Hung, right? As much as you can deal a lot of damage right here on the Lee Sin, you're going to need some kind of big insect moment to come on through to be able to really get this champion to work at this point in the game. Tankyuan not having time to be able to just sit and deal his damage because of the poke coming through from Elk, the threat of the Hank as well, and JJ2 looking towards the backline. It's really tricky right here for LGD. They're kind of reliant at this point on Weibo making a mistake, and that's something that Weibo has done plenty of, right? We're not saying that it could not happen, but it's not such a comfortable position to be in if you're LGD.
A lot of things are going to come down to these supports again. The Hank and YCX locked in their respective champions to try to dominate the bottom lane. Neither team was really able to do that, so now their roles have been reduced to finding picks, finding plays, and to make sure that they are not the recipient of that by their opposition. See YCX getting picked up multiple times, allowed for Weibo to get control of this game, pick up a couple of these crucial dragons. Now the Baron could be the focus. Still have Zika pushing in the bottom lane. Mid control still belongs to LGD, as that mid lane turret is still alive on their side.
It's actually crazy that this has just survived for so long. This is the problem with this composition. Yes, once you get to a tower, you're just going to melt through it with Elk and with Xiaohu. But they haven't been able to step up. They don't have the push, really, and there's plenty of wave clear available on LGD's side, specifically with this Anivia. But
I feel like I'm in Groundhog Day right now. I'm just seeing the same thing, same sequence over and over again in 2 minutes span.
I mean, it's like a 40-second cooldown at this point for Elk. It is up constantly at this point. Every single time you step up to a wave, you're just going to get hit by that Mega Inferno Bomb again and again and again. And the Rocket Belt has now come through for Elk as well, so he's got some extra range, some extra survivability, depending on what the situation calls for. He's in a very strong position to try carry his team, the MVP of their first win in this series, looking to do it again.
Saw that Anivia combo with Bertle be so effective in earlier portions, I should say, of this game. Can they come up clutch for a big pick? If they can find Elk, if they can find Xiaohu and one-shot them before the fight breaks out, that is how LGD will be able to secure this fight, secure this game, and get themselves into the postseason for the first time since 2024 summer.
Oh,
Inferno
missed
Gom
this
issued
time.
once again. We got the Dragon up in 1:30, and we are still in the same position. This is ridiculous at this point.
Yeah, I mean, why would you change it right now as Weibo? You win these team fights, and so you just have to keep the pressure up. Make sure you don't get
Xiaoyu.
picked off in this situation. And
far up was he? That was a very dangerous position to be. Speaking of dangerous, there goes Hung. He was looking for the insect, but he's immediately cancelled by the satchel charge of Elk. A clutch play by the star player of Weibo. Might have just won them this fight, but it's not over just yet. The Guardian Angel has been popped by Hung, and he will go down, but the Hank falls on the other side. It's a 1-for-1 already, but still looking for more. Gold card lands onto Bertle, but he's a tanky Poppy, will be able to escape. Weibo have the jungler down on LGD's side for the next 40 seconds. They're looking for the mid lane tower and can potentially look for objectives afterwards. Xiao is to flash away from the wall. Satchel will take down the turret finally, and Bertle will be on the escape. The Glacial Storm is slowing down the retreat of Weibo, but they should be able to get out with their lives. Still 25 seconds on Hung respawning. Oh, Tangyuan! He flashes over the wall! Another nice knock up here from JJ will prevent Elk from getting taken down. Zika still looking to chase. The Keeper's Verdict comes out. It does not find a target! And JJ sends the Void Rush forward and eliminates the Poppy on the other side. YCX goes forward with the Rocket Belt, still looking for Zika. Xiaohu and Elk are now very low. They have teleports and will have to reset, but this Dragon is now spawning in 20 seconds.
yeah, and this is going to be Hung back up and available right now, so he is booking it straight out of base, wants to get involved for this play. You can see teleport into the mid lane coming on through from Xiaohu. Everybody going to be recoalescing around this bottom side of the map, and in the end of all of this play, nothing really changes other than the fact that LGD now going to be fighting down a key member in Bertle for this soul.
2 teleports have come in. Xiaohu picks up the Spellbook Smite. We'll have double advantage here around the Infernal Dragon. Hung in the area, but Bertle is not. He is still in the gray screen for the next 15 seconds, and that means that Weibo Gaming will claim the Infernal Soul an inch closer to a game number 5 and a reverse sweep over LGD.
I can hear the gentle beginning notes of a Silver Scrapes happening right now. This one feels like it may well be going the distance. That would mean that 3 of the 4 play-in series have gone all the way to 5 games. It's not closed out quite yet for Weibo, but they picked themselves up that soul point with a composition that's already doing as much burst damage as this one. Going to be massive to have that Infernal Drake now up and available as... Yep. I mean, look at this. This is disgusting, and you could just keep throwing this one out. Weibo, start the Baron.
Still very slow Baron to take. Would be incredibly risky to do in a 5v5 situation. JJ and Elk, I think, are starting it with no intention of finishing it, knowing that they still have Bertle on the other side of the map. They want to try to burn the Poppy TP. Nobody else is hitting it other than the Rek'Sai, and that will be the target here. Hank looks for a hook shot onto Xiaoya, but does not want to overextend.
Oh, but instead, Bertle might be caught right here.
Comes out. Bertle might be the one who overextends. Uses the Keeper's Verdict, not actually ending up channeling it as the Hank takes a huge chunk of the headshot from Xiaoya. Destiny still available, giving vision, and Zika is on a flank, but they will not look for more.
There we go, Xiaoya just about getting through the trough of power that this champion has. 4 items now completed. The Rabadon's in inventory, going to be doing some decent work as well. In the previous team fight, though, just wasn't able to deal the same damage. They have to,
gotta go
right?
Baron right now. Elk has to back. He's at half HP and does not have teleport. This is a great opportunity for LGD to start this objective up and force a fight on their own terms. Sonic Wave goes in for Hung, and the Baron has been initiated. Plus Zika on the flank. Elk actually ended up canceling his back because he knows he has to be here for an eventual 5v5. The Baron's getting taken very low. JJ over the wall, still has smite. It's at 2,000 HP. Over the wall he goes. Who's gonna get it? It's secured by the Lee Sin. But the first kill goes in favor of Weibo, and Zika is eviscerating the backline. Tong Yuan gets scrambled, poached, and done over easy as it's a double kill in for the Rek'Sai. Bertle on the run as Weibo Gaming win the fight but lose the Baron Nashor.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to pick up the Baron, so things are going to continue to be a little bit slower still. With long death timers at this point in the game, they are going to lose a lot. Our LGD YCX, there's really nothing he can do to try to stop this push from happening, and it's still going to be 30 seconds until Hung and Xiaoya are back up and available. This might actually be game.
They got another wave crashing in. It's YCX and Bertle. They do not have a lot of damage, and it's 20 seconds on Xiaoya. Bertle trying to clear out the wave, but Elk is doing a nice job playing bouncer at this point. Heroic charge into the inhibitor. YCX throws at the cocoon, but it goes wide. 5 members immediately onto the tank, and he's taken down. YCX forces the repel. It's 7 seconds on the Caitlyn, but it'll be 7 seconds too late. Weibo Gaming will bounce all the way back and force us silver scrapes in our final series of Nice Rivals.
These Knights Rivals just continue to deliver. Not a single boring series among them. The only 3-0 is ThunderTalk eliminating IG in a crazy matchup. Everything else has gone the distance, and we get some silver scrapes right here between Weibo Gaming and LGD. A back and forth game, but LGD with a composition that had to get going early that they just never really got off of the ground with.
There's been a lot of Game 5s here this weekend in the LPL across the globe. We had FlyQuest take C9 all the way to 5 games in the LCS. Now we're getting 3 of our 4 series in Knights Rivals here in the LPL going the full distance. Who would have thought? And what an incredible way to wrap up our week here of gameplay. Weibo Gaming, they had a really difficult to execute comp, I would say. Yes. Not a normal AD carry. They can't just force objectives very quickly. They can't burn those things down. They had to play the macro game outright, and it was slow, but it was steady. And they end up taking it with one decisive fight after LGD felt like they had no other choice but to commit to a Baron take.
They know what happens at about 20-25 minutes into the game, where the Caitlyn begins to fall off, hits that real trough of power that this champion has, and then you're in a situation where, hey, we can just keep stepping up, taking waves and backing off again, because we win the team fight. So there's no point in forcing little skirmishes, little fights back and forth that we might lose when there isn't an objective up. That's why the pace of the game cooled down to that slow pace that we had. Correct decision right here out of Weibo. I'd like to give some real praise right here to JJ specifically. I think that he had himself a much better game than he had in the first 2. He looked better in the third one, and now was all over the map right here on the Rek'Sai in this 4th game.
Yeah, some crucial interrupts of dashes going forward by LGD on numerous occasions. It looked like Bertle was going to stun somebody on the wall, immediate on Burrow to make sure that knockup connects and the stun does not. JJ has been really put into a blender by Hung throughout this entire series. Hung locks his signature pick in the Lee Sin against JJ, who has won so many games on that throughout his career. But JJ knew the answer, he knew what to do, and oh my goodness, Elk, you did a lot of damage when we hit the post-game screen. Yeah,
a lot of that is him just chucking the ulti out. 40 seconds later, chucking the ulti out again and again and again. That Mega Inferno Bomb was doing work, but it wasn't just for the poke before these fights happen. It was during every team fight. You'd get people locked up into the middle of a big brawl, bomb on top of them, and they were just done for. Massive performance right here from Elk. I mean, I wouldn't be too mad if Elk got himself another one of those MVPs from this game. I think there's a lot of different places you could potentially look towards. He did 50% of his team's damage. I mean, that is an insane stat right there.
I know normally, like, the boom damage pogs, not always great. I do think that JJ played a phenomenal game, so I would not be surprised to see him win player of the game. But in terms of interrupts, Elk had a couple of them too. The satchel charges ended up being very valuable. That's one of the more underrated parts of this Ziggs' kit, and Elk used it to his fullest here in this final game of, you know, what could be the start of a reverse sweep.
Yeah, we saw the combo right here between the satchel charge and that Hextech ultimatum. Multiple things that can just suddenly get the team fight blown wide open, split the members of LGD up. But it was that poke coming through beforehand that stopped LGD from finding any of those plays. They didn't want to be caught in that long, slow mid-game that we had where nothing was really happening until the objectives came up. They would have liked to have pushed the pace forwards, but you can't clear waves effectively. You can't push effectively because waves are being cleared by that bomb. Elk was just so annoying to try to play against, but I'd still like to give some praise over to the other side. You see Tangyuan multiple times here finding some really big stuns, some really big walls that were the beginnings of great fights for LGD. They just weren't fully able to capitalize.
Man, it's a tough game to play for LGD. They really were doing their best to find these angles. They looked for Xiaohu here. I think if they find Elk, that might actually just end up being a kill a little bit earlier. But it came down to these setups around the mid lane. And at the end of the day, Weibo just played them better. Maybe it's the experience. Maybe it's something else.
Oh, if this works.
Look at the unburrow there for JJ. It was
works,
beautiful. Denies the insect.
beautiful.
I mean, just cinema all the way through.
Oh yeah. If that insect works, totally different game. That may well have been the start of the Baron right there, and things could have been changed entirely. Instead, you just see how much damage Elk is doing. That's the main thing to watch throughout these team fights. He's just ripping through people, but it's not just him. I mean, the way that Zika was playing alongside JJ, both of them getting into the backline constantly. This is the confidence that we wanted to see from Weibo in games 1 and 2 that they just weren't showing us.
Man, I want to give a big shout out to everybody still watching here, specifically to our mod team, our social team, our producer Shivam, everybody working behind the scenes here, because it is a 10-game day on LPL English. We had a 5-game series between EDG and NIP. We have a 5-game series between Weibo and LGD. The Nirvana team in our first matchup ended up prevailing. Will that be the case here, or will Weibo be able to pull off with the reverse sweep? We've got a little bit of time before the player of the game, but just a big shout out to everybody watching here so far. It has been a pleasure here on LPL English. Player of the game goes to Elk. The damage numbers just end up being a little bit too much. And now the stage is set. The table is ready, and it's time for us to feast. Ladies, gentlemen, everybody else, it is time for Game 5 between Weibo and LGD. Let's hear those silver scrapes. We are back on LPL English for the final game of the play-in stage of the 2026 Spring LPL Split. Silver Scrapes have been rolling. Shout out to Rafa, who made this incredible cover that we have been able to play during our break screen. But Bloxer, the time is finally here. Weibo Gaming on their way to a reverse sweep. LGD trying to stymie what could be an incredibly disappointing finish to their spring season. Lot to unpack here. Game number 5. Draft is on the way, and for Weibo, a team with a lot of experience throughout their careers, this is where that advantage really can start to come through.
Absolutely. I think if you'd have told LGD at the start of the year, at the start of this split, what you're going to do is you're going to be able to get out of your group, secure yourself split number 3, and then take Weibo Gaming to 5 games, I think they'd have been happy with this one, and yet, because of the way this has actually unfolded, I think they'll be quite disappointed with not being able to make it out of this matchup with a victory, and that's always so fun to see. I like what you mentioned, though, about how much experience they have going into these longer games. These Weibo members have played in higher stakes matches for the most part, and they have played a lot more games of League. Something we really have been noticing, I think, in the past couple of games is that LGD, their champion pools don't seem to be as deep as a Weibo, who have been forced to play more games by the virtue of being in Group Ascend.
Absolutely. I mean, not only that, but just throughout their whole careers, right? You take a look at the lengths of time that each of these players have been playing. Long times for Weibo, not long times here for LGD, with the exception of the Hank. He's been only around for a little bit, but that's always going to be a big factor. And man, it's going to be really interesting to see what the draft ends up unfolding like. I mean, that Game 4 draft was crazy. Only upwards in terms of what Game 5 will present it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this point, if these games continue in the way that they have done, we are in for an absolute banger to round things out for this play-ins stage. Looking at things that are left to be excited about, right? The Orianna and the Varus, the Nocturne, the Karma, these kind of top out as the best champions available, but it's very unlikely, I think, that we're going to see any of those allowed through. At that point, then, we are digging deep into the pools of champions that people have been pulling out. We'd made a joke a long time ago at this point during Game 5 of the previous series, saying that teams seem to go back to a previous year's meta in game number 5 of Fearless Draft, so we'll see if that's going to hold true right here.
And you can see here the champions that have been fearless away, stacking on top of each other like a pile of textbooks at the end of the spring semester. It's exactly where we are looking. A lot to learn in game number 5. Weibo opting for first pick. It's LGD opting for second pick this time, and an immediate slam of a Callista for Elk. Talk about a change in playstyle. That is it in game number 5.
Absolutely, and it's something I really associate with Elk throughout his career, but hasn't been particularly big in the meta at all. I think it's in fact been a couple of years since the Callista's been particularly big. Very interesting to see what the pairing of this will be. Now this is a bit of a Xiaoya special. They've played this before throughout this split. It's something they really do like to play down in the bottom side of the map. Didn't necessarily go so well this time, but hey, we're getting the kind of matchup in the bot lane that we love. The other option was going to be an Aphelios versus Jinx kind of matchup, a Tristana down in the bottom lane. I like this more.
A little bit more explosive down there between two AD carries that desperately need a lead. Hung locks in the Maokai, a tank jungler that he has had success on throughout his career. You wonder what is going to be paired alongside this Callista. Generally, Draven Renata is not too bad. Callista Renata even better. So the Hank most likely going to be piloting this one. And then we'll likely see JJ lock in his selection. Things like the Nocturne that have been left available were banned in the first phase.
Absolutely. I mean, the Maokai could potentially also be moving around. You do have to imagine that it's going to be in the jungle, but it could potentially be a support pairing. And it is going to be the Ambessa locked in right here. Fascinating that this champion's even gotten so far through these drafts. Other things that have slipped through at this point. I mean, nobody has ended up playing themselves the Ornn recently. Neither have we seen any of the Renekton's coming on through as kind of those top tier champions.
Oh.
If you want to just try counter it out instead.
I love this. The expression was not out of disgust. It was out of just shock and awe at this point. A Vayne, most likely for Bertle, potentially in a blind situation to go into the second phase of bans. Now, I would expect a lot of things to be taken away here in this second ban phase, Bloxer. Malphite number 1 on that.
Malphite needs to go at this point. I mean, holy, this game... LGD are throwing down the gauntlet. we were wondering if they were beginning to run out of champions that they have particularly much practice on. How much practice do you reckon Birdle has right here on the Vayne? How much do you reckon you actually see Xiaoyu get to play this Draven, all as a combo as well? I'm gonna guess not that much altogether, but I think that's what makes this so exciting. For Weibo, I think you really want to be taking away from this mid lane right now. Make sure that Tang Yuan isn't going to be able to beat you. Tang Yuan's best pick champions have all been taken away at this point. We've still got a lot of the very standard pickups, right? We haven't seen Syndra's, Orianna's, any of those. Obviously, we've had both the Cassiopeia and the Orianna taken off of the board. You've also still got things like the Victor, the Azir, all of these basic champions that can just neutralize into a lane, and I think any of those could potentially be quite good.
By my calculations, the first Vayne in Birdle's competitive career. Obviously could have played it in scrims and the like, but he is somebody who has been known to play things a little bit unorthodox. Things like the Udyr top lane, Skarner top lane, back in his days in the Korean circuit. Around, teams like Gen G, Dalmon Kia, even T1 Academy, back when he first started his career over 6 years ago. All that experience coming to play right now in this decisive Game 5 to try to send LGD into the playoff bracket.
Interestingly, the decision out of Weibo is actually going to be to take a couple of supports away. Don't want to be dealing with the Pyke down in the bottom lane, and I mean, the Draven needs to be able to win out onto this bottom lane, and engage supports haven't necessarily been so good recently. Something like the Thresh could potentially be interesting. Otherwise, I would have loved the Nautilus, but obviously that one has already been taken away. The Nico's very aggressive. I mean, if LGD go this way, they are all in on blowing up this bot lane.
Ooh, this provides a little bit of flexibility, though. If they go for the Thresh instead, looks like Xiaoyu is really trying to decide what he wants to go with here. I will say, if you go for something like the Nico, not a lot of frontline, just the Maokai, who typically likes to build a little bit of AP himself, the Thresh gives you a little bit more defense to match alongside the double marksman composition that LGD already have.
Definitely prefer that. I think you really needed a little bit of extra survivability. I mean, you're going to be happy with this one as Birdle 2 on the Vayne, being able to get pulled back away from having gone potentially a little bit too far in. So we'll see what's going to round out this Weibo composition. Right now, this composition really likes being able to kite back and then explode forwards. I think that the Silas could potentially be very interesting. Couple of ultis that are brilliant, couple of ultis that, you're not super thrilled with at this point, but it's also something that we know Xiaoyu can be really, really good on. He hasn't played it so far this split, and there's the Malphite that you said really needed to be banned away, and this composition out of Weibo is terrifying.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Malphite straight into the top lane. The only hesitation, does Tang Yuan take the Vayne into the mid lane instead to try to match up against the Silas? And if that happens, do we play a little bit of shuffling around? Will Xiaoyu end up playing the Malphite in the mid lane and have Zika play the Silas top? The Zehen lock-in makes me feel like we're going that direction, Bloxer. It gets locked in. Tang Yuan's either going to be playing something like Draven, Zehen, or something else that is out of this world. What a draft that we have for the final game of Knights Rivals. We take a look at the shuffling around. This is actually going to be pretty important.
Absolutely it is. As of right now, it looks like we are indeed going to get that Vayne into the mid lane to match up into the Malphite. See, they're trying to swap things around.
This is unbelievable.
As late as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, are you not entertained? What a brilliant way to cap this off.
For Tang Yuan in his career as well. He does have experience on other marksmen, most notably the Tristana is something that was very popular back in his days on RNG. A little bit of a different playstyle this time though, and as we take a look at the draft, Zika's going to be playing the Ambessa, Jeje is on the Silas jungle, and remember, because of the role quest, there's not a lot of swapping around that will be eligible, so it will be Xiaoyu piloting Malphite mid, going back to his top lane roots with RNG when he won an MSI championship 5 years ago, trying to get back to MSI, where he has hoisted 3 trophies, this time on an unorthodox pick that I don't think anyone saw coming here today.
No, I mean, at this point, anything goes when you get to the bottom of a best of 5 with Fearless. These two compositions really looking to do quite different things. For LGD, they want to be so aggressive. They're sprinting at you so very much, and they are looking for an angle to just be able to catch somebody stood a little bit too far forwards. For Weibo, the Wombo combo is going to be massive right here.
This is insane. What a way to cap off Night's rivals. A brilliant weekend of Chinese League of Legends will be finished off right here. It's Game 5 between Weibo and LGD. Winner into the playoff bracket, loser down to Nirvana for Split 3.
Everything to play for right here. For an LGD that were able to get themselves the first 2 wins in this series, to all of a sudden be on the brink of being reverse swept, the pressure could not be higher at this point. For Weibo, losing to a Group Nirvana team, although it wouldn't be unique in this play-ins, would still be devastating to them, to an organization that has been building something in the most recent couple of splits. And we jump on into this game, big aggression down the
gonna be in some
lane.
trouble. Immediately flash away from Elk. That's first blood for Xiaoya on his signature Draven pick. YCX with a great play to force out the Weibo bot laner. Superstar 80 carry down.
Oh my lord, I didn't expect that much damage to be coming out of this bot lane duo, and clearly Weibo's bot lane didn't either. They're gonna get just chunked straight on out, and that is all of this lane control going over to the LGD bot lane. Now you're going to be pushed back. That's a reset without being able to grab anything at all. Now JJ is in the area, but he's only going to be just about ticking over to that level 3 now. Way too late to try to impact onto the bottom lane. And the full reset comes through for Xiaoya, coming back out with 2 long swords in infantry. He is going to be able to just keep this pressure high all the time.
Not the start that Weibo's bot lane wanted. We have an L3 to be pulled up a little bit earlier in the series, just about Weibo's bottom lane with the Hank coming in. Laning phase has never been their strong suit. When Elk and the Hank have been paired up, it's been about the team fighting. When you lock in Kalista Renata, you are slated into having to win the early game, and it is not a good start for them.
Especially not when you're then into the Draven and the Thresh. This is a combo that also wants to be getting as aggressive as possible, and isn't necessarily going to be able to come on through. Is this 2021 the last time that we saw the Malphite mid lane in the LPL?
By Icon on LNG. Somebody who Zika played with a couple of years ago. Not this time. This time it's Xiaohu. Maybe a little bit of tips and tricks being sent his way. Man, I feel like LGD thought they had an Uno reverse card handed right out to them, but then Weibo just threw +4s on top of each other. Doesn't matter though if you have all the right pieces, and that's what LGD's looking to try to piece together down on the bottom lane. Death Sentence goes wide. Hung looking for a dive onto a flashless Elk. Does have the Cleanse Dark Passage out to make sure that nobody goes down in a weird dive in the bottom lane.
Yeah, the second that the Death Sentence doesn't land, you're never going to be able to pick this one up. 2020 LPL. Both the last person to be playing the Vayne in the mid lane. Obviously, we've been saying a lot of Vayne up in the top side of the map recently. A lot of counter coming through from that one, but I really like the fact that we've got it into the mid lane right now, because it's a pretty good matchup, obviously, into the Malphite, and it's something that you want Tangyuan to be really able to step up with in a composition that is overall so aggressive.
I don't know about that. If I'm playing top lane, I see a Vayne lock in, I'm immediately slamming the Malphite. The early lane might not be the greatest. You might fall down a little bit of CS. As soon as you lock in, like, you know, Warden's Mail, Ninja Tabbies.
Yeah, after
very
the first
hard to
couple
kill.
of components, it gets a lot harder.
Jeje looking for a return gank on the bottom lane. Xiaoya had to use his
For the
flash to go for
damage.
that first kill, but the play comes in from YCX, and Jeje will fall as well. The LGD bottom lane outplaying Weibo in Game 5.
And this is massive right here for LGD, as we've been talking about. A composition that really needs to get ahead early on. And LGD, not necessarily being a brilliant team during play-ins, suddenly snapping forwards in this one, winning the first 2 games, and now, with a significant lead down in the bottom lane, I want to see what the response is out of Weibo, because like you said, this is a bot lane that needs to do well, needs to get ahead, and they just haven't been able to so far.
Xiaoya on his Draven. There's not a ton of stats around this pick specifically. My tracking didn't end up being able to work well, but you know coming in that if it comes down to a do-or-die situation, Xiaoya is going to want to play this champ, and so far, so good. Picks up the Serrated Dirk, perhaps a Collector first item in the wings, maybe even a Hubris or something to continue the snowball. Jeje is still looking to try to retaliate here. They need to try to shut down Xiaoya, or else this game is going to get out of control.
Absolutely it is, but they're still looking to go forward to get aggressive. Death Sentence
lands onto the Hank again. The rookie in severe danger. Already pops the heal. The handshake cleansed away from, and another axe to the face will give Xiaoya a killing spree at the 5-minute mark.
There we go, and unfortunately for Weibo, they just don't keep JJ around in the bottom lane for long enough. He couldn't afford to just be sat there in a bush, not picking up any farm, and it's going to give the Drake over easily as well to LGD. They have exploded onto the map at the start of this one.
This is truly unfathomable what we are watching right now. Game 5, 3-0 Draven with a 1,500 gold lead before our first grubs have even spawned. The first dragon picked up for LGD. I will say, throughout LGD's career, they have not necessarily been a good team. Xiaoya on the Draven has always been able to get out to these early leads, able to find these early kills. Closing things out is always where the struggles lie. And Weibo, top side of the map, is very powerful into the composition that LGD has collected for themselves in this decisive game.
Absolutely, I mean, Zika, JJ, and Xiaohu are all just going to be looking to fling themselves straight into the backline, and you can see already.
Grim Deliverance. JJ didn't have much success on the bottom lane, looking for one on top. Nice flash forward by the Silas to make sure they get that kill onto Bertle. So finally, Weibo back a little bit with momentum on their side.
And like you said, the top side is going to be where you're trying to play around as much as possible right here for Weibo. Picking up that early kill is really nice to see. And LGD, they just have to keep playing around this bottom lane. They want to be pumping as much gold as possible into Xiaoya. Every single time you can cash in those adoration stacks, you're just going to be pulling further and further away from Elk. And as you said, right, Elk and Mahang, they don't necessarily play... Oh, hang on.
So Nature's Grasp onto Zika. Might have greeted for a plate, going to cost his life. Dashes backwards. Buy some time. Doesn't look like much is going to happen after that. He actually uses the shield to get away from a turret shot, so Bertle is going to miss a couple of minions for it, but it's a kill all the same, as it's now 4-1 LGD.
And the kills just keep on coming through. Bertle being able to pick that one up after getting ganked earlier on is going to be really nice. And so far, it's just really the mid lane that's been pretty quiet overall. Like I said, Xiaohu's just going to be able to push his waves through. He's not too worried about what the Vayne's able to do to him at this point in the game. YCX popping up, look for a death sentence just to land
he
it.
is aggressive on this pick. He uses the death sentence, gets buffered by the unstoppable force. Thought maybe YCX would go on a magical journey, not on Bard, which is never a good thing. But it looks like he's not going to do that.
I mean, the flash forwards right there. As much as the Thresh doesn't necessarily need the flash up as much as other champions, flashing forwards right there just to get an ulti out of Xiaohu is, like you said, incredibly aggressive, but not really surprising considering what needs to happen for LGD to be able to win this game. The Grubs, always such a focus for LGD as they have been throughout the entire series. I think, has Weibo gotten a single one throughout the series?
I don't know, and I, don't really think so. It feels like LGD has really controlled the top side of the map. Tangyuan able to tumble away from the initial chains thrown out by JJ. They will be able to back on out. You remember, we were talking about comfort for Xiaoya. It's also comfort for YCX. He's 2-0 in his career in the LPL on Thresh, 10-1 in his career if you include the LDL and Demacia Cup. So this is certainly something that he also has some comfort in, and you're very clearly able to see that as he lands another death sentence onto the Hank, forces the Fate's Call from Elk.
And this is just miserable right here as the Weibo bot lane, and it isn't going to get better. It's not like you're going to be able to catch back up again to this Draven and put him in a spot where now you can fight back. I mean, at this point in the game, you have just gotten so far behind. Constantly having to use that ulti defensively is not going to be a winning strategy out of Weibo. They really need to focus in onto the top side of the map that much more. JJ looking to steal away a couple of Krugs. Could potentially go for a dive onto the top side, but always risky onto his ahead.
Still has that Grim Deliverance, so not only will he have the revive potentially if he gets enough auto attacks, the sustain available on this champion's kit. Certainly going to pack a punch. JJ looks like he's going to go for it though. Grim Deliverance is flashed away from him, and the Silas is down to about 300 health. So just burning that ulti, and now Xiaohu is looking for something aggressive onto Tangyo, and he burns him down at 300 HP. Another hook lands in the bottom lane as YCX and Xiaoya are having a field day here. Speaking of field days, Xiaohu comes forward and bursts down Tangyo. That's a solo kill for the Weibo mid laner.
There we go, you're just going to get taken out right here is Tangyuan, and this was the worry a little bit, right, with the Vayne. As much as when you're later on, you can shred through the Malphite, hopefully. If that doesn't end up happening, if you begin to fall behind, the Vayne really doesn't provide very much, and in terms of AP damage right here, you're really just reliant on Hung. Not going to be ideal with Tangyuan not dealing his damage either. Right now, LGD, they have the bot lane to play around, and kind of nothing else.
And the bot lane's doing pretty good. I'm still going to say it. Hubris picked up first for Xiaoya. Should at least give Hung priority around this second dragon, which is about to spawn. Looks like that will be immediately the path that he takes. So dragon stacking going to be crucial for LGD in this game. Again, while Elk and the Hank don't necessarily scale, the top side for Weibo does. And that is what you have to continue to remember, despite LGD being up 1,000 gold.
Absolutely. This is a composition that just can't afford to fall off of the train, right? The second that you allow a big fight to come through from Weibo, LGD, they're very unlikely to be able to get themselves back into this game. And it's also a composition that really skirmishes incredibly well, but won't necessarily have the same level of luck team fighting into the composition that Weibo have. I mean, specifically, the ulti coming through, the hostile takeover from the Hank, can be massive for an LGD that wants to come flying in and leaping at their opponents.
That is true. When you look at Zehen, you look at things like this Maokai that wants to dive forward. A lot of ability here for specifically the rookie in the Hank, who has struggled a little bit here in the laning phase so far to really make his mark in his first career LPL playoff series. Handshake lands onto Xiaoya, hook's not going to connect, but it is the heal forced out of the Renata Glass, with bot lane control still belonging to LGD.
They want to just keep this pressure up as long as possible, see if the death sentence is going to land.
Nature's Grasp certainly will. They're going to try to find something onto the Hank. Elk actually dodges away from it. Fancy feet from the veteran in the bot lane. Is LG not able to find a dive just yet? Another wave is crashing, but Jeje's on the way. Xiaohu once again looking to try to punish Tong Yuan here. That's a full frozen heart in his inventory. This Malphite certainly packing a punch and rendering this Vayne obsolete here in this Game 5.
Oh yeah, the Vayne is getting absolutely nothing done. It does feel a little bit like LGD tried to tricky themselves into an advantage and have kind of put themselves behind. Jeje gonna steal away at that twisted advance.
Xiaohu might get caught out here. Uses the Unstoppable Force actually just to get on out of things with Xiaoya and YCX on the way. Stolen away Maokai ulti from Jeje would have also prevented things from getting hairy. And so Weibo happy to just make sure everybody stays alive. The farm advantages continue to grow in their solo lanes.
It has indeed, but in the bot lane, 2,000 gold an advantage right here for Xiaoya. Steaming on forwards with this Draven build. And himself a Heckler pick soon enough, hopefully an eye edge, and just be able to rip through his opponents. YCX once again.
YCX, yes, a nice teleport with the unsealed spellbook. Xiaohu was not expecting that. He tried to greed for another wave and ends up punishing with his life.
It may be Xiaoyu with the big kills in this situation, but YCX is putting his team on his back right now, carrying them on through. I mean, incredible performance from him so far, and we are just 30 minutes into this game. Now they just need to continue with the pace of this game, right? A minute 30 seconds until the Rift Herald is going to spawn, and with everybody moving away from the bottom side of the map, unlocking these lanes right now, you're just going to be trying to desperately get away from this Malphite if you are Tang Yuan.
But even then, not really an easy task to do. Speaking of getting away from things, that's YCX burning his flash to escape from the hijacked Nature's Grasp. You have the Rift Herald spawning in just about a minute's time. A 1,500 gold lead in favor of Xiaoya, but Xiaohu on the Malphite is up 1,000 himself.
Indeed he is, and like I said, solo lanes right now doing very well for Weibo. In a composition like this, where you need dive buddies to go flying on in, Xiaohu and Zika both doing well for themselves is going to be really nice. Jeje as well hasn't been able to get too far ahead of Hung, but he's still in a decent spot as, yeah, we see the exact same thing we've been seeing previously happening again. Hung gonna try for a gank here. Do they actually have enough damage between these two?
No, I don't think so. Xiaohu has his ulti and flash. It would be very difficult for them to land this kill. Unstoppable Force used first, but double teleports coming in from the top laners. Could be a dangerous situation for Weibo until reinforcements arrive. Zika has a dash away with the shield, keeping himself up at the top lane quest. It'll just be those summoner spells burned without any kills going over.
Now, but neither of the bot laners deciding to join on up, and that's where a ton of the damage is going to be sitting at the moment, especially for LGD. The moment another dense sentence going to land, Jeje, he can walk this one out, but I mean, having to, just stealing away the ulti from Hung right there. YCX is playing crazy.
He's having an insane game right now. I mean, there's a lot of threshes that we have in the league that you look at them lock in the champion and you're like, okay, this is going to be a crazy performance. The one that sticks out of my head the most, Zhuo on Ninjas in Pajamas, who unfortunately got eliminated earlier today. YCX This is a name that maybe not many people are familiar with. He's only been with LGD throughout his career, but take a look at the numbers. They do not lie. He is a beast on this thresh, and we're seeing it here in a do-or-die game to try to save LGD's spring season. They, of course, are guaranteed a spot in the league next year. The question is what division it will be in.
Indeed, and beyond that, you just want to get to keep on playing. Remember, with all of these group Nirvana teams making it through, the first round, they will go straight on in to the loser's bracket, and you may well get matched
Another
up with
hook
another
onto the
Nirvana
Hank.
team.
He's just been a magnet all game long. Fate's Call going to bail him out before the bailout has to be used by the Renata. Dragon available, and this time LGD going to be able to claim their third of the game without JJ anywhere in sight.
And that's very early on as well, 16 minutes into the game, to be able to grab your third Drake, putting you on soul point right here, and really speeding up the clock right here for a Weibo that would prefer to have things slow down a little bit. They don't want to be running through this game quite so quickly. That being said, Xiaohu is still incredibly strong, and as you can see topside, nobody really wanting to match him one-on-one. Just gonna have to bring YCX into the top side of the map. Is Tongjuan as well. And we've seen some big explosive plays right here out of LGD, but the pace of these kills going down has really slowed in the past couple minutes.
I just say that, JJ looking for an aggressive play on to Hung. Not going to look any further than just a issuance of the Q. It's a Cloud Soul point for LGD. Look at the ultimates that are available on their side. The value that this soul will provide if this next dragon is taken in 5 minutes will be astronomical, and so Weibo have to make sure they are prepared to have this objective fighting and making sure that they are not going to just give this one over for free.
I mean, I think both of these teams would be really happy to grab themselves the Cloud Soul out of combat movement speed. Ooh, massive. Actually, YCX with a miss.
Lands onto YCX. He's been so good all game, but now gets caught up by Jeje. Unstoppable Force lands onto Xiaoya as well. The big carry for LGD is down. He's down. It's Xiaohu picking up the kill, and Weibo find a massive pick in the mid lane.
Oh, YCX makes one mistake and it's going to cost them dearly. All of a sudden, the mid lane tower will fall. A huge injection of gold, very needed for trying to get this bot lane back into a good spot to compete again. And LGD, you really can't afford to be making mistakes like that with a composition like this. YCX, he just thinks he's got the angle available to him, but immediately gets hit by the chains. Really nice use of the hostile takeover as well to just stop anybody from being able to come to his rescue. And Xiaohu over the wall.
Ugh, another potential overextension by the Weibo mid laner. He's going to get stunned into the wall by the Condemn eventually. Actually just able to escape with his flash, and Hung is down to 400 HP. Zika is on the way. Public Execution should be at the ready shortly. Not going to find anything as Bertle is farming. Okay, we're going to go back here to the play. Public Execution lands on the Hung, and it's going to be Zika finishing off one. Looking for a second. Hits the Blast Cone to prevent anybody else from taking it to escape. And Zambesa is still on the hunt. Looking for Tongjuan at 400 HP. Uses the Blast Cone this time to get away. And Weibo finally finding their angles, and they're looking good for this dragon fight in 2.5.
And the problem is right now that LGD, they're just not playing around this Draven. The Draven has 2 full items completed. You've got that Bloodthirster now too. Xiaoya is so strong, but they're not trying to play around him. He's just been allowed to sit in the side lanes and farm for the most part, and the remaining lanes are behind. This is not where your power is, chasing after Xiaohu underneath his tower when he's so dang tanky at this point in the game. LGD, they really did do a lot of the heavy lifting in this game early on, but they've begun to throw it back away.
1,500 gold lead was in favor of LGD. Now it has swung towards Weibo and their solo laner. Xiaohu, massive in this game, has the Randuins alongside the Frozen Heart. Neither of these AD carries are going to do anything to him at this point in the game. And Zika also really starting to come online as well. Weibo Gaming, they lost the bottom lane, which is where they had their superstar in Elk, but they are winning the rest of the map here in Game 5. Nature's Grasp comes out. LGD going to try to retaliate off of the take of this Tier 2 turret. They lock up the Renata, but Elk once again has the Fates Call to get him out to safety. Bertle coming in off of a teleport of his own, but will not be able to find a flank. And Weibo Gaming once again will get out with their lives.
I mean, the fact that you've got yourself that ulti coming through from Elk, pulling away the Hunk, just makes it so much harder to be able to find these picks that you're really looking for with this LGD composition. This is where them having this Cloud Soul would actually be massive. The ability to sprint at your opponents that much faster coming on in would likely have been the difference. YCX needed to land the death sentence as well, and unfortunately was not able to do so. So LGD still showing us proactivity, and they're going to drop the Rift Herald down into the mid lane.
Shelly should be able to take most of this turret, if not the entirety of it, based off the crystalline overgrowths, but a nicely issued rend by Elk is going to make sure it doesn't get a single charge.
No, and that's really rough right here for LGD. They spent a lot of time up on the top side of the map taking this Herald, and the fact they've not been able to get anything from it is going to be unfortunate. And looking at the game state right now, I know.
Where LGD used the Herald a wave early. They should just use it for the Dragon.
Yeah. At least in that second game, they were able to get it to at least charge. In this game, they just don't manage it. And like you say, with the Dragon coming up in 20-second time, that's a mid-prio that you could have established for yourself, just lost out on.
Well, Bloxer, it's about that time. Cloud Soul
Indeed
spawning in 10 seconds would be a huge gain for LGD if they can collect it, and Weibo want to make sure that doesn't happen with the scaling on their side. Xiaohu just really exerting his force just by sheer willpower around the blue buff of LGD. But Xiaoya and YCX are now starting to come online. Tong Yuan over the wall as the Dragon has been started up. Stolen away, Maokai ultimate will be big to try to zone away LGD, but it will be Hung who finds the Hank first. He gets hit, rooted up, and not taken down just yet. Knockup will connect, and the Grim Deliverance comes through, but it is the Dragon Soul denied on the side of Weibo. Tong Yuan running for the hills. He flashes away from the abduct, but Bertle is still hungry and looking for the fight. He has no ultimate, and YCX is still on the run. Elk's gonna have to try to get over. He does with the heal. He jumps over. Elk not going to be able to get taken down just yet. He says not today. He will buy enough time for the rest of his team to get on out of there, as Bertle will lock him down.
It's a couple kills right here for LGD, but they do lose out on the soul, showing off the way that this composition really works. When you manage to lock somebody down, the CC is massive. They are at least able to grab themselves a couple of kills back. Still, for LGD, the fact that that teamfight wasn't a bigger win is still really rough, and they would have loved to have had that soul.
Yeah, the 2 kills are good, but the Dragon Soul, it's going to be the white whale that LGD chase for the remainder of this game, for the remainder of the series, potentially for the remainder of their spring season. As the gold is back to even, but the clock continues to tick. We get another item near completion. Zika has his Spear of Shojin. Xiaohu is looking for a magic resist item to take away from some of the damage that Hung is now able to provide. And Weibo still feeling confident, albeit maybe not as much as they were just a few minutes ago.
No, the fact that they had that little bit of a gold lead coming on in, they had a couple of items worth of advantage in these lanes was massive. They still haven't been able to fully get back in, have LGD, right? You still got 2 items completed on Zika, well on the way to that third, whereas Bertle's still working on that second coming on through. Same thing in the mid lane. They're not as far behind as they were previously from LGD. Again, most of the gold ends up on the head of Xiaoya, and when he's available, when he's a part of these fights, able to do significantly better. That was the mistake LGD were making early on, not having Xiaoya available to them for these fights. Now he's getting involved with those 3 items completed. The LDR's massive as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Draven, just the nature of the champion means you're going to be ahead in gold, but those items still absolutely pack a punch. Lord Dom's third is going to really help shred through some of the front line that Weibo have built up for themselves. Another 3 minutes until the Dragon spawns, but Baron now can suddenly become the top of conversation. There's 2 marksmen on LGD's side, easily pulling it and taking it down in a matter of seconds if they so desire.
2 marksmen is true, although of course it's going to be the Hexplate coming through right here from Tong Yuan, so not going to be doing quite as much shredding as you would really want for him to be able to do. Has had to play a little bit more defensively in order to not die too much, and I think the fact he only went down once was pretty impressive overall, as Xiaohu was just, like you said, exerting dominance the entire time. For Weibo, they don't need to worry about these team fights too much. When they are able to get a big wombo combo off, things are going to go incredibly well for them. They just have to avoid what happened in the previous team fight, which was getting split, not having members all together, and allowing somebody to just immediately get hit by a death sentence and then just taken out in the chain of CC.
Remember what you said, Bloxer. The skirmishing is good for LGD. The team fighting is good for Weibo. Right now, this game is going to revolve around team fights, around major objectives. Dragons, Barons, the Soul, always going to be something to fight for every 5 minutes that LGD are still on Summoner's Rift. So they're going to have to be creative, find picks, find opportunities to catch people out in side lanes. So far, that hasn't happened.
No, not so far, and I mean, it's going to be pretty tricky for LGD to be able to make more of these skirmishes happen when Weibo are happy to have the pace of the game slow down. They've got plenty of scaling to be able to go towards as well, so they're not even under a time pressure at this point, and oh boy, yeah, you can see just how much easier of a time it has been right here for Xiaohu in this game. And that's going to continue right here. That's one of the big problems you've got as LGD, is the fact that Xiaohu could just walk towards you. If you're late to a team fight as LGD, if you're not set up around an objective, who are you sending forwards to go and face Checkered Bush? Because you want YCX behind you to be able to pull you back with the Lantern. And if Hung steps up a little bit too far, he's not particularly tanky A, and he's your jungler B, you don't want him to get taken out to start off a team fight.
Not a lot of orthodox engaged is kind of what you're saying, right? There's
Yeah.
little pieces of starting fights. None of them as easy as Malphite press R. And that's exactly the problem that LGD are facing right now with the Dragon up in 25 seconds. Xiaohu went back to base, picks up a Canic Rookern. We have near the completed third items for Zika as well as Elk. Xiaoya, though, still one of the richest players in the game. Going to try to help LGD claim this soul. Hung already taken pretty low, but the hook connects onto Zika from YCX. Not going to be too much retaliation as LGD will back away for now.
They just do not have the confidence to be able to step up and take the space right now. Tangyeon once again going to be looking for a potential bit of a flank, although he's going to step straight into JJ right here, which is not a fight he wins.
He's zoned off for now. Bertle TP'd, or didn't TP, but he just walked over and has a big flank. JJ throwing out the ultimate. Oh. In goes the unstoppable force, and Xiao is forced to flash away immediately. A big ultimate from the Renata as well, and YCX has already been taken down. But Tangyeon and Bertle doing good work on the back line, not onto Xiaohu though. Big Grim Deliverance goes onto 4 members of Weibo, and LGD might just be doing it. Weibo going to fall one by one by one. Only Elk and Xiaohu remains. The Malphite is tanky, but he doesn't have a lot of damage. It's a double kill over for the Draven, and LGD find their moment, and they claim the Cloud Soul.
Xiaoya survives despite the fact that Weibo throw everything and the kitchen sink at his head, and then right at the very middle of that team fight, Zika misses the public execution and dooms his team. Really unfortunate right there, because the initial engage is great, but
oh, the chains go wide too.
Chains missed. I thought Xiaoya had just been able to flash away in time. Instead, it's the chains missing, which ruins this team fight right here, and then watch on the re-engage right here. Zika, public execution, just completely whiffs it. He's able to hit that properly. This may well be completely different, but instead, LGD win this team fight and get themselves that soul.
Oh, while it's starting to pack a punch for LGD. Xiaohu doesn't die for a while, but he doesn't have a lot of damage in his kit. And so LGD wearing purple for the next 2.5 minutes. You can see that Xiaoya as well as Bertle had massive team fights.
Absolutely they did. That was a really great look right there. But the thing is, that was Xiaoya blowing everything to get away, right? He flashes, he uses his cleanse. If you have the ability to make that play happen again as Weibo, you will get the kill, and that teamfight looks entirely different. That means for LGD, this is now going to be a couple of minutes where they want to be pushing forwards with the Baron, whilst exhibiting enough restraint to not get caught out, versus a composition from Weibo that can snap engage just so quickly.
Yeah, they just need to have that engage be a little bit smoother. As you mentioned, Zika not landing the ulti, Jeje missing the chains onto Xiaoya.
Oh, the chains
Those were the difference makers in that fight, and that might end up costing Weibo the series and a trip down into Group Nirvana. Time still will tell. 100 seconds left on the Baron buff. Tech tier 2 tower in the mid lane taken out. Anti-heal going to have to start to become very important, but nobody on Weibo currently possesses it.
No, absolutely not, whereas you've got tons of healing up and available running through the veins of the LGD members, up by about 5,000 gold. Again, most of that is still going to be sat on top of Xiaoya. He is so far ahead at the moment, very close to having that 4th item completed. Eye-Edge well on the way. I think when he recalls at the end of this Baron buff, he will have that. Tangyeon potentially being hunted, just instantly ults and runs away. No reason for him to get caught out in this situation.
Yeah, the Hexblade really providing a lot of value there in terms of the movement speed, help him escape upon pressing R. Bertle claiming a tier 2 in the top lane. It is slow, it is methodical, but it is working right now for LGD. Zika trying to answer Xiaoya here. Again, remember with the Ambessa buffs, or nerfs I should say, we're on that last patch, makes it very hard for her to snap engage without somebody immediately, issuing some crowd control beforehand.
I mean, yeah, the delay before that ulti comes on through is really frustrating to try to play against. They're going to get the Nature's Grasp coming on through. Well, there's a little bit of extra damage from Xiaoya, but it's just about the push on both sides of the map. Xiao, he was so strong earlier on, but at this point just cannot step up and clear the waves. These two Baron-empowered Canyon minions making light work of the tier 3 tower, but critically, the inhibitor will not fall yet.
Teleport coming in, so Bertle and LGD in a similar situation to the first two games. Want to try to end this one right now. Xiaohu finds the Unstoppable Force onto Tangyuan, but he passed the final hour. Once again, he flashes away from everything. And Tangyuan is on the run while the rest of his team is going to try to end the game. Tangyuan
look at the base,
fighting at a 1v3. Meanwhile, on the other side, LGD are on the Nexus turrets right now. It is 4 members against Zika, and it's not going to work for them. Elk is still here, but there's no ulti on the Malphite anymore. Hook lands onto the Hank, but he will still survive. Bertle has his passive proc, still going to finish them off. There goes Elk. This weekend, the teams in Nirvana said, we are here now, and they entertained us all day long. It smells like playoffs for LGD. They pick up their first top 8 in 6 years.
LGD 3-2 versus Weibo Gaming. 3 of the 4 Group Nirvana teams make it out and make it into the playoffs. And this is truly a day that the LPL stood still. This is not what anybody expected coming in. In fact, the one team that we had some confidence in beating their Group Ascend opponent is the one that didn't make it out.
What a weekend. What a couple of days of League of Legends that we had here, Blockster. Weibo Gaming, IG, Ninjas in Pajamas, all in Group Nirvana for Split 3. LGD, Thunder Talk, and now Edward Gaming as well, up into Group Ascend. And things have gotten flipped right on their heads here in the LPL. What an incredible way to end this weekend and to send us into what is sure to be an exciting playoff bracket.
Absolutely, and again, it bears remembering that the way that the playoff brackets now work, it isn't that you now get assigned another very strong team. You get to play against each other at this point, right? We're going to get some Group Nirvana rematches in the losers bracket, and that means that one of these teams is very likely to be able to pick themselves up an actual playoff win. Not just a play-ins win, but an actual playoff win. For teams that have had playoff appearance droughts as long as these, this would be massive for the organizations.
I think Jay Beto went 0 for 4. Earlier today, he had his predictions up. Every single one of them going against the expectation of what we had going into the weekend. Our one weak Nirvana or Ascend team ends up winning against the one perceived strong team from Nirvana, and the rest of Nirvana able to take their gameplay to the next level. It's just one best of 5 that they need to change the course of their season. For LGD, for EDG, for Thunder Talk. They did it.
They did it.
They capitalized on the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, over on the other side of things, WE can't keep getting away with it. There's no way that they can keep getting away with it. Now twice in a row, going to a 5th game, and LNG just falling short. Genuinely, as a big enjoyer of 1X and a big enjoyer of what it was that LNG were putting together, unfortunate, I think, in that situation, but the fact that WE scraped through was still an absolute banger of a series, and it means that if the rules are the same for who ends up being as a Group Nirvana team and who doesn't, Group Nirvana is now absolutely crazy too. IG, LNG, Weibo Gaming. What are we?
Low-key, those are some entertaining games that we're about to watch down there.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Maybe some better practice. Who knows? I mean, again, we're not entirely sure of how the format works. Group Ascend might not be... I think it's 8-4. We haven't received confirmation just yet from the league. We know with some of the changes around the teams, like jumping in and out, dropping out, might not necessarily result in everybody here going to Ascend, but for LGD, for the first time since they qualified for Worlds with legends of the scene like Peanut, like Shie, like Kramer, they are going to be in the top 8 of the LPL, and that is truly an accomplishment specifically for this group of players that have bonded together. Xiaoya and Bertle making it back into a play-in series win. Xiaoya and YCX have stuck with this team throughout the last few years, and it finally feels like it's reaching ahead for them.
Absolutely it does. And again, remember, top 8, we don't just keep talking about top 8 for fun, right? Top 8 is incredibly important to be able to get because it gives you some championship points. Now, are these teams really teams we're talking about as expecting to actually make it to Worlds? Not
I don't
necessarily,
know.
but
I don't know anymore.
And picking
The
yourself
teams
up
that
some
I thought were going to
championship
Worlds
points-
are in Group Nirvana now. So
Yes.
how about that?
Exactly. Like, it is genuinely massive for these organizations, for these players to be able to get top 8, some championship points. They're now technically all competing for MSI spots, right? There's 2 MSI spots. You're kind of assigning one to BLG, but crazier things have happened in the playoffs. Can one of these teams make a run? I mean, Thunder Talk looked awesome versus, to be fair, an IG that did not.
Who knows? Thunder Talk might just win the whole split at this point. They beat BLG a year and a half ago. Maybe they can do it again. As we take a look at some of the highlights here. The draft for Weibo was smart, but LGD just played the fights better. It was Bertle, again, coming through. The one addition that this team made, going into this split. Taking Sasa, who has been with this organization for over a year, and sending him over to Ultra Prime, where they didn't end up doing as well. Bertle coming back to this team ends up being a huge difference maker for LGD in this series.
So much of this series rides on the fact that Zika misses a public execution, and more egregiously, JJ misses his chains. If those chains hit, you kill Xiaoya. And this whole game is completely flipped on its head, but that's the thing when these games come down to a knife's edge. Small mistakes can mean massive things, and this team fight right here and the one previously, those were the mistakes that Weibo ended up making. They'd done a lot of the heavy lifting. They'd made it through a very early game that could have been pretty bad. They'd managed to punish an LGD that were making some bad mistakes with not bringing their very fed Draven around.
It hurts to watch.
It's so bad.
Watch it. This is my 5th Weibo series this split. I have watched the highs and the lows of this team. I watched them beat top esports. I watched them almost lose to teams like Team WE.
Yeah.
And now they have fallen into Group Nirvana. A lot of questions have to now be answered about what this team looks like moving forward. There were some rumors about, hey, maybe Mako will go over to Weibo now that IG are in Group Nirvana. Now Weibo are in Group Nirvana too. They're in the exact same position. It is not a good sign and not a good look for a team that just finished top 3 in the previous split, albeit with a bit of a different roster that now they're suddenly going to be scrambling to try to find a replacement for.
Exactly. We asked this question a little bit earlier on, but I'm going to propose it to you again. Do you think it's that Group Ascend teams have gotten worse, or that it's Group Nirvana teams that have gotten better? I think
the Nirvana teams have gotten better.
They've gotten better, yeah. I think the gap is closing.
I mean, it's probably a little bit of both. Like, some of the disasters that we saw from, like, IG and even, like, WE this season were really tough to watch. But, I mean, I think those teams would have beaten the Nirvana teams from last split or even last year. So that's the position that we're in right now.
Exactly. I agree. I think if you were to put the play-ins teams from Group Nirvana this split up against any of the play-ins teams from Group Nirvana last split, I think all of this split teams would have won. Even LNG, who weren't able to beat WE. I think they've been looking so much better overall in Group Nirvana, and that's always fun to see. It's good to see that gap closing up a little bit. Obviously, the top is still very far away, right? BLG are at the top of the mountain at the moment, and we'll see if they're going to be able to confirm that to everybody, if they're going to be able to get themselves to their 2nd international of the year. Lost to see, but what an amazing way to kick off the playoffs here.
What a weekend here of LPL. The playoffs kick off again this Friday morning. Just in a few short days. We're going to have the bracket unveil a little bit later, either today or in the week. So make sure you stay posted to our socials at LPL_English on Twitter to make sure you're up to date with all of the latest news. We got some player of the game stuff afterwards, but it's been 10 hours for us. We're going to sign off for now. A big shout out to all of our mod team, our production team.
We're so
Shivham
sorry.
specifically
Thank you so much.
behind the camera for making this look so awesome, to making Yanni and Jay Veto look awesome as well. Xiaoya wins Player of the Game. I think deserved based off how the early game ended up going for him. Blockster, it's been a fun ride and we can't wait to see what's left in store.
It's been awesome. Thank you so much for bringing me with you for this one, Grapes. I mean, what an insane day. The whole 10-game banger.
Yep. Before we head out, another big shout out to our Elite Coffee supporters. Aaron Soup and Among, as their pledged financial contribution helps level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. We're back here on Friday for the first round of the postseason. The spring split is heating up. The road to MSI continues to grow. And LGD might be a part of it. On behalf of everybody here on LPL English, that is Blockster. My name is Grapes. Thank you so much for tuning in. And we will see you all this Friday for the continuation of the LPL playoffs.